Honks echo through the city streets, the sounds of traffic filling the air. A cacophony of noise rises from the crowded street. A foot steps down with a crack, ants scattering from its path. People walk along the street, their footsteps tapping against the pavement. A profile of Bacon is shown. The Omart building stands tall against the blue sky. The noise of the crowd rises as people line up at a food stall selling Mayak tekbaki. Bacon thinks, the reason why I'm currently lined up. He is in love with this particular tiakbaki. 2 years ago, the car their parents were in was involved in an accident. It was a hit and run. They passed away on the spot, and Mina fell into a coma. 5 months later, shortly after Mina regained her consciousness and was discharged from the hospital, both of them started living together. Though her physical condition is improving, the wound left in her heart remains. That is the side effect Mina received from the accident. To keep on supporting Mina, Bacon writes in his equivalency program. Perhaps that is the reason why her condition is improving. Although she's unable to greet and talk with others, she's slowly preparing for her future. Her sister's dream is to become a writer. Recently, Mina started writing a novel. How a Princess Survives in a Small World. The title is ordinary, but the content is very unique. Every human shrunk to the size of an ant? Yes, because of that, humans have become prey to rats and even spiders. That gave Bacon goosebumps. He's a little relieved. Just imagining it scares him. Mina says it's okay. Humans have killed too many living things. Humans are cruel creatures who even kill each other, so it's only right that they die like that. Her hatred towards people appeared after the incident. Although in his eyes, she's a nice little sister. The novel mirrors her real thoughts and views. But after a closer look at the contents of her novel, there's more to it than just tragedy. That gave him goosebumps. He's a little relieved. Mina, the princess in this story, is you right? He listens as Mina says that if the princess dies, then all the humans in the novel die. She wonders if he thinks it will be popular and asks about changing the content. Mina explains that her brother will protect the princess, stating that it's the main point of the novel. Meanwhile, 1 month later, Bacon asks Mina why she is crying. Mina explains that she submitted her novel, but it wasn't accepted. Mina relays that they said if the genre is fantasy, the main character has to be a man. She repeats that they said the main character can't be a woman. In this world, Mina hopes everything will be destroyed. Just like in the novel, Mina hopes every single human will shrink, then they will be consumed by spiders or rats. She hopes everyone dies. Mina covers her face and laughs maniacally. Mina lies in bed, crying. It looks like the novel her sister submitted was declined. Bacon thinks that at times like these, he should buy Mina her favorite tekbaki. Bacon orders 6 servings of tekbaki, prompting the server to ask if that isn't too much. He hopes that tekbaki, which his sister loves, will cheer her up. Bacon's eyes widen in surprise. A gray mouse scurries beneath the counter. The mouse continues to dart around. Bacon screams, pointing wildly. Ma'am, behind you, there's a mouse. A restaurant employee turns, looking confused. Huh? A mouse? Bacon, sweat beading on his forehead, says, yes, it's black-colored and huge. He ran to that vent. The employee apologizes. Sorry, kid. A few days ago I called the rat exterminator, but it hasn't been caught. Bacon says, I think there's a problem with the cleanliness of this place. Sorry, ma'am. Please cancel the order. Bacon's face is contorted in terror. He turns around sharply, his eyes wide with fear. His heart pounds in his chest. He plummeted through a seemingly endless abyss, the air rushing past him in a chilling gust. A strange blue light illuminated the descent, casting eerie shadows that danced around him. A primal scream tore from his throat, the sound swallowed by the vast emptiness surrounding him. Terror contorted his features as the ground seemed to rush up to meet him with impossible speed. The sensation of falling intensified, the wind whipping at his face as the world spun around him in a dizzying vortex. A cacophony of distorted sounds echoed in his ears, adding to the growing sense of dread. A dark, indistinct object tumbled alongside him, its shape blurred by the velocity of the fall. The air grew thick with the metallic tang of fear, each breath a struggle against the crushing pressure. A hand reached out, fingers outstretched as if grasping for something, anything, to break the fall. The gesture was futile, lost in the overwhelming chaos of the descent. Another scream ripped through the air, raw and desperate, a final plea against the inevitable impact. The world tilted on its axis, the ground now a looming threat. The perspective shifted, the ground now directly above him, a terrifying inversion of reality. The sensation of falling was all-consuming, a nightmare with no escape. The scene dissolved into a dimly lit room, 2 figures standing in the soft glow of a nearby window. A heavy silence hung in the air, broken only by the distant hum of the city. The scream echoed once more, a lingering phantom of the nightmare that refused to be silenced. The terror remained, a cold knot in the pit of his stomach. A desperate thought surfaced amidst the fear. This is just a dream. A fragile hope that offered a sliver of comfort in the face of overwhelming dread. He gasped, bolting upright in bed, sweat slicking his skin. His heart hammered against his ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the silence of the room. Ugh, what's happening? A wave of dizziness washed over him, but as his vision cleared, he recognized the pattern of the large cloth beneath him. Wait a minute. I feel like I have seen this design. He lies in bed, the blue patterned sheets pulled up to his chest. Crawling forward, Baekhyun pushes himself up, wincing. Ouch! A high-pitched sound pierces the air. Kaya, a voice echoes, questioning the strange surroundings. What is this? Baekhyun's eyes widen in disbelief. Don't tell me. There's no way. A surge of energy courses through him. A bright light fills the space, accompanied by the word shine. Standing in the room, Baekhyun looks around, bewildered. What is this? A series of system messages appear. Equipment for novice user has been prepared. User characteristics are on display, reading information of the user. A screen displays Baekhyun's user characteristics. Job, Prince, age, 19, height, 3.44 centimeters, weight, 35g, unique ability, shield protector, LV, 1. A new message appears. Main mission has arrived. Another message follows. Find the princess. The reflection of the mission is seen in Baekhyun's eyes. Baekhyun's expression is a mix of shock and disbelief. He wonders what's happening, a growing sense of unease washing over him. Why is his body like this? He cries out for help. A primal scream tears from his throat as Baekhyun struggles to understand the impossible. Just what is this? The content is very unique, one of the characters observes. Yes, because of that, humans have become prey to rats, and even spiders, the other character replies. Just imagining it scares me. It's okay, humans have killed too many living things. Humans are cruel creatures who even kill each other. So it's only right that they die like that. Impossible, Baekhyun thinks. Baekhyun looks at the minimap. The minimap feature has been activated. The job of the prince is to see the whereabouts of the princess. Impossible. It's turning into a reality? Oh, I can enlarge the map. That is my house. It's true. Mina is the princess? He suddenly feels a wave of discomfort wash over him, a strange sensation prickling at his skin. The discomfort intensifies, morphing into a sharp, stabbing pain that makes him cry out. His legs buckle beneath him as the pain overwhelms his senses, sending him spiraling towards the ground. A towering figure looms above, holding a massive pot filled with something steaming and ominous. Baekhyun's eyes widen in recognition. That's the woman from the tteokbokki stall. Do the symptoms start late? His face contorts in a grotesque mask of agony as the symptoms reach a fever pitch, his vision blurring and fracturing. The giant woman tips the pot, the contents shifting ominously. The pot falls, its contents spilling forth in a torrent of scalding liquid. Baekhyun continues to fall. He continues to fall. He continues to fall, screaming in terror. A wave of scalding sauce engulfs him, the fiery liquid searing his skin as he screams in agony. He screams, the scalding sauce burning his skin. Baekhyun cries out for help, his voice cracking with pain. A screen displays several glowing dots. The landscape is barren and desolate. Baekhyun's eyes widen in horror. Dead, they're all dead. He screams, realizing the gravity of the situation. It's actually happening. Baekhyun wonders what he should do in this hellish place. He steels himself. First things first, he needs to get out of this place, meet up with someone, and figure out what's happening. Baekhyun's expression hardens with determination. His eyes gleam with resolve. A giant rat with glowing eyes stares at Baekhyun. The rat's glowing eyes pierce the darkness. The giant rat, teeth bared, prepares to strike. He screams, his eyes wide with terror. A guttural cry escapes him as Baekhyun turns and flees, desperation fueling his steps. His face contorted in fear, he glances back, knowing the creature is gaining. The rat, the same one he saw earlier, gives chase, its massive form pounding against the floor. The rat emits a high-pitched squeak, its hunger driving it forward. Closing the distance, the rat leaps, its shadow looming over Baekhyun. Another scream tears from his throat as the monstrous rat closes in. The word snatch appears as the rat lunges. The rat's jaws clamp down, its teeth sinking into his flesh. A final, desperate cry escapes Baekhyun as the rat's grip tightens. The rat bites down, the sound of tearing flesh echoing in the corridor. The giant rat towers over Baekhyun, its shadow engulfing him as it prepares to strike. A wet, squeaking sound fills the air. He screams in agony, his hand outstretched in a futile attempt to ward off the monstrous creature. A high-pitched shriek tears from his throat, his eyes wide with terror as the reality of his situation sinks in. He claws at the ground, struggling to escape the rat's grasp, his face contorted in a mask of pain and desperation. The giant rat looms closer, its massive form blocking out the light as it prepares to deliver the final blow. The air smells of wet fur and decay. He cries out for help, his voice cracking with fear as he realizes the futility of his struggle. The rat's jaws open wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth as it prepares to bite down. A guttural squeak echoes through the room. The rat lunges forward with terrifying speed, closing the distance between them in an instant. The sound of rushing wind fills his ears. Tears stream down his face as Baekhyun begs for his life, pleading with the monstrous creature to spare him. Please don't eat me. The giant rat's maw opens wider, its red eyes gleaming with hunger as it prepares to devour him. Don't eat me. The room spins around him, the fluorescent lights blurring into a hazy glow as his vision fades. The giant rat descends upon Baekhyun, its shadow blotting out the world as it prepares to consume him. The stench of its breath fills his nostrils. He plummets downwards, the ground rushing up to meet him. The giant rat lunges, its jaws snapping shut with a sickening sound as Baekhyun screams. A voice shouts, commanding him to lie down. The giant rat continues its advance. The unknown savior moves to intercept the rat. The savior's hand reaches out. The savior's eyes widen. A torrent of fire erupts from the savior's hand, searing the air. The savior unleashes the fiery blast. The fire engulfs the giant rat in a deafening explosion. The savior's face is illuminated by the intense heat, their eyes glowing with power. He stares upward, his eyes wide with shock. The giant rat writhes in agony, completely consumed by the mysterious flames. A man's eyes glow with an intense light as he prepares to unleash a fiery attack, the word FWSH echoing the building energy. He unleashes a torrent of fire from his mouth, the intense heat distorting the air around him. The fire takes the form of a monstrous head, its shriek echoing through the air. The fiery head roars, the sound a deafening wave of destruction. The man's face is contorted in a fierce expression as he continues to unleash the fiery attack, the flames engulfing everything in their path. The fiery inferno rages on, consuming everything in its wake. Another man watches in stunned disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. A rat is engulfed in flames, its fur burning and its eyes wide with terror. The rat is completely consumed by the fire, its body a writhing mass of flames. Squealing in agony, the rat desperately tries to escape the inferno, its burning body leaving a trail of fire in its wake. The burning rat dashes away, a streak of fire against the pale floor. The man who witnessed the fiery attack is now panting heavily, his chest heaving with exertion and disbelief. A hand reaches out, offering assistance. The young man looks up, assuring the unseen person, "Yes, I'm okay." A hand firmly grasps another's arm, seeking reassurance. One of the men asks, "You're not hurt or anything?" The young man replies, "Yeah, all thanks to you." The woman, along with the two men, looks on with shock. "Oh my God, what is happening?" she wonders. The woman says, "I know this is a scary situation, but we've got to keep it together." The older man adds, "Young man, you put us all in danger just now." One of the men says, "Honey, we'll be okay as long as we stick together. Please stay calm." The young man looks on, thinking, "I'm guessing they're his wife, brother, and father." The woman and older man look on with concern. The young man looks on, seemingly lost in thought. The woman says, "But he almost died too." Mina tells Jinchul that they need to talk. Mancheol asks Baekhyun to keep an eye on the kid for a bit, stating he needs a break. Mancheol asks if Baekhyun is alright. Baekhyun responds that he is okay, but he might have overdone it with the fire breathing. Baekhyun asks Mancheol what his name is. Baekhyun states that his name is Baekhyun Kong. Mancheol asks Baekhyun how old he is. Baekhyun replies that he is 20 years old. Mancheol remarks that Baekhyun is young and introduces himself as Mancheol Kim, 36 years old. He then reveals that Jinchul is his big brother, and the other two from the previous encounter are his father and sister-in-law. He thinks they must have been onto something. A family outing when they got caught up in this mess. Something is causing the ground to tremble. Prince stands with his arms crossed, looking concerned. Mancheol Kim pats Prince on the shoulder, reassuring him, "Don't worry, kid. I'm sure there's a way out of this." Prince responds, "Yeah, thank you." Mancheol asks, "Ability?" "Yeah, the special ability that was listed on that weird pop-up screen." Someone asks, "Weird pop-up screen? Do you mean the mini-map?" Another responds, "Mini-map? What's that?" A voice wonders, was he not talking about the mini-map? "Oh, it's like an augmented reality map." Prince swipes at a holographic screen. He says, "What's your ability anyways?" "That shows you a bird's-eye view of the area and where other people are located." "I guess that's your ability." "I guess so." A voice exclaims, "The mini-map has different levels?" Prince's eyes widen slightly. A screen displays information. Class, age, 19, height, 1.35 inches, weight, 1.5 ounces, special ability, shield level 1. A voice says, "Oh, this is the ability he was talking about." Prince looks surprised, muttering, "It looks like it's at level 1. Baekhyun is named." Mancheol thanks Baekhyun for being honest with him. Mancheol admits that none of this makes sense, but insists it's all real. He believes they were all given special abilities. Mancheol states that he sees. Baekhyun explains that he can amplify his strength. He clarifies that it's only at level 1, so he can only strengthen his fists for now. Mancheol adds that, as they already saw, his brother's fire-breathing ability is also at level 1. A girl cries, "Mina, what have you done?" A voice echoes, laced with concern. An internal monologue follows, a desperate calculation of her own capabilities if she wants to survive. Baekhyun stands with a grim expression, listening intently. Mancheol calls out, urging the group to head down to the first floor, deeming their current location too dangerous. A voice thinks about wishing he had a more aggressive ability, like Mancheol's fire-breathing. Another voice chimes in, telling the kid they're going to head downstairs. Baekhyun asks what their plans are, his expression unreadable. A voice thinks, "I'm about a mile away from home. It's going to be impossible for me to get home in one piece." A voice thinks, "I need help, at least until I can get out of this place." Prince asks if it would be okay if he came with them, his expression hopeful. A voice thinks, That's not for me to decide. Absolutely not. The words hang in the air, heavy with finality. The older man states that they are not exactly in a position to look after strangers. Jinchul's expression hardens as he considers the situation. Baekhyun insists that Prince is just a kid and they can't leave him behind. Mancheol states that he'll go along with whatever Jinchul decides, as he has a responsibility to protect his family, and the kid could be a burden. Prince insists that he won't be a burden, and that he can see everything that lies ahead of them. Jinchul explains that if they're talking about the layout of the supermarket, they already know it very well, as they come here all the time. Jinchul's gaze remains stern. He points out that this is a pretty large space, and asks if Jinchul would be able to predict what kind of dangers lie ahead for them at this size. Jinchul looks confused, asking what? Jinchul tells them to take a look over there. Jinchul clarifies that he's not talking about just the layout. He leads the group down a long, eerily silent aisle of the supermarket. The fluorescent lights hum overhead, casting a sterile glow on the linoleum floor. Far down the aisle, a dark shape lies sprawled near the end cap. It's too indistinct to make out any details from this distance. The group cautiously advances, their footsteps echoing in the sudden silence. The air grows heavy with a metallic tang. They continue forward, the shape ahead slowly resolving into the unmistakable form of a human body. A sickening crunch echoes from the end of the aisle, the sound of something heavy and sharp grinding against bone. The body lies in a pool of crimson, limbs twisted at unnatural angles. The air is thick with the coppery scent of blood. A wet, dragging sound scrapes along the floor, as if something heavy is being pulled across the linoleum. Jinchul's face contorts in a grimace, his eyes narrowed with a mixture of horror and dread. Mina gasps, her hand flying to her mouth, eyes wide with terror. What was that? She whispers, her voice trembling. Another, more visceral gnawing sound tears through the silence, a wet, tearing noise that sends a shiver down the spine. The camera focuses on the body, now partially obscured by long, spindly legs and razor-sharp mandibles. Blood sprays as the unseen creature feasts. A voice, filled with disbelief, breaks the silence. It's a praying mantis. A praying mantis? It appears that a few of the giant praying mantises have escaped from the pet section. Someone observes potential hazards on their mini-map. The giant praying mantis's wings flutter ominously. The insect hovers, its spindly legs dangling. The mantis's leg comes into sharp focus. The group stands in the distance as the giant praying mantis taps its foot against the floor. The mantis tilts its head, then licks its arm. The giant insect glances around, its multifaceted eyes scanning the environment. Mancheol Kim gestures, directing the group to head that way. The giant praying mantis flutters its wings. The mantis tilts its head, its gaze fixed in a specific direction, which Baekhyun notes is the fastest route to the stairs. A voice warns that they shouldn't go anywhere near that thing. Baekhyun swipes at a holographic display, explaining that even if they take another route, they could still end up running into more things like that. The sanitation standards of this market are called into question. The holographic display zooms in on a location. A blip appears on the holographic map. Baekhyun looks on with concern. An exclamation of alarm. Something is coming this way. The air vibrates with a low, persistent whir. The whirring intensifies, echoing through the brightly lit aisles. In the distance, a group of figures walks along a paved surface, their forms small and indistinct. The whirring grows louder as the camera focuses on the front of a vehicle, its shape obscured by speed and motion. A rush of air accompanies the sound, the whoosh a testament to the vehicle's velocity. The whirring reaches a fever pitch as a man's face fills the frame, his expression a mixture of shock and alarm. His eyes widen, reflecting the intensity of the sound. His face is bathed in an eerie light, the source unseen. The whirring crescendos as the words "to be continued" appear, leaving the man's fate hanging in the balance. The robot vacuum cleaner silently navigates the building's corridors. The cleaning bot continues its programmed route. The robot's sensors detect a new area to clean. The cleaning bot continues its programmed route. The robot vacuum cleaner silently navigates the building's corridors. A voice declares that it's the latest AI vacuum cleaner. The robot automatically cleans up rubbish on the ground through its built-in near-infrared ray sensors. The robot vacuum cleaner continues its programmed route. Someone observes that the people inside the building look like dust that simply needs to be cleaned up. The robot vacuum cleaner continues its programmed route. The group is urged to run away as a giant robot vacuum cleaner approaches, its red eye glowing ominously. A voice shouts, "To humans right now." Baekhyun and another man sprint down the hallway, fear etched on their faces. The text reads, "Even vacuum cleaners are life-threatening." The group continues their desperate flight, the massive vacuum cleaner looming behind them. The vacuum cleaner advances, its red eye fixed on its targets. A voice commands, "Run to that gap over there." The hallway stretches before them, a narrow path to potential safety. The vacuum cleaner continues its relentless pursuit, its mechanical whir filling the air. Mina gasps, her eyes wide with terror as she realizes the danger they're in. She stumbles and falls to the ground, a sharp "cook" escaping her lips as she hits the floor. A man shouts, "Honey," his voice filled with concern. Baekhyun and another man continue to run, their faces strained with effort and fear. A man helps Mina to her feet, saying, "Honey, here." I'll help you walk. She groans in pain. Two men assist Mina, supporting her as they try to escape. Another man offers, I'll help too. The robot vacuum cleaner continues its relentless pursuit, its red eye glowing menacingly as it closes the distance. The group sprints ahead, dust billowing behind them as they try to outpace the machine. The group continues to run, their breaths coming in ragged gasps as the vacuum cleaner gains on them. The robot vacuum cleaner speeds up, its motor whirring louder as it bears down on the fleeing group. A collective scream pierces the air as the group redoubles their efforts, their faces etched with terror. The robot vacuum cleaner's sensors lock onto its targets, its trajectory unwavering as it closes in. The machine's red eye intensifies, casting an ominous glow as it accelerates towards the group. The group continues their desperate flight, their hope dwindling with each passing moment. The robot vacuum cleaner's path is set, its momentum building as it hurtles forward. Unaware of the impending doom, a small bug crawls along the floor, directly in the path of the approaching machine. The robot vacuum cleaner's whirring grows louder, its approach relentless as it zeroes in on its next target. The robot vacuum cleaner's suction intensifies, its red eye burning bright as it prepares to devour everything in its path. A mantis looms large, its predatory gaze fixed on some unseen target. From above, the room's layout is revealed, a maze of corridors and obstacles. A ping echoes, its source unknown but its presence unsettling. The group presses on, their faces etched with a mixture of determination and concern. Mancheol Kim, his brow furrowed with worry, asked, Sister-in-law, are you all right? She grimaced, forcing a smile. Yes, I'm all right. A close-up reveals her ankle, visibly swollen and inflamed. One of the men speculated, I believe that you either broke a bone or pulled a tendon. Another man, his expression softening with concern, offered, Honey, first, get on my back. He sighed, his voice laced with exhaustion. I'm so thirsty. Water. I need some water. Jinchul offered, Brother, if you get tired, switch with me. The other man simply replied, All right, thanks. The group continued their trek, the weight of their situation pressing down on them. The man pointed ahead, relief washing over his face. Look, it's the escalator. He walks with the group towards the escalator, the sounds of their footsteps echoing in the large space. Mancheol asks, How's that area looking? Baekhyun replies, Looks like she's in a bad condition. A floor plan reveals the location of the escalator, with a text bubble indicating that some freed individuals are at the bottom. Jinchul sighs. Then, do we need to go to the emergency stairs? The group continues to walk, the sound of their footsteps growing louder as they approach the escalator. A text bubble indicates that people are already over there too. Mancheol suggests, Then, let's go back to the escalator. The group moves towards it. Mancheol carries Mina on his back as the group continues forward, the sounds of their movement echoing through the space. Mancheol asks, How did you find out how to use your skill? Baekhyun replies, What? But you can use your skill too. Mancheol explains, A hologram taught me how to use it. If you shout the level and name of your skill in your head, the hologram appears. All you need to do is copy the movements of the hologram. Mancheol says, Well, that's how my brother and I did it. Baekhyun wonders, Hologram. A text bubble indicates, Barrier, level 1. Baekhyun looks surprised as a barrier appears in front of him. Whoa, it appeared, he exclaims. He puts his hands together, preparing to use his skill. Baekhyun activates his barrier skill, a translucent green shield forming around him. Someone wonders if that's the barrier. Jinchul supports Mina as they carefully step onto the escalator, urging her to be careful. Mancheol states that he exercises to help others. Mina thanks him. Baekhyun checks the building map to see where Mina is. Meanwhile, Baekhyun thinks to himself that he is coming to get Mina. Someone exclaims that they got careless and let their guard down. Someone shouts to watch out, saying that the rat from a while ago is back. A rat appears, its teeth bared. Mancheol looks concerned. The giant rat, its eyes gleaming with malice, lets out a piercing squeal as it charges forward. A shout rings out, warning of the rat's return. Watch out, that rat from a while ago is back. The monstrous rodent continues its relentless advance, its claws scraping against the floor. Closing the distance, the rat's teeth are bared in a savage snarl. A figure prepares to strike, their hand crackling with orange energy, ready to meet the beast head-on. Undaunted, the rat presses its attack, its shadow looming larger with each passing moment. With a guttural yell, the figure braces for impact, channeling their power into a devastating blow. The rat, a blur of fur and teeth, hurtles toward its target, driven by primal hunger. A foot descends, poised to crush the monstrous rat beneath its heel. The foot descends, ready to crush the giant rat. The stomp lands with a sickening crunch. The giant rat recoils from the impact. A high-pitched squeal pierces the air. An energy blast slams into the rat, sending it reeling. Baekhyun Kong, flanked by his companions, unleashes another wave of energy. The giant rat is visibly weakened by the assault. Another blast connects, further damaging the monstrous rodent. The energy continues to pummel the giant rat. The rat is bombarded with another blast. Baekhyun watches, his expression grim. The final blast hits, sending the giant rat sprawling. The group watches in shock as something massive descends from above. A woman falls to the ground, crying out, "Father!" Her father, eyes wide with fury, charges forward. A monstrous rat's maw opens wide, ready to strike. The father's face contorts with rage as he prepares to confront the beast. The giant rat looms, a grotesque parody of nature. The father is sent flying backward, a blur of motion against the bright sky. He crashes down, the impact echoing through the air. With a guttural roar, the father begins to channel a surge of blue energy. He unleashes the energy, striking the giant rat with a blinding flash. The father stands over a tiny, squeaking rat, the aftermath of his attack. Blood stains the floor as Baekhyun struggles, a pained groan escaping his lips. He cries out, desperately calling for his father. Jincheol speaks to Mancheol. The two men continue their hushed conversation. Baekhyun reflects on someone's unusual calmness despite a severe injury. His arm got ripped off and he might die from excessive shock, so why is he still so calm? Mancheol assures someone that he will support his father for a bit. Jincheol offers to help his wife in the meantime. Jincheol excuses himself and walks away. A system message flashes. Hostility towards Kang Baekhyun from Ji Gishim has been detected. Baekhyun's eyes widen in shock. Wow, what is this? A hand clenches tightly. Mancheol urges haste, declaring, hurry, there's no time. Baekhyun, bathed in a red glow, exclaims, why? Wait a second. A man is restrained, his arm held firmly by another. The man holding him orders him to hurry. The restrained man is in distress. Mina asks what is happening, her expression worried. A surge of red energy envelopes Jincheol, his face contorted in pain. Jincheol screams, the red energy intensifying around him. Another man asks what is happening, his tone urgent. The red energy continues to burn around Jincheol, his agony palpable. Jincheol cries out, unable to stop whatever is happening to him. A close-up shows Jincheol's hands, glowing with the same malevolent red energy. The man yells no, his face a mask of horror. Jincheol continues to suffer, the red energy consuming him. Mina calls out to her father-in-law, her voice filled with desperation. He writhes, a guttural scream tearing from his throat as the crimson energy pulses around him. The energy intensifies, tendrils of red light clawing at the air as Jincheol's agony reaches a fever pitch. The others watch, helpless, as the spectacle unfolds before them. Baekhyun observes the scene, his expression grim. What's going on? He's absorbing her blood. Jincheol's face is contorted in pain, his eyes glowing with an unnatural red light as he continues to scream. A close-up reveals the intensity of the red glow emanating from his eye. Mancheol says, brother, look at this. I think that everyone has their own, respective innate skill. Baekhyun asks, my skill is called physical enhancement. Another voice chimes in, mine's flame breath. A third voice adds, mine is called absorption, but just when and where do I use this tisk? Mina, her face etched with worry, asks, honey, what's your skill? Mina continues, I don't think that I have anything like that. Mancheol sighs, TSK, what do you actually know how to do? Mina pleads, father, please stop. It's just that it's getting frustrating. A screen displays information, age, 30, height, 2.71 centimeters, weight, 28 g, innate skill, self-destruct LV, 1. The text continues, self-destruct. What do you mean, self-destruct? The screen displays further instructions, how to use it. In a situation where your life is in danger, it automatically activates. A voice thinks, I should be the one asking just where and when to use this. The woman's eyes glow with an eerie red light as she unleashes a piercing scream. Red energy surges around her, her arms flailing wildly as the power intensifies. The self-destruct skill activates, and a young man cries out, begging his father to stop. Her face contorts in agony, barely able to choke out a denial. Through gritted teeth, she warns someone not to come closer. A cataclysmic burst of red energy erupts, engulfing her entirely. The young man watches, his face etched with worry and fear. Another man's face is shown, yelling. A figure races forward, desperation etched on their face. No, father, please stop, they cry out, their voice cracking with fear. A woman's face contorts in agony, her eyes wide with terror as a crimson aura flares around her. No, she gasps, her voice barely a whisper against the encroaching darkness. Her face, now bathed in an ominous red glow, is a mask of torment. Ugh, Hone, don't come over here, she pleads, her voice strained and ragged. A blinding flash of red energy erupts, engulfing a figure in its searing embrace. The air crackles with raw power, the scent of ozone filling the air. A young man watches with wide, fearful eyes, his face a study in concern. Behind him, an older man stands stoically, his expression grim and unreadable. A man's face is twisted in a silent scream, his features contorted by an unseen force. The air vibrates with an oppressive energy. The woman's face, now a grotesque parody of its former beauty, is consumed by the crimson energy. Her eyes glow with an unnatural light, reflecting the inferno within. The red energy intensifies, a vortex of raw power swirling around the engulfed figure. The air shimmers with heat, the ground trembling beneath the force of the transformation. The sound of a violent impact echoes as red energy surges around him, contorting his face in agony. Sweat beads on Baekhyun's brow, his expression a mask of intense pain as the unseen force continues its assault. Silhouetted against a blinding light, his form begins to shift and change, the transformation taking hold. A guttural scream tears from Baekhyun's throat as raw energy erupts from his mouth, a sign of the power surging within him. The scream intensifies, his features distorted by the overwhelming energy coursing through his veins. Another scream, this one laced with a hint of something new, something beyond pain, power. Arms outstretched, Baekhyun seems to embrace the transformation, channeling the chaotic energy into a focused point. The energy explodes outward, a wave of raw force that reshapes the very air around him. He throws his hands forward, creating a shimmering barrier against the backlash of his own transformation. A blinding light engulfs everything, the culmination of the transformation reaching its peak. Standing firm, Baekhyun faces an unseen presence, the transformation complete, a new power radiating from his very being. A final, defiant scream echoes as the transformation settles, leaving Baekhyun forever changed. He and Manchiol gasp for air, their faces etched with fear. They are surrounded by a protective bubble, a fragile barrier against an unseen threat. A man's anguished cry pierces the air, a sound of pure desperation. The scream intensifies, a raw expression of terror. Baekhyun's face contorts in horror. This is hell. Jinchul's voice cracks with desperation. You can't survive just by being nice. In order to stay alive and meet Mina. Baekhyun's eyes harden with resolve. He needs to get his shit together. A desolate supermarket stretches before them, its shelves eerily empty. A warning sign flashes, its message chilling. Time left before Area JB-1513 is polluted with radioactive contamination is 16 hours, 15 minutes, and 13 seconds. Baekhyun's eyes widen in disbelief. Now what? Radioactive contamination? BIS-13? He stares intently at a screen, his mind racing. Is it related to the mini-map? Baekhyun swipes at the screen, his fingers dancing across the interface as he desperately seeks answers. Each area is labeled with numbers accordingly to longitudinal and latitudinal columns. JB-15 is the area where he is currently in. Radioactive contamination. By radioactive contamination, does it mean radioactively contaminated areas? Why are you putting that in your novel? If there isn't something like this, then everyone would get away with just hiding. If all they do is hide, then there wouldn't be any tension in the novel's action and it would end up being no fun. If they don't move, then I'll have to kill them off. There's no way that's Mina. If I don't do that, that person won't forgive me. Who? The miasma contaminated by radioactivity is heading this way. Fun. Mina, is this situation fun for you? Sir, if you stay here, then you will die. Ugh. Sir, I'm telling you that you'll die if you stay here. Well, what do I do now? How should I live from now on? What should I do? What do you mean, what should I do? You need to live. Stay alive until the bitter end. My entire family is dead. What's the point of living anymore? She reminds him that if they stay, they'll die, questioning if his family would have wanted that. She adds that there's no point in dying in vain. Baekhyun admits that he doesn't know what to do anymore, his head hung low. Baekhyun rises, Mina's words seemingly having an effect. He thinks that if he doesn't know what to do, he should focus on moving and staying alive, and then think about what he should do afterwards. Mina tells him to wait. She declares that she'll go with him too, stating that the world's become crazy, but there isn't anything else left to do other than surviving. Mina assures him that he has made the right choice. Their hands clasp together, a silent vow of unity. Baekhyun kneels, his head bowed in what seems like a prayer. He thinks to himself, hoping that everyone passes on to a better place. The insects that were near the escalator disappeared. The minimap shows them heading in that direction. A notification appears on the minimap. You have reached the time limit for the usage period of. After 2400 hours, you will be able to use it again. The usage limit is 30 minutes daily. Baekhyun realizes he was too complacent, as Mina questions what's happening. He states that it's nothing and suggests they keep going. The scene shifts to a view of a massive, crowded escalator system. The escalator continues upward, packed with people. The crowd murmurs about the sheer number of people and the limited ways to move down. A wave of screams erupts from the crowd. Someone cries out that a person got trapped between the gaps of the escalator, adding that the escalator moves too fast. Baekhyun is told that they need to get the timing perfectly if they want to move up. A man declares that he will go up first, instructing others to watch carefully and follow him. A closer view shows the dense crowd on the escalator. A colossal cat with glowing red eyes looms over the crowd, dwarfing the people below. The camera focuses on the giant cat's face, its red eyes burning with an eerie intensity. The giant cat lets out a deafening roar, its massive form dominating the scene. The crowd screams in terror, scrambling to escape the unseen threat. The sound of their panicked footsteps echoes through the station. A monstrous roar tears through the air, the sound vibrating deep within their chests. A giant cat, eyes glowing with an eerie red light, unleashes its fury. A colossal cat, its eyes glowing with an eerie red light, looms over the city streets, dwarfing the buildings and casting a long shadow over the terrified onlookers. The giant cat's face, a grotesque parody of feline features, reveals a hint of malice in its crimson eyes. The monstrous cat unleashes a deafening roar, the the sound waves rippling through the air and shaking the very ground beneath their feet. Panic erupts as the crowd scatters, their screams swallowed by the cat's earth-shattering bellow. The giant cat roars again, its massive maw opening to reveal rows of razor-sharp teeth. In their desperate flight, some lose their footing, tumbling over the edge of a high ledge. Baekhyun Kong and Mancheol Kim sprint away from the chaos, Baekhyun shouting, "All right." Baekhyun's eyes widen in shock as he witnesses the unfolding catastrophe. Mancheol Kim points towards the fleeing crowd, exclaiming, "Sir, those people." A rat scurries through the deserted streets, its whiskers twitching nervously. The giant cat raises a paw, its shadow engulfing the fleeing figures below. He and the others erect a shimmering blue barrier, hoping to withstand the giant cat's assault. The barrier shimmers violently as the giant cat slams into it with earth-shaking force. The monstrous feline looms large, its purple eyes glowing with menacing intent. Inside the barrier, Baekhyun realizes that he's beginning to gain control over the situation. Baekhyun grits his teeth, acknowledging that the problem is his stamina. The speed of stamina consumption is too fast. Prince raises his hand, declaring that he can help. The boy wonders what's going on, noting that his exhaustion disappeared in a second. He then wonders if it is his skill. One of the men observes that Yoon-soo seems like he has a healing skill. The other man wonders if it is possible for him to revive a dead person. Yoon-soo clarifies that it won't work on dead people. He can only heal people who are alive. Mancheol tells Baekhyun to cancel his barrier for a bit. He's going to go out. Yoon-soo questions the decision, pointing out that it's dangerous. Mancheol explains that ultimately, all they're doing right now is stalling for time. Mancheol asks Yoon-soo to please let him go to take care of it. Yoon-soo understands. He prepares to fight the giant cat, blue energy crackling around his hands. Mancheol exhales, focusing his energy. The giant cat roars, its eyes glowing with menacing power as it prepares to strike. Mancheol clenches his fist, blue energy coalescing around it. He unleashes a blast of energy at the giant cat, the force of the impact causing the beast to screech. The giant cat is sent flying backwards from the force of the blow. Yoon-soo explains to Baekhyun that his skill can amplify the power of other people's skills. The giant cat screeches, its eyes glowing with renewed intensity. Mancheol strikes the giant cat again, amplified energy surging through his attack. Baekhyun watches in awe. A narration box explains that Yoon-soo is able to freely mold a barrier into any shape, thanks to the effects of Amplify. Mancheol focuses, gathering even more energy. The giant cat, realizing it is outmatched, decides to retreat. From below, the giant cat's voice echoes, promising a return. The group stands with the elderly couple, the tension from the recent battle slowly fading. The elderly man expresses his gratitude. "Thanks to you, we've been saved." Baekhyun replies, "It was nothing, sir. Are you hurt anywhere?" The elderly man assures him that they are all right. The elderly man thanks Baekhyun again. "Thank you very much." Baekhyun responds, "It was my pleasure, sir." The elderly woman thinks to herself, "How strange. I'm not able to analyze that young man's skill." The elderly woman thinks, "Dear, please show that young man his future." Baekhyun asks, "Excuse me? My future?" The elderly woman thinks, "However, I'm not able to see it. It seems like I can't peek into the future personally." The elderly woman takes Baekhyun's hands, a soft brush sound accompanying the gesture. Baekhyun's eyes widen, a sudden realization washing over him. The elderly woman's skill is divination. A bead of sweat trickles down Baekhyun's temple. The elderly woman strains, her eyes closed in concentration. She admits that no matter how many times she tries, she can't see anything. Jinchul watches with concern. Baekhyun thanks the elderly woman for using her skill on him. Yoon-soo is asked to heal her big bro one more time. She agrees. Baekhyun asks if he can ask for Amplify as well. He says sure. The group approaches a massive escalator. They stand together, ready to ascend. A shimmering blue barrier appears on the escalator. A message warns that if they cross by standing on it, it will be safe. The group continues their ascent on the escalator. He continues to stand on the barrier, the group ascending further into the unknown. The sounds of the escalator fill the air. A close-up reveals the young man's thoughtful expression as they continue their ascent. The escalator continues its relentless climb, carrying them deeper into the unknown. The minimap flickers to life, displaying the layout of the surrounding area. He is able to use the minimap again, thanks to Yoon-soo's skill. The only direction that they can go is towards the revolving doors. The radioactive contamination is closing in on them from every direction. Baekhyun states that it is dangerous, but it's the only way out. Mancheol agrees, urging them to hurry before it's too late. The revolving doors stand as their only exit. Blood stains the floor near the exit. Yoon-soo is told not to look. They need to be able to cover 100 meters in a matter of 15 seconds in order to make it out alive. Prince states that it's not going to be easy. The group stands before the exit, the task ahead daunting. Prince tells Mina that he will run during this turn, and she should watch carefully and follow him on the next turn. Mina acknowledges that she understands. With a burst of speed, he takes off. He continues to sprint forward. The distance stretches before him. He gasps, pushing himself harder. Dashing forward, he picks up the pace. Mina begins to run, following after him. She gasps, trying to keep up. Seo Hyun yells at Mina to hurry. Mina cries out as she runs. Seo Hyun shouts at Mina to hurry. Seo Hyun looks on in horror. Mancheol states that she's dead. Another man asks someone to come over for a second. An elderly woman asks why. She says that they need to see what happens in the future. She asks the man to look and tell her if there is another way out. The elderly man and woman shake hands. The elderly woman asks what's the matter and what the man saw. The elderly man responds that everything will be fine if they follow that young man, Baekhyun. He adds that it looks like her fortune-telling was effective. The elderly man asks if she is telling the truth, and if that is exactly what she saw. Baekhyun states that in order to make it alive across the revolving doors, he's going to need everyone's help. Baekhyun says that through Yoon-soo's divination skill, he saw. Yoon-soo says that by using her barrier, she was able to stop the movement of the doors for about 20 seconds. She is asked to use her skill one more time. Baekhyun speaks with the child. The child says yup. Baekhyun responds that is that so, and thanks the child. Mancheol says that like he said before, he and Mr. Mancheol will cross the doors first. He adds that Mr. Mancheol will carry Yoon-soo on his back and asks if that's okay with her. She says yup. He states that if anything, he has faith in his stamina. Baekhyun tells himself to get it together. He thinks that if he follows the path that Mam showed him through her divination, it's possible to save everyone. An elderly man looks on with a concerned expression. Prince is seen with a man carrying a child on his back. Another man walks beside them. Figures run away, shouting now. A man sprints forward, trying to escape. Mancheol Kim yells, his face contorted in distress. A group of people stand together, having made it out of danger. A speech bubble reads, "Good job on making it out. Congratulations." Prince looks concerned. A man calls out, "Mr." Prince thinks to himself, Jaehyun Apartment Complex, Wing 103, number 102. That's my home address and where my little sister is. A man asks, "What are you saying all of a sudden? Why are you saying something like that out of nowhere?" Mancheol Kim states, "Mina is my one and only family. If I die, please find Mina in my stead." Prince replies, "What are you saying? You can make it out alive." Prince smiles, saying, "So please, Mr., protect her for me." Mancheol Kim asks, "How can you joke around in a situation like this?" Prince says, "I'll explain it to you in depth later. It's time." Mancheol Kim responds with a simple, "Ah." Prince prepares some kind of power, his hands glowing with energy. 2 figures stand before a glowing, turquoise barrier. 3 figures stand before a large building. One of them urges the others to cross, now that the barrier has stopped. The 3 figures run towards the barrier. Behind them, a woman and 2 older figures follow. The turquoise barrier crackles with energy. A figure strains against the barrier, hands pressed against its surface. The woman and the 2 older figures gasp, their faces etched with worry. The figure continues to struggle against the barrier. The man grits his teeth, sweat beading on his brow as he endures an unseen torment. The woman's eyes widen in horror, while the elderly couple behind her gasp in unison. A shimmering barrier begins to crack, the sound like tearing fabric echoing through the air. The cracked spiderweb across the barrier's surface, the structure groaning under immense pressure. With a final, deafening shatter, the barrier splinters into fragments of light. A man and a child stand before the shattered remains of the barrier, the air still crackling with residual energy. Below, the elderly couple gasp in fear. Feet pound against the ground, a desperate scramble for safety. The elderly couple crawls frantically, their aged limbs struggling to propel them forward. "Ma'am, sir," the woman cries out, her voice laced with terror. The man urges them on, his voice strained with urgency. "Hurry and run. Think about your son." The woman's face is a mask of shock and desperation. A man's voice calls out, "Ma'am, please get on my back." The man stands tall, looming over the elderly couple as they desperately try to escape. A barrier shimmers with energy as someone strains against it. Huffing with exertion, Baekhyun carries Jinchul on his back. Baekhyun pleads for haste, determined to save everyone. Jinchul looks on with a pained expression. Below, Baekhyun continues to carry him. Jinchul reflects on living a long life without regrets, a fulfilling life. He recalls seeing through divination that he would survive this. But that young man dies of exhaustion instead. That young man knows this fact too. And after 3 hours, Jinchul ends up dying in a different location. Jinchul wonders if a young man with a long future ahead of him has to die just because an old geezer like him wants to live 3 more measly hours. He thinks of the young man who's putting everything on the line in order to save everyone. Footsteps echo. Jinchul thinks, "Dear, I'll be going first." The barrier continues to crack. Baekhyun carries Jinchul, both gasping for air. Mina gasps, her eyes wide with a mix of sorrow and disbelief. Jinchul looks at her, a gentle sadness etched on his face. He whispers, Dear." Jinchul embraces Mina, holding her close as if to memorize the moment. The air crackles with unspoken emotions. Jinchul steps back, offering a weak wave. "Live a long life, dear," he says, his voice barely audible. The barrier shatters, the sound echoing like a death knell. Fragments of light and energy scatter, signaling the end. Baekhyun screams, a raw, guttural sound of anguish tearing through the air. He reaches out, desperate to stop the inevitable. A ping, sound resonates as Baekhyun's face contorts in a mask of horror. The realization of what's happening crashes over him. The barrier continues to disintegrate, the last vestiges of hope fading with each falling shard. A single shoe falls to the ground, a stark symbol of loss and finality. Baekhyun's face is a canvas of despair, his eyes wide with disbelief and grief. The weight of his failure crushes him. The group watches in stunned silence as Jinchul covers his face, accepting his fate with a quiet resignation. Jinchul's face is etched with a bittersweet acceptance, a serene calm amidst the chaos of his departure. Baekhyun collapses to his knees, the weight of his failure and the finality of Jinchul's departure crushing him completely. He definitely saw that he saved everyone. Instead of himself, Jinchul places a hand on Baekhyun's shoulder. In his last moments, he had such a peaceful expression. He's sure that he had his own, separate thoughts and intentions. If that's how it is, then it is all right. So, Jinchul apologizes to Yoon-soo's mom and says they were all saved. She tells him not to be sorry. Jinchul says it's fine. Baekhyun bows his head. Jinchul thinks he is falling asleep in that position. He is exhausted. A woman asks the older woman where she will go now. The older woman says she was originally going to go back to their house with her husband, but Jinchul asks what about her, if she is married yet, and what about her family. She says that all of her family have passed away as well. Jinchul says that this kid said that he's going to go meet up with his little sister, so he was thinking of accompanying him. The older woman says, is that so? She tells Jinchul to give her his hands for a moment. He holds the older woman's hands, offering a comforting gesture. All right. The screaming man's face is contorted in a silent scream. The air vibrates with the force of an unseen impact. A figure stands silhouetted against a red glow, their form distorted by the unseen force. The man's eyes widen in horror. A human. There are still people left who didn't shrink. A foot descends, poised to crush a smaller figure. Baekhyun. A desperate voice cries out. No. Baekhyun, stop. The screaming man's face is a mask of terror as he reaches out. The foot continues its descent, the smaller figure helpless beneath it. The man's scream echoes, a raw, animalistic sound. Yuaak. Jinchul continues to hold the older woman's hands, his expression concerned. Jinchul looks down at the older woman, listening intently. What's the matter, young man? Just what did you see for you to shout out loud like that? She asks. A woman holding a child looks on. I saw him die. The older woman asks, did I? Who? The screaming man gasps for air, his eyes wide with lingering horror. The man laughs, stating that he saw him die. He questions who died. 2 men are shown. The woman says that she will amplify his skill for him, so he can use divination for her as well. Jinchul asks to amplify. Jinchul is shocked. Jinchul states that this is amplify. Jinchul is able to see into his own future now. An eye is shown. A pink background is shown. A pink background is shown. A pink background is shown. He stares intently, his gaze fixed on something unseen. There's a shadow of death around that young man. If I follow him, I will definitely meet my end. Jinchul thinks to himself, stifling a yawn. Mina asks if he is all right. Goodness, child, why did you wake up already? You must be quite tired, Mina says, placing a hand on the boy's shoulder. Oh, that reminds me. I will use my remaining strength to show you your future, so make sure to look closely. Is it all right for me to show him? Jinchul asks. Yes, please go ahead, Mina replies. Jinchul hums, taking the boy's hands in his own. The boy gasps, his eyes wide with shock. Divination Level 2 allows the accessibility of seeing into many different futures and possibilities. The boy's face is blurred with speed as he is overwhelmed by the vision. A faint sound emanates from their joined hands. Ah, ma'am. Jinchul supports the boy, who is clearly shaken by what he has seen. The boy sobs, because of me, big bro keeps dying. Tears welling in his eyes, the boy thinks that if he stays with Mina, his big bro will keep dying trying to save him. Mina reassures him that everything's all right, and his big bro is alive, right here and right now, so he can speak loudly. A voice calls out, telling him not to cry. At ISU Station, a general announcement asks if anyone is going towards the direction of Sadong Station. At ISU Station, an older man asks if someone has a skill. The announcement continues, asking if there is anyone who's going towards Gangbyon. The older man complains that the announcement is so loud his ears are ringing. The announcement continues, to anyone who's going to the vicinity of Sadong Station, please hurry and head this direction. Mina asks the boy if he now knows where he needs to head to with his mother. Jinchul says that they need to go in the direction of Sadong Station. The older man looks thoughtful. The boy says okay, as another voice says that he has to go towards Seore village in the meantime, and we'll see them later. The voice continues, saying that he's going to follow that young man, correct? An elderly man, surrounded by others, implores them to travel safely and survive. A woman tells her son that they need to leave immediately, or his older brother will die. She adds that if they leave now, they can meet up with his father. Jinchul expresses his gratitude to everyone. The elderly man advises the woman to listen to her son and trust his advice, stating that if she does, they will surely be able to see each other again. The woman thanks them for everything they've done for her. Jinchul thinks he should probably get moving soon too. He observes that they are currently in a windproof room and that everyone is getting prepared to go outside and find groups to travel with. Jinchul wonders what kind of new dangers are lurking outside. He sighs. Baekhyun asks where everyone went. He realizes they all split apart and went separate ways, and that he should get moving too. He asks Jinchul if he's going to travel back to his home. Baekhyun Kong then asks if Jinchul has a group to travel with yet. Jinchul asks if he does not, how about he joins their group? He adds that it looks like Baekhyun Kong has an interesting skill, and if they are all planning on heading in the same direction, he believes that they can help each other out. He and Baekhyun Kong discuss their plans to move towards ISU. The younger man seemed relieved. Jinchul explained that his group was also planning on heading over there. He invited Baekhyun Kong to join them at the exit in 10 minutes. He told Baekhyun Kong that he would see him soon. Baekhyun Kong wondered if Jinchul had a teleportation skill. Jinchul asked if Baekhyun Kong was okay. The younger man admitted that he had just overdone it a little and needed to rest up before he would be fine. Jinchul paused, considering Baekhyun Kang's condition. Jinchul stated that they didn't have any time to waste, as the radioactive waste was going to pollute the place soon. They needed to get out of here as quickly as they could. He told Baekhyun Kong to get on his back. Jinchul carried Baekhyun Kong on his back. Baekhyun Kong wondered if Mrs. Choi Bokja would forgive Jinchul for not being able to save her husband. Jinchul said it was rather the opposite, and she probably felt thankful to him. He added that no one wanted him to take responsibility or face any consequences, including himself. Baekhyun Kong asked Jinchul to stop calling him Mr., as he was only 36. Jinchul apologized, saying it was just that he looked older than his age. The crowd murmured as Jinchul carried Baekhyun Kong through them. He addresses the crowd, stating that since everyone is here, they should leave this place. Baekhyun Kong crawls on the ground, struggling to move forward. He looks up, his expression filled with distress. Jinchul and Baekhyun Kong look in the same direction, their faces etched with concern. A fire erupts in the street, sending shockwaves of heat and chaos through the air. The flames spread rapidly, consuming everything in their path and turning the once familiar street into a fiery inferno. From above, the extent of the disaster becomes clear, with the city streets engulfed in flames and smoke. Baekhyun Kong looks around, a deep unease etched on his face as he takes in the devastation. The group moves forward, the sounds of distant explosions echoing through the ruined streets. Fires rage, consuming what remains of the once familiar cityscape. The air is thick with smoke and the acrid smell of burning metal. Cars lie overturned and burning, monuments to a sudden, violent chaos. A mangled vehicle rests against a building, a stark reminder of the dangers lurking around every corner. The skeletal remains of a skyscraper claw at the sky, a testament to the destructive force unleashed. Baekhyun Kang's expression hardens, a grim determination settling over his features as he surveys the scene. Is this really the world that I know? Mancheol Kim speaks, his voice firm despite the surrounding chaos. As you can see, you cannot survive alone in a world like this. Seo Hyun addresses the group, his tone serious. We will cross ISU station and move towards Nabang station. Mancheol Kim continues, his gaze meeting Baekhyun Kang's. While we are traveling, there will be countless obstacles in the way, but if we stick together and combine our strength, everyone can definitely reach their destination safely. The man rallies the crowd, urging them to fight together and survive. This is Kim Hwan-suk, the mayor of Seocho. Someone recalls that Kim Hwan-suk was elected as mayor, independent of any political parties. Another person asks if the mayor's words make them feel a little reassured. The other replies with a simple yeah. One man wonders why, stating he has a bad feeling. He asks manager Go to scout the area to see where they should go next. Kim Hwan-suk raises his fist, continuing his speech. A figure plummets from the sky. The figure continues to fall towards the city. The man in the suit states that they should head north. The mayor's voice echoes, explaining that heading in that direction will avoid flood damage and danger from electricity. Someone expresses relief, attributing it all to the mayor. Kim Hwan-suk stands firm, addressing the crowd. A large pigeon descends rapidly from the sky, its wings spread wide. A man with glasses looks up in shock, his eyes wide with surprise. The pigeon continues its descent, now aimed directly at a man walking below. The man cries out as the pigeon attacks, while onlookers gasp in horror. The pigeon's feet make contact, talons extended. The pigeon flies away, leaving chaos in its wake. A crowd of people look up, their faces a mixture of shock and disgust. Two men discuss the possibility of a pigeon habitat nearby. One of them wonders if pigeons, magpies, and crows normally live near utility poles and alleyways. A man thinks to himself, considering the fastest and safest way to travel, but concludes that it isn't. A car speeds down the street. A group of people stand together, murmuring amongst themselves. Kim Hwan-suk addresses the crowd, urging them not to let General Manager Go Sung-yeon's death be in vain. He urged them to recall the important information they learned in exchange for the life that was lost. He then stated that they should not hesitate and head towards the alley. Someone warned Kim Hwan-suk that direction was dangerous, explaining that there was a pigeon habitat in that direction. Kim Hwan-suk countered that it was safer to make a detour and head towards the bank. He knew, but that was the opposite direction to their destination, and if they made a detour, it would take at least 3 hours more. A man's face contorted in panic as he tried to speak, but no words came out. Confusion rippled through the crowd as more people found themselves unable to speak. Kim Hwan-suk watched them, his expression unreadable. Someone muttered that they didn't understand what that energetic young man was saying. The man's eyes widened as he realized he couldn't part his lips. He wondered if this was because of the mayor's skill. Kim Hwan-suk continued to watch the crowd, his gaze unwavering. Kim Hwan-suk thought to himself that there were always one or two people who ruined the atmosphere, and he had to take care of it early on in the beginning. Kim Hwan-suk observed that someone didn't seem confident in himself enough to say something. A woman asked if something was anything. A woman agreed, stating that the mayor was right. Kim Hwan-suk asked the crowd to put their trust in him and follow him. Another man tried to speak, but only a muffled sound escaped his lips. Baekhyun Kong struggles against the restraint, his face contorted in distress. Mancheol Kim apologizes for the confusion, stating that they will go in a separate direction and asking everyone to move on. Kim Hwan-suk pauses, then declares that everyone should move. The group, led by Kim Hwan-suk, walks down the street. Baekhyun continues to struggle, making muffled sounds. Baekhyun demands to know why he was stopped. Kim Hwan-suk addresses everyone, but hesitates. Mancheol reminds Baekhyun to focus on saving his sister, stating that if she dies, they all die. He adds that they won't make it back to his house if they try to save everyone. Baekhyun realizes that Mancheol is right, and that he should just follow their initial plan and get moving. Mancheol reminds Baekhyun that Yoon-soo, his mom, and Mrs. Choi Bokja are still alive. Baekhyun wonders if he can do that too. It appears that Baekhyun can locate people he has seen before. He focuses, locating Park Yoon-soo. The location of Park Yoon-soo is displayed on a map-like interface. It moved towards the area where Yoon-soo is. He is shocked by what he sees on the screen. Baekhyun, his eyes wide with alarm, turns to Kim Hwan-suk. He exclaims that Yoon-soo is in danger. The boy's eyes widen in surprise, a digital grid reflected in his gaze. One of the boys urgently warns, Yoon-soo's in danger. From a distance, a group of people walks along a path. A young boy tugs at his mother's hand. She looks down at him, a question in her eyes. The boy, support Yoon-soo, whines, I need to go pee. Let's go over there to that corner. His mother replies, it's dangerous to get separated with everyone, so let's go potty somewhere closer, okay? Yoon-soo insists, I don't wanna. Let's go over there. The mother sighs, goodness, what's gotten into you? I'm sorry. We'll stop by over there for a second. It's all right. We'll slow our pace down, so please take your time. Support Yoon-soo repeats his need. Mom, I need to pee. The mother tells Yoon-soo, Yoon-soo, if you're done, then let's hurry and head back. The boy tugs at his mother's sleeve, a worried expression on his face. Mom, we can't go over there. The mother wonders, if they move too far away, then we won't be able to catch up. We need to hurry and join up with them. He looks up at his mother, a grave pronouncement on his lips. Everyone from our group is already dead. Mina's eyes widen in shock, her mouth agape at the revelation. The scene shifts to a wide shot of several bodies lying motionless on the ground, the sounds of their last breaths echoing in the silence. Yoon-soo's expression is somber as he recounts the horrific vision. Showed me, I saw Mom and myself die. We all died from a poisonous gas that leaked from the sewers. Mina's voice trembles as she questions him. Why? Yoon-soo, why didn't you say that earlier? We could have saved everyone. Tears welling in her eyes, Mina sighs. Ma'am, something like this is too cruel for a young child. Yoon-soo embraces his mother, seeking comfort in her arms. Yoon-soo, she whispers. He reassures her, his voice soft. Mom, don't cry. Yeah, I won't. Mom won't cry anymore. Yoon-soo, standing small against the backdrop of a large building, declares, let's go find Dad now. The panel shows a close-up of several dead bodies, their faces contorted in agony. One of the men sighs in relief. Phew, both of them are still alive. He pauses, his expression turning grim. But everyone else from their group is dead. The other man reflects on the situation. It looks like seeing the future helped the kid survive. But why did everyone else die? He wonders if they ended up breaking into fights with each other, adding that there weren't any animals or insects nearby. Yoon-soo considers the situation, noting that it isn't exactly normal. He then asks about Mrs. Choi Bokja. Mina replies that she's alive as well, and in a group of about 13 people. She expresses relief. Yoon-soo remarks that her skill is amazing, stating that she can see everything like a military satellite. He adds that it's able to zoom in and verify information as well, so it has better functions than a satellite, calling her the best. Yoon-soo thinks that this is the safest way to travel in. They continue through the desolate cityscape. Yoon-soo asks if Mina can use her barrier again. Mina responds that she thinks she can use it once or twice more. She then asks why Yoon-soo gets exhausted so quickly, excusing herself. Yoon-soo wonders if the rate at which stamina is exhausted differs for each skill. He muses that some skills use up energy in a single burst, while some skills use up energy slowly, which is probably the difference between them. They continue walking, and Mina states that she's not quite sure either, suggesting they find out one step at a time. The windows of a nearby building glow with an eerie light. The pair continue their trek through the desolate city. What a relief, there are still a lot of survivors left. Staying inside your house is definitely much safer than going outside. Mina's still inside too. I wonder what she's doing right now. Did she eat dinner yet? Now that I think about it, I haven't eaten anything today yet. Do you want to stop by a convenience store first? Can we? Over there I see a CS 25 star. It's probably going to take about. The two continue to walk. How sad. The driver's probably dead. I'll check. Someone's still alive. Really? And I know the person who's trapped inside. The car door, still impossibly high, seemed just out of reach. Park Il-dong looked up at the handle. I'll raise us up to the handle. So please open the door, mister. Yoon-soo, a flicker of doubt crossing his face, asked, but how are you planning on raising us all the way up there? A soft blue glow began to emanate from his feet. Park Il-dong gasped, his eyes widening. What is this? Are we walking on air? Park Il-dong stared at the rising platform. Whoa, you can do things like this too? Yoon-soo thought to himself. I was thinking about different ways to use it, and it turns out that this is possible too. But the amount of energy it takes up is too much. The blue energy lifted them higher. Yoon-soo muttered. Okay, well now it's my turn. Park Il-dong pointed. Oh, over there. Reaching the door, Park Il-dong grabbed the handle. The pair stepped inside the car. Park Il-dong called out, Aram, Kim Aram. Aram groaned, stirring slightly. Kang Baek-hyun, his face etched with concern, called out, Aram, wake up. It's me, Kang Baek-hyun. She is being comforted by one of the men, but Aram is trying to calm herself, listening to him. He tells her to calm down and listen to him, stating their situation. Aram asks about her dad, her expression worried. Aram is on the ground, looking up at the two men standing over her. Her eyes widen in fear as she looks towards the car interior. Aram screams in terror, her hands raised to her face. Mina's eyes widen in terror, her breath catching in her throat. Inside the speeding car, a figure lies motionless on the roof, limbs askew. A piercing scream tears from Mina's throat, a raw expression of her mounting fear. Far below, Mina and Prince stand on a vast, empty surface, the echo of her scream reverberating around them. A white car speeds away, tires screeching as it fishtails through the streets. The car continues its reckless flight, weaving through the narrow city streets, smoke billowing from its tail. The city skyline looms in the distance, a silent witness to the unfolding drama. A blood-stained pillow lies crumpled, a silent testament to a recent tragedy. Tears stream down their faces as Prince apologizes, his voice thick with grief. Sniff? Dad, I'm so sorry. She is surrounded by two figures, their presence a silent offering of support. Mina thinks to herself, if only I didn't ask you to come pick me up. I'm so sorry. One of the men reflects, he was a nice guy. He then asks, are you close with her? The other man responds, I see. Throughout middle and high school, we were in the same class 3 times, so yes. Mina's sobs echo in the room, a raw expression of her grief. The weight of her loss is palpable as Mina stands between the two men. Tears stream down Mina's face as she recalls, I got stuck on my safety belt and Dad. Why? Why did he? Ugh. Because of me he. What should I do now, Baekhyun? Her face is a mask of anguish, each tear a testament to her pain. The man with the darker complexion says, to do right now is survive and find your remaining family. The other man urges, Aram, that is all we can do right now. You should come join us and move with us. Mina sniffles, agreeing, you're right. The group stands together, poised to descend. Baekhyun declares that they should get down from here. A surge of energy envelopes them, bathing them in a soft, blue light. Prince wonders what this is. Manchiol explains that in exchange for becoming small, it's a skill that they all received. The group descends, the blue aura acting as a protective barrier. Mina wonders about the skill. Baekhyun tells her that she should be able to see her own respective skill. Mina focuses, and a green aura emanates from her hands. She continues to practice, the green energy swirling around her. The group lands safely on the ground. Mina sighs, stating that she feels strange. She considers the energy drain. Prince remarks that her skill probably takes up a lot of energy, and that she should only use it when she really needs it. The young woman admits that it's kind of scary. Prince tells Aram that she's going to need to get used to it, because from here on out, they're going to need their skills to survive. Kim Manchiol introduces himself to Aram, stating that from now on, he'll address her as Miss Aram. He adds that when she addresses him, she can call him Mr. too. Mina wonders if she'll be able to properly use her skill. Prince tells her not to worry about it too much. He adds that in Korean, there are different ways to address people, but in English, Mr. can also mean a slightly old man, or maybe someone 40s or above. He states that he's not that old yet, and doesn't like being called Mr. Prince asks if they're going to Jaehyun apartment. He suddenly remembers his mom and asks what her name was again. Mina recalls that her mother's name is Kim Jungmi. Prince notes that since they live in the same apartment, she shouldn't be that hard to find. Prince puts his hands up, questioning. Below, a mini-map is shown. Prince tells Aram that she's also. He states that he checked up on her, and she's still alive. Mina asks how he found out. Prince replies that he's able to use mini-map for about 30 minutes every day. Prince says that he's the only one who received 2 abilities, and that he's good at everything. What a cheat. Mina suggests that they hurry and head back home. Mina grumbles. Prince states that before that, they should stop by a convenience store first. The group walks down the street. The group continues to walk down the street. She wrinkles her nose, covering her mouth. The stench is overwhelming. Manchiol Kim and another man react similarly, shielding their faces from the source of the foul odor. Ugh, what's this smell? Manchiol Kim's eyes water as he tries to block the smell. A line of ants marches along the wall, drawn to the source of the putrid scent. The source is revealed. A large dog carcass lies sprawled on the ground, its fur matted and lifeless. The air buzzes with flies. Ants swarm over the dog's remains, a feast of decay. Baekhyun Kong grits his teeth, his hand clamped over his nose. There's nothing we can do about it. Let's endure through the smell and keep going. The ants continue their grim work, their tiny bodies a black tide upon the dog's fur. A fly, engorged and buzzing, hovers near the carcass, a scavenger of death. Mina, still covering her mouth, expresses a sliver of relief. What a relief. The insects are distracted with the dog corpse, so they aren't even looking at us. A close-up reveals the gruesome details of the dog's decaying face, its teeth bared in a silent snarl. Prince, his face pale, stares at the carcass. How enormous. Is this what a whale carcass might look like? The thought of the carcass being alive and attacking them sends a shiver down their spines. Even a little puppy is an enormous threat to us now. A crow perches atop a telephone pole, its silhouette stark against the fiery sunset. The crow remains perched on the telephone pole, its dark form a silent observer. A close-up reveals the crow's intense gaze, its black eyes gleaming with an unknown intelligence. A crow perches atop a utility pole, its caw echoing through the air. The crow's shadow stretches long against the orange sky. The crow's beak opens wide, another harsh cry ripping through the silence. The crow stands sentinel, wings slightly spread against the fading light. With a powerful beat of its wings, the crow takes flight. Mina, Prince, and Mancheol Kim gaze upwards, their expressions a mix of curiosity and concern. The crow's shadow passes over them as it soars overhead. The crow lands heavily on a large, prone figure. It begins to peck at the unmoving form. The crow caws loudly as it flies through the air. More crows join the first, circling above the prone figure and beginning to peck at it. Mancheol Kim expresses his relief that the crows don't seem interested in them. Prince admits he doesn't like birds. The crows continue to peck at the prone figure. The crows continue their gruesome feast. A close-up of a crow's head reveals its sharp beak. Prince wonders why the crows are suddenly interested in them. The group begins to move away from the prone figure. A close-up of a crow's head shows its menacing gaze. Prince shouts to run to the convenience store. The group is startled by the crows. The group runs away from the crows, heading towards the convenience store in the distance. Baekhyun raises his hand, a surge of blue energy emanating from his palm. He sprints away, the others following close behind, desperate to escape the relentless crows. A massive crow descends, its shadow looming over Baekhyun as it closes in. The crow continues its pursuit, its beak snapping shut with a sharp crack. The crow's screech pierces the air, a chilling cry that echoes through the street. The flock descends, their wings beating in unison as they pursue the fleeing group. Mina bursts through the doors of a convenience store, the others right behind her. Mina's eyes widen in shock, her breath catching in her throat as she takes in the scene inside. Another crow swoops in, its talons outstretched as it aims for the group. The crows stare through the glass, their eyes glowing with an eerie light as they fix their gaze on the group inside. One of the crows peels away from the window, soaring into the sky. Mina collapses to her knees, her body trembling with fear and exhaustion. Panting, she takes a moment to catch her breath. Aram is asked if she is okay. She responds that she is just a little tired. Prince warns Aram that if she pushes her limits too much, her body will give up sooner or later. Aram replies that thanks to him, she is still alive. Prince thinks that it is unbelievable that in a mere 20 minutes after learning her skill, Mina already developed perfect control over it. It is noted that she has good awareness concerning her skill, and its power is overwhelming. Mancheol Kim states that he is starving. Mancheol Kim thinks that he doesn't think that he'd be able to finish all the food in here, even if he ate it for his entire life. Mina reaches out to touch the glass of the convenience store window. A bag of cream bread hangs from the ceiling. Mancheol Kim tells someone to go in the opposite direction. Mancheol Kim exclaims about the cream bread. Prince comments on what a sweet smell it has. Rain patters against the window. The group sits together, sharing the cream bread. Baekhyun, chew a little before you swallow, Mina advises. He replies that he will, acknowledging her concern. Mina smiles, noting that this is the first time she's seen him like this, and that he should look around him. Baekhyun sits quietly, eating. Why are you apologizing? Mina asks. You two should first wash up a little. Water is poured into a glass. Jinchul tells them to go in and clean themselves up. Someone washes their hands and face. Phew, how refreshing, Jinchul says. Baekhyun, why are you so scrawny? Jinchul asks. Are you jealous of my manly figure? Mister, girls don't like that kind of body, someone replies. It's a little burdensome. Jinchul thinks that the other man is jealous. Mancheol Kim asks if Baekhyun Kong wants to return to his own home. Baekhyun asks, by the way, mister. Mancheol wonders what he would even do if he made it back, as he doesn't have any family left anyway. He adds that he did have friends and some acquaintances who he met in the gym, but he's sure they're doing fine. He tells Baekhyun that if he's holding him back, then it's fine now, and he can go if he wants to. Baekhyun looks at Mancheol. Mancheol asks why. Baekhyun replies that he can't leave him to die, can he? He adds that he's perfectly capable, you know? Mancheol and Baekhyun stand together. Mancheol thinks about the future he saw back then. A dark figure stands before a smaller figure. Mancheol reaches out, thinking that it is a dangerous future for sure. A large foot looms over a figure. Mancheol thinks that if he considers it, doesn't it confirm that Baekhyun and he will be alive up until that point? Mancheol states that he wants to confirm exactly what that thing is, and he wants to change their future, instead of plunging into a future that he's unsure of. Manchiol thinks that he'd rather break through a future that he knows about and change it. The trio walks along the street. Prince explains that he was trying to use the power sparingly. He managed to find a relatively safe path for them to follow. Prince admits that the situation feels a bit strange. Mina asks what he means. Prince begins to explain the situation there and now. Prince continues, recalling a novel he read back in Japan, the content of which was exactly like the situation there and now. Mina asks, Japan? Mina, her brow furrowed, asks Prince to explain more about that, setting aside the current situation. She asks what novel he read. Prince explains that it was a novel called People Who've Become 3 Centimeters, and 6 years ago, it was a pretty big topic in the community. Mina asks if it was published. He wonders what she's talking about, asking if she's seen a novel that Mina wrote in Japan and what it was about. It was about how all people shrunk to 1/50th of their initial height, and the husband saw the contents of his wife's novel and found out that the person behind all of the incidents was his wife. Prince asks why the novel wasn't published. Mina explains that it was continued for a while on the internet, but the author stopped writing all of a sudden, so there wasn't an official announcement or anything for this, but Mina asks if it was plagiarized. She explains that it turned out that there were other countries other than India that published novels with the same general topic as well. Prince says that it had similar contents too. Mina realizes that she wasn't the only one to write a novel like this. She thinks that if she doesn't do it, then that person won't forgive her. Prince asks Mina exactly what kind of situation this is. A voice wonders who that person is. Baekhyun asks to move a little slower, explaining that he has night blindness and cannot see clearly. Mina agrees, and the group continues walking. Baekhyun thinks about the possibility of having to kill other people like in the novel his sister wrote. Baekhyun wonders if he will actually be able to do it, imagining himself in a life-or-death situation. Baekhyun asks how Mina is doing these days, wondering if she is okay. Baekhyun is told that Mina is doing a lot better and should be in their house right now. Mina says that she understands. Baekhyun thinks that he has no idea how he is going to tell his mom that his dad passed away. Mina says that he is right. Baekhyun says that for now, they should not think about anything else other than making it back alive. A close-up of the muscular man's face shows a stern expression. The group continues walking, the muscular man's presence adding a sense of foreboding. The group walks on, the sound of their footsteps echoing in the night. The street stretches out before them, illuminated by dim streetlights. The camera pans down to show a building in the distance, its windows glowing with a warm light. The overpass lies in ruins, a testament to the devastation. The street below is visible, but the path ahead is uncertain. Baekhyun stands with Mina and Manchiol, contemplating their options. We have to choose whether we want to move across through the asphalt or through the overpass, he says, his voice laced with concern. The text explains that using the overpass to cross will take too much time. On the other hand, the asphalt has a lot of gaps and a pungent smell, but it isn't life-threatening. Baekhyun turns to the others, a determined glint in his eyes. Let's cross by moving through the asphalt, he suggests, his gaze sweeping over the group. The asphalt road stretches out before them, a cracked and uneven surface promising a difficult journey. The group begins their trek across the asphalt, their figures small against the vast expanse of the ruined city. Mina walks alongside Baekhyun, with Manchiol bringing up the rear. As they walk, Baekhyun notes, isn't it amazing that the electricity is still running? Baekhyun continues, someone out there is probably supplying the electricity all alone without any support. He pauses, a thoughtful expression on his face. That means there are people out there who are still doing their jobs with their shrunken bodies. Baekhyun adds, I guess so, since the mayor was talking about how he was heading towards the situation room. He looks ahead, his brow furrowed in thought. Does that mean that there are people out there trying to take care of this situation? If it's not that, then there might be people who didn't shrink. A colossal shadow looms over them, a dark and imposing figure that dwarfs the surrounding buildings. The air grows heavy with an unspoken threat. Baekhyun's eyes widen in alarm. If they didn't, then that would be great. He mutters, his voice barely a whisper. A cacophony of noise erupts as the ground trembles beneath their feet. The group is thrown into chaos, their journey taking a perilous turn. Arg! He looks up, a deep furrow creasing his brow as he scans the horizon. In the distance, 2 figures stand silhouetted against the pale sky, their forms indistinct and distant. The 2 figures stand together, one speaking with urgency. Below, a lone figure stands bathed in a strange, ethereal light. Panic rises among the group. Someone cries out, desperate for a healer. Is there anyone who has a healing ability here? Baekhyun's face is etched with worry, his eyes wide with a dawning horror. The group stands huddled together, their faces a mixture of fear and confusion. A man clutches his arm, a grimace of pain twisting his features. Ugh! Manchiol asks, his voice laced with concern, you all right? What happened? Baekhyun's voice trembles as he asks, Wah, what about the rest of the people in your group? The weight of the situation crashes down. Everyone is dead, a man says, his voice heavy with grief. Baekhyun stares, his expression a mask of shock. Beside him, Manchiol's face is grim. A man's face is tight with anger and regret. Even though I told you not to go that way. Baekhyun Kong and Jinchul walked side by side. Jinchul spoke, recounting their encounter with pigeons on the way, emphasizing that only he and Mayor Kim had survived. Baekhyun asked if it was the mayor. Mina confirmed that the injured person was indeed the mayor. She added that as the mayor, he felt the responsibility to take care of the situation and got injured, suggesting it must have been pretty hard for him. Jinchul wondered aloud if that was really what had happened. Seo Hyun addressed manager Joe, suggesting they go to the sidewalk through his teleportation skill. He apologized, explaining that his body felt strange, and he wasn't sure if he could use his skill right now. Another man added that they believed that for every skill, the amount of energy needed differs. Seo Hyun mentioned that he could use his physical enhancement skill continuously for quite a long time, while Baekhyun gets tired very easily after using his barrier skill, even for a small amount of time. Baekhyun stated that he guessed there was nothing they could do about it, and suggested they walk for a bit. Jinchul remarked that he never knew how difficult it could be to walk across asphalt. Seo Hyun encouraged the group to hang on for a little longer, saying they were almost there. The group continued their journey, their figures small against the vast landscape. Seo Hyun lets out a sigh of relief. The group has made it. One of the men congratulates their leader. Baekhyun Kong notes that there are gaps in between the pavement. Baekhyun Kong thinks it should generally be easier to move across. The group is being watched by a giant ant. The giant ant continues to watch the group. More giant ants appear. The group is surrounded by giant ants. Jinchul realizes that they are probably in an ant habitat. One of the men calls out to manager Joe. The group is seen from a distance on top of a building. Seo Hyun thinks about the people he wasn't able to bring with him and wonders if they will be okay. One of the men thinks that if you don't have a strong skill, then you'll die, and that's the law of this new world. A massive ant looms, its mandibles clicking ominously as it descends. He plummets downwards, Jinchul, Mina, and Baekhyun falling alongside him into the depths of the ant colony. Seo Hyun extends his hand, a surge of blue energy crackling around his fingertips as he prepares to defend them. The blue energy erupts outwards, a wave of force that blasts the approaching ants away from the falling group. An ant breaks through the energy field, lunging towards Baekhyun. Mina, seeing the danger, prepares to act, thinking, phew. A swarm of ants descends upon them, their numbers overwhelming as they fall deeper into the colony. Mina raises her hand, a surge of green energy emanating from her palm, ready to strike. The green energy explodes outwards, repelling the ants with a concussive force. Mina focuses, channeling more energy as the ant swarm continues its relentless assault. Another wave of green energy blasts outwards, pushing back the relentless tide of ants. The ants close in, their segmented bodies and sharp mandibles a terrifying sight. A final burst of energy erupts, scattering the ants once more. She continues to fight, landing a punch on one of the giant ants with a burst of blue energy. Baekhyun punches another ant, joining the fray. Mina punches another ant, her fist crackling with blue energy. The blue energy intensifies as Mina strikes another ant. She continues her assault, each punch infused with the same vibrant energy. Baekhyun punches through the swarm of ants, counting each blow. 21. Baekhyun continues his assault. Ha ha ha. How do you like my skill, Baekhyun? This big bro will protect the both of you. Mina continues to fight, her punches surrounded by blue energy. Meanwhile, Jinchul looks over to Seo Hyun. A look over there, sir. Seo Hyun responds. I can't believe my eyes. A woman with short green hair gasps for air. The woman screams in terror. Something crashes through the ground. He looks up, his expression a mixture of concern and apprehension. A large, ominous box plummets from above, gathering speed as it falls. The others scramble back, their faces etched with alarm as the heavy object hurtles towards them. A hand reaches out, as if in a desperate attempt to stop the inevitable. The box slams into the ground with a resounding crash, sending dust and debris flying in all directions. A figure lies injured amidst the wreckage, blood staining the ground around them. The shadow of a tree stretches across the ground, a silent witness to the chaos. A voice wonders, amazing. With those people, both of us will probably be able to survive to the end. Another man replies, you're right, sir. They all have very useful skills. One of the men remarks, especially that girl who lifted up the brick. A woman with green hair looks on, her face a mask of worry. She thinks, she's someone who we need no matter what. Aram screams in distress. A pair of hands reach out. The ground cracks. A building stands in the distance. A man looks up. Aram pants heavily. A man rushes to Aram's side, asking if she is okay. The man explains that Aram used up too much of her energy. He says that he is going to take her over to that building, asking the other man to take care of anything that chases them while they are heading over to the building. The other man replies that he will be right behind them. The two people walk towards the building. The man stands ready, facing the giant ants that scuttle towards him. One of the ants moves with startling speed. He thinks it's a little scary being alone. The man cries out in fear, backing away from the approaching ant. He throws a punch, connecting with the ant's head. Beat it, he shouts. Inside the bank, a sign reads, Hope Bank, 365 OK Corner, 24 hours open bank. A voice says, you were pretty amazing back there, Aram. The bank's interior is visible. Someone asks, what was? Another responds, you lifted up that brick like it was nothing. Aram sits with another person. She thinks, but another person says, how exhausting that was. It definitely wasn't easy. Aram's psychokinesis may be the strongest amongst all of the skills out there. The duration of how long she can use it might be her weakness, though. The man stands panting, having defeated the giant ants. He huffs, exhausted. He thinks, I can't believe how strong I am now. The two men paused, one asking where the rest of their group had gone. The other man pointed in a direction, telling him that they were headed towards a building over there and to please follow him. Baekhyun Kong and Aram sat together, resting. Mancheol Kim watched them, wondering what the two were doing so closely next to each other, and if they were dating or something. Mancheol Kim told himself to stop joking around, as Aram had gotten tired and fallen asleep. Manager Joe stated that the place looked pretty safe, so they should rest up for a while before they started moving again. Baekhyun Kong understood. The group sat together, deciding what to do next. Mancheol Kim suggested that there wasn't any immediate danger around, but they should take turns standing guard. Baekhyun Kong thought that was a good idea. Mancheol Kim yawned. The narrator stated that the place was okay for now, but as time passed, dust would pile, electricity would be cut off, and the place would end up in ruins. Mancheol Kim thought that rather than worrying about the distant future, staying alive right now, in the present, was more important. Baekhyun Kong decided that he would take the first watch, and everyone else should get some shut-eye. Mancheol Kim reflects on the camaraderie he feels between Baekhyun Kong and Aram, despite their recent reunion. Mancheol Kim groggily stirs, a low groan escaping his lips. He lets out a sigh, still disoriented. Aram asks if he's awake. Mancheol Kim asks when she woke up. Baekhyun Kong, sitting nearby, wonders where Mr. Joe Day is. Aram explains that Hoon left to scout out the area, stating that he wanted to. Baekhyun Kong realizes that everyone is awake. Mancheol Kim suggests they should start moving, as staying there is no different from stalling for time. A digital map displays a route. A voice notes that if they move towards the front of Byungyeon Elementary School, there shouldn't be any big obstacles in the way. Another voice asks if they should get moving right away. The man in the black shirt doesn't think that sounds like a good idea. The mayor states that in an overwhelming situation such as this, somebody has to step forward and secure order and safety. The mayor continues, saying that as the mayor, he has that responsibility. Baekhyun replies that he doesn't understand what the mayor is trying to say. The mayor insists that it is important for them all to return to their homes, but questions the point of returning to a place where even basic social security is not provided. The mayor states that it would be best for them all to come along with him to the district office. The mayor declares that everyone heard him, and they should head to the district office right away, as it is a path to the district office. Another man stammers, addressing the mayor. He says that they do not have any time to waste, and should get going. The mayor looks shocked and begins to fall. The mayor continues to fall. Mina asks who he thinks he is to try and force them to go with him. Mina raises her hand as the mayor falls. The mayor's lips are pursed, his brow furrowed with concern. A man is sent flying backwards, a strangled cry escaping his lips. Mina stands her ground, flanked by two men. Mina demands, "Who do you think you are to try and force us to go with you?" Mina's gaze hardens. The man pleads, "Cough, cough. Let me down. We can talk about this." Mina's expression is stern. The man's eyes widen in alarm. The man is sent flying backwards once more. Mina stands firm, her two companions behind her. The man's face contorts in shock. The mayor thinks to himself that he needs to keep someone with an amazing skill by his side no matter what. The mayor tries to calm Mina down, telling her to listen for a second, as a large number of people live in Seochogu. He adds that there's bound to be some of her family there. Kim Hwan-suk insists that escorting him to the district office is the same as saving her family. Mina wonders if there should at least be a preparation plan for disasters ready, and if a substitute should be securing the situation by now. The mayor thinks to himself about the brat again. Seo Hyun thinks that Manager Joe should know about this topic very well, and asks him to please give them an answer. He agrees with something. Someone is being blocked from talking. Seo Hyun wonders if the mayor used his skill. The mayor is still being blocked from talking. Seo Hyun wonders if the mayor was blocked from talking again. The mayor tells Mina that if she escorts him to the office, he'll make sure to save her family first, even if he has to use all of his authority. He promises. Someone is standing, telling the mayor that he's stepping over the line this time. A giant shoe appears. A colossal shoe descends from above, bathed in an eerie blue light. A voice cries out, "You little bastards," as the foot hurtles downward. The massive shoe continues its descent, the laces taut and the sole gleaming with an unnatural energy. With a resounding KUK, a figure is sent flying through the air, propelled by the force of the kick. Meanwhile, two men stand side by side, their faces etched with shock and disbelief. Mina stares forward, her expression a mixture of concern and apprehension. Elsewhere, a computer screen flickers to life, displaying a message, SCHOM. Two men stand before the screen, receiving their orders. "Kidnap the girl. Even if you have to knock her out, bring her here." One man stammers, "Why?" "Yes, sir," his face pale with fear. Mina stands in the distance, unaware of the orders being given. A figure teleports into view, surrounded by a surge of blue energy. The man continues to fly through the air, crying out ACK as he soars through the sky. A man in a light blue shirt is surprised by something. He sees a barrier in front of him. The man is unable to pass through the barrier. He falls to the ground. The man wonders what the barrier is and why he can't teleport through it. He is confused. Mina wonders why Prince doesn't have any offensive skills. Prince says that in order to protect citizens, He's going to possess a skill based on defense called Barrier. Mina says that Barrier is going to be really useful for him to save his comrades in different ways. Prince then asks what kind of skill the princess has. Mina says that if she spoils it for him, it won't be any fun. Prince says that he's looking over her story for her though, and asks why she can't just tell him. Mina says that she can't because she'll get scolded, so it's a secret. Prince asks who would scold her. A nurse calls out to Mina, saying that the results are out, and asks her to come inside for a bit. Mina says that she's coming. As he had said, Mina, inside the barrier, the use of all skills are sealed. Manchiol steps forward, ready to test the limits of the barrier. He cries out, a sharp cook, escaping his lips as he encounters resistance. The man looks surprised. Huh, he exclaims. A strange sound echoes as he tries to activate his skill. Standing outside the barrier, Mina declares, the fight is over. You've already been captured by me. Manchiol groans as he is encased in a bubble of energy. He raises his hand, attempting to break free, but the barrier holds firm. Mina looks on, a hint of concern in her eyes. What? I can't even activate my skill? Manchiol looks down, defeated. It's not only that man's skill that got sealed. Even her psychokinesis won't activate. The fight is over, he declares, stating that they have already been captured. The man groans. A blue light lifts the man into the air. The man looks concerned. A close-up of the man's face shows his worried expression. Baekhyun, that bastard, always ends up surprising him. The man reacts with shock. Going to the district office won't change anything for the better, he thinks. Rather, that dogmatic person would only bring along more chaos with him. You witnessed it with your own eyes, he thinks. He's not wrong. The current mayor is not the man who I once knew, the man thinks. Manager Joe, I believe that you mentioned that you have a wife and a daughter. Tell us their names and your address. Excuse me? Why do you need? For now, just do it, the man thinks. A holographic display shows the layout of your park apartment, Wing 103, identifying Choi Soo-hyun. The monitor displays information. Both Choi Soo-hyun and Johanna are alive. Choi Soo-hyun's eyes widen in disbelief. He asks if it's really true. He is told that they believe a companion dog is in the next room as well. Relief washes over the group. Tears welling, Choi Soo-hyun expresses his gratitude and apologizes. He is told it's all right and that he should hurry to see his family, who are waiting for him. He nods, acknowledging that he can make it back quickly with his skill. Choi Soo-hyun bows his head, murmuring an apology. Meanwhile, a man's voice erupts in anger, calling someone a bastard. The man continues to shout, repeating the insult. The angry man stands with a woman with green hair. Jo Yu Little, her expression cold, declares that it's time for punishment. Seo Hyun's face is etched with worry. He kneels on the floor, his head bowed in supplication. Seo Hyun begs for forgiveness, his voice cracking with desperation. Choi Soo-hyun asks if he is really reflecting on what he did. Seo Hyun stammers, confirming his remorse. Seo Hyun is lifted into the air. Seo Hyun walks away with Choi Soo-hyun and another man. Seo Hyun sighs in relief. Jo Yu Little tells Seo Hyun that he can be counted on from now on, and that he understands. Choi Soo-hyun, Seo Hyun, and another man stand together. Choi Soo-hyun tells Seo Hyun that he doesn't have to deal with trivial things like this again. Aram feels something is off. The group stands together, looking like completely different people. The scene shifts to a street at night. A lone cat prowls the deserted streets, its eyes gleaming in the dim light. The group walks along a wide street, their figures small against the vast emptiness. Baekhyun wonders aloud if they'll arrive in about 1.2 kilometers. Seo Hyun adds that the mini-map shows the distance too. Baekhyun, with a confident smirk, declares that he's pretty familiar around these parts, so he knows. Seo Hyun explains that what would normally take 20 minutes to walk is probably going to end up taking 2 days instead. Baekhyun wonders if she got carried away with her new power. A car burns fiercely in front of a building. The time reads 4:32 a.m. A lot of time has passed. Baekhyun asks if Seo Hyun thinks that the apartment will be okay. Aram sighs, hoping that they're safe. She wonders what that feeling from back then was. Baekhyun suggests that they take a little break. Aram exhales with relief, while Baekhyun yawns. Seo Hyun states that little breaks like this are important, otherwise, their bodies are going to break down first. Baekhyun expresses his gratitude that they're in Seoul, where there's plenty of things to eat and lots of convenient facilities available nearby. Seo Hyun agrees, saying that there's a lot of positive things. Aram wonders if that's true. Seo Hyun looks up, confused. Aram states that the current situation won't be resolved so easily. Aram continues, explaining that she knows how this world is going to end because she read the novel. Baekhyun looks surprised, questioning what Aram means. Aram thinks to herself that if what she read in the novel proves to be true, then it will happen soon. Pillars of light begin to appear in the sky. A narration box states that pillars of light will fall from the sky. Seo Hyun asks what Aram means by pillars of light. Baekhyun looks up, realizing what is happening. He stammers, that's. Mina, looking down, mutters that if what she read in the novel proves to be true, then soon. Pillars of light ascend into the sky. A voice echoes, stating that pillars of light will fall from the sky. The pillars of light shimmer with an ethereal glow. The pillars of light rise above the city skyline. Manchiol Kim, looking up with concern, asks what is meant by pillars of light. Baekhyun Kong, eyes wide, wonders if the pillars of light are what she means. The narration explains that after people shrink, it's a phenomenon that only appears when a certain condition has been fulfilled. The narration continues, stating that when it appears, the prince falls into a dilemma that makes it harder for him to meet the princess. Baekhyun Kong wonders if it's a little too violent and random. Mina says that she still has to put it in, as it's important information given to her by that person. She notes that it's not like it's only violent. Because Baekhyun listens intently. Depending on how you think about it, it could be both a place of despair and hope. Baekhyun asks if they know about it. Mina states that she has no idea what the two are talking about. She explains that they're talking about that novel that she read back in Japan, which mentions pillars of light. Manchiol says that if they make it there, then they might get a chance to catch their breaths. Mina says that it's just her intuition. Baekhyun wonders how the novel ended, as he only got to read the beginning part of Mina's novel. Radioactive contamination has begun to spread in Area JB 1513. Baekhyun says that this is. A hand interacts with a holographic map. The holographic map displays Omart. Manchiol explains that the radioactive contamination started to spread in the mart, and that all the people left behind should be dead by now. The man suggests that since they could have been poisoned by the pollution, they need to be careful with what they eat from now on. He then proposes stopping by the places not yet contaminated and gathering some food. Baekhyun simply replies, okay. Manchiol observes that he doesn't even see a single hair of another person around here. He shouts that something's headed in their direction at a crazy fast speed. Manchiol asks what it is, his expression a mix of fear and confusion. Baekhyun counts, exclaiming that there are 6 in total. The sound of dogs barking fills the air. Manchiol Kim points, shouting for the group to run to the gaps and hide where the dogs can't reach. The group sprints forward, trying to outpace the approaching threat. The dogs draw closer, their barks echoing through the building. A white dog barks ferociously, saliva flying from its open mouth. The dog's pursuit intensifies, their paws pounding against the floor. The sound of their claws scraping against the concrete grows louder. The group's breath hitches as the dog's panting fills the air. Mina asks what they should do now. Baekhyun Kong suggests escaping through the window above them, but notes that it would take too much time and energy. Manchiol Kim says that it looks like they don't have a choice but to wait until the dogs move somewhere else. Mina argues that they can't meet up with everyone else if they keep hiding like this. Aram is addressed by name. Baekhyun Kong tells her that no matter how strong she is, going outside right now is way too dangerous. Aram states that she doesn't have any plans to move recklessly, so Baekhyun Kong shouldn't worry. The dogs remain fixated on the basketball, their attention successfully diverted. The orange sphere sits innocently on the ground. The ball bounces, holding the dog's gaze. The basketball continues to bounce, a simple distraction. The dogs remain focused on the bouncing ball. The dogs bark at the basketball, their attention fully captured. It worked. Mina declares that they should go. Mina states that they are still around the area and need to wait a little longer. Aram retorts that she can't just sit still when she doesn't know if her mom or little brother might die. Aram's worry is palpable as she calls out her own name. In the distance, the group walks away. The group continues to move away from the dogs. Mina points out that they aren't here and suggests they go while they still can. She walks with the group, away from the building. A dog barks loudly, alerting the others. The dog's face is contorted in a snarl. Mina looks back, her expression a mix of fear and concern. Manchiol and Baekhyun share similar worried glances. The dogs give chase, their barks echoing through the air. Baekhyun shouts for everyone to run. The dogs gain ground, their menacing forms closing in. Aram raises her hand, a surge of blue energy emanating from her palm. One of the dogs whines, momentarily halting its advance. Aram calls out her own name as she unleashes another wave of blue energy. The dog's face is twisted in a ferocious snarl, its teeth bared. Aram continues to channel her power, the blue energy intensifying around her. The dog's eyes glow with an eerie light, its expression a mix of aggression and fear. She is thrown back, a cry escaping her lips as she slams against a wall. Her eyes wide with terror, Aram struggles to comprehend the force that struck her. A monstrous bark echoes, the sound vibrating through the air as a massive dog lunges forward. The dog's snarling face fills her vision, its teeth bared in a display of primal aggression. The beast looms over her, ready to strike, as Aram stares up in helpless fear. Baekhyun and Manchiol look up, their faces etched with concern as they witness the unfolding danger. A massive dog, teeth bared, towers over Mina, its shadow swallowing her whole. The beast's maw gapes wide, a cavern of wet gums and gleaming fangs. The dog lunges, its massive form blotting out the sky as it descends upon Mina. Mina's eyes widen in terror, the realization of her impending doom washing over her. A man looks down, his expression grim as he witnesses the unfolding horror. She is sent flying through the air, a helpless projectile against the unforgiving sky. A scream tears from Mina's throat, a desperate cry swallowed by the wind. The ground rushes up to meet her, the impact promising pain and oblivion. Mina crashes down, her body a broken heap amidst a pool of crimson. A pained groan escapes her lips as she struggles to draw breath. The dog looms over her, its eyes glowing with a predatory hunger. The large dog lunges, its jaws wide and teeth bared, ready to strike. A voice cries out, "Mister, take Aram and go back." The dog continues its relentless assault, closing in on its prey. Bacon grits his teeth, sweat beading on his forehead. "I can't keep this up for much longer. Hurry." The dog's massive form looms over Bacon, the threat of its attack palpable. Someone sprints away, fleeing the scene of the attack. The dog's open maw is inches away, its teeth glinting menacingly. Bacon's mind races. I need to reduce the barrier's size a little and strengthen its resistance. With a surge of power, Bacon reinforces his barrier. The dog slams into the barrier, its teeth scraping against the energy shield. The dog persists, relentlessly trying to break through. Trapped within the glowing blue sphere, Bacon focuses all his energy on maintaining the barrier. He sprints down a hallway, desperate to escape. Two large dogs pant heavily, their eyes glowing ominously as they pursue. Bacon and Mina are seen from above, panting. The green-haired woman thinks to herself that she applied first aid. Manhwa says that if she doesn't receive proper treatment soon, she's going to fall into a dangerous condition. Bacon is silent. Bacon's eyes widen. Jinchul asks if Bacon heard something. Jinchul repeats his question, asking if Bacon heard something. Bacon wonders what's going on, and why they weren't the only ones here. A map is shown. A ping is heard on the map. He continues to walk through the building. Manhwa wonders if there is something over there. Bacon pauses, looking concerned. He turns his head, still looking concerned. Bacon looks around. He continues to look around. A security guard peers out from a doorway. Bacon asks if the man is Mr. Choi Hyung-woo. The older man confirms that he is, Bacon, President Kang Jin-woo's son. Choi Hyung-woo says that Bacon has grown up so much and looks exactly like the president, of a company, not of the country. A security officer asks if Bacon has been working as a security officer here. He responds that he has, and is sorry about his father. He wonders if they are acquaintances. Bacon asks Mr. Choi Hyung-woo if he has any medical supplies here. He explains that his friend is severely injured. Choi Hyung-woo states that he has medicine. The security guard looks up at something. Bacon thanks him profusely. A beam of light suddenly appears, engulfing them. Choi Hyung-woo is surprised by what is happening. Bacon and Manhwa are partially within the beam. The beam of light continues to shine. They are now fully within the beam, standing in front of a medical kit. Bacon is told to move to a safe place. Choi Hyung-woo agrees. Medical supplies are shown. A close-up reveals a bottle labeled with Korean text. A man stands near the large bottle, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. A stream of liquid pours from the bottle's nozzle. The liquid splashes onto a figure, the impact echoing with a sharp puck. A figure recoils, a silent scream building in their throat. A man urges Aram to endure, promising it will be over soon. Aram unleashes a piercing scream. A security guard watches, his expression a mixture of shock and concern. The camera pans out to show the building where this is taking place. The sky above the building is a canvas of twilight hues. The security guard's face is etched with concern. Rain streaks down the windows of the security booth. The wind howls. The street is quiet under the dim glow of the streetlights. A pack of dogs gathers near a gate. The woman with green hair lies unconscious. Standing over her, a man wonders what happened to her, and why she isn't using her skills. The man in the white shirt states that she got bitten by a dog. Bacon wonders if the dog that bit the woman travels in a pack. He then asks if the other man knows them. The security guard responds that they always went on walks together around here, so they're the first things that come to mind. He states that he understands. Bacon asks Choi Hyung-woo if he knows what kind of skill he has. Choi Hyung-woo replies that he has one too. Bacon explains that all people who shrunk received an innate skill, and that there should have been something written on the window that first popped up after they shrunk. Bacon continues, saying that if you shout the written words on the window, then a hologram should appear and show you how to use your skill. The window reads, Gigantify LV.1. A hologram of Choi Hyung-woo appears. The hologram demonstrates the pinch skill. Bacon is surprised by the demonstration. The hologram continues to demonstrate the pinch skill. A close-up of the hologram. The hologram fades away. Choi Hyung-woo demonstrates the pinch skill, asking if that is what they call a skill. Choi Hyung-woo's demonstration elicits a surprised exclamation from Bacon. Another man stands nearby, listening intently. Turning to Bacon, Choi Hyung-woo acknowledges his amazement. The security guard from earlier stands in the background, seemingly impressed. Bacon considers the urgent matter at hand, wondering what they should do about Aram. He recalls that they gave her first aid, but it won't last long without proper treatment. Bacon asks if there are two plans. Choi Hyung-woo confirms that the first option is to go and meet Yoon-soo. Choi Hyung-woo explains that with Yoon-soo's skill, he might be able to regrow a missing limb. Bacon asks about the second option. Choi Hyung-woo clarifies that by a pillar of light, he means that thing Aram was talking about. Choi Hyung-woo adds that he heard going in one can heal any kind of injury as long as you don't die or get killed in there. Choi Hyung-woo notes that it's uncertain where and when one might appear, and that right now, finding Yoon-soo is a priority. He wonders if Bacon is giving up on his sister, suggesting that finding Yoon-soo might be a more realistic option. Bacon simply states his plan. Choi Hyung-woo expresses his hope that while they are searching for Bacon's sister, they will encounter someone with healing skills like Yoon-soo. Baekhyun replies that the same goes for his plan as well. Baekhyun points out that Yoon-soo is in the opposite direction, and they don't know when the pillar of light will appear. A security guard stands nearby, seemingly lost in thought. The security guard wonders how long Aram will be able to last. Choi Hyung-woo asks if Baekhyun is talking about the pillar of light. The group looks up, their expressions a mix of surprise and anticipation. A pillar of light descends from the sky, bathing the city in an ethereal glow. The pillar of light pulses with raw energy, its intricate patterns hinting at untold power. Across the cityscape, multiple pillars of light pierce the heavens, transforming the familiar skyline into a landscape of divine intervention. The pillars of light stand tall, promising salvation and healing to those in need. Pillars of light pierce the sky, illuminating the ravaged cityscape. The sanctuary's pillars of light have been activated. The time left until the end of page 1 is 40 hours and 20 minutes. Under 17 hours and 35 minutes, half of humanity died out. After people shrink, it's a phenomenon that appears. Mina is everything. The pillars stand tall against the twilight sky, beacons of hope amidst the desolation. Survival time, 17 hours and 35 minutes. Sector ROK due to the reduction of 50% of humanity. A lone pillar bathes a deserted street in an ethereal glow. Arms outstretched, a figure gazes up at the pillar, bathed in its otherworldly light. 1 kilometer from here, there's a pillar. Thankfully, one appeared next to the apartment too. Baekhyun is asked what he wants to do now. Baekhyun thinks of going to his sister. He is asked to take Aram and head to a pillar of light. Thankfully, one appeared in the school's field too. Baekhyun is planning on bringing his little sister and the rest of Aram's family back here. He insists that they go together, stating it's too dangerous for the other to go alone. The younger man assures Baekhyun that everything will be okay as long as Aram is taken care of. Baekhyun acknowledges the younger man's skill, but still believes it will be difficult for him to return home alone. He offers to go with him, as Jinchul stands by. Baekhyun pauses, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. A vision flashes, showing a figure falling. The vision continues, showing the same figure plummeting downwards. Baekhyun reveals that he saw the younger man die in the vision that Mrs. Choi Bokja showed him. The younger man is shocked by this revelation, uttering a simple what. Baekhyun explains that he came all the way here in order to stop that from happening, as Jinchul and the younger man listen intently. The man states that in the vision Choi Bokja showed him, he saw the other man die. He declares that he came all the way there in order to stop that from happening. The man is silent, his expression troubled. A disembodied voice warns that he will be killed by getting squashed. The man replies that he will end up dying right after him too. The man asks if he said that he was going to die too, and still followed him knowing all of that. The man responds that what the vision showed him is just a possible future. He reminds the other man that he said it himself a while back, and that he definitely saw that he saved everyone. The man questions if that doesn't mean the future can be changed. He responds that a future where all of them stay alive definitely exists. The man states that Aram is in no condition to be moving by herself. But Baekhyun is told that he will look over her, so he shouldn't worry. The man reflects that it's been a long time since his wife passed away, and his children all went their separate ways too. He states that going to the sanctuary is the best choice for him right now, and he'll take the miss along with him on the way. Choi Hyung-woo tells Baekhyun that if it wasn't for him, he'd still be hiding in the safe. Choi Hyung-woo thanks Baekhyun, saying that he discovered that he possesses a strong skill and found the confidence and a purpose to live. He then tells him to hurry and go find Mina. Baekhyun Kong tells Kong Baekhyun to stop sitting there and worrying about every little thing. Choi Hyung-woo adds that it was impossible to have a foolproof plan from the start, and this is the best plan of action they can take. Baekhyun says all right. An aerial view shows the building and surrounding streets. Baekhyun walks away from the group. Choi Hyung-woo says that he'll be going now. Baekhyun Kong tells Mr. Choi Hyung-woo to make sure to be safe and please take good care of Aram. Choi Hyung-woo says okay, don't worry about us. Choi Hyung-woo stands with Aram on his back, watching Baekhyun. Baekhyun walks towards a glowing portal. The man with Baekhyun suggests they get moving, and Baekhyun agrees. Baekhyun Kong and Mancheol Kim walk towards the pillar of light. Mancheol says they don't have much time and need to hurry to make it in the time limit. They continue moving towards the light. The crowd looks like it's moving toward a pillar of light. People are pushing from the back, complaining about it. Suddenly, a man stabs Baekhyun from behind. The attacker yells, "Hell yeah." The stabber runs forward, laughing maniacally. Clutching his stomach, Baekhyun cries out in pain. The stabber exclaims that this dream is crazy awesome and a lot of fun. A man in a red tracksuit fires a handgun, the sound echoing through the air. People scream as they are hit, clutching at wounds that bloom crimson. The gunman pauses, a cruel smirk twisting his lips. Who should I kill next? How about that ugly old man over there? 2 men glare at the gunman, their faces contorted with rage and fear. You little bastards, one of them shouts. Panic spreads through the crowd, faces etched with terror as they realize the danger they are in. A sparrow descends from the sky, its wings beating softly as it approaches the chaos below. The gunman laughs, his eyes gleaming with manic glee. Yuahaha, nice timing, sparrow. The sparrow's wings fill the frame, a blur of feathers and motion as it dives towards its target. A giant sparrow swoops down, its beak open wide as it attacks the gunman. The crowd recoils in horror, their screams echoing as they witness the sudden appearance of the monstrous bird. More sparrows join the attack, a swarm of feathers and fury descending upon the terrified crowd. The crowd's screams reach a fever pitch as the sparrows swarm them, pecking and clawing at their flesh. The crowd screams in terror, scrambling to escape whatever unseen horror descends upon them. Two men push through the throng. One urges his companion to head for a nearby cave. The second man confirms that he has marked the location on his mini-map. The panicked flight continues, bodies colliding and falling in the desperate rush. A father clutches the hands of his two daughters, pulling them along as they run for their lives. One of the girls stumbles and falls to the ground. The father cries out, "Minji!" Minji looks up, her eyes wide with fear at the approaching danger. Lying prone, Minji whispers, "Dad," as the shadow looms over her. The father screams, "No!" A sparrow, its eyes gleaming with malevolent intent, swoops down towards the fallen girl. A surge of blue energy erupts around Minji, her eyes blazing with newfound power. A giant sparrow looms over the group, a blue aura surrounding it. Jinchul looks up at the bird, while another man extends his hand towards the glowing figure in the center. The sparrow chirps, its form outlined in a bright, ethereal light. The sparrow continues to glow, its presence dominating the scene. Baekhyun is urged to hurry. The effects of amplification will soon end, and the barrier will transition back to level 1. A man's eyes widen in shock. The sparrow looms closer, its form radiating power. Baekhyun reaches out, his expression strained. The system announces that the effects of amplification will soon end, and the barrier will transition back to level 1. Baekhyun looks up, his eyes wide with surprise. "What?" he exclaims. He stares up at a massive bird looming over him, its gaze intense. Baekhyun reaches out a hand towards the creature, a mixture of apprehension and determination on his face. The bird's piercing eyes narrow, its beak slightly agape. A surge of power emanates from Baekhyun, enveloping him in a vibrant blue aura. The giant bird holds a glowing blue orb in front of it, the energy crackling around its form. He is sent tumbling backwards, the force of the impact throwing him off balance. Baekhyun looks up towards a cave entrance, where a group of figures stand silhouetted against the light. He faces the giant bird once more, the creature's presence still dominating the scene. He is surrounded by a blue aura, his hands outstretched as if preparing to unleash a powerful force. The perspective shifts to a close-up of the giant bird's head, its beak slightly open. Baekhyun is now running towards the giant bird, his expression determined. The giant bird's head is shown in a close-up again, its beak wide open as if screeching. The view shifts to behind the giant bird, looking towards Baekhyun. A man is restraining the giant bird, while Baekhyun lies on the ground, seemingly exhausted. A close-up of the giant bird's eye reveals a wild, untamed glint. Elsewhere, the group of people in the cave are lying on the ground, seemingly unconscious. A man in the cave looks worriedly at the group, clutching a small bowl in his hand. The giant bird is now flying away, its wings beating powerfully. The giant bird continues its flight, disappearing into the distance. The giant bird soars away, leaving the city behind. The group stands in the cave, the entrance visible behind them. Mancheol Kim lets out a sigh of relief. Minion cries, her face contorted in fear. Minji sobs, and Mancheol comforts her, telling her it's okay now. Prince looks on, concerned. He thinks that this has to be a dream. Minji cries, saying she wants to go home and that she's scared. Mancheol looks up, confused. Mancheol tells Prince that his amplification ended not too long ago as well. He then tells Minion and Minji to pray, that God will protect them. Minji sniffs. Hands are clasped in prayer. Mancheol and the children pray, asking to return home safely. Prince and Mancheol stand in the cave, Prince hoping everyone is safe. Beams of light shine over a city. The two children lie on the ground, seemingly unconscious. A hand reaches out, grasping a stick. The man holding the torch is asked if it is his. The man with the torch confirms that it is his weak skill, and thanks them. The man with the torch mentions the children. One of the men asks if they knew ahead of time. The man in green states that the end was always predetermined to come. The group stands together, the torch illuminating their faces. The man looking down says, "God, huh?" The man in the suit says something like this. The dog asks if it is God's will. One of the men says, "Impossible." He looks off to the side, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. However, he seems to reassure himself, it is all right now. A notification appears, indicating that Oh Chang-hun's favorability has increased by 68. The man next to him looks on with concern. Prince's brow furrows, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. What? Why did? An older man speaks, his face etched with relief. Just as the director said, my daughters and I were saved. The man holding a torch smiles, his expression earnest. Are you the Messiah? Prince and Mancheol Kim exchange worried glances, the weight of the situation settling upon them. The torchbearer continues, his voice steady. In order to be your guides, we have traveled from our Hope Society. He pauses, seemingly waiting for a response. The man's smile widens, revealing a hint of desperation. Everyone is waiting for you. Mancheol Kim leans in, his expression grim. This guy isn't right in the head. Prince's eyes widen, a realization dawning on him. Wait a minute. Hope Society. He stands with Seo Hyun in what appears to be a cave. Seo Hyun asks if he means the one in the vicinity of Jaehyun apartment, and he confirms. Prince asks how Seo Hyun managed to make it all the way over there in just 17 hours. Seo Hyun thinks that if it's near Jaehyun apartment, it would have taken at least 2 days to make it there, wondering how they did it. Seo Hyun stands with Prince and a man holding a stick. Minji and Minyan are sleeping next to each other. The man with the stick says that the Lord gifted his daughters a very. The man with the stick says that if they go through it, then it is possible for them to travel long distances in a matter of seconds. Prince thinks that he can't believe that those little kids had such an amazing skill. The man with the stick thinks that their father is a little suspicious, but the man with the stick says that right now, they definitely need their help. He lies on the ground, a torch casting flickering shadows across the cavern walls. A voice echoes, stating that they are now under someone's care. A man looks down, a faint smile playing on his lips. He responds, "Yes, Messiah." The man tells the children that he finally found the Messiah, and they can head back now. Another man replies, "Of course." The man asks Minji and Minyan if they can use their skill for the Messiah. Minji asks, "What?" Another man wonders what they should do, as it looks like they can only use their skill outside. The young man's face is illuminated by an unseen light source, his expression unreadable. One of the men gestures forward, stating that the exit on the other side appears relatively free of sparrows, suggesting they head over there. The man in the green tracksuit is asked if he can see the way out even in pitch darkness, and is addressed as Messiah. One of the men calls out Mr. As they walk, the man in green smiles, stating that he knew it, and suggests they hurry to the exit, offering to lead the way. The group continues to walk through the cave, the torchlight casting long shadows on the walls. One of the men remarks on the Messiah's ability to guide them with such perspicacity, stating that there's no mistaking that he is the Messiah. The young man's face is shown in close-up, his expression thoughtful. One of the men asks the Messiah if he knew ahead of time that they were headed in this direction, since he mentioned earlier that they came here in order to be their guides. The Messiah pauses, asking them to wait a moment. A hand presents a rolled-up drawing, the Messiah crediting it for their progress. Baekhyun Kong and Mancheol Kim examine a drawing. Baekhyun Kong, looking at the drawing, wonders if someone really predicted this situation. The man states that the drawing was given to him by director Jang Woo-seok. Two children exclaim that director Jang Woo-seok is amazing. Mancheol Kim agrees, saying that director Jang Woo-seok is able to see into the future and that it's the teachings of God. Baekhyun Kong adds that if he draws something, then it's bound to happen. The man replies with a simple yup, adding that it's just as the children said. Baekhyun Kong wonders if director Jang Woo-seok has a skill related to foresight. Mancheol Kim explains that other societies were shown to be simply praying in their churches, but their society was different. Only their society received a drawing that showed them they would encounter the Messiah. He concludes that it's just because of that. The man states that director Jang Woo-seok's predictions are the same as the words of God himself. Baekhyun Kong remains silent, his expression thoughtful. The group continues through the cave. Director Jang Woo-seok and one of the children lead the way with a torch. Mina glances upward, a flicker of concern in her eyes as she looks at the person in front of her. Baekhyun asks, What's wrong? His expression is gentle, a hint of worry etched on his face. Mina smiles faintly, a playful glint in her eyes. She teases, Is the mister beside you your dad? Jinchul's eyes widen in surprise, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as he exclaims, Dad. Baekhyun chuckles, waving off the suggestion. He's not my dad. He's just a mister who I know. Jinchul shakes his head, muttering, No way. He stares ahead, a look of disbelief etched on his face. Jinchul covers his nose, a look of disgust contorting his features. Ugh, what a smell. Mina and Baekhyun also react to the foul odor, their faces scrunched up in discomfort. Mina covers her nose, wrinkling her face in disgust. It smells like a frog. Jinchul, holding a torch aloft, asks, Anything dangerous up ahead? Baekhyun responds, a reassuring smile on his face. Nope, we can keep going. There are no living things up ahead. The group continues deeper into the cave, the flickering torchlight casting long, dancing shadows on the walls. A voice calls out, I can see the exit. He holds a torch, the light illuminating the path ahead. The group emerges from the cave's mouth, blinking in the sudden sunlight. A massive snake's skin lies discarded on the ground. A voice wonders if the tunnel they passed through was a snake den. The group stares at the shed skin in amazement. Someone remarks that they knew there weren't any snakes ahead, only snake skin. Baekhyun Kong smiles, relieved. After all. A child asks if they should open it right now. A man asks if they know the place. Minji and another girl hold hands, their faces serious. The girls create a magical circle, sparks flying between them. She and another girl stand hand in hand, bathed in a radiant light that seems to emanate from the ground beneath them. Baekhyun and Jinchul watch the scene unfold, a mixture of concern and anticipation etched on their faces. Mancheol Kim gestures towards the light. He instructs them to go in, assuring them that they should arrive at Hope Society when they step out. Baekhyun nods, acknowledging the instructions with a determined look. A disembodied voice echoes, promising, I'll be there soon. Baekhyun's gaze is fixed ahead, his expression unreadable as he prepares to step into the unknown. Baekhyun and Jinchul begin to walk towards the light, their figures illuminated by its ethereal glow. They continue their advance, the promise of Hope Society drawing them closer. Elsewhere, a vast crowd kneels in reverence, their eyes fixed on something unseen. The crowd erupts in a unified chant, their voices rising in a chorus of "Oh, Messiah." Baekhyun and Jinchul observe the scene, the fervent cries of "Messiah" echoing around them. A crowd cheers, their voices rising in unison. The crowd continues to cheer, reaching out as they cry out for the Messiah. 3 men stand together, 2 children in front of them, as the crowd cheers. The 3 men stand together, the crowd's excitement palpable in the air. An older man smiles, asking if the trip was smooth. One of the men wonders if he is really the Messiah. Mr. Du Chang-hoon is praised for his good work, but he insists they were safe thanks to someone. The man is called Messiah. Footsteps echo. Minji and Minion are announced. The children exclaim that they brought back the Messiah and ask if they did a good job. A woman responds, saying they did great, calling them her sweet daughters. The woman apologizes for not being able to go with them. She tells them they did a good job. The Messiah assures her that everything will be all right now. The woman says she missed her mom. The mom responds that she missed her too and loves her. An older man asks if they can entrust the Messiah with leading them. A man wonders if he can lead them, since he is not the Messiah. A voice announces that everyone, the Messiah, has agreed and will guide them. The crowd cheers. A man stammers, excusing himself, saying that's not what he. Another man thinks that he misunderstood him. The Messiah is interrupted by a man's voice. Baekhyun Kong stands beside him, while a taller man looks on. Baekhyun asks what the Messiah means by guiding them, questioning where he expects to lead them. The Messiah responds, stating, "To the pillar of light." Baekhyun repeats the phrase, questioning, "The pillar of light?" A building is shown with a blue pillar of light emanating from it. The Messiah states that there is a path back to their heavenly Father in the pillar of light, calling it a miraculous thing. Baekhyun is told that he is the only person who can lead them to that path, that he is the Messiah. The Messiah asks Chonhoon to show him the drawings. Chonhoon replies, "Yes, sir." Several drawings are displayed, depicting various scenes. One drawing shows a figure running towards a distant light. Another drawing depicts a group of people walking through a dark tunnel. Looking down at the drawings, Baekhyun wonders if the Messiah was telling the truth, and if he is a seer too. The Messiah states that he is able to see the future through drawing. Compared to Mrs. Choi Bokcha, the efficiency falls short, but it's still an amazing skill. The crowd calls out, "Messiah, please guide us." The crowd continues to chant, begging to be guided. A woman thinks to herself, "I can't keep getting held back while my home is right around the corner. But if I tell these people that I'm not the Messiah?" The crowd is agitated, not knowing what might happen. The Messiah thinks, "Happen. I need to act carefully." He reflects, "I still have a mission that I need to fulfill. It is a very dangerous mission. If everyone starts to head toward a pillar of light, I'll." The Messiah thinks, "Finish my mission and follow you. If I say it like this, I should probably be able to slip out naturally." A member of the crowd exclaims, "Then, we'll also help you accomplish the mission." The Messiah is surprised. "What?" The crowd responds, "He's right. Even if we made it to the pillar of light, we wouldn't be able to do anything without you. We will follow you no matter what obstacles come our way." The Messiah thinks, "It's impossible to bring all these people along with me. Hey, how could you all try and lean on a young kid like him? You ought to be embarrassed of." A voice from the crowd calls out, addressing someone to look at themselves. Another man questions the Messiah's sense of honor. A man in the crowd affirms that even if he is young, he is still the Messiah. Another voice agrees. An older man in the crowd tells someone to mind their own business. He continues, stating that by the order of their heavenly Father, he was instructed on drawing the appearance of the Messiah. He asks how they would explain why if that wasn't the case. The Messiah looks surprised. A man tells the Messiah that he needs to speak with him for a minute. The crowd seems confused. The Messiah and the man are surrounded by a blue aura. A man in the crowd announces that everyone is ready to get moving now. The crowd shouts the Messiah's name. But before that, the Messiah states that he has something to tell everyone. Someone asks everyone to take a close look at those drawings. He states that he is not the only one in all these drawings. Drawings of people are shown. A drawing of a face is shown, as Baekhyun Kong speaks the truth. Baekhyun Kong asks if he is not the only Messiah. Baekhyun Kong introduces the other Messiah, who will lead them to the pillar of light. Mr. Kim Mancheol is shown. Heavy breaths echo through the narrow passage. His lungs burning, Baekhyun Kong continues his desperate sprint. Baekhyun's breath comes in ragged gasps as he pushes onward. Inside, Seo Hyun stands before a glowing blue barrier, his expression troubled. "Mister, I don't think these people are going to willingly let us go. We need to do something." Seo Hyun asks, "What do you want to do? You saw those drawings, right? All of them includes both of us." Baekhyun Kong replies, "But they believe that only I am the Messiah." Seo Hyun looks up, confused. "Huh? What are you trying to say?" Baekhyun Kong states, "No one said that there needs to be only one Messiah." A foot steps onto a glowing platform, activating some unknown mechanism. He states that the truth is, he is not the only Messiah. A man addresses a crowd, declaring that the other Messiah will lead them to the pillar of light. Someone calls out, "Mr. Kim Mancheol." Kim Mancheol's expression is grim. Baek Kong pleads for something to work. The man continues, the crowd thanking him. The crowd exclaims, "Oh, Messiah, two Messiahs." Kim Manchiol looks up, saying, "Thank you. Oh Heavenly Father, thank you. Do we have to do this?" Baek Kong says, "Of course we do. I'm counting on you." Baek Kong is huffing. A building with the number 103 is shown. A person stands on top of the building, saying, "I can see wing 103. Wait for me, Mina." He ascended the stairs, each step a heavy effort. His breath came in ragged gasps. The climb continued, the air growing thin in his lungs. Each step was a reminder of the distance he had to travel. Baek considered his options, his gaze drifting towards the slanted walkway. I should use the slanted walkway instead of the stairs, he thought. The air hung heavy with unspoken tension. I don't know what might happen, so I should have my skill ready to use, Baek mused, his hand instinctively reaching for his power. He continued his ascent, his breath hitching in his throat as the weight of his mission pressed down on him. The corridor stretched before him, an endless tunnel of pale walls and dim light. His breath echoed in the silence. The climb seemed to have no end, the stairs stretching upwards like a never-ending ladder to the sky. His lungs burned with each breath. The door loomed ahead, a silent sentinel guarding the path forward. The air grew thick with anticipation. He paused, his gaze fixed on the door. What used to look like a normal door now looks like a gigantic wall of steel, Baek thought, his heart pounding in his chest. He pressed onward, his footsteps echoing in the silent corridor. The air grew heavy with the weight of his expectations. He reached the door, his hand hovering over the handle. Ugh, I never knew that I'd be thankful for the door having a gap from being old, Baek thought. He took a deep breath, steeling himself for what lay beyond. A soft sigh escaped his lips. Phew. He walks down a long, empty hallway, the sound of his footsteps echoing in the silence. He pauses at the entrance to a room, a sense of unease washing over him as he peers inside. The room is in disarray, objects scattered haphazardly across the floor and furniture. A piercing screech echoes through the room, causing him to stumble back in alarm. What is this? What happened here? He wonders. The screech continues to reverberate, sending shivers down his spine. Baekhyun's voice cuts through the silence, a desperate plea. Mina, where's Mina? He reaches out, his hand hovering over a holographic display of the building's layout. His eyes widen in horror, a cold dread gripping his heart. Stumbling backward, he loses his footing, his arms flailing for balance. He cries out in pain as he falls, the impact jarring his senses. Gasping for air, he struggles to sit up, confusion clouding his mind. What? His face flushes with a mixture of fear and disbelief, the gravity of the situation sinking in. He stands in the disheveled room, holding a birdcage with a tiny figure inside. A close-up reveals the man's weary expression. His eyes widen slightly, a flicker of realization crossing his face. Inside the cage, Mina calls out, her voice tiny and desperate. He looks down at the cage, a question forming in his mind. A close-up shows the man's hand gripping the cage tightly. He glances to the side, lost in thought. Baek Kong holds the cage, his expression troubled as Mina's voice echoes in his mind. He sits down heavily, the weight of the situation pressing down on him. Baek Kong wonders if this is the owner of the giant foot the mister told him about. He sits with the cage, pondering who was left who didn't shrink. Baek Kong wonders why he couldn't spot him on the mini-map. He watches a scene unfold on the television screen. The TV screen now displays a street scene. Growing bored, Baek glances at his phone. This is hella boring. Is there nothing but recordings? His gaze shifts to the birdcage on the desk. He peers through the bars at the tiny Mina. I wanted to talk with you. More importantly, what kind of skill do you have? Mina stares back at him, trapped within the cage. Baekhyun leans closer, his expression intense. Stop pretending like you don't know. I know all about you. Mina's eyes widen slightly. What? And exactly what do you know? His attention is drawn to a document on the desk, titled, How a Princess Survives in a Small World. The document sits beside the birdcage, the tiny Mina a silent question mark. Kong Mina's face is grim. Kong Mina, you wrote this, didn't you? Mina's expression is unreadable as she grips the bars of her cage. A man with dark blue hair and glasses stands near a birdcage, his expression unreadable. The man's face fills the frame as he declares, I'm the same as you. A revelator. The man with glasses, standing near a caged bird, looks stern. He asks, Kong Mina, you wrote this, didn't you? Behind bars, Kong Mina looks up, her expression a mix of fear and resignation. You know? She begins. The man with glasses stares intently, his gaze unwavering. The man's face is close, his expression serious. He declares, I'm the same as you. A revelator. 2 years ago. A bookshelf stands filled with books and a small mannequin. A laptop screen displays a document, surrounded by sticky notes. An email notification reads, Your submitted project has been examined by our staff, and sadly is not something we are looking for. Please try again next time. A small hum trails off. The man sits hunched over a desk, his face buried in his hands. I thought that I would definitely make it this time. He thinks. I believe that I would eventually succeed. The man looks up, his expression a mix of determination and despair. But right now, Baekhyun sits at his desk, a heavy thought weighing on him. I just want to die. A message appears, congratulating someone on being chosen as a revelator of the small world. It speaks of a future tragedy where humans shrink, and the revelator's role is to lead them. The message continues, stating that the window that changed his entire life appeared before him. Baekhyun adjusts his glasses, a bewildered expression on his face. What is this? Did I fall asleep? A dream? The message continues, stating that this is because he is a special individual. Baekhyun points forward, a flicker of realization in his eyes. If this really is a dream, then nothing big should happen. Probably. His finger touches an unseen surface, a strange energy crackling around it. Baekhyun's eyes widen, a jolt of shock running through him. His eye glows with an intense, otherworldly light. Sweat beads on Baekhyun's forehead as he stares ahead, a growing sense of unease washing over him. What kind of dream is this? He wonders if what he's experiencing is vivid. After that, as if possessed by something, Baekhyun ends up writing a novel. He types away, a rhythmic clatter filling the room as Baekhyun gets a good vibe from this one, thinking he might make it. A stark message flashes across the screen. We cannot accept this. Kim Won-suk's expression is unreadable. The editor continues, generally speaking, the plot isn't very strong. Not only is the topic absurd, but another submitter already wrote about a similar topic. Baekhyun slams his hand on the table, the sound echoing in the small space. A story like this won't. Another man shouts, don't fuck with me. All you people know how to say is no, isn't it? Kim Hwan-suk stands, the cafe bustling around him. He looks up, his eyes wide with surprise. What? The editor's face is etched with concern. Baekhyun's face is a mask of distress, sweat beading on his brow. Baekhyun's face is a mask of distress, sweat beading on his brow. He stands, the tension palpable in his stance. He screamed, the sound raw and desperate, echoing the crushing weight of rejection. Strange blue lights flickered into existence around him, dancing like ethereal fireflies in the darkness. A hand reached out, seemingly grasping at the impossible. A faint hum filled the air, a sound both alien and strangely comforting. His vision blurred, a single tear escaping his eye as he muttered a defeated, ugh. He found himself in bed, sweat clinging to his skin as he struggled to sit up, a low groan escaping his lips. Baekhyun stood, extending his hands as if to embrace something unseen, his expression a mixture of confusion and apprehension. A voice echoed in his mind, laced with disbelief. What is this? His legs gave way, sending him crashing to the floor with a strangled cry. A system interface flickered into existence before his eyes, text reflecting in his glasses. A strangled cry escapes Mr. Sungjan as an unseen force slams into him. His eyes widen behind his glasses, a silent scream trapped in his throat. Mr. Sungjan cries out as a foot connects with his back, sending him stumbling forward. A rough hand grabs Mr. Sungjan by the collar. A voice, laced with fury, demands, Mr. Sungjan, this situation is from your novel, right? Please explain what's going on. His face contorts in a mix of fear and confusion. A fist slams into Mr. Sungjan's face, the force of the blow snapping his head back. He collapses to the ground with a choked gasp, a boot connecting with his ribs. Cook, the attacker shouts. It's Authornim to you, you bastard. Another punch lands, the impact echoing in the confined space. Mr. Sungjan is sent flying, his body a ragdoll tossed aside. He lies sprawled on the floor, blood trickling from his nose and mouth. Through blurred vision, Mr. Sungjan hears the attacker's final words, dripping with venom. You always ignored what I said, fucking bastard. He receives a notification. The system informs that the conqueror possesses the skill absorption by default. If he takes the life of another individual, he may take the skill of that individual. He has absorbed the skill flight and has 2 remaining slots. Mr. Sungjan stands over the man he defeated. He chuckles, realizing it actually worked. Mr. Sungjan laughs maniacally as he stands over the defeated man. He thinks to himself that he is a special person. Kong Mina is behind bars, thinking that's. Mr. Sungjan stands in front of Kong Mina's cell, thinking that after he filled up all of his slots, he started thinking about something. A giant foot steps on tiny people. Mr. Sungjan's expression is unreadable behind his glasses as he thinks to himself. The conqueror possesses the skill absorption by default. If you take the life of another individual, you may take the skill of that individual. He has absorbed the skills flight, gigantify, and metallization. There are no remaining slots, but it is possible to replace existing skills. Elsewhere in the cafe, other patrons sit at tables. Mr. Sungjan continues to think, a bead of sweat forming on his brow. Exactly the same novel of the other submitter. Mr. Sungjan stands at a table, his back to the viewer. A hand holds an envelope addressed to Kong Mina at Seoul District 00, Jaehyun No. 2 Street, Jaehyun A Wing 103 No. 101. Mr. Sungjan holds the envelope, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Mancheol holds a letter addressed to someone in Seoul. The return address is listed as Kungana. Mancheol's expression is unreadable as he stares at the letter. Mancheol sits on his couch, lost in thought. He wondered if the person who wrote this novel received a revelation just like he did. If the person did receive a revelation, then do all revelators have strong skills like he does? He began to have these. Meanwhile, Mina is behind bars, her expression one of worry. This guy, he wants to absorb her skill. So what's your skill? He thought you might have a useful. Mina might have a useful skill, but seeing as you couldn't resist much, maybe you don't. Oh, well, I'll make you talk soon. Manchiol says, wait there for a second. I'll come back after I get a glass of water. Mina is left alone in her cell. Manchiol realizes that Mina's novel didn't become reality. A chill runs down his spine as he considers that humans are being used under the influence of some other force. His eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. But why? He notices something in the distance. Manchiol looks up, his expression a mixture of fear and confusion. Jinchul peers down, his brow furrowed in concentration. Manchiol glances at a car, his mind racing. He squints, muttering that he knew he saw something. Jinchul's lips curl into a slight smile. It looks like he'll be able to get a new skill. He thinks to himself about getting a new skill. A beam of blue light pierces the city skyline. The light intensifies, bathing the surrounding buildings in an eerie glow. A group of onlookers murmurs, wondering what's taking him so long. The man believes he should be. Here goes, he thinks. Nothing. Just now, he declares, he has received a revelation. Our revelation? The crowd murmurs. He insists that he must go to the other Messiah right this instant. Otherwise, everyone will die. Everyone will die. That is correct. He says, they do not have time. Mijin Mayan, can you help? Yes. Hurry. To the entrance of Jaehyun Apartment Wing 103, the man urges. The entrance to Jaehyun Apartment Wing 103. A beam of light appears. A group of people head towards the light. A man tells the group to wait there. Baekhyun sprints down a long hallway, his footsteps echoing in the empty space. He continues to run, the end of the hallway still far in the distance. Baekhyun's expression is strained, his eyes wide with urgency. He continues his headlong dash, the word, Baekhyun, appearing in a speech bubble. A strange device sits on a table. A hand reaches out. The hand stretches further, the figure of Baekhyun visible in the distance. A man with glasses sits, a slight smile playing on his lips. The man with glasses stands, panting slightly. He's way too strong, he thinks. He reaches out his hand, his expression serious. Up until now, I was joking around, he thinks. This time, a close-up of the man's finger. A colossal hand descends, its massive fingers reaching for Baekhyun. Baekhyun looks up, his eyes wide with terror as the shadow of the hand looms over him. The hand slams down with earth-shattering force. A man with glasses stares in disbelief, his mouth agape. Phew, that was a close one. Baekhyun breathes a sigh of relief, narrowly escaping the hand's grasp. Mister, a man shouts, his voice filled with urgency. Another one. The man with glasses exclaims, his eyes widening in shock. Run towards the veranda, a voice commands, as two figures sprint towards their destination. Where's your little sister? The man demands, his face contorted with anger. She's trapped in the birdcage on top of the table. The man's expression is one of pure rage. A birdcage sits atop a table, its delicate bars glinting in the light. A girl is trapped within the birdcage, her eyes filled with fear. A colossal foot descends, the ground trembling with each step. The foot continues its descent, the air thick with the scent of ozone. The foot crashes down, the impact sending shockwaves through the ground. Baekhyun and the other man are sent flying through the air, their bodies ragdolling from the force. A massive object plummets from above, the air whistling as it falls. The object accelerates, a blur of motion against the sky. The object slams into the ground, crushing Baekhyun and the other man beneath its weight. Mister, the other man cries out. A pained scream echoes through the air. The man yells, ugh. Baekhyun, run. At least you should escape. He thinks to himself. Asterisk, how could I just leave you behind? Asterisk. A man with glasses stands, muttering, shit. Baekhyun's eyes widen in shock. Debris litters the ground, a testament to the destructive force. Another man thanks Baekhyun for everything. Baekhyun runs away carrying a large, flat object. Someone yells for Baekhyun to stop. A giant foot descends. The man yells for Baekhyun to stop. The giant foot gets closer to Baekhyun. The giant foot is about to crush Baekhyun. The man's face is filled with terror. It's the scene from the vision. The man screams. The giant foot is about to crush Baekhyun. The man's face contorts in a scream. What the hell was he thinking? Jumping straight at me like that? Was he crazy? It's over. Am I going to die too now? Was it futile to try and change the future? Sweat glistened on his brow as he considered the possibilities. Something felt different. Something is a little different than from what I saw in the vision. But right now. Manchiol cackled, eager to test his new power. Kekekek, shall we see what new skill I got? Job, the conqueror possesses the skill absorption by default. If you take the life of another individual, you may take the skill of that individual. Flight, you have absorbed the skill. Gigantify, you have absorbed the skill. Metallization, you have absorbed the skill. New, currently remaining slots 0. It is possible to replace the already existing skills. Manchiol tilted his head, peering through his glasses. New skill. A blue, glowing barrier erupted around Manchiol, encasing him in a protective shell. The barrier pulsed with energy, the air crackling with unseen power. Manchiol's eyes widened in surprise. With a surge of power, a gleaming sword materialized within the blue barrier, ready to strike. A blade begins to materialize within a sphere of crackling blue energy. The energy intensifies, the sphere rapidly expanding around Manchiol as the blade takes sharper form. The sphere fully encloses him, the materialized sword now pointing menacingly downward. The barrier solidifies with a resounding crack. The energy field encases his feet, trapping him completely. Choi Hyungwoo watches, his expression unreadable as Manchiol is sealed within the barrier. The surface of the barrier is smooth and impenetrable. Manchiol's eyes widen in disbelief, a shout of frustration escaping his lips. Choi Hyungwoo stands with his head bowed, a smirk playing on his lips. You're quite the persistent bastard, aren't you? Manchiol's muffled screams echo from within his metallic prison. Choi Hyungwoo's gaze hardens. Too bad I have metallization within my list of skills. A cold glint flashes in Choi Hyungwoo's eyes. He declares himself a special person, chosen for a purpose. Choi Hyungwoo, his eyes gleaming with malice, asks if Manchiol really thinks he can win. He proclaims that they are all insignificant beings crawling beneath his feet. With a chilling laugh, Choi Hyungwoo vows to squash Manchiol like a bug. Manchiol is visibly shocked by the sudden turn of events. The sound of something compressing fills the air. Fear contorts Manchiol's face as he realizes the danger he's in. Choi Hyungwoo gazes down at the now minuscule Manchiol, a predatory glint in his eyes. A desperate scream tears from Manchiol's throat. With a grotesque motion, Choi Hyungwoo swallows the tiny Manchiol whole. His throat muscles contract as he gulps down his prey. Manchiol finds himself trapped within Choi Hyungwoo's stomach, surrounded by a strange, blue energy. He is pulled further into the depths, a torrent of green energy dragging him down. Manchiol's eyes widen in disbelief, sweat beading on his brow as the reality of his situation sinks in. He gulps, the sound echoing in the fleshy confines of the stomach. Gasping, Manchiol clutches at his throat, struggling to draw breath in the suffocating space. He wheezes, his lungs burning as the air grows thin. Manchiol's eyes widen as he realizes something. Bacon? No matter how strong he is now, he still has the same human body from before. The realization dawns on him. If he blocks his airway and cuts his oxygen supply, he might be able to win. Gasping, Manchiol struggles against the oppressive force. Coughing, he claws at his throat, desperate for air. If he falls down to the stomach from here, then he's done for. He needs to hang on, just a little bit more. His eyes wide with terror, Choi Hyungwoo's mouth gapes open in a silent scream, sweat beading on his brow as the pressure mounts within. Gasping for air, he clutches at his throat, his face contorting in a desperate struggle for breath. Veins pulsing, a surge of raw energy erupts around him as Choi Hyungwoo's body convulses. I'm going to die from something like this, he thinks. A vortex of swirling energy engulfs him, pulling him into its chaotic embrace. Mouth agape, he proclaims, I'm a chosen one. Clenching his fists, Choi Hyungwoo vows, there's no way I can die so pathetically. Looking upwards, his mouth still open, he continues to struggle against the force consuming him. The fabric of his suit jacket ripples as the unseen force intensifies. He is thrown backwards, a tiny birdcage visible in the distance as he loses his balance. His face contorted in a grimace, Choi Hyungwoo continues his uncontrolled descent. Falling feet first, the ground rushes up to meet him. With a final, desperate gasp, he cries out, ugh. He plummets downwards, the ground rushing up to meet him. Landing on his hands and knees, Choi Hyungwoo struggles to regain his footing, each breath a ragged gasp. Sweat beads on his brow as Choi Hyungwoo's expression twists with a mixture of pain and confusion. The ground continues to rush up to meet him as Choi Hyungwoo continues to fall. Tears stream down Choi Hyungwoo's face as he continues to fall. His face contorted in anguish, Choi Hyungwoo's eyes widen with a dawning horror. Deep within Choi Hyungwoo's stomach, a figure stands protected within a shimmering, blue energy shield. The figure inside the shield pants heavily, his breath fogging the interior of the protective barrier. Choi Hyungwoo cries out, Baekhyun. Tears continue to stream down Choi Hyungwoo's face as he falls. Baekhyun says, we need to save Mina first. Choi Hyungwoo is in a room. A large, empty cage sits in the darkness. Mina and Baekhyun embrace, relieved to be reunited. Mina expresses her gratitude. Baekhyun responds in kind. Kong Mina wonders how much she suffered to get here. Someone apologizes, stating that they need to go to the Pillar of Light. Kong Mina reflects on her journey, thinking about how much she suffered to get here, as she stares at the building with the number 103. A massive pillar of light pierces the sky, dominating the urban landscape. The boy says that first things first, they should go to the Pillar of Light. The boy seems surprised. A system message appears, indicating that the main quest, find a princess, has been completed. The boy sighs. The boy reflects that a lot of things sure happen on the way here. The group recalls the monsters they faced and the challenges they overcame. They remember the giant cat they encountered. The group stands together, looking up at something. The group is seen from a distance, standing near the Pillar of Light. The group stands in front of a building, bathed in the warm light of the setting sun. Prince asks if they should head towards the Pillar of Light. Manchiol Kim states that they need to save Aram's family too. Baekhyun Kong mentions wing 104 number 203, stating it's the wing right next to this one. Manchiol Kim begins to say something, but trails off. Baekhyun Kong looks concerned. Manchiol Kim says that they still have time left, so let's go save them. The group agrees. Baekhyun Kong reaches out his hand. A blueprint of the building is shown. Baekhyun Kong looks dizzy. The blueprint is shown again, and Baekhyun Kong seems confused. Baekhyun Kong rubs his eyes, realizing he used something. Prince asks Baekhyun Kong what's wrong, and if he is okay. Baekhyun Kong responds that he is. He opens his eyes, a wave of disorientation washing over him. What could the reason be? A family calls out, their voices echoing with desperation. Messiah. Baekhyun collapses onto the ground, his body unresponsive. A voice calls out, Hyun. A woman's voice, filled with determination, declares, I can't stop here. All I need to do is save Aram's family now. A woman struggles, her voice strained. I can't move my body. A voice calls out, Mina. Baekhyun wonders, did I drowse off for a second? Everything's back to normal. He sighs, a wave of relief washing over him. Was everything up till now a dream? He is consumed by anguish, his voice cracking as he demands, why didn't you save them? A woman in a purple hoodie stands with her back to him, her shoulders shaking. Below, a vision of her face, contorted with grief, echoes the sentiment. You promised that you'd save my family. The woman's feet are planted firmly on the ground, but the world around her seems to be crumbling. A man's voice cuts through the haze, stating, Aram, you saved your little sister, mister. A figure stands silhouetted against a bright light, his words heavy with despair. All my family are dead, though. A cacophony of voices rises, a desperate chorus pleading, why didn't you save me? And I wanted to live too. The crowd surges forward, their hands outstretched, begging, save us. The ground gives way, and people plummet into the abyss, their cries echoing in the darkness, save us. A wave of grasping hands reaches for him, their touch promising oblivion. A primal scream tears from his throat. Aya! His scream echoes in the void, a raw expression of terror and despair. Aya! He collapses to his knees, overwhelmed by the weight of the visions. A hand emerges, bathed in a golden light, offering a glimmer of hope amidst the darkness. He sits up, disoriented, his eyes wide with confusion. Where am I, he wonders. He is welcomed to the pillar of light by a man with turquoise hair. Baekhyun sits up, a sense of disorientation washing over him. The turquoise-haired man stands with his hands clasped behind his back, a faint smile playing on his lips. Baekhyun, his brow furrowed with concern, asks, Who are you? Wait, before that, where's Mina and Mr. Manchiol? The man with turquoise hair assures him, don't worry, both of them are safe. Baekhyun's eyes dart around, a growing unease settling in. Then, where is everyone? The turquoise-haired man raises a hand, his expression unreadable. You're quite in a hurry, aren't you? You'll meet them soon enough. The man's gaze intensifies, a hint of something unsettling lurking beneath the surface. Baekhyun's eyes widen, a flicker of alarm crossing his face. The turquoise-haired man gestures with a flourish. First, shall we take a look at the results of page 1? Here is the number of survivors in area ROK. A sharp snap echoes through the air. A digital display flickers to life, revealing the number 4,663,311. Kim Hwan-suk stands before a digital display showing a survival rate of 9%. He remarks that it isn't bad. Baekhyun, looking shocked, questions the score. Kim Hwan-suk states that everyone was dying. Baekhyun, enraged, asks if Kim Hwan-suk is grading that. Kim Hwan-suk prepares to kick Baekhyun. The kick connects, sending Baekhyun flying. Baekhyun is sent sprawling. Kim Hwan-suk claps his hands, remarking that humans are quite an interesting specimen. Baekhyun looks up, shocked. Kim Hwan-suk laughs, stating that this is exactly what kind of situation it is. Baekhyun, lying on the ground, questions if he is in hell right now. Kim Hwan-suk smiles, stating that he believes his introduction is late. He introduces himself as Charles, the administrator of this game, and a 3cm hunter. Baekhyun stares wide-eyed, muttering in disbelief, G-game? Charles stands behind Baekhyun, his expression unreadable. A man with green hair, wearing a white suit and yellow bow tie, remarks that someone is late. The man with green hair states that he is the... A man with dark hair looks up, his eyes wide with shock, and stammers, G-game. The man with green hair stands over the man with dark hair, an unreadable expression on his face. The man with dark hair, still on the ground, asks if the other man is calling this a game. The man with green hair smiles slightly. The man with green hair spreads his arms wide, as if to emphasize a point. A blurry image appears, with text that reads, The end. Did you never think of the possibility that the end of the world would come before? The image shifts to a scene of fighter jets flying over explosions, with the word war appearing. Buildings crumble and collapse, reduced to rubble amidst the chaos. The destruction seems utterly natural. A massive wave crashes over the city, swallowing buildings and boats alike. The deluge continues, relentless and unforgiving. Baekhyun's eyes widen in horror, his face a mask of shock and disbelief. Zhou Yu Little smirks, his expression a mixture of amusement and malice. Zhou Yu Little speaks, his voice dripping with a sinister undertone. However, did you never consider the possibility that the end would look like this? People plummet from the sky, their bodies blurred by the speed of their descent. The rain of bodies continues, a horrifying spectacle of falling figures. The fallen lie scattered on the ground, dwarfed by a colossal, overturned object. Giant ants swarm over the landscape, their massive forms casting long shadows over the fleeing people. More people fall from above, their screams echoing in the wind. Baekhyun's face contorts with rage as he demands, "Are you responsible for all of this?" Baekhyun continues, his voice rising with desperation. Shrinking to a small size, gaining weird abilities, and the novel becoming a reality. Are these all your doings? What happened to Mina? He remains silent, listening intently. Joyu Little responds, "Although you may not know, just like you, a countless number of other people also only asked me questions. But, alright, I shall give an answer to just one of your questions." A snapping sound echoes. A vision of Kong Mina appears, framed by a soft glow. Joyu Little's voice echoes, "Your little sister, Kong Mina." The image of Kong Mina persists as Joyu Little continues. "She is a revelator, so make sure to take good care of her. If you do your job well, then a fraction of the number of people in your area may be able to survive." Joyu Little adds, "Oh, also, did you know? You might be able to find a way to return back to normal." The vision of Kong Mina shifts slightly. Joyu Little's voice resonates. "It means that you have been given the right to become the narrator of this story. You have the qualification to become the main character." Joyu Little's expression is unreadable. Baekhyun's eyes widen slightly, a question forming on his lips. "What become?" Joyu Little smiles faintly. "You will not need the explanation of the situation any more than this." Joyu Little concludes, "The rest is up to you to find out by yourself." Baekhyun looks away, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as realization dawns. He is told to just try to survive for now. Baekhyun calls out, waiting for something. Baekhyun stands in the empty space. He remains silent. A message appears, stating that 1 hour later, page 2 will commence. It also states that as a reward for completing Find the Princess, the second slot has been unlocked, and it is possible to strengthen his skill by using the points earned in page 1, requiring 100 points for level 1. Baekhyun wonders what is going on. Another message appears, stating that if he wishes to change his garments, he should come this way. Baekhyun walks through a doorway. He is surprised by what he sees. Baekhyun wonders what all of this is. Baekhyun decides against it. He thinks to himself that he knows what kind of danger will come his way, and that there's nothing wrong with being as ready as he can be for whatever comes his way. He decides to change into something that lets him move freely. Truthfully speaking, wearing the same clothes without changing into anything else felt a bit uncomfortable, so he's a little thankful. He strides forward, checking the fit of his new garments. It fits perfectly, he thinks, allowing him to move around more freely. Baekhyun faces a holographic screen. He decides to raise his barrier to level 2 by using his points. A surge of power emanates from Baekhyun, a golden aura enveloping him as he strengthens his defenses. Meanwhile, a countdown begins on a screen, a stern-faced man projected above it. "In 5 minutes, we will move on to page 2. Please hurry to finish up any preparation necessary." Baekhyun exhales slowly. Page 2, huh? He reflects on the situation. He has a mountain of questions left unanswered, but first, he'll focus on what has already happened. The man on the screen announces, "We will start the countdown." The countdown continues. 7, 6, 5, 4. Baekhyun breathes heavily, the pressure mounting as the countdown ticks away. 3. A close-up of the man on the screen reveals a slight smile. Suddenly, Baekhyun finds himself submerged in water, a sense of shock washing over him. He struggles against the current, a muffled groan escaping his lips. Ugh! He lies prone, the sound of rushing water filling his ears. The world around him blurs, a vortex of white and gray. The swirling colors begin to coalesce, forming vague shapes. Darkness encroaches, threatening to pull him back under. The darkness slowly fades, replaced by a muted gray. Baekhyun's eyes flutter open, a groan escaping his lips. Sunlight filters through the leaves, dappling the sky with golden light. He stares up, disoriented. Huh? Mina kneels beside him, her expression etched with concern. "Are you okay?" Baekhyun struggles to sit up, relief washing over him. "NGH, it's you, Mina. You were safe." A man in a blue tracksuit approaches. "Baekhyun," he calls out. "Mister." The man asks, "You're okay now, right? You aren't hurt anywhere." Baekhyun replies, "Yes, I'm Dash." The man in the tracksuit crosses his arms, a strange glint in his eyes. Fiddle. Baekhyun looks around, wondering where they are. The surrounding area is blurry and indistinct. The group finds themselves in a park, surrounded by other people. Mina, Baekhyun, and Mr. stand together, looking around. Mr. says he's not sure yet. A screen appears, displaying a man's face. He announces that everyone has waited long enough. Mina, Baekhyun, and Mr. stare at the screen in shock. From above, the park is filled with screens displaying the same man's face. Someone shouts, "Yeah, that bastard." The screens are scattered throughout the park. The man on the screen smiles, stating that they will now begin page 2. Appearing on the floating screens, a man with slicked-back green hair asks if everyone waited long. Two figures stand together, listening intently. The screens float in the forest, displaying the green-haired man's face. Below, the group gathers, their attention fixed on the floating screens. The green-haired man announces that they will now begin page 2. The green-haired man yells, calling someone a bastard. The man with green hair explains that the quest of page 2 is as the following shows. The green-haired man asks if it's a quest of survival. Simple, right? The green-haired man states that he tried adding a small set of rules this time. The green-haired man addresses the group. He instructs everyone to try opening the window with their job listed and asks what they see. The group follows the instructions, opening their windows. They look at the screens in front of them with anticipation. The screen displays user information, including the job of Prince and the innate skill, Barrier LV2. The screen also indicates that there are 3 more skills that have not yet been learned. The green-haired man explains that the number of stars next to the name of their job is the amount of skills they are able to learn. The green-haired man continues, explaining that their level is decided upon the number of stars, divided amongst everyone, from 1 to 4. The development and growth of their stars is directly related to their strength, just like the sheer difference between commoners and nobles. The world is unfair, and the number of their stars does not change in a normal way either. The green-haired man adds that if they manage to kill someone with a higher number of stars than them, it is possible for them to rise to that person's level. Baekhyun looks surprised by the new information. The green-haired man clarifies that if a person at level 1 kills another person at level 4, then the person initially at level 1 can now learn 4 skills. Baekhyun expresses his surprise, noting that it is now possible to see the points of another person. Manchiol confirms that Baekhyun has 65 points. The green-haired man states that the method to gaining points is simple. All they need to do is kill another living thing. Mina and Manchiol look shocked. They ask if he is telling them to kill other people, questioning if he is out of his mind. The green-haired man's expression remains neutral as he continues to explain the rules. He elaborates, stating that he never specifically said to kill another human being, but killing someone of the same race is entirely up to them. The green-haired man glances at his watch. It's almost time. The scene shifts to Mina, Manchiol Kim, and another person as a countdown begins. The green-haired man states, 0. Mina and Manchiol Kim look on with concern. Elsewhere, a man clutches his chest, a pained grunt escaping his lips. His face contorts in agony as he screams. A red figure appears, radiating intense energy. People are thrown through the air, caught in an unseen force. A city erupts in flames, consumed by a massive explosion. The explosion expands, obliterating everything in its path. Baekhyun Kong cries out in alarm, his eyes wide with terror. Mina stands beside him, equally frightened. Sweat beads on Baekhyun's brow as his expression intensifies with growing dread. The green-haired man asks, a sinister smile playing on his lips, if they truly believe this is just a game. He continues, stating that they will simply poof and explode, his tone laced with amusement. Mina and Baekhyun stand beside Manchiol Kim, all wearing expressions of deep concern. Manchiol Kim grimaces, admitting that this is sickening, but questioning if there's any way to avoid completing the quest. The green-haired man's image flickers on multiple screens, as he asks where they are and what the castle is. He reveals that the castle is a place everyone is very familiar with, his smile widening. Mina, Baekhyun, and Manchiol Kim look on with growing apprehension. Manchiol Kim exclaims in disbelief, realizing they are currently in Namsan, and the castle is Namsan Tower. The pillar of light shines brightly in the distance. The green-haired man waves goodbye, his expression suggesting a sinister farewell. A wide shot shows the group standing in what appears to be a park, the trees around them glowing with an ethereal light. Mina, looking distressed, wonders aloud what she did. Baekhyun Kong attempts to reassure Mina, telling her to calm down and focus on the fact that they are all alive. Manchiol Kim places a hand on Mina's shoulder, affirming that he will follow them no matter what, and that he is strong. Mina looks forward, a worried expression on her face. Baekhyun Kong states that one of his skills is mind reading, and that he can see everything. Baekhyun Kong expresses surprise, saying he didn't know there were skills like that. Manchiol Kim, looking shocked, wonders if his inner thoughts got exposed. Manchiol Kim says that he is feeling that he could read Baekhyun Kang's mind without even having his skill, Mr. The group stands together, looking forward. The perspective shifts to a vertical view of a figure falling. A figure with red hair lies on the ground, groaning in pain. A look of shock contorts his face, the number 15 floating above him. The number 17 appears above another man's head as he grits his teeth. A smirk spreads across his face. 3 figures stand in the distance, numbers hovering above them. He lunges forward, intent on attack. The world blurs as someone falls towards the ground. That bastard. He clenches his fist, electricity crackling around it. Electricity surges around his hands as he prepares to strike. He plummets downwards, electricity arcing from his hand. The ground rushes up to meet him. He delivers a crushing blow. A pained cry escapes him as he falls. A figure sprints away, kicking up dust as he flees. Manchiol Kim walks along the path, his shadow stretching before him. Manchiol Kim, looking concerned, wonders if someone really just killed someone to get points. He urges the others to stay alert, believing there will be a ton of enemies. Manchiol Kim thinks it's probably going to be a lot tougher than page 1, or whatever it's called. Manchiol Kim suggests they hurry and head to Namsan Tower. If they follow this path, they'll eventually reach the tower, but they might run out of time before they reach their destination. They could go straight ahead and use the forest, but it'll be filled with a lot of obstacles. Manchiol Kim mentions there's also the cable car. Prince adds that if they can operate it, then it's the fastest way. Mancheol Kim thinks that to reach the tower, it'll most likely become chaotic inside the cable car. However, that's also a trap. There'll be many people close to 0 points, just like that bastard from a little while ago. Prince thinks then, isn't the best way to reach the tower is by following this path? The group stands on a cracked plane, considering their options. A young boy calls out, his voice filled with excitement. Dad, Dad. A woman watches as a man lifts a child into his arms, embracing him tightly. Jinseok says, it was so hard to reach here. The man embraces the child, reassuring him. It's all right now. Look, we're all back together now. Jinseok looks forward, a sense of relief washing over her. The man hugs the child, whispering, everything will be okay. Jinseok says it was so hard to reach here. The man reassures the child, saying it's all right now and that they're all back together. A tear rolls down Jinseok's cheek. The man continues to embrace the child, promising that everything will be okay. The three stand together, a family reunited. The man asks where his father-in-law and mother-in-law are. Jinseok replies that she's not sure yet, then asks about his parents. He says he hasn't. Jinseok says that first, they need to find Big Bro. The child repeats, Big Bro. The boy states that Baekhyun Big Bro can find where Grandma and Grandpa are. The boy points towards the dead bodies and asks his dad to awaken them. Yoonsu looks surprised. Yoonsu, the father, is asked to awaken those dead people. Mancheol Kim asks how the boy knows what his dad's skill is. She then asks Yoonsu if his skill is resurrection. Yoonsu explains that it's necromancy level 2, which allows him to control dead bodies. The boy tells his dad that he's the strongest now. He urges them to hurry and meet Big Bro. The family stands in a field of corpses. Meanwhile, an elderly woman is seen from behind. The elderly woman looks ahead. A man asks the elderly woman if there is anything that's inconveniencing her, adding that their boss has asked them to speak with ease. The elderly woman is asked if she said her name was Teachil. Mancheol Kim states that he is the boss's right-hand man. Mancheol tells Teachil that she will live a long life. She responds, surprised that she will be able to. Mancheol assures Teachil that when that bird comes, he will make sure to warn her. He confirms that he understands and thanks her. Teachil looks concerned. Teachil's expression remains worried. Teachil coughs, and Mancheol asks if she is all right. Teachil covers her mouth and says yes, sir. Meanwhile, a bag of chips sits discarded on the ground. The bag of chips is open, with some chips spilling out. A voice notes that it's a good thing there are chips thrown away in a place like this. A single chip sits on the ground. Prince, Yoonsu, and another person sit outside a building. A voice notes that where there were a lot of convenience facilities, it's going to be difficult to find food out here in a forest like this, and that it's best to eat their fill when they find opportunities to eat. He holds up a chip. By the way, these chips are actually really good. Prince states he's definitely going to buy them in the future. Jinchul wonders if they will be able to make it to the top with their current points, thinking in the end, they might have to kill other people. Mina looks on. The group continues to walk. Yoonsu asks Baekhyun if he wants to get that frog. He feels like they just started. The group continues walking. Jinchul thinks maybe it's because they're on an incline, but it feels like their speed has decreased, and it's become harder to walk. Sweat glistens on their faces as the two men continue onward, their breaths coming in ragged gasps. The man with brown hair looks back, a worried expression etched on his face. A disembodied voice muses on how enviable their situation is. Suddenly, the group is struck by a powerful force, sending them sprawling. Prince shouts a warning, going to rain. Heavy rain begins to fall, obscuring the sky. The group is hit again, their cries of pain echoing through the downpour. A piercing scream cuts through the air as lightning flashes, illuminating the scene. Jinchul yells, run to the forest, urging the others to seek shelter. Driven by fear, the group sprints towards the trees, desperate to escape the onslaught. They push themselves harder, the ground slick beneath their feet as they race against the unseen enemy. One figure pulls ahead, their determination fueled by the instinct to survive. Heaving rain poured down, blurring the world into streaks of green and gray. Mina struggled against the downpour, her dark blue hair plastered to her face. Jinchul gasped, the force of the rain nearly stealing his breath. Mina shielded her eyes, the deluge stinging her skin. Prince stood further ahead, his voice strained against the roar of the storm. Hurry over here, he shouted. The rain hammered the ground, each drop a tiny explosion of water. The Seoul Tower loomed in the distance, partially obscured by the torrential rain. The path ahead was a river, reflecting the gray sky and the blurred shapes of the trees. The rain continued to fall, each drop creating ripples in the flooded path. Jinchul coughed, struggling to clear his lungs of the water he'd inhaled. The group was submerged in the heavy rain, struggling to stay afloat. The rain continued to fall, obscuring the trees and the path ahead. The rain was so heavy that even light drizzles felt like storms. I think so too, a voice said. He thinks that they're really lucky to have Baekhyun and his ability. Mina wonders if the people they met back in page 1 are alright. Now, even light drizzles feel like storms. One of the group speaks, but I think that we're really lucky to have you and your ability, Baekhyun. The three sit in silence, the rain continuing to fall. The man in the blue tracksuit looks off to the side. Baekhyun wonders, I wonder if there will be. The man in the blue tracksuit asks, Will we be able to survive till the end? The man in the blue tracksuit continues. With that, why are you saying something so faint-hearted? Of course, we'll survive. The man in the blue tracksuit says, I'm not quite sure about that, but if there's anything in the way of our survival, then I'll get rid of it. Baekhyun says, this big bro, and you'll be okay. The man in the blue tracksuit says, stop saying useless things and get some shut-eye. The Seoul Tower stands tall atop a lush green hill. A puddle reflects the sky, mirroring the clouds above. Raindrops cling to the vibrant green leaves. Sunlight filters through the branches of the trees, creating a dappled effect. He walks alongside Mina and Prince, the sound of their footsteps echoing softly. The world is seen through a rain-streaked window. Baekhyun remarks that the rain let up faster than he thought it would. Mina urges them to hurry, saying they don't have much time. The group looks on with concern as a desperate cry for help pierces the air. A man, lying prone, begs for assistance. The man continues to plead. The man in the blue tracksuit thinks to himself that the pleading man is hopeless. The fact that he managed to stay alive is astonishing. Taehoon groans in pain. Mina asks, Mina, why are you crying? Mina, tears streaming down her face, says, those two were my friends, but... Taehoon, lying on the ground, hears them saying that they tried to kill each other for points. He asks, what? Someone explains that in the middle of their fight, a boulder rolled down and killed his friend. Taehoon, struggling to speak, says, you're wrong. Taehoon tried to kill me first, so that's why I... Someone retorts, don't lie, mister, you're only now regretting that you tried to kill your friend first. Another person exclaims, regardless of the situation we're in, he was still your friend. Why did you do it? Taehoon sobs, I'm sorry. I thought that I wouldn't be able to make it to the top with just 30 points. Taehoon cries out, I was in the wrong. Help me, please. Someone suggests, wouldn't it be better to have one of you two raise your points? Another person asks, you're telling us to kill him? He's trapped, pinned beneath the heavy stone. The man pleads, his voice cracking with desperation. He begs them to save him. The man in the tracksuit looks on as Mina suggests a grim solution. She coldly states that piercing his nape with a branch would end it quickly, and that she should raise her points. Trapped and terrified, the man shouts that he was wrong. The group stands around the rock, the trapped man's pleas echoing in the air. Mina's expression is conflicted as she begs. Mina raises the branch, the air whistling as she does. The trapped man screams in terror. The sound of impact echoes. Mina looks down at the trapped man, declaring that she can't do it. The man in the hoodie suggests they pull him out, and Mina agrees. The sound of movement. The group uses a surge of blue energy to lift the rock, freeing the trapped man. He screams. She focuses her energy, a surge of power emanating from her hands as she shouts. The energy intensifies around the rock, a palpable force building. The concentrated energy erupts, blasting the person trapped beneath the rock away with tremendous force. The group watches. The person lands hard, sprawled on the ground, seemingly unconscious. The group stands over the person, looking down at them. The person, injured and tearful, whispers a thank you, promising to repay the favor if they survive. One of the group members hopes the person will live, sincerely praying for their survival. Tears stream down the injured person's face, their expression a mix of pain and gratitude. The group turns and walks away, leaving the injured person behind. The injured person struggles to breathe, gasping for air as they lie prone on the ground. The injured person lets out a weak laugh, their face contorted in pain. A rustling sound breaks the silence as the injured man lies on the ground, his face etched with pain. Uncaring, people walk by, their footsteps echoing on the path. More footsteps approach and fade, the injured man unnoticed amidst the flow of pedestrian traffic. Another person passes, their shadow briefly falling over the man's prone form before continuing on their way. His eyes wide with desperation, the injured man struggles to move, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Oblivious, a group of people walks past, their voices a distant murmur in the air. A small group pauses, their eyes falling upon the injured man. Ah, that mister, a child says. His hands, scraped and bloodied, twitch weakly on the ground. We need to save him, a boy says. A man replies, really? His face contorted in pain, the injured man stares blankly ahead, his fate hanging in the balance. Rain falls on the deserted park path, the droplets reflecting the somber mood. The group of three walks towards their destination. Baekhyun Kong says that it looks like it's going to be hard to make it through here. The building looms in the distance. A crowd of people gathers near the entrance. The crowd continues to grow. A figure stands among the crowd. A group of people stand near the body of the man. The child says that the man is the invisible man he saw. The man wonders about his skill. A group of people stand nearby. The child thinks about amplifying his skill. Jinseok places her hand on Minji's shoulder. Minji says that he can now save that man. Minji uses a healing skill on Mr. Golden light surrounds them. Golden light surrounds Mr.'s legs. Mr. is surprised. Minji's hand glows. Baekhyun, still on his hands and knees, looks up with a pained expression. Baekhyun clutches his chest, declaring that he is okay now. Minji holds Baekhyun's hand. He thanks her, promising to never forget this favor. A man in the crowd exclaims that the healing skill is a cheat. Minji thinks to herself that it isn't a cheat, and that she needs to raise her level even higher because she can't heal diseases or illnesses yet. Baekhyun expresses his gratitude, thanking her so much. A woman tells Baekhyun to be careful on his way, and that they'll see him at the top. Baekhyun responds, thanking them so much. Minji looks up at Baekhyun. A close-up of Minji's face. The text reads, Big bro Baekhyun, wait a little longer. We'll catch up with you soon. The group continues onward, the path ahead still unclear. But it looks like it's going to be hard to make it through here. They need to turn back towards the forest path. Thankfully, it looks like there's a trail not too far from here. Since many people used that trail in the past, there aren't any big obstacles in the way. Even though this is a forest trail, it's easy enough to walk on. It looks like there are many animals and bugs since we're in a forest. There are a lot. Now that I think about it, is Aram's arm okay? I haven't been able to see her after that time. You said that you'd save my family. Prince looks surprised. Manchiol asks, Mister, back when we were in page 1, did you go to Aram's house? Manchiol looks down, a shadow of regret crossing his face. Manchiol explains that he lost consciousness before getting to her address. Prince asks if he went. Manchiol says, straight into the pillar of light. Prince's eyes widen, a silent question hanging in the air. Manchiol apologizes. Prince thinks to himself that he told her that he'd save her family, and that he promised her no matter what. Mina wonders what she should tell her when she meets her again. The group looks at a holographic display. A hand reaches out to touch the screen. Prince exclaims, the cable cars? He seems confused as Mina asks if they should head toward the cable cars. Manchiol stands beside them, listening. Prince looks concerned. Someone notes that many people have gathered where the cable cars are. The cable car station stands tall against the sky. The cable car station is bustling with activity. A large crowd of people is gathered. The crowd is packed tightly together. A security guard looks down at the crowd. The crowd thanks the security guard for saving them, calling him the best. Monitors display the scene. The monitors continue to display the scene. Someone observes that it looks like pretty much everyone is on board and asks if they should send them off. The cable car station stands ready, awaiting its next load of passengers. The doors of the cable car remain open. A large crowd of people fills the station, eager to board the cable cars. The cable car creaks and groans as it prepares to depart. A cable car ascends the mountain, carrying its passengers to their destination. The woman with green hair sighs in relief. Wow, we're safe now. The crowd murmurs around them. The woman with green hair is asked, what happened to everyone else? What about my mom and my little brother? The man with teal hair replies, humans ask too many questions, and they only ask the same ones. If you wish to know that. The man with teal hair continues, badly, then I will show you. A vision flashes before the woman with green hair, showing her family underwater. Your entire family is dead. The woman with green hair looks shocked and horrified. The man with teal hair smiles cruelly. I believe you saw your own father die firsthand. You don't need to let the rest of your family know anymore. Her face is filled with distress. Sweat beads on her brow as she bites her lip. The woman with green hair stands silently as a man in a security uniform looks on. A number, 171, hovers above her head. A man asks why the counter above her head is so high. Another man wonders aloud if she has killed a lot of people. A close-up shows the woman's worried expression as she is asked if her parents know what she is doing. A man with a menacing grin declares that he is going to need to take her points. A hand reaches out towards her. The woman stands frozen as the hand approaches. The man seems to have killed quite a lot of people. The girl asks if her parents know what she is doing. The man declares that he's going to need to take her points. A hand reaches out. The girl is surrounded by people. A hand reaches out towards the man. A hand grips something tightly. The security guard tells the youngster that he should know when to stop. The man says that he was just messing around and that it was a joke, asking if he can let go of him. A hand reaches out. A hand reaches towards the man. The man questions her, inquiring about her skills and how she accumulates points. She curtly tells him to get lost. He retorts, questioning where she acquired such an attitude. The tension thickens between them as the surrounding crowd watches. An older man intervenes, warning him to watch what he says. Her expression remains impassive. He continues, questioning how her parents raised her to behave with such poor manners. His face contorts with rage. He is sent flying backwards, propelled by an unseen force. Her eyes widen slightly, a hint of surprise flickering across her face. He crashes to the ground, sprawling amidst the onlookers. He screams in agony, his face contorted in pain. The man's mouth is agape as he continues to scream. He is sent flying backwards, crashing to the ground. Aram struggles against the guard's grip, shouting, "Let me go. I'm going to dash." A bystander exclaims, what's going on?" Another points out, "That girl." The crowd murmurs, "Suddenly attack that man." One person whispers, "She's hella scary." A group of men watch the scene unfold. One of the men thinks, in the end, she dash. One man asks, "Sir, shouldn't we do something?" Another man thinks, that is true, but dash, he wonders. What the hell is he saying? The men discuss their plans. If the two of us combine our strengths, taking down one girl like her will be a piece of cake. Just give us the word. In order for the mayor to bring this place under his control, we will help as much as we can. A man of integrity such as yourself will definitely lead us into dash. One of the men thinks, you idiots, don't aggregate her on purpose. Two men in suits stand before a crowd. One of them speaks, requesting that everyone wait while they resolve the issue. The speaker addresses the crowd, noting that everyone is scared. A woman with green hair looks on with concern, while a security guard stands nearby, his expression worried. Two men in suits react with surprise, one shouting hop. A man in a red jacket thinks to himself that whatever happens from here on is unrelated to him, and he has nothing to do with those two. The men in suits are thrown off their feet as something crashes nearby. The crowd is thrown into chaos. The man in the red jacket looks up in shock, exclaiming, "W what?" Meanwhile, sparks fly as the cable car mechanism malfunctions. Inside a control room, someone shouts in no. The cable car plummets down the mountain. People scream as they fall from a great height. A cacophony of screams erupts as the cable car begins to malfunction, the sound echoing through the enclosed space. Panic swells as passengers cry out for their mothers, the fear palpable in their voices. Amidst the chaos, a desperate plea rings out. Someone with powers can only save one person. A sharp crack pierces the air as the cable car window begins to shatter, the sound of breaking glass adding to the pandemonium. The cracks spiderweb across the glass, the window threatening to give way completely. With a final, deafening crash, the window shatters, sending shards of glass flying through the air. The opening in the window becomes a gaping maw, and people begin to fall out of the cable car, their screams fading into the wind. Inside the cable car, a man's face is etched with horror as he cries out, wondering about everyone else's fate. Below, the ground rushes up to meet the falling passengers, their cries of terror echoing in the air. The scene is a blur of motion as more people plummet from the broken cable car, their lives hanging in the balance. With a snap and a shower of sparks, the cable gives way, severing the last connection to safety. The cable car plummets towards the earth, a metal coffin hurtling towards its inevitable end. The cable car, packed with people, continues its doomed journey. The crowd inside remains unaware of the impending disaster. The detached cable car plummets towards the ground. Two figures are thrown from the car, falling helplessly through the air. One of them yells in terror. A deafening explosion rocks the mountainside. Mina looks on, her face etched with despair. It had been impossible to save everyone with their limited abilities. The guard's eyes widen in horror at the scene unfolding before him. Prince's face contorts in a scream of denial. Mina and Mancheol Kim stand over a fallen figure, their expressions a mix of shock and concern. Mancheol Kim gags, overwhelmed by the scene. The guard coughs, his voice strained as he asks what's wrong. Prince coughs, his body racked with the aftereffects of the disaster. The cable car fell. Baekhyun looks down, his expression heavy with grief. Mina stands beside him, her face mirroring his sorrow. Mancheol Kim is to his right, his gaze distant and troubled. People died. Baekhyun's eyes are filled with tears. Mancheol's face is etched with pain. He thinks, goodbye trashy mayor, forever. Mancheol asks, Aram, what about Aram? A voice replies, Aram and Mr. Choi Hyungwoo are both alive. Baekhyun's expression is somber. He thinks, maybe they survived by using telekinesis to fly. But, was it not possible for them to save the other? Mancheol's brow furrows. He thinks, it must have been. Mina's face is blank with shock. A large squirrel stands tall, looming over Mina. The squirrel's face is contorted in a scream. Mina, Baekhyun, and Mancheol stand together, the setting sun casting long shadows. The squirrel's face is contorted in a scream. The squirrel bares its teeth, ready to attack. Mina screams. The squirrel is ready to attack. Mina cowers behind a barrier as the squirrel prepares to strike. The squirrel lunges, claws extended, striking the barrier with furious intensity. Mina maintains the barrier, her expression strained. A man yells, come over here. The squirrel descends upon Mina. The man and Mina are on the ground. The squirrel attacks Mina and the man. A surge of magical energy erupts, the squirrel declaring, it's all or nothing. The magical blast intensifies, streaks of energy cutting through the air. The squirrel's face contorts in a furious snarl, its tiny teeth bared. The beast focuses its power, the magical energy coalescing around its paws. The squirrel unleashes a piercing screech, the sound vibrating through the air. Baekhyun counters the attack, a surge of blue energy emanating from his hands as Mina and Jinchul watch. The magical energy slams into the squirrel, a spray of blood erupting from the point of impact. Struck by the counterattack, the squirrel is sent reeling. The creature struggles to regain its balance, its form silhouetted against the sky. The squirrel plummets to the ground, defeated. Baekhyun, Mina, and Jinchul stand together, assessing the situation. Baekhyun's eyes widen in shock, a number 54 floating above his head. He looks up, a number 58 foot materializing above his head. Mancheol Kim exclaims that Baekhyun Kang's skill is amazing. Baekhyun states that he somehow managed to earn some points, receiving a total of 4. The defeated squirrel lies on the ground, a ghostly figure standing over it. A voice congratulates them, announcing that they have obtained 4 points. Mancheol asks who Charles is, wondering what is happening. Charles announces that this is an announcement for everyone. He continues, stating that the first person has arrived and entered the pillar of light. As encouragement, Charles will play a video for everyone. A pillar of light shines brightly. Several dogs stand together. A close-up of one of the dogs. A man appears. The appearance of him joining forces with a different species and going into the pillar is quite memorable. It seems like there are not only bad humans in this world. Haha. Like him, normal people like us are on completely different levels. The path through the forest stretches onward. The sky is painted with hues of purple and pink as the sun sets. A pillar of light pierces the sky near a distant tower. The base of a large tree is covered in strange markings. Kim Mancheol snores loudly as he sleeps. Kong Mina and Baekhyun Kong sit in silence, watching the sleeping Kim Mancheol. Baekhyun Kong observes, he's really fast asleep. He was probably exhausted. Kong Mina stares intently. Baekhyun Kong asks, Did you read my thoughts again? She states that she can tell that much. Baekhyun Kong looks on with a somber expression. A voice echoes from the forest, wondering since when they were aware that this situation would befall them. Baekhyun Kong asks Mina if she remembers how he was severely injured after their parents passed away. Mina says that she wants to be completely honest with him. The scene shifts to a hospital room, the air thick with the sterile scent of antiseptic. A bandaged figure lies in the hospital bed, whispering that they want to die. It was at that moment when a strange window appeared before the bandaged figure's eyes. The figure wondered if they had finally lost it. The figure couldn't move their hand, but as they willed it, the button was pressed. A face is pressed against something, light radiating around it. Streaks of light blur across the vision. An eye stares out, as a voice echoes, filling her head with images and messages. A few months later, Mina and Baekhyun returned home, having made a miraculous recovery. Baekhyun reflects on how Mina sacrificed herself for him, who had difficulty regaining his normal life. As that person told him to, Baekhyun began to write his novel. He wonders about that person. Mina sits on the bed, a voice echoing in her mind, asking if she can hear it. The voice urges her to let the people know, but it told him that he couldn't personally let other people know. Mina stares ahead, a look of concern on her face. The voice speaks of light. Baekhyun explains that the events that followed after everyone shrunk didn't follow his storyline at all, only the bit where everyone shrunk follows it. She explains that her skill and Baekhyun's skills ended up being the same things that she wrote in her novel. Baekhyun Kong asks if she wanted a skill that lets her read another person's mind. Kong Mina confirms his question. Kong Mina recalls that she definitely saw it back then. That person's eyes were filled with malice. A distant tower pierces the sky, standing atop a verdant hill. Sunlight filters through the dense canopy of a forest, casting dappled shadows on the ground. A gaping maw opens wide, revealing rows of teeth and a fleshy interior. A man in a blue tracksuit raises his arms to the sky, letting out a frustrated grunt. In the distance, another figure sits beside a prone form. The man in the blue tracksuit glances back, his expression unreadable. A woman lies motionless on the ground, while a figure in a skull-emblazoned hoodie sits nearby, head bowed. The man in the blue tracksuit looks up, his gaze fixed on something above. Sunlight streams through the leaves of a tree, creating a dazzling display of light and shadow. The man in the blue tracksuit appears deep in thought, his brow furrowed with concern. He thinks, too much time has passed already. At this pace, we won't make it to the top in time. Two figures stand in the distance, dwarfed by the towering trees of the forest. A voice wonders, hunting. Mancheol Kim suggests they should stack up on some points, as they don't know when they'll reach the top. Mina agrees, stating that they should move quickly. An unseen force strikes a ladybug, the impact creating a visible shockwave. The ladybug is sent hurtling away, a blur of red against the background. A man's face is shown with the number 62.3 above him. A streak of energy tears through the air. The energy hurtles towards a distant figure. A dragonfly is struck by a similar blast of energy, its delicate wings momentarily frozen in the air. A man's face is shown with the number 38.4 above him. A wooden barrel explodes as an unseen force slams into it. A frog is caught in the path of the energy, its tongue lashing out in a futile attempt to escape. The forest canopy is ripped apart by the force of the unseen attack. Mancheol Kim, Kong Mina, and Baekhyun Kong stand together, the weight of their situation heavy in the air. Mancheol Kim's expression hardens, a grim resolve settling over his features. He considers their predicament, the amount of points they're accumulating proving too small compared to the energy they expend. A flashback reveals a figure lying prone on the ground, a chilling question hanging in the air. Should they have killed that person back then? Kong Mina's face is etched with concern. Especially Mina, who can't fight, could have raised her points. Mancheol Kim's thoughts darken. If there comes a time when Mina's points reach too close to zero. His face contorts with a grim determination. He has to die? Mancheol Kim's voice trembles as he utters a name. Me, Mina? Mancheol Kim's tone rises in anger. Don't consider things like that. Are you out of your mind? Tears stream down Kong Mina's face, her voice choked with emotion. Kong Mina's voice cracks as she says, I'd rather die with you than be left here all. Another voice whispers, he's planning on making me kill him. He's completely insane. Mancheol Kim's expression hardens, his thoughts echoing with a chilling resolve. It's better than having everyone. tears welling in her eyes. Mina declares that she would rather die with everyone. Manchiol sighs, admitting to Baekhyun that his way of thinking is a bit morbid. Manchiol asks if they have thought about the people who would survive and how they would feel. He wonders if Baekhyun would want to keep on surviving all by himself if he were in their position. Manchiol states that the small bugs they're killing don't give them a good amount of points compared to the time they're spending. He suggests that they might need. Rustling sounds emanate from within the bushes, and a pair of glowing orange eyes peer out from the foliage. The group stands together, alert to the sounds in the bushes. A large black cat emerges, carrying a rat in its mouth. Baekhyun grunts as he uses magic. Baekhyun looks surprised. Peeking over the top of the massive black cat, a small figure gazes upward. The small figure waves, calling out, "Big bro." Yoonsu's expression is one of confusion. Yoonsu, he asks. Perched atop the cat's head, the small figure commands, "Big sis, kill this rat. It's still alive." The group stares up at the massive black cat, its size dwarfing them. The cat holds a dead rat in its mouth, the number 4 superimposed over the image. The forest is silent, the only sound the rustling of leaves. A close-up reveals an arrow piercing the rat's head, blood trickling down its fur. Mina stands in the forest, a look of concern on her face. A close-up of Mina shows her looking worried, the number 37 foot floating in the air. "Yoonsu, how'd you find us all the way out here?" A man speaks. "Here, so I brought Dad over." Yoonsu acknowledges that the current situation is all thanks to Choi Bokja's foresight. Park Jinseok introduces himself as Yoonsu's father. Baekhyun, addressing both Jinseok and Manchiol, expresses his pleasure at seeing them again. Yoonsu introduces Mina as his little sister. Mina is praised for meeting up with her sister. The group stands together, the large black cat looming in the background. Baekhyun explains that his skill is necromancy, allowing him to manipulate dead bodies to move at will. Manchiol comments on the usefulness of necromancy. Baekhyun admits that it is a bit grim, and that he is unable to do anything when there aren't any dead bodies to manipulate, adding that there are a lot of restrictions. Manchiol asks what everyone else's skills are. He explains that his skill is physical enhancement, allowing him to exert powerful strength for an endless amount of time. Park Jinseok notes that both of them have excellent skills, then asks about the young miss over there. Minji states that she can read the minds of other people. Baekhyun is shocked. Baekhyun remains silent, listening intently. Tears well in Mina's eyes as she considers the implications. Mina explains that she cannot read the minds of people with higher levels than her. Baekhyun responds, surprised, asking if Mina is a telepathic. Baekhyun's expression is one of disbelief. Mina looks down, a single tear rolling down her cheek. A giant cat looms over the landscape, dwarfing the tiny figures below. Minji asks her big brother if he can pull out his mini-map. Prince looks on. Baekhyun thinks that they don't have much time left. Minji assures them that her dad's skill is super strong. Baekhyun wonders what a mini-map is and if it's another skill. Mina looks on with concern. Prince begins to speak. Prince tells Baekhyun that it's fine to speak freely, as he's older than him anyway. Baekhyun asks what this mini-map is. Baekhyun is surprised that Prince has 2 skills. He muses that something innate is unique to him. It might be related to his job, which is Prince. Prince exclaims that his job is necromancer. He wonders if a prince has 3. Prince pauses, lost in thought. Mina asks if it is a level 2. Prince responds with a huh. Prince remains silent, contemplating. In the background, Minji calls out to her older brother. Mina asks Prince when he is going to check his mini-map, stating that she wants to go hunting. Prince replies that he has it, and to wait a minute. Prince activates his mini-map skill, revealing 2 animals to the left. In the background, Minji tells her dad to go. A giant black cat looms in the distance. Mina says it's okay if they go instead, though. Manchiol says it's fine, and that during times like these they have to combine their forces, telling them all to take a break. Minji tells her big bro that she'll be back. Baekhyun tells someone to be careful and have a safe trip. A large, dark animal stands in the distance as Baekhyun and Mina watch. Baekhyun tells Mina that they need to talk. A man stands with his arms crossed, watching them from afar. Baekhyun asks Mina what's up. Mina tells Baekhyun that they shouldn't get close to Yinsu's dad, Park Jinseok, if possible. Baekhyun thinks that Jinseok is a nice person. Baekhyun starts to ask Mina a question. Baekhyun wonders if Mina read Mr. Jinseok's mind. Mina explains that Jinseok has been desperately trying to find out what their levels were for some time now. Baekhyun asks if Jinseok is planning on killing them. Mina says she's not quite sure about that yet, but he doesn't show them any goodwill like Mrs. Seonhui or Yoonsu. Baekhyun wonders if Jinseok is really that kind of person, even though he's earning points for them. He doesn't seem to be, but no one knows how he'll act when the time comes. All right, I'll be careful. In exchange, don't read or reveal Mr. Manchiol's thoughts. If Mr. Manchiol accidentally lets Park Jinseok know that he's a level 2, just through knowing that you. Okay, I won't. Baekhyun, big bro, we're back. Whoa, what's all? Baekhyun, go ahead. The entrance to a dark cave is framed by lush green foliage. Inside the cave, Baekhyun Kong and Minji are sleeping on large leaves, using them as makeshift beds. Baekhyun Kong sleeps soundly, his breathing echoing softly in the cavern. A memory surfaces. Baekhyun Kong is seen with Minji and a woman, all sleeping peacefully under a blanket. Minji looks up at Baekhyun Kong, a worried expression on his face. He calls out, "Dad." Minji asks, his voice small and hesitant, "You're a good person, right?" Baekhyun Kong holds Minji close, reassuring him, "Yup, of course, I am." The scene returns to the cave, where Baekhyun Kong and Minji are still sleeping. Meanwhile, the sun rises, painting the sky with hues of orange and pink. Sunlight filters through a dense forest, illuminating a winding path. A close-up reveals a mysterious, glowing blue surface with intricate patterns. A person with a worried expression reaches out, their hand partially obscuring their face, as if trying to stop something. Minji wonders if more people will turn aggressive as time passes. Baekhyun Kong stands with his hand up, seemingly disagreeing. Mancheo Kim looks on. Baekhyun Kong explains that if they turn back to the mountain trail, there will be a lot of people there, and it will likely escalate to a situation where they kill or be killed. Baekhyun Kong continues, stating that they still have time left, so he thinks it would be best to continue down this forest path and gain points from animals on the way. A child and a woman stand nearby. Mancheo Kim says that they will travel more efficiently now that they can travel on the cat. Mancheo Kim looks up at the giant cat, thinking there's that. The giant cat is shown, with a thought bubble saying to use decomposed bodies. The cat thinks that even if the body is dead, it can only use newly deceased ones. Mancheo Kim hums in response. The cat thinks that until a new corpse becomes available for it to use, it is completely useless, and laughs. Baekhyun Kong thinks that right now, all he is a burden. Mancheo Kim states that thanks to them, they were able to gain so many points. Mina looks on. Baekhyun Kong smiles. The giant cat is shown again. A black cat lies prone, its tongue lolling out as flies buzz around it. The group trudged onward, the forest floor damp beneath their feet. The forest stretched before them, the air thick with the scent of pine and damp earth. The group continued their trek, the path winding deeper into the woods. The man in the skull hoodie sighed, "Huff. This road was already difficult when we were humans, but it feels tougher now since we have shrunk to this size." The child looked up, his face etched with exhaustion. "Dad, my feet hurt." The man in the blue tracksuit knelt down, offering a solution. "Here, get on my back." The group agrees with a resounding yes. A moment of silence passes between Baekhyun and Mina. Baekhyun is asked if he can locate any dead beings on his map. He replies that he cannot. The man with the bowl cut suggests that if they knew where the animal carcasses were, they could ride them like last time. Someone asks if it is alright to go hunting now. Baekhyun agrees. A blue screen shows that something has been found. Baekhyun states that it is about 50 centimeters away from here. The group agrees that since they are going there anyway, they can try hunting it. The group walks along a dirt path. Baekhyun says that he will check the location first. Baekhyun reaches out to touch the blue screen. He touches the blue screen, a look of confusion on his face. Mancheo Kim asks what's wrong. Mancheo Kim wonders if it's sleeping. Baekhyun Kong looks concerned. The group continues to walk. Someone says that they need to walk quietly from now on, just in case something shows up. The group continues their trek through the forest. They move forward cautiously. Baekhyun Kong says that they're almost there if they go a bit further. The group continues to walk through the forest. Baekhyun Kong looks ahead, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. Someone notices something on the ground, stating that it's a dog lies sleeping peacefully on the path. The dog continues to sleep, oblivious to the group's presence. A sign, weathered by the elements, bears a simple plea. Please adopt it. In the distance, the group stands somberly. Maybe they thought there would be a climber who would find this dog, one of them says. Below, the others are already weeping. A young boy, tears streaming down his face, cries, "Big bro, the puppy is dead." A thought bubble reveals a darker sentiment. That means we need to use this puppy for our ride. A man comforts the crying child, Park Yoon-soo, saying, There, it's okay, Yoon-soo." The man looks on, his expression heavy with sadness. "Really sad," he says. "Shall we bid?" The group stands before the lifeless form of the dog, a somber silence falling over them. The young boy, tears still welling in his eyes, looks at the dog and thinks, "Poor puppy. Please rest in peace." A girl covers her mouth, a look of disgust on her face. Blue dash. He watches as Mina suddenly sprints away. "Huh, Mina." Baekhyun calls out. Mancheo watches Mina run off. I guess Mina has a weak heart despite her looks. "Baekhyun, take a look at Mina." Catching up to her, Baekhyun asks, "You okay?" Mina responds with a choked, ugh." Baekhyun looks at Mina with concern. She thinks, "As I thought, you can't witness this kind of sight." A skull on her shirt reads, "Our lives." No, that's... When Mr. Jinseok stroked the dog's head, tears streamed down Mina's face, her expression a mixture of grief and anger. He was smiling. Baekhyun's eyes widened in shock, his face flushed with a sudden realization. He was thinking this, I don't know who threw this dog away, but it's good that they did, while petting it. Baekhyun remained silent, his brow furrowed with concern. "Wouldn't it be better for us to part ways now?" Mina stated, "No, I know that he's frightening, but he will get suspicious if we suddenly part ways." Baekhyun's eyes widened in shock. Baekhyun apologized, "Sorry, I did it unconsciously." Baekhyun continued, "That I was a level 2 back then. If he finds out that you can read my mind, then..." Mina confirms that she is. A dog sleeps peacefully. The dog continues to slumber. A figure casts a spell, enveloping the dog in swirling blue and purple energy. The dog's eyes snap open, glowing with an eerie light. The figure approaches the now glowing dog. The dog stands tall, its eyes burning with supernatural energy. The figure asks if they should move now. The group stands ready to move. The transformed dog stands in the forest. The group continues their journey, riding atop the massive dog. Baekhyun, riding on the dog's back with the others, is asked to check if there are any animals nearby on the mini-map. Baekhyun confirms that he will check the mini-map. Looking at the mini-map, he spots something to the left, about 10 meters away. Someone shouts for everyone to hold on tight. A squirrel is startled by the approaching group. The group continues to ride on the giant dog. The sound of something moving through the forest echoes through the trees. The unseen animal continues its frantic dash through the undergrowth. A larger beast carries a smaller one on its back, their combined weight pressing down on the foliage. A squirrel, tail held high, sprints across the forest floor. A dog's eyes flare with an unnatural, electric blue light. The squirrel emits a high-pitched shriek. A flock of small birds pecks at the ground, seemingly oblivious to the commotion. One of the birds looks up, its dark eyes gleaming. The dog's eyes glow with even greater intensity, casting an eerie light on the surrounding trees. The bird is enveloped in a shimmering blue aura, and it lets out a sharp chirp. Baekhyun Kong is surrounded by a blue aura as he faces a giant rabbit. The air crackles with energy. Kong Mina and another person watch the scene unfold, concern etched on their faces. The blue aura intensifies around Baekhyun Kang's torso, the energy thrumming in the air. Oblivious to the impending danger, the giant rabbit continues to graze peacefully. The rabbit's black eyes gleam as it chews, unaware of the threat looming over it. Baekhyun Kong advances towards the giant rabbit, his determination unwavering as Kong Mina and the other person watch from behind. Baekhyun Kang's eyes narrow as he thinks, how big? Suddenly, the giant rabbit rears up, unleashing a deafening roar that shakes the very ground beneath Baekhyun Kang's feet. Reacting instantly, Baekhyun Kong launches a powerful kick towards the monstrous rabbit. With a fierce yell, Baekhyun Kong prepares to strike. Closing the distance, Baekhyun Kong throws a punch, his fist crackling with blue energy. The punch connects with a resounding BAM, sending shockwaves through the air as the giant rabbit reels from the impact. The giant rabbit collapses, defeated. Mina and Baekhyun stand together, looking concerned. A distant tower pierces the sky, a beam of light emanating from its peak. From above, the hunting grounds appear vast and sprawling. Someone asks, "Everyone, how many points have you gained?" The forest floor is littered with the corpses of fallen beasts. The point totals are displayed, 40, 22, and 20.4. Mina, Baekhyun, and Manchiol stand together. "We've been hunting for 5 hours, yet we've only gained this much." Baekhyun looks troubled. Mr. Jinseok has been using his necromancy since earlier. Is he all right? Manchiol observes, "You look quite exhausted, Baekhyun." Baekhyun replies, "Since I only awaken a carcass, it's not really exhausting for me." Baekhyun says, "I'm sorry I wasn't able to catch much prey. It's my fault that we couldn't accumulate a lot of points." Another voice responds, "It's okay. We're already grateful that you're lending us help." Baekhyun's point total is displayed, 60. He considers the situation, thinking that Mr. Jinseok still has a lot of points though. The group discusses their next move. One of them says that they need to move quickly before the carcass decomposes, but they don't think they'll be able to see well since it's getting darker. Another character adds that they can see the road using their mini-map. One of the group suggests that they rest for an hour before they go. Another member of the group agrees, saying that it's thanks to the dog that they're able to travel much faster. If things go well, they will arrive in less than a day. The dog is shown in the distance as one of the group asks if they should rest now. The group sits near a large tree, taking a break from their journey. Manchiol, Baekhyun, and Mina sit together, resting. Baekhyun looks thoughtful, perhaps contemplating their progress and the challenges ahead. The sky is a mix of blue and pink as the sun begins to set. The back of Baekhyun's head is visible as he looks out at the scenery. Baekhyun's profile is shown as he gazes into the distance. A text box reads that things that were normal in the past are slowly disappearing one by one. A question hangs in the air, echoing through the landscape. What is the purpose to keep on surviving? The sky is painted with hues of purple and blue, clouds drifting lazily across the horizon. The forest is bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun, casting long shadows across the ground. Darkness begins to creep in, obscuring the details of the forest floor. A large stone sits beneath a tree, a silent sentinel in the fading light. The light filters through the trees, creating a dappled pattern on the ground. The forest path stretches ahead, winding through the trees. A faint glow emanates from the ground, illuminating the path ahead. A pillar of light rises from the ground, casting a soft, ethereal glow. The group approaches the pillar of light, their figures silhouetted against the bright glow. Manchiol Kim sighs heavily, exhaustion etched on his face. I'm tired. Baekhyun Kong suggests, "A break here for now." He turns to the two children. "Mijin Mayan, are you alright?" The group pauses to catch their breath. He suggests they rest for a bit, and the others agree. One of the men expresses relief that they were able to gather like this, noting that everything has been going well. He credits their children's skills for making the journey possible. A woman agrees, adding that with some people having the ability to see from a long distance, they were able to observe the location and open the warp portal. Another man suggests they hang on a bit more since they are closer to the pillar of light. Someone asks what he means by that being a good thing. A man declares that in the end, that boy wasn't the Messiah. A woman wonders if everything the director has said so far is a lie. Another man asks if they are saying that everything they've done up until now is salvation, then questions when the pillar of light will become their salvation. A woman shushes someone, telling them to lower their voice. A man exclaims, questioning how they could call this salvation, and worries that it will be the end for them if they get to the pillar of light. The crowd urges the director to say something, reminding him that he said he could see the future and questioning if it was all a lie. A man tells everyone not to worry. An older man states that everything has been planned by their heavenly Father, and even their own sins have gone according to his plan. The crowd demands, "Huh? What are you talking about? Please speak clearly." Another voice adds, "Yeah, please draw something with your skill, just like how you did back then." Kim Hwan-suk is asked, "Or are you trying to trick us right now?" Kim Hwan-suk replies, "I have never tricked you." He reaches into his jacket. Kim Hwan-suk continues, "However, the thing is, we couldn't escape." He says, "The trial that God." Kim Hwan-suk holds a card in his hands. He continues to hold the card. A close-up shows the card in his hands. A close-up shows Kim Hwan-suk's face. The card is revealed. The crowd reacts in shock. A piercing scream echoes through the forest. A man's face is shown in close-up, his expression unreadable. Heavy footsteps echo as someone stands over a fallen figure. A wave of shock ripples through the crowd. In the distance, a group of people huddle together in the forest, their faces etched with fear. A collective gasp escapes the onlookers as they witness the unfolding horror. Sketches depict the chaos, figures plummeting from unseen heights. More sketches illustrate the descent, bodies tumbling through the air. The drawings continue, capturing the desperate struggle against gravity. A scene of pandemonium unfolds as people are thrown into the air. Amidst the explosion, figures flail helplessly, their screams lost in the roar. The ground trembles as a shockwave rips through the landscape, sending debris flying in all directions. People struggle to stay afloat amidst the destruction, partially submerged in the debris-filled landscape. A man groans in pain. Soaring through the sky, a winged figure surveys the devastation below. A group of survivors watches the winged figure, muttering to themselves with amusement. The winged man, holding another person in his arms, exclaims how amazing everything is and how it went according to his plan. A man, enraged by the scene, shouts to the others, urging them to strike back. The group, battered and bruised, struggles to their feet, ready to retaliate. The winged man, grinning, asks what the others think of his skill. People continue to fall from the sky, screaming in terror. A man struggles to climb out of the debris, groaning in pain. The man's face is contorted in pain and determination as he pulls himself forward. A figure plummets towards the ground, coughing up blood as they fall. A figure is sent flying through the air, crashing into the ground. The group struggles to their feet, groaning in pain. Mancheol Kim urges, "Mijin Mayan, open the warp portal now. You can do it, right?" Mina replies, "We can't go back to the place we were in before, and I don't know anything about the road ahead." Mancheol Kim insists, "It's fine, just open it." Mijin and Mina strain, attempting to open the portal. Mijin says, "Dad, it won't open." Mancheol Kim encourages, "Don't give up, just keep trying." Meanwhile, Joyu Little flies overhead with large, bat-like wings. Choi Hyungwoo remarks to Messiah, "Hey, I've used more points compared to Soyeon. It's your turn now." Messiah says, "Oh, looks like there are still some people left. I will be the tank, so just go over there and take care of them." The group continues to struggle with the portal. A voice declares, ominously, that they'll be back. Mancheol Kim tells the kids not to worry about them and to just focus on opening the portal. Mina urges her husband to focus on opening the portal. She extends her hand, pink energy swirling around her palm as she prepares a defense. The pink energy shoots forward in streaks, aimed at an unseen threat. A cloud of dust and debris explodes outward, obscuring the view. Through the settling dust, Mancheol Kim's face is visible, a grim determination etched on his features. Mancheol Kim declares that this is his absolute, perfect defense. Mina's eyes widen in shock, a gasp escaping her lips. Blood splatters across her legs, indicating a sudden, unseen attack. She falls, collapsing to the ground, the impact jarring her injured body. Sprawled on the ground, Mina cries out, desperately pleading for the kids. A man with short dark hair orders someone to kill her quickly, noting that the kids seem to have teleportation skills. 2 kids are present, seemingly having just teleported. A woman looks scared, tears streaming down her face. A man raises a large rock above his head, preparing to drop it. The man drops the rock with a grunt. Another man looks on in fear, his eyes wide with terror. The rock lands with a sickening thud near an outstretched hand, blood splattering across the ground. A boy stares in shock, blood smeared across his face. A man screams in agony, his face contorted in pain. Another man, wielding a torch, screams as he runs forward. Legs move quickly, approaching the scene. A man is sent flying through the air, a burst of energy erupting behind him. The man squints into the distance. Wow, Soyoung, it's so dark over there that we can't see you. A lone figure stands far off on the beach, barely visible through the haze. The man bends down, hefting a large rock. Okay, sigh. I don't have something like a sword, so it's kind of disturbing. A beam of light envelopes two children, a girl in red and a girl in blue. The man, now lying on the ground, urges them, kids, quickly. Hand in hand, the two girls stand bathed in the light. Dad, one of them cries. Sweat beads on the man's brow as he shouts, just go now. The man looks up, his face etched with worry. The girls, still holding hands, call out again, Dad. The girl in blue looks back, her expression a mix of fear and determination. The girl's hair whips in the wind as the light intensifies. The light fades, leaving the man alone on the beach, raising the rock in defiance. Mancheol Kim wonders if they lost them. A voice says it doesn't matter, they've gained enough points anyway. The voice continues, stating they should proceed with this plan again next time. Someone suggests they clean this up. Mancheol Kim stands with a winged figure. A hand reaches out from the dirt. The winged figure exclaims how neat this is, calling it a really eco-friendly skill. Mancheol Kim calls the winged figure an idiot and tells him to let's go. The winged figure carries someone through the air. Elsewhere, the Seoul Tower pierces the sky, a beam of blue light emanating from its peak. The 3 cm Hunter logo is displayed. A blue light fills the sky. The Seoul Tower stands tall, bathed in blue light. The tower continues to emit a powerful beam of light. Meanwhile, a group of people trek through a forest, the air cool and damp around them. The group continues their journey, passing a large, moss-covered rock formation. A man sprints past them, his footsteps echoing through the trees. Two figures watch the runner disappear into the distance. The man with black hair observes, there are more people here this time. Another group of people walks along the path. One of them says, yeah, it seems those people got ahead of us while we were slowing down. Two elderly men continue their walk, their footsteps crunching on the forest floor. One of the older men observes that the elders have climbed up pretty fast despite their age. The other older man explains that it's because they were the president and vice president of a mountaineering club. The man in the green hat states that the secret to climbing isn't about walking fast, it's to keep on walking. One of the younger men scratches his head, listening to the conversation. One of the older men asks if the other came with his son, remarking that he is really handsome. The younger man in the blue tracksuit is asked if he is the son. He responds, surprised, that he is not. The older man with the gray hair asks how old the younger man is then. The younger man in the blue tracksuit states that he is 36 years old. The other younger man says that he is too. The two younger men stand silently. The younger man in the blue tracksuit is surprised. He asks, really? The younger man in the blue tracksuit is told that no matter how he looks at it, he looks like he is 50. He is asked if he is really in his 30s. The younger man in the blue tracksuit laughs, saying that 50 years old is a joke, right? He then says that's a bit. Mancheol Kim, looking amused, remarks on the hardships he's supposedly endured, finding the situation funny. Baekhyun Kong jokes that Mancheol has many wrinkles for someone in his 30s, adding that he's like an elder. Mancheol, walking alongside Baekhyun, quips that he's growing old a bit too fast, adding that they'll be. Baekhyun, going first, laughs, finding the elders quite funny. Mancheol states that he is. Baekhyun extends his hand, stating that they're both the same age. The two men shake hands. Baekhyun thought Mancheol was older than him. Baekhyun tells him to stop pointing that out. He then asks if he's married yet, or has any children. Mancheol states that he is single. Baekhyun asks what he's been doing, stating that at 36 years old, it's basically the age where everybody has settled down. Someone tells him to shut up. Baekhyun says that it's just a joke, and that Mancheol really stays in shape, looking like he works out a lot. He then asks if he can touch him. Mancheol refuses. He laughs, expressing his gratitude. Mancheol thanks Baekhyun for saving his son and his wife. Baekhyun states that he heard that Mancheol has saved a lot of other people too. Baekhyun continues, saying that people have told him that Mancheol was really brave and fought the cat in order to save the people in the escalator. Mancheol says that it's all in the past anyway. Baekhyun tells him that he wants to be strong like him. Mancheol is surprised and says that Baekhyun's skill is awesome though. Baekhyun responds, saying thanks for saying that, even though Mancheol is just trying to be polite. Mancheol asks if that's so, stating that he has nothing good in his life though. Looking at Baekhyun, Mancheol says, look, you have a wife and a son. How could you say there's nothing good in your life? Baekhyun asks, in your life? He then suggests that they become friends, since their skills are lacking, and they could combine their strengths to overcome any obstacles. Mancheol says, all right, let's do that. The two men stand side by side, a silent understanding passing between them. Mancheol looks thoughtful, a hint of surprise in his eyes as he considers Baekhyun's offer. Mancheol and Mina stand side by side, their expressions unreadable in the dim light. Mina's eyes narrow, a flicker of concern crossing her face. The camera focuses on the ground, the details obscured by shadow. Elsewhere, the group walks along a path, their figures small against the vast landscape. The group approaches, their faces now visible, a mix of apprehension and curiosity etched on their features. Baekhyun's eyes widen, his hand flying to his mouth. Wait, What's this? He asks, his voice laced with unease. Manchiol's brow furrows, his gaze fixed on something unseen. It's the smell of blood, he exclaims, his voice grim. Baekhyun walks away from the group, his expression troubled. Two bodies lie sprawled on the ground, the scene bathed in an eerie green light. The group recoils in horror, their faces a mask of shock and disgust. Ugh, someone groans. Baekhyun covers his mouth, his eyes wide with disbelief. But what happened? He wonders. Mina's voice cuts through the silence, her tone urgent. Baekhyun, there's someone over there. Activate your barrier. The force of an unseen attack sends the group flying through the air. A figure stands in the distance, barely visible through the trees. A tch sound echoes through the forest. The group struggles to regain their footing, expressions of shock and fear etched on their faces. Manchiol Kim exclaims, "We need to hide somewhere." The group huddles behind a massive tree, seeking refuge from the unseen threat. The group stands together, assessing their situation. The tension is palpable. Mina's expression is grave, her eyes filled with concern. Mina explains, "The first person was the one who threw that knife-like thing at us, and the other person is able to track our location. He can use an ultrasonic wave." Baekhyun, alongside an unknown woman, thinks to himself, "HM? She said that she could only read the minds of level 1 people, like a bat. Does that?" Mina wonders, "Mean those people over there are all level 1? The group stands together, their faces etched with worry. Someone asks, "What's their goal?" Another responds, "They're trying to gain a lot of points." Mina states, "The man over there keeps talking about our location." Manchiol Kim pauses, a heavy silence hanging in the air as he considers their next move. The group stands together, a mix of determination and apprehension etched on their faces. Manchiol Kim reassures Baekhyun calm, his voice firm despite the gravity of the situation. "It's fine. We're the strongest when we fight together. Just believe in me." Manchiol Kim adds, his expression grim. "Also, we don't have much time. It's not the right time yet. There are 4 people at the least. We can't be sure that we can win if we have no knowledge about their skills. What are you planning to do then?" "Mrs. Sionhui, can you strengthen Mr. Jinseok's skill?" "Who are level 2 since I'm only level 1? Then something." "Yinsu's skill. Mr. Jinseok can control the corpses of the elders to draw their attention. Mina and I will attack the enemies from behind to find out about their skills." "What are you saying? Why would you attack the enemies? It's dangerous, you only have barrier." "Something." A skull glows with a blue aura in the palm of a hand. He holds a glowing, skull-shaped barrier in his hands, a look of intense concentration on his face. The barrier expands, a surge of blue energy emanating outwards. The energy continues to spread, the air crackling with power. The barrier is not just a simple one now, Prince thinks, his expression grim. The group watches as the barrier pulsates with energy. The barrier descends, a wave of blue light washing over the area. The group is caught in the wave, the force of the barrier buffeting them. Someone shouts in alarm as the barrier's power intensifies. Manchiol is told that they have to protect Yunsu. Manchiol affirms that he will do that. The barrier's effects begin to show, with some members of the group injured. The barrier continues to exert its power, the air shimmering with energy. He is surrounded by a purple aura, his eyes glowing with an unnatural light as the barrier's power intensifies. Extending his hand, Prince unleashes the barrier's energy, the purple light spreading outwards. Prince states that he can only use the corpses for a while since there are so many cuts. Kongmina's eyes widen in horror. "In front of you," she shouts. The purple energy washes over Prince and the man behind him, the effects of the barrier taking hold. A man's arm begins to transform, the skin hardening and taking on a monstrous appearance. Prince declares that there was a guy like that and orders a charge. Another man's eyes glow with the same unnatural light as Prince, a sign of the transformation taking hold. The transformation of the man's arm continues, the monstrous limb now fully formed. The man with glowing eyes screams, his face contorted in pain as the transformation consumes him. Another man grits his teeth, his face a mask of anger and frustration. "Damn it," he shouts. Prince's hand glows with the purple energy, the barrier's power now fully unleashed. The aftermath of the attack is visible, with bodies strewn across the ground and trails of blue energy lingering in the air. A hand glows with an intense blue light, the source of the energy that felled their opponents. Someone clutches their head, overwhelmed by the force of the attack. A man's face is etched with frustration. "My attack didn't work," he thinks, the number 359 hovering above him. The man's thoughts race. 359 points. How many living beings has he killed to get those points? As X dash, the man begins to speak, his expression grim. A figure cries out in alarm. A woman's voice calls out, "Avoid it, mister." Wind blades streak through the air. A pained grunt escapes someone's lips as they clutch their arm. The man looks down, his face a mask of concern. "Damn it," he thinks. "We can't approach." Someone calls out, "Yunsu, please heal Mr. Manchiol first." A hand glows with an inner power. Yunsu is thanked by an unseen person. Someone suggests that it would be better to divide into 2 groups. The plan is laid out. Mina will be with Mr. Jinseok, while Mr. Manchiol will be with Mrs. Sionhui and Yunsu. That's how they're going to divide. Meanwhile, they will deal with the ultrasound user and the wind knives user. Someone asks if that means Mina will read the attacks and the other will attack them using their barrier. Another wonders what they should do, now that there are no more corpses. Mr. Jinseok will handle it. A forest scene is shown. Mancheol Kim expresses his frustration. Someone questions if their role isn't too dangerous. There's no. Another choice presents itself, but before it can be considered, someone shouts to Baekhyun, warning that something is coming. Streaks of light cut through the air, signaling the rapid approach of an unseen force. Figures blur as they flee through the forest, desperately trying to outrun the approaching danger. Hiding behind a tree, Mr. Jinseok and another person call out, pleading for help. Baekhyun's face is etched with worry as he runs. He sprints through the forest, the unseen threat hot on his heels. A scream tears from Baekhyun's throat as he continues his desperate flight. Another figure races through the undergrowth, legs pumping, driven by pure terror. The ground blurs beneath another fleeing figure, each breath a ragged gasp. Baekhyun curses under his breath, his face contorted with fear and frustration. His eyes wide with panic, Baekhyun's breath comes in ragged gasps. He thinks, that bastard. Did he use him as bait on purpose? Damn it. The sound of footsteps echoes as someone sprints forward, their destination unknown. Inside a shimmering blue sphere, Baekhyun and Mina remain hidden. Baekhyun's expression is etched with concern. A voice explains that the ultrasound user can't detect them within the sphere barrier, as ultrasound is only effective when reflected. The voice continues, adding that Baekhyun, the wind knives user, is approximately 2.5 meters away. A voice suggests that they quietly approach their target. A woman points in a direction, exclaiming that they should move there. Baekhyun and Mina's eyes widen in alarm as they are discovered. Baekhyun and Mina are discovered. Soyoung directs someone to the right, telling them to go over there. Soyoung moves. A man with a mask states that it is only a matter of time and they will win this. Baekhyun and Mina are shown again. Baekhyun pulls a tarp off of Mina. Baekhyun holds his hand out, a blue glow surrounding it. The blue glow intensifies. Baekhyun breathes heavily, still holding out his hand with the blue glow. Mina wonders if she will be able to kill a person. The words echo in the air. If they don't kill, they'll be the ones getting killed. Baekhyun Kong holds out his hand, a glowing skull image appearing in his palm. He jumps forward, extending his hand, ready to strike. A beam of light shoots out from Baekhyun's hand. The beam strikes Soyoung. The force of the impact throws her backwards. Soyoung screams in pain. Baekhyun Kong looks shocked at the power he unleashed. Soyoung falls to the ground. Soyoung, someone shouts. Baekhyun's face is filled with anguish. The number 147 appears as Baekhyun's power surges. Baekhyun, realizing what he's done, shouts, shit, and runs away. Someone shouts, Baekhyun, did you take care of them? Baekhyun thinks, I've taken care of one of them, but the rest. He prepares to revive the corpse, declaring it's his turn now. Soyoung lies still, glowing with a faint purple aura. The glow intensifies as Soyoung begins to rise. Baekhyun watches Soyoung, his expression unreadable. A hand snaps its fingers, the sound echoing with finality. Stop. Baekhyun's eyes widen in shock. Soyoung collapses, falling back to the ground. Baekhyun stands with another person, their faces obscured. Soyoung's name is called out as Baekhyun, and the other person run. A man wonders if Soyoung was killed by that kind of guy. Baekhyun, run away. That person can use hypnosis, warns Mina. He thinks to himself that Mina can read his mind, and that he will escape first, take care of this place, and join her with Mr. Mancheol later. Mina looks around, her face etched with worry. What should she do? Now, she steels her resolve, a flicker of determination in her eyes. Baekhyun stands with his back turned, oblivious to Mina's inner turmoil. Kong Mina watches him, her brow furrowed with concern. She can't read his mind anymore. Is he being hypnotized? Her eyes widen with a sudden realization. She needs to get some help. Driven by urgency, Mina sprints away, her feet pounding against the ground. Meanwhile, a man with short red hair stares into the distance, a wistful expression on his face. He whispers, I miss her. Elsewhere, a figure kneels beside Soyoung's lifeless form, tears streaming down his face. He sobs, Soyoung, I'm sorry, I couldn't sense them earlier. The red-haired man's voice cracks with remorse. I'm sorry. The red-haired man stands near Baekhyun, his expression filled with regret. Baekhyun's face is a mask of uncertainty. A wave of relief washes over Baekhyun. Good, he isn't. As he kneels, Baekhyun thinks that he can stop the hypnosis if he covers his whole body with a barrier. The green-haired man orders Baekhyun to kneel. Baekhyun kneels on the ground. The green-haired man orders Baekhyun to put his head down. Baekhyun lowers his head. Baekhyun is kneeling with his head down. The green-haired man asks when he will stop whining over her. The green-haired man sighs, wondering if it would have been more effective if he had teamed up with Soyoung. Baekhyun is crying. He thinks that since they were a couple, he stuck to her like glue, and that's why something like this was bound to happen. The green-haired man says that he always clung to her. The green-haired man clicks his tongue. Baekhyun says ugh. The green-haired man tells Baekhyun not to hate him that much, and that he'll let him kill that guy to avenge his girlfriend. Baekhyun is confused. The green-haired man stares intently, his expression unreadable as he holds up a single finger. Baekhyun's face is slick with sweat, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and desperation. His expression remains unchanged, the tension palpable. The green-haired man's voice cuts through the silence. Now, kill that guy over there. Bacon, his face contorted in anguish, struggles to lift a heavy rock. Cook, he groans. With a grunt, he manages to raise the rock to his shoulder, his body trembling with the effort. Ugh! The rock slips from his grasp, falling to the ground with a thud. He stumbles backward, defeated. Ugh! The green-haired man smiles, a cruel glint in his eyes. Ha ha ha! Killing someone without getting my hands dirty sure feels good. You even ended up avenging your girlfriend just. The green-haired man's voice drips with condescension. You should have listened to me, like I ordered you to. Bacon, tears streaming down his face, summons the strength to lift the rock once more. The sound of a sickening impact echoes through the air as the rock connects with its target. The rock, stained with blood, lies discarded on the ground. The green-haired man unleashes his power, bathing the room in an eerie blue light. A woman with red hair and a ponytail cries out, questioning what is happening. The man's expression is intense, his eyes narrowed as he focuses his energy. He thinks to himself that he needs to get to him before he activates the hypnosis. A hand clenches tightly, the knuckles turning white with strain. Bacon reaches out, his hand glowing with blue energy. Seo Hyun reels back, exclaiming, What the hell? He raises his hand to his ear, a look of intense concentration on his face. Bacon grits his teeth, thinking, I need to get him before he activates the hypnosis. A close-up shows Seo Hyun's hand. The blue energy surges forward. Seo Hyun's eyes widen in shock. He gasps, Kahook. Seo Hyun falls backward, his eyes rolling back in his head. Bacon reaches out, his expression strained. A close-up shows Bacon's hand outstretched, his hoodie bearing a skull emblem with the words, Our Lives. The world spins as she looks up from the ground. Seo Hyun curses, furious that he dared to do this to her. With a grunt, she pushes herself back to her feet. Seo Hyun lashes out, striking Mr. Jinseok. Mr. Jinseok calls out, his voice laced with shock. Mr. Jinseok cries out as Seo Hyun continues her assault. The relentless attack continues, blows raining down on Mr. Jinseok. Mr. Jinseok, battered and bruised, clutches a rock, his expression a mix of pain and desperation. Bacon's eyes widen in disbelief, his face a mask of shock. His face contorted with a mix of horror and anger, Bacon grits his teeth. The scene unfolds from above, revealing Seo Hyun standing over a fallen Mr. Jinseok, while Bacon watches from a distance. Mr. Jinseok coughs, his face bruised and bloodied. He coughs, a dark stain blooming on his shirt. Mr. Jinseok groans, looking up at an unseen figure. A number, 452, floats above his head. Bacon asks if it's alright if he takes care of Mr. Jinseok. Someone raises their hands, preparing to act. A voice urges someone to fight to their heart's content. A family stands together, bathed in a golden light. Yoon-soo promises to heal someone every 5 minutes, earning a grateful acknowledgement. Mr. roars, energy crackling around his fist. Someone observes that Mr. looks like he received a buff. His arm, thick with muscle, tenses as Mr. declares, That's good for you. But he lunges forward, closing the distance with surprising speed. A sharp intake of breath escapes him as Mr. recoils. His eyes narrowed, Mr. vows, I'll end this now. He prepares to strike again, muscles coiled like a spring. His arm shoots forward, a blur of motion. The blow connects, flesh meeting flesh with a sickening thud. Mr.'s face is a mask of grim determination. A blinding flash erupts, momentarily obscuring the fight. He stands his ground, unwavering despite the intensity of the battle. The figures become a chaotic swirl of limbs and motion. Fists collide with brutal force, the sound echoing in the confined space. He grits his teeth, letting out a frustrated grunt as the fight continues. Mr. thinks to himself that the situation is awesome. An unseen character remarks that Mr. turns out to be much tougher than they thought. Mr. considers that he'll only tire himself out if it keeps going this way, and if Yoon-soo's skill stops working. A voice urges him not to think about winning, but to just hold out and buy them some time. The unseen opponent shouts that he shouldn't ignore his opponent while fighting. The opponent wonders aloud who he is ignoring. The opponent emphasizes that he is ignoring him. Mr. lets out a strained groan as he takes the hit. He demands to know if Mr. is trying to buy some time, questioning whether his companions will come. The unseen character laughs, declaring that he is totally wrong. From above, the unseen character's voice booms, calling out to Mr. and Mr. Manchiel. Kong Mina's eyes widen in shock. Mr.'s expression shifts to surprise. The unseen character guffaws, telling Mr. to look at something. He suggests that while Mr. is wasting time, the others might already be dead. The character admits he didn't know that Mr. was there to stall for time. The character states that if they go near Choi Tae-seob, they will only become puppets, declaring it their victory. He adds that it's better if they run away now before their companions, who have been hypnotized, get there. The rustling of leaves fills the air. A man stands amidst the foliage, a knife glinting in his hand. The character speaks to another character, though their words are unheard. 3 figures walk through the foliage, their expressions unreadable. He looks around, a question forming on his lips. Huh? A red-haired man raises a club, preparing to strike. The club descends towards Mr. Kong. Mina watches in shock. A man in orange pants struggles against his captors, exclaiming, what's going on? A woman in black kicks the man in orange pants, subduing him. A dark-haired woman is struck in the face, crying out, Aok. Her eyes glaze over as she is hypnotized. The man in orange pants continues to struggle, shouting, Get off! Get off me! The red-haired man stands over the subdued group, club in hand. He walks forward, his expression unreadable. Mr. sighs, muttering, Sigh, what a pain in the ass. He reels back, eyes wide with shock as the attack lands. Mr. stands alongside another figure, their eyes burning with an unnatural light. The other figure, eyes glowing, roars with fury. Blood trickles down Mr.'s face as recognition dawns. You were the one from back then. Mr. raises his hand, a surge of power coalescing into a blinding light. Another figure, eyes glowing with the same eerie light, raises a sword high above their head. A man raises a bat above his head, ready to strike. The bat is covered in blood. Someone shouts, demanding that they stop and not kill him yet. The man holding the bat pauses. A group of people stand around a man lying on the ground. The man on the ground is bloody and bruised. The group of people watch with concern. One of the men looks on, a speech bubble indicating he is thinking. Xianhui tells someone that they should kill him and become level 2. That way, Yunsu's healing power will rise to level 3, and my. Xianhui looks on, a worried expression etched on her face. Yunsu states that he's just doing to them exactly as they did to him. Xianhui agrees, saying, Okay, you're right, honey. Mina looks on, but Xianhui comforts a child, calling him honey. Someone swallows nervously. Yunsu asks Xianhui to take Yunsu somewhere, so he won't be able to see it. Xianhui, flanked by 2 figures, clutches a rock, her breathing heavy. A man lies injured, muttering, You guys will get your own karma. The rock hurtles through the air. Bruised and bleeding, she grimaces in pain. Xianhui stares intently at the number 339. A holographic image of Han Xiaoweng appears, congratulating someone. Han Xiaoweng's image flickers as he speaks. The crowd murmurs as Han Xiaoweng's image remains on the screen. Han Xiaoweng announces that someone has killed the steel swordsman and risen to level 4. Han Xiaoweng raises a finger. Should he show their honorable main character now? A woman's image appears on the screen. Xianhui's eyes widen in shock. A man looks on in disbelief. Xianhui's expression turns to worry. Is there something wrong? She asks if he told her to do it, right? The man responds, agreeing with her. She stands with the others, as one of them asks if level 4 is that great. The number of skills they can learn is being discussed. The man states that it is different than other levels. Another replies that there is no way they will be able to learn it. The boy suggests that maybe they will be able to learn it when they reach the next pillar of light. That's what he thinks. The man questions the boy's statement. The man in the blue tracksuit says that it is not the only benefit. Those who are. The man in the blue tracksuit is surprised and asks who said something like that. The boy thinks of his dad. The boy thinks of his dad. The boy remembers that is what his dad said back then, and also said that. Yunsu is shown with a worried expression. Yunsu remembers that he saw it in the future that grandma had shown him. The boy remembers his dad. Tears stream down Yunsu's face. In a hazy memory, a group stands together, a child held aloft amidst them. A voice echoes, stating the grim purpose, to gain strong corpses. The vision shifts, revealing a woman and a man in a hoodie, their faces pale and lifeless. A stark declaration hangs in the air, Dad kills Mom and Big Bro. Tears stream down Yunsu's face, his expression a mask of anguish and terror. Xianhui gently comforts the crying Yunsu, whispering assurances that everything will be all right. More tears fall as the child's mind races. He thinks, Big Sis is the revelator. Another fragmented image surfaces. Xianhui stands alongside a man in a blue tracksuit and the man in the hoodie, their expressions unreadable. The man in the hoodie's face fills the frame, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and determination. Again, Xianhui embraces Yunsu, offering silent comfort as he struggles with the visions. The man in the hoodie's face is shown again, his expression troubled. He thinks, Ade. Xianhui's face is etched with worry, her eyes reflecting the turmoil within Yunsu. 2 men stand facing each other, their postures tense. One wonders, what should I do to survive? Charles's gaze is intense, his expression thoughtful. He thinks, Who? You are definitely different from all the humans I have met so far. He explains that the young man will not be able to ask for anything other than this question. The young man nods in understanding. The man with teal hair states that only the skill, necromancy, could be called the strongest skill, though it's useless if the corpse decomposes. The young man listens intently as Charles continues, adding that it's also useless when there's no corpse around. Charles says that there lies true value in it. Charles asks what the young man thinks will happen if he becomes level 2. He adds that the young man will be able to use the skills of the human corpses under his command. The man with teal hair continues, saying that although there is a limit to the number of corpses the young man can manage, if he can gather strong corpses under his command, then he will become strong as well. The young man remains silent, listening intently. Charles explains that when he rises to level 3, he will be able to preserve corpses for a longer term. Charles asks if the young man understands what he's saying. The young man thinks to himself that he needs to accumulate points to level up. Charles tells the young man that he is a man with such potential, and that he likes him and will tell him another thing. Charles states that if the young man wants to survive until the end, he needs to find the Revelator. The young man wonders what the Revelator is. Charles tells him that he needs to. Charles tells the young man to find out the details by himself, and that he'll see him later. The young man calls out to him to wait, realizing that Charles is his son and wife. Charles throws his head back and laughs, asking if the other man is asking about them now. Charles stands opposite a man in a purple jacket who thinks he is amusing. Mina looks on with a concerned expression. The man in the purple jacket stands in front of Mina. A man with an angry expression declares that he has found her. The aftermath of a brutal encounter is visible, bodies strewn across the ground. A voice echoes, dismissing them as weak. One of the fallen gasps, struggling for breath. Another man lies wounded, barely able to utter a sound. A man stands over a fallen figure, a knife glinting in his hand. He prepares to deliver the final blow. Xianhui embraces Yunsu tightly, shielding him from the violence. Xianhui's expression is etched with worry as she questions the necessity of such cruelty. She whispers Yunsu's name. A man looks down, a grim acceptance in his eyes. A system notification appears, indicating a level up. He thinks he is the only one capable of killing. The man's face is bloodied, but his resolve remains firm. He believes this is the only path to survival. Xianhui's eyes are filled with concern. She urges Yunsu to leave with her. Hand in hand, Xianhui and Yunsu walk away from the carnage. The man's gaze is intense, a dark ambition simmering beneath the surface. He contemplates the power he could wield if he reaches level 2. After listening to the words, he raises his level using the remaining points that he had, a purple aura emanating from his hand. He stands, his hand outstretched, ready to test his new abilities. Water droplets begin to form on his palm, gathering into a small pool. With a swift motion, he flicks his hand, creating a gust of wind that whips through the air. He declares his intention, let's test it. A smile creeps across his face as he thinks, if he could use his skill to the best of its abilities, then surviving will be an easy matter. He resolves, I only need to become level 3 in the next page and find the Revelator. He vows, I will definitely find that Revelator and survive until the end. A voice whispers in disbelief, why you are? A close-up reveals eyes wide with shock and dawning realization. The girl is revealed, her expression a mix of surprise and apprehension. You're the Revelator? A voice filled with betrayal accuses, so you've tricked me. You've tricked me from the start. The boy questions the man with the knife, asking what he's talking about. A woman, holding a child, asks why someone is suddenly acting strangely. The man with the knife yells, demanding that Xianhui know something. The man's power level is shown to be at 750. The man with the knife stares intently at Xianhui. The man thinks to himself that their cooperation isn't that good, and when he reaches level 3, he will be able to use the preservation skill. He continues, thinking that whatever that Revelator is, it's fine as long as there's the corpse of it. Xianhui, shocked, asks how he could think like that. The man with the knife wonders if she just read his mind, recalling that she said back then that she was only able to read the minds of level 1 people. The man with the knife grits his teeth, thinking that they are deceivers. Xianhui looks on with wide eyes. The man with the knife is lying down. The man with the knife is using his powers. She strides forward, her expression unreadable as a faint aura surrounds her. The man in the blue tracksuit stares, his eyes wide with disbelief. What's going on? He can use the corpse's skills. The man's face twists into a sneer. Ha! Do you think you guys are the only ones who've been hiding their skills? The boy in the hoodie looks on, his face etched with concern. Why are you doing this? The woman in black continues her advance, followed by the man in the blue tracksuit and a red-haired man. Reaching out, she touches the arm of the man in the blue tracksuit, a faint spark arcing between them. Extending her arm, the woman in black seems to focus her power, energy crackling around her fingertips. The purple-haired girl and the boy in the hoodie watch in horror, their faces illuminated by the strange light. The red-haired man and others recoil, shielding their eyes from the intense energy. Responding to the woman's display, the man in the blue tracksuit extends his own arm, a pink glow emanating from his palm. Ho, honey. A close-up reveals the man's determined expression, his eyes narrowed with resolve. Clutching her child, a woman pleads, her voice trembling with fear. Please, stop it. A woman grabs Jinseok's arm, pleading with him to stop. He barks, don't distract me. Jinseok's voice rises in frustration. Aren't you my wife? Why aren't you on my side? Baekhyun states that the corpses aren't moving because Mr. Jinseok is ignoring them. He urges Kang Mina to close the barrier. Jinseok's expression shifts to one of dawning realization. He thinks, damn it, I thought I could use the hypnosis skill. Jinseok wonders aloud if he hit the person too hard. He realizes it's over if he can't use his skill. It's stated that Mr. Jinseok can't use the hypnosis skill. Mr. Manchiol is asked to attack Mr. Jinseok. Manchiol reacts in surprise, exclaiming, huh, followed by a muttered, shit. Someone yells, let go. The man declares, I don't know what's going on, but I'll just beat you first. Someone is punched. It worked. The man shouts, all right, I'll beat some sense into that guy's head. The man in the blue tracksuit declares, his voice tight with anger, that he'll beat some sense into that guy's head. His face contorts with determination, a grim set to his jaw. Energy begins to emanate from his outstretched hand, a faint pink glow illuminating his features. His arm undergoes a grotesque transformation, the flesh rippling and hardening. He unleashes a barrage of energy blades, each one crackling with power. The energy blades explode outward, sending shards of light scattering in all directions. Mina watches the display, a mixture of concern and apprehension etched on her face. The man screams, his voice raw with pain or exertion. He gathers energy around his fist, the air crackling with blue electricity. He plummets through the trees, a dark silhouette against the bright sky. Continuing his descent, he crashes through the foliage, the sound echoing through the forest. Two figures kneel on the ground, the silence broken only by the rustling of leaves. The man in the tracksuit, neutral mister, says, "Let's check him down there." The group moves forward, their footsteps muffled by the soft earth. The forest looms around them, the trees casting long shadows as they continue their search. The sound of heavy breathing fills the air. Neutral mister is on the ground, his face etched with concern. He struggles to catch his breath, the weight of their mission pressing down on him. A voice calls out, "Mr. Jinseok, please stop here. We don't want to fight with you." A woman with a child pleads, "Please think about Mrs. Seonhui and Yoonsu. Honey, please don't be like this. I'm begging you." Jinseok's face contorts with a mixture of anger and desperation. Those guys are the ones who tricked us, but why am I being treated like this? The group continues through the forest, the atmosphere thick with tension. Jinseok's eyes narrow, his determination hardening. If only there's a corpse. I just need a corpse. Jinseok stares intently at something in the water, his expression unreadable. He continues to walk towards the water, the air growing heavy with an unseen dread. Kong Mina, Prince, and Manchiol exchange worried glances, sensing something amiss. Jinseok peers down into the murky depths, his expression shifting from curiosity to dawning horror. Beneath the surface, a macabre tableau unfolds. Countless bodies suspended in the water, their forms distorted by the unnatural currents. Jinseok's eyes widen, a silent question forming on his lips as he takes in the ghastly sight. A disembodied voice echoes, declaring that there are plenty of corpses below. A chilling laughter erupts from Jinseok, a sound that sends shivers down the spines of his companions. Mina, Prince, and Manchiol stare at Jinseok, their faces etched with confusion and growing unease. A malevolent energy begins to emanate from Jinseok, a purple aura enveloping his form as his dark desires take hold. The purple energy intensifies, swirling around Jinseok's legs like a phantom embrace. Mina gasps, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and disbelief as she witnesses Jinseok's transformation. The camera returns to the water, the corpses now seeming to writhe and twist in response to Jinseok's growing power. He lies on the ground, surrounded by the bodies of the dead. Jinseok laughs, declaring that this is round 2 and he will take everyone's points except Yoonsu. He remains on the ground, a manic grin plastered across his face. Mina, Prince, and Manchiol Kim observe the scene. Mina wonders if those people are the Messiah believers. A crowd of people stand before Jinseok, fear etched on their faces. They wonder what happened here. Jinseok stands, surrounded by the terrified crowd. Jinseok unleashes a devastating attack, his scream echoing through the air. Flames erupt around Jinseok's hands, the air crackling with energy. He soars through the air, a fiery aura engulfing his form. Jinseok's expression shifts to one of shock, his eyes widening in disbelief. The crowd is engulfed in a blinding light, the force of the attack sending them reeling. One of the people cries out in pain as the attack lands. He raises his hands, creating a shimmering blue barrier that envelopes Baekhyun. "Thanks, Baekhyun," Jinseok says. A figure in a hoodie stands ready, his expression grim. A hand extends, crackling with blue energy as it launches an attack. A voice is heard saying, "TCH." Jinseok's face is grim as he says, "Keep trying to block it. There are plenty of skillful corpses available I can use." A hulking figure stands, muscles bulging, ready to strike. Power surges through the muscular man, energy crackling around him. The muscular man lunges forward, attacking the figure in the hoodie. A pained yell echoes through the air. The force of the blow sends the figure in the hoodie hurtling backwards. Jinseok once again raises his hands, creating a protective barrier around the figure in the hoodie. The muscular man stands, energy crackling around him, ready for another attack. He throws a punch, striking one of the approaching corpses. The blow connects with a sickening thud. The zombie is sent flying backwards from the force of the impact. It crashes to the ground, limbs flailing. Blood splatters as the zombie's face is crushed. A horde of corpses continues to advance. Jinseok, looking grim, grits his teeth. Damn it, there's no end to it. In the background, a woman calls out, "Honey." Her face is etched with worry. One of the corpses remarks, "Huh, so you can't use the barrier anymore." Jinseok tells Baekhyun, "Baekhyun, get behind me." Baekhyun thinks to himself, "Shit, I've run out of energy, but there are still many corpses left." Jinseok thinks, "I think Mr. Jinseok can only revive one more corpse." She is approached by a group of men, their expressions grim as they advance. Jinseok's face is covered in sweat, but she steels her resolve. Jinseok thinks to herself, I just need to grab him. A sudden blow sends Jinseok flying backwards, a scream tearing from her throat. The world becomes a blur of limbs and motion as the attack unfolds. The chaotic scene continues, with bodies falling and blood splattering. The group of men stand over Jinseok, their faces obscured by shadows. Jinseok's face is bruised and bloodied, her expression a mix of pain and defiance. A man cries out in anguish, his voice echoing through the dimly lit space as he is surrounded by others. The man's face is etched with worry, his brow furrowed as he stares ahead. A woman points accusingly at the man, her expression stern. The man walks forward, his expression determined. The man is struck, the force of the blow sending him reeling. He falls backward, his body crashing to the ground. The man's eyes widen in shock, his mouth agape as he stares in disbelief. A man declares that it's punishment time. The man hesitates, uttering a soft, The group walks away, their backs turned to the scene. Joyu Little rears back his fist, a savage grin plastered across his face as he prepares to strike. Haa, he shouts. The punch connects with a sickening thud, sending the recipient flying backward into the crowd. Ahhh, the victim screams. The force of the blow sends the victim reeling, gasping for air as they struggle to regain their balance. Ack! A man's voice cuts through the air, laced with venom. From the start, I never liked you. The victim cries out in pain, clutching their chest as they struggle to breathe. Ugh! Kuk. Joyu Little stands over the fallen figure, his shadow looming large. You're ordering me around as if you're. A close-up reveals the victim's wide, panicked eyes, reflecting the terror of the moment. The man's face is contorted in a mask of fear and desperation, sweat beading on his brow. A man shouts in anguish, his voice raw with emotion. Beck Hayu. A young woman stares ahead, her eyes wide with fear and a single tear tracing a path down her cheek. The man from before smiles grimly, blood trickling from a cut on his cheek. Die, he snarls. A strange, flat object descends from above, casting an ominous shadow. A dark object plummets from above, streaking through the air with alarming speed. A wave of unseen force slams into a man, his eyes widening in disbelief. He coughs violently, a strange energy swirling around him. What the hell is this? He manages to choke out. A piercing scream tears through the air as another person succumbs to the unseen force. The world tilts as a woman collapses, her body going limp. The man from before falls to his knees, gasping for air. Another figure crumples, their face contorted in agony. A young man staggers, his body convulsing as he struggles to stay conscious. The man from before is now lying prone on the ground, unmoving. Baekhyun stands amidst the fallen, his face etched with concern as he surveys the scene. He remains frozen, surrounded by the unconscious bodies of his friends and neighbors. A man in a blue tracksuit struggles to sit up, his voice hoarse. What happened? He gasped, his breath ragged and shallow. This wasn't how it was supposed to end. His gaze drifted into the distance, a silent question hanging in the air. Tears streamed down his face as he whispered his gratitude, a broken mantra of thanks. He wondered aloud if he had finally repaid his debt, the question laced with a desperate hope. His face glistened with sweat, the bruising a stark reminder of the cost. His eyes searched the horizon, a deep concern etched into his features. They stood in silent vigil over the fallen, the weight of their sacrifice heavy in the air. Jinseok sobbed, holding the child close, a desperate attempt to shield them from the harsh reality. Tears welled in his eyes as he apologized to his father, knowing he had no other choice. Lying wounded, he reflected on the lives he had taken, the weight of his actions crushing him. A lot of them. A beam of light pierced the night sky, emanating from the distant tower, a silent beacon in the darkness. A towering structure pierces the night sky, a brilliant pillar of light emanating from its core. Drawn by the radiant beacon, figures converge, their silhouettes stark against the luminous ground. A small group gathers at the edge of the light, their faces turned upward in silent contemplation. The group stands shoulder to shoulder, their expressions a mix of apprehension and curiosity as they gaze toward the light. Charles chuckles, a hint of amusement in his voice. More than I thought. Ha ha. Charles muses, his gaze distant. Although many candidates with potential that I'd kept an eye out for have been eliminated, what can I do about it? The younger man beside Charles groans, a sound of frustration escaping his lips. Charles continues, nevertheless, all of you do have slight potential. Charles states, his expression unreadable. However, the people you have killed so far have only done their best to survive. The younger man asks, a hint of defiance in his tone, but how about you? Charles warns, his eyes narrowing slightly. I shall warn you. If you keep this attitude up, you will not be able to last. The younger man exclaims, his voice laced with disbelief. Much more of this is left? Charles responds, a hint of intrigue in his voice. Well, I wonder? Charles gestures towards the light, his voice taking on a commanding tone. Now, please move into the pillar of light. He looks around, a deep furrow in his brow. Else safe? I don't know. I'm not quite sure now. Baekhyun's expression remains troubled, his gaze fixed on something unseen. His face contorts in frustration. Damn it. Elsewhere. A crowd murmurs with an undercurrent of unease. The crowd continues to stir, their expressions a mix of concern and anticipation. A woman with brown hair pulled back in a ponytail looks on, her eyes wide with worry. Surrounded by men in suits, an elderly woman stands out, her face etched with concern. The grandmother cries out, her voice cracking with desperation. Grandmother! Tears well in the woman's eyes, her expression a mask of sorrow. She clutches something close to her chest, her knuckles white with tension. The elderly woman speaks, her voice filled with anguish. How much burden did you put on my son? The woman approaches the grandmother, her voice pleading. My Yunsu, how could you do this to Yunsu? Please return my Yunsu back. A crowd gathers, their expressions a mix of concern and anticipation. The grandmother looks at Yunsu with a mixture of sadness and relief. She says, Child, it must have been. Tears stream down Yunsu's face as he replies, Grandma, I did my best, hard right. The grandmother embraces Yunsu tightly, her voice thick with emotion. I know, Yunsu. I know. I'm sorry I made you suffer like this. It was hard, right? There won't. The grandmother continues to hold Yunsu, whispering, Be any more foresight now, so you can rest. A group of people stand together, their faces etched with worry. A voice says, You saved everyone. You've saved all of them. The grandmother continues to embrace Yunsu, her face a mask of grief. A close-up of the grandmother reveals the depth of her sorrow. I don't want him to live like that, she thinks. A lone figure stands in a desolate landscape, their form blurred by the distance. Yuaa, even though I said there are more people that have been saved. An older man stares into the distance, his expression unreadable. The grandmother continues to hold Yunsu, her tears falling silently. Because in the end, people will die when the time comes. A stark message appears, this old body is well. A sound echoes. The green-haired man stands before a crowd of survivors, a pillar of light seemingly emanating from above. The green-haired man addresses the crowd. Survivors of the ROK area, well done for surviving this far. The green-haired man continues. First of all, I would like to applaud you for your efforts. Huh. The survivors stand before the green-haired man. The survivors listen intently. The green-haired man declares, all of your wounds will be healed inside the pillar of light in order for you to recover. A close-up of the green-haired man's hair. The green-haired man smiles. The green-haired man asks, Now, shall I give you an explanation about the next page? A screen displays a man in a suit, his image projected before a murmuring crowd. The man on the screen announces that the next phase is about to begin. Another man's face appears on the screen, interrupting the announcement. He states, but first. A man demands to know why they were subjected to this. The camera focuses on a man in a blue tracksuit, his expression unreadable. Another man insists on knowing why they need to know now. A man in an orange shirt exclaims, questioning how long this is going to go on. A man expresses his desire to go home, his voice filled with desperation. The crowd looks distressed, their faces etched with worry and fear. The crowd demands to be told why, their voices rising in a chorus of unrest. Murmurs fill the air as the crowd awaits answers. The crowd's anxiety is palpable, they need to know what's happening. The murmuring continues as Charles observes the crowd. A man in the crowd asks if this is everyone's question. Charles states that he was going to answer each individual question. He says that if this is what they want, fine. Charles snaps his fingers and says, Here you go. A strange sound fills the air. The air distorts as the teleportation begins. A close-up of an eye shows the beginning of the teleportation. The sound intensifies as the teleportation continues. With a final surge of energy, the crowd is teleported away. The crowd plummets through a seemingly endless expanse of blue, dotted with distant stars. The group continues to fall, their expressions a mix of confusion and apprehension. A man in a hoodie looks up, his eyes wide with disbelief. What? He wonders. The man's perspective shifts, his confusion growing. What the hell? He hears a voice urging him to turn. A breathtaking view of Earth fills their vision. Earth? Someone murmurs. A strange, glowing aura surrounds the planet, pulsating with an otherworldly energy. What is that? Strange, jellyfish-like creatures wriggle through the space, their bodies glowing with an ethereal light. The creatures continue to wriggle, their forms shifting and changing in the cosmic void. One of the jellyfish-like creatures drifts closer, its translucent body revealing intricate patterns of light and energy. The creature's tendrils writhe, their presence both mesmerizing and unsettling. The group recoils in disgust. Gross. What are those? One of them exclaims. Another cries out, Yuck. More of the group express their revulsion, one simply shouting, Barf. A closer view reveals one of them covering their mouth, declaring, Sick. That's gross. A narrator's voice explains, These are organisms that are intelligent beyond your comprehension. The creatures float in the background, emitting a soft, ethereal hum. The voice continues, yet are unbelievably dull and basic. The creatures pulse with a faint, inner light. They are motivated. The camera focuses on a face, the narrator adding, by a singular purpose and instinct. The group stares in disbelief. That can't be true. One of them stammers. Charles, leaning back with a smirk, says, TSK, didn't I say so? The group continues to react with disgust. That knowing this wouldn't do you any good, a voice says. You and barf are heard. Some of the group begin to choke, gasping, choke choke. A murmur spreads through the crowd. An older man stares ahead, his expression unreadable. A crowd of people stand in the background, their expressions unreadable. Baekhyun ponders the situation, a furrow in his brow. Charles declares, his tone laced with a strange satisfaction, that the whole universe is hell. The crowd listens intently as Charles continues, explaining that the pain they are going through isn't spectacular. Baekhyun asks how that is related to turning them into the size of bugs and torturing them. Charles retorts, questioning if they shouldn't be grateful to him. Baekhyun, confused, simply asks, what? Charles explains that they were given special abilities when all they had was intelligence. He continues, stating that now that they're about 1/100 of their original size, they've developed the capacity to use special powers. Charles concludes that they will be subject to the system. Baekhyun, standing next to Mina, asks what the bioenergy system does. Charles explains that their bioenergy is limited, so he decided to condense energy by making. He continues, explaining that passing through is a prerequisite, but the system cannot accommodate the entire human population. A vast crowd of people gathers, awaiting their fate. The crowd is told that some of them will be weeded out in the next phases. Charles pauses, his expression unreadable. A disembodied voice wonders what happens to those who don't pass through to the next phase. The perspective zooms in on a blue, swirling planet. The zoom continues, the planet's surface becoming more defined. The perspective hurtles toward a city, the buildings blurring into streaks of blue. The city rushes closer, the buildings now visible in sharp detail. The zoom continues, the city now filling the entire view. People lie motionless on the ground, bathed in the eerie glow of purple energy beams. The city stands silent, the purple energy swirling around the buildings and trees, a testament to the system's ruthless efficiency. Purple energy beams descend from the sky, piercing through the city's skyline. The beams strike buildings and streets, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. More of the violet tendrils rain down, the sound of their descent like a death knell. The city is bathed in an eerie purple glow, the energy beams a constant reminder of the system's judgment. Strange, jellyfish-like creatures float in the air, their translucent bodies pulsing with an inner light. A wet slurp echoes through the air. A close-up reveals the intricate details of one of the creatures, its form both beautiful and terrifying. The jellyfish-like entity drifts, its ethereal glow casting long shadows. One of the creatures hovers above an unseen figure, its presence ominous. His eyes widen in horror, sweat beading on his brow. They're eaten, he realizes with dawning dread. A murmur ripples through the crowd, a wave of unease spreading among them. The murmuring intensifies, a low hum of fear and uncertainty filling the air. Whispers break out amongst the crowd, the murmurs growing louder as the reality of the situation sinks in. Charles smiles, declaring that suffering will elevate you. He continues, stating that this is how one becomes part of System Yuli Man. The teal-haired man's expression shifts to a more serious one. Charles explains that this is the hope they held on to, and the reason they didn't wipe out those creatures. He adds that he will send them to their individual space so they can upgrade their skills. Meanwhile, a man is sent hurtling through the air. A voice asks if they should move on to phase 3. Then, the man continues to fall. He is surrounded by a whirlwind of air. The man in the gray hoodie exclaims in shock. He wonders what is going on. The man plummets downwards. He continues to fall through the air. A surge of blue energy crackles in the air, the source unseen. The energy explodes outward in a blinding flash. Charles stares pensively into the distance, lost in thought. He asks, his voice laced with a hint of impatience, "Are you getting what you need this time?" Charles stands beside a man in a dark suit, the man's back turned to him. Charles says, a hint of nostalgia in his voice, "It's been a while." The man in the suit, named Max, thinks to himself, Max. A close-up reveals the impeccable tailoring of Max's dark suit. Meanwhile, a gradient of gray. A gradient of gray. A cavern glows with an eerie blue light, its depths shrouded in shadow. The cavern's blue light shifts to a sinister purple, illuminating strange rock formations. A soft, ethereal shoo sound fills the air as the scene begins to shift. The sound continues as several figures float weightlessly in a cavern bathed in an eerie blue light. The floating sensation subsides, leaving the participants sitting on the cavern floor, some audibly distressed. One man's eyes widen in confusion, his face a mask of bewilderment. Two figures look up, their expressions mirroring the same question. What is this? The green-haired man gestures grandly, a smug smile playing on his lips. There. This phase is the ant colony, but a normal ant nest wouldn't be any fun. He continues, his voice dripping with manufactured enthusiasm. We've customized this ant colony just for you, so please enjoy. The man brings a finger to his lips, his eyes narrowing. Are you better than an insect, or only just as good? He mutters to himself. Don't let me down this time. He points a finger upwards, his smile widening. Oh, and you can gain points in this phase, too. The screen blips, displaying a message. Do not waste this chance. Mina, looking bewildered, mutters, Huh? What now? Her eyes widen in alarm. The sound of something being cut echoes through the air. The rustling sound grows louder. A massive ant looms into view. A scream pierces the air as someone is attacked. The ants continue their assault, one snapping its mandibles shut on an unseen victim while another chokes the life out of someone else. Another ant finds its mark, sinking its teeth into a new target. A man cries out in pain and fear as the rustling of the ants grows louder around him. An ant strikes with brutal force, sending a sharp whap echoing through the cavern. A piercing scream tears through the air as another person falls victim to the relentless onslaught. A man's face fills the frame, his mouth agape as he bellows, "Everyone, back this way." Meanwhile, the sound of marching grows louder as soldiers advance. The soldiers continue their march, their faces grim and determined. A group of people, both soldiers and civilians, stand together, their expressions a mix of fear and resolve. Three figures gaze upwards, their faces etched with worry as they look towards an unseen threat. Chaos erupts as the ants swarm, their attacks eliciting cries of pain and terror. The man from before stares ahead, his expression unreadable. The man's voice echoed with disbelief. "The president?" Soldiers march forward, their footsteps echoing in the confined space. The rhythmic cadence of their march continues, a steady beat against the growing unease. The soldiers stand in formation, their faces grim as they await further instructions. Three figures gaze upwards, their expressions a mixture of apprehension and curiosity. A wave of panic washes over the crowd, their faces contorted in fear as they cry out in alarm. The man's gaze is fixed, his expression unreadable as he stares into the distance. A voice calls out, questioning the whereabouts of the president. A swarm of ants descends, their numbers overwhelming as they advance towards the crowd. A soldier's voice booms out, urging those with defense skills to gather and prepare to contain the ants with a shield bubble. Another soldier shouts, calling for those with remote attack abilities to come forward. The soldiers instruct those confident in their physical abilities to bring the injured and stay behind, their voices filled with urgency. The group marched forward, murmuring amongst themselves. A man in a hoodie wondered if this was going to work, but another responded that they didn't have a choice. A man shouted for everyone to form the shield. Energy crackled as the group prepared to defend themselves. The shield began to take shape, a shimmering barrier of blue energy. The energy hummed as the shield solidified. With a sickening crunch, the first ant slammed into the shield, sending a jolt through the barrier. The shield buckled under the relentless assault, the energy barrier splintering with each impact. The swarm pressed closer, a relentless tide of chitin and hunger. The shield failed, and a man cried out as the ants began to overwhelm them. A man reached out, desperate to hold back the swarm. The man's jacket bore the image of a skull, a grim reminder of their mortality. The swarm descended, a living carpet of red and black. The group desperately tried to reform the shield, but the ants were already upon them. Amidst the chaos, a man strains, carrying two others to safety, his face etched with determination. Above him, a desperate plea echoes, "If you can amplify strength, move the children, elderly, and injured to a safe spot." Panic erupts as the ants close in. A collective cry of terror fills the air. From the rear, a voice rings out, promising support from their position, as crackling energy gathers around them. With a whirring surge, the defenders unleash their powers, bolts of energy zapping towards the encroaching swarm. The energy slams into the ants, each impact a resounding whack, as the creatures are blasted backward. Another defender unleashes a surge of power, a blinding zap, that illuminates the desperate struggle. A young man's face is a mask of grim determination, his eyes reflecting the desperate fight for survival. A single word hangs in the air, a testament to their combined effort, teamwork. A voice marvels at the unlikely alliance, observing that they've never seen strangers come together like this. Explosions of energy rip through the ant swarm, but the question lingers, how come this hasn't happened before? A leader addresses the group, urging everyone to move above ground first. A voice of concern rises, admitting that they don't know the way. A voice offers a solution, revealing that they have people who have terrain vision and are ground manipulators. Kim Hwan-suk urges the others to stay strong and not despair. Baekhyun Kong wonders if this means they can't get out, as he unleashes a burst of energy to fend off the approaching ants. A hand grips a rock tightly, ready to be used. Kim Hwan-suk announces that there's a way out the back and instructs everyone to evacuate, promising to be the last one to leave. Baekhyun Kong and Kim Hwan-suk exchange a worried glance. Kim Hwan-suk's resolve hardens as he thinks about Baekhyun Kang's hidden strength. The narrator reflects that Kim Hwan-suk wasn't that popular. A voice calls out, directing everyone to move to the back as a rumble echoes. The group sprints forward, desperate to escape. Panting heavily, a lone figure emerges into a dark forest. The group pauses, catching their breath and wondering what lies ahead. The group looks up in alarm, their faces etched with fear. The echoing cavern amplified the chilling realization, there was no way out. A wave of murmurs rippled through the group as the question hung in the air. Had they been deceived? The murmuring grew louder, a chorus of despair as the weight of their situation crashed down. It was over. Tears welled in her eyes as the crushing reality settled in. They were done. A voice cut through the despair, a desperate denial. We're not. Mina closed her eyes, a flicker of determination crossing her face. Huh? I don't have that kind of ability. Taking a step forward, Mina's resolve seemed to solidify with each footfall. She paused, her gaze fixed on a distant point. This was the closest spot to the surface. Mancheol Kim gestured with a grim expression. You're all gifted, so someone must be suited for this job. The murmurs returned, laced with fear and uncertainty. What were they supposed to do? A voice, heavy with doubt, questioned the plan. They were pretty deep down. Was this really feasible? Taking a determined step, Mina considered their options. They could dig diagonally, like this. She walks with a man who has a tattoo on his arm. They continue walking. Someone says, y'all are wimps. Kong Mina and the man continue walking. Kong Mina prepares to use her powers. She blasts something with her powers. The blast occurs. Kong Mina says, I've leveled up, so this should be no problem. The man with the tattoo prepares to sweep. The blast continues. The blast continues. Someone says, wow. A wave of shock ripples through the crowd, their eyes wide with disbelief as they gaze upwards, a low rumble vibrating through the air. 3 figures stride forward, their footsteps echoing with purpose as they advance towards an unseen destination. Mina's voice cuts through the air, a sharp command laced with urgency. Get out of the way. A blinding blue light erupts, bathing the surroundings in an ethereal glow, a resonant VWOM reverberating through the space. 2 figures crane their necks, their faces illuminated by the radiant light, a palpable sense of wonder filling the air as a sharp zap echoes around them. The forest stands silent, the trees reaching towards the sky, a sense of anticipation hanging heavy in the air. A deep rumble echoes through the forest, the ground trembling beneath their feet, a sense of unease settling in. A voice whispers in awe, barely audible above the rumbling. It's a gaping hole tears through the earth, revealing a glimpse of the outside world, a chorus of voices erupting in joyous cries. Open. We see the outside. Let's get up. The forest remains still, the trees swaying gently in the breeze, a sense of mystery lingering in the air. A bird soars through the sky, its wings beating rhythmically, a soft flap, accompanying its flight as it dances among the sunlit leaves. The bird continues its journey, its silhouette framed against the azure sky, the gentle flap, a constant reminder of freedom and escape. A man with large, bat-like wings flies through the air, letting out a soft ooh. Flapping his wings, he thinks to himself that it's not bad. From above, the group of people can be seen gathered in a clearing in the forest. Murmurs ripple through the crowd. The crowd sits and stands around the clearing. The murmuring continues as a man in a blue tracksuit stands near a group of seated people. The man in the blue tracksuit stands tall, watching over the seated group. A soldier in camouflage gear asks if Baekhyun's group is present. The soldier calls out, asking for Mr. Baekhyun Kong. A man looks up, surprised. He thinks that would be him, and wonders what the soldier wants. The soldier stands before the man and a few others, asking if he is Baekhyun and if the man next to him is Mancheol Kim. The man confirms that he is, but hesitates. He is approached by a soldier in uniform. The soldier's expression is serious as he speaks. Baekhyun looks surprised by the soldier's words. The president, he wonders. The group is in a forest. The soldier and Baekhyun are a distance away from the others. The soldier is surrounded by a group of people. Baekhyun's expression is one of shock. The soldier, Baekhyun, and the green-haired woman are walking together. Aram looks on with concern. Baekhyun calls out, Hey, Aram. The green-haired woman is relieved. Baekhyun, thank goodness you're all safe, she exclaims. The soldier looks on with a stern expression. Baekhyun looks worried as he glances at Aram. The soldier leads the group through a cave. They walk forward, their footsteps echoing in the cavern. Kim Hwan-suk greets them. The man's expression is serious. Baekhyun Kong asks why they wanted them to come. Kong Mina looks concerned. Kim Hwan-suk's face is grim. Kim Hwan-suk explains that to overcome this ordeal, they are going to need their group's help. Baekhyun looks confused by this statement. The group stands before Director Jang Woo-seok, listening intently. He asks why they were summoned. Prince looks on with concern. Jang Woo-seok's expression remains serious. He speaks of overcoming this ordeal. Jang Woo-seok continues, stating that they will need the group's help. Prince appears confused by this statement. He remains concerned, wondering about a way to overcome this ordeal. Jang Woo-seok asks if they've all met a man named Charles in their individual space. Jang Woo-seok thinks he answered one question per person there. Prince says he sees, realizing that countless others are asking the same questions. A man in a suit, Charles, says that he'll answer one question, and one question only. He asks if it was then. He stated that they had figured something out. The group had gathered everyone's questions and his answers to them, hoping to make sense of the information. Most people had asked about their family. Kong Mina listened intently, as some had asked how to survive. Others had asked why this had to happen. Charles explained that others were telling the truth, which helped in gathering more accurate information. A sense of awe filled the room. The group looked on, one of them asking what they had found. Charles began to explain, stating that first, the images that they were shown. The images were highly probable that they were. The group listened intently. Charles continued, adding that after analyzing the questions and answers, the group found that there is a way for humanity to survive this ordeal. A group of people stand together, their expressions unreadable as they face an unseen presence. Prince, Kangmina, and Choi Soo-hyun stand together, reacting to something they've just heard. Below them, two figures stand in the distance, one in a military uniform. A uniformed officer and Choi Soo-hyun stand together. The officer states that they have found a few more things. Kim Hwan-suk stands with other uniformed officers and Kangmina. He suggests that Charles could be a simple agent rather than the mastermind of the whole situation. Kangmina states that there are no more than 5 phases, maybe less. Kim Hwan-suk stands with other uniformed officers and Kangmina. He says that they are hypothesizing at this point, but if it's true, humanity could survive. Kim Hwan-suk states that he believes their government's mission is to deal with the current anarchy. Kim Hwan-suk states that they need to save as many lives as possible. Choi Soo-hyun asks who told them that. Someone suggests that the truth discerner could be lying. Someone states that if the benchmark is wrong, they can't trust anything. Another person tells them not to worry about that. Someone states that they are certain that the person did not lie. An older man, his face etched with concern, insists that he can guarantee it with his own life. A voice questions how they can know he's not lying. Prince stands with a man in a blue tracksuit, a thought bubble hanging over his head. The scene shifts slightly as Prince glances to his left, where Mina stands beside him. Mina assures Prince that he can trust the man. Prince looks forward, a worried expression on his face. The older man is asked why he brought them here and how he heard about them. The older man responds that they were recommended. Prince looks surprised, beginning to ask what they were recommended for. Footsteps approach. A man in a red tracksuit slides into view. The man exclaims, calling out to Mr. Mayor. It's right, Mr. President, they are the powerful people I told you about. Mr. Mayor stands among a group of people. He declares that they have very powerful abilities. Mr. Mayor swears that those kids can do it, laughing. Mr. Mayor looks on with a slight smile. The text describes shield, bubble, telekinesis, and strength amplification. A destroyed object lies in ruins. The destroyed object is further shown. Mr. Mayor lies on the ground, groaning. A man looks on with concern. The man stands with others. A person is seen from behind. The man says to treat him, and that he was lucky to be found. The narration recounts being lucky to be found by the president's group as the speaker was dying. A voice questions the assignment. The Queen Ant? The figures in the distance wonder why it has to be them. Someone asks if there aren't a lot of people with powerful abilities. The man explains that the others already have other roles. They've been assigned to protect the weak and as many other people as possible. The man continues, stating that the strategists think their group would be best suited at hunting the Queen Ant. The speaker elaborates that their group is capable of both offense and defense, and also has healing and amplifying abilities. He adds that if others are going to be a shield, they need some to be the sword. The woman states that she understands. The speaker concludes that, in short, they've determined that their abilities are the most useful. Two figures walk away. The speaker says that if they come in numbers, they'll only agitate the ants. A small group capable of responding to fluid circumstances is needed. The woman reiterates that that's what this operation boils down to. A hand flips open a detailed map, revealing the layout of the ant colony. A person with the right ability on the team has already mapped out the ant colony, someone explains to the group. The speaker continues, stating that they will dispatch others with useful abilities as well. Mina looks away, a troubled expression on her face. Mina's voice is heard, stating that they need to wrap up this phase as quickly as possible by collaborating. Prince remains silent, his expression unreadable. He thinks to himself that he knows what they mean, but they're asking them to risk their lives. Mina reflects that it's already hard to protect herself and the people around her, and that this is too much of a burden. Someone kneels on the ground, their body shaking. A desperate voice cries out, begging for something. The plea continues, the person begging for it to stop. Prince looks on in shock, wondering what is happening. The older man looks down, a deep furrow etched into his brow. He laments, wishing he could participate himself. He explains that his ability is useless in combat. Even above ground, they won't be able to outrun the ants if they attack. A chaotic scene flashes before them, people desperately fleeing from monstrous ants. A voice echoes, emphasizing the dire stakes. If they keep getting attacked, they'll all die. This is a race against time. The older man's face is etched with desperation as he pleads for help. The group looks on, their faces a mixture of concern and apprehension, understanding the gravity of the situation. One of the men speaks, acknowledging that the analysis makes sense. Another man thinks to himself, his mini-map ability could be useful during the operation. He resolves to act, deciding, I'll do it. The group stands together, awaiting the final decision, their faces reflecting the weight of the moment. A chorus of voices expresses their gratitude. The older man addresses the group, but makes an exception, stating that Mina, Yunsu, and Seonhee should be left out. A man steps forward, declaring that he'll do it. Another voice chimes in, agreeing to join, but requesting that the other two volunteer as well. The young man, Prince, states that something is his condition. A woman with short green hair gazes upwards, her expression unreadable. A man with a buzz cut stares intently, his face stern. The scene fades to a close-up of a blue tracksuit jacket, signaling that the story is to be continued. The young man requests that Mina, Yunsu, and Seonhee be left out of whatever is being planned. He adds Mr. Choi to the list. Mr. Choi looks on, a deep furrow etched into his brow. Mina reacts with a sharp denial. A woman states that Yunsu is too young and needs to be with Seonhee. Another woman asks Mr. Choi to look after Mina. Mr. Choi stammers, agreeing to the request. An older man declares that he will join, but only if the other two volunteers do as well. That's his condition. The young man from before looks concerned. Someone presses a button. The older man asks if the two will join. A man states that he will. Mina agrees to join. Mr. Choi considers the situation. The group stands together, awaiting further instructions. Assistant and is instructed to accompany them. Mr. Mayor thinks to himself that at least the three annoying ones will be leaving. Someone comments that they are sure the group can get the job done. Mr. Choi states that Mr. Mayor will be joining them as well. Mr. Mayor reacts in shock, exclaiming, "What?" He thinks that he would be better suited here. Someone mentions that they've heard that Mr. Choi is a man of integrity, and that they assumed he was ready to join them when he recommended these young men and women. Mr. Choi asks if he was wrong. Mr. Mayor's eyes glow ominously. He is told that he has rather powerful skills and is asked if he would be willing to join them. Someone responds affirmatively, saying, "Yes, sir." One of the men remarks that this wasn't part of the plan. The man's eyes glow with an unnatural light as he says, "I know." The man mutters, "Crap." It's announced that their levels look fine and that they were able to upgrade in the Pillar of Light. Mancheol Kim's strength amplification is at level 2. Aram Kim's telekinesis is at level 2. Baekhyun Kang's shield is at level 3. The group stands before a large, earthen structure. The mayor is asked if they are leaving now and if they aren't moving too fast. Choi Hyungwoo and Aram stand together, listening. A voice explains that it's a race against time, and the faster they go, the better the chance they have at succeeding in the mission. The voice continues, stating that the map was made by someone on their side with penetration vision. Choi Hyungwoo holds up the map. The voice explains that the place they were before was close to the surface. The voice continues, stating that they will have to go much deeper and that this is the area they think the queen ant will be. Baekhyun Kang looks determined. Baekhyun Kang activates a holographic display, stating that he can see from here. A close-up of the map is shown. The map blinks, and a voice states that it's really there and matches up with that map. Aram asks if it's okay if she takes that map and navigates. Aram looks determined, stating she was gonna. Baekhyun Kang states that he has a navigation-related skill and that they'll have a higher success rate if he keeps the map. The mayor gestures forward, giving the go-ahead. Mina looks on, her expression unreadable. The woman in the suit acknowledges the order. "Oh yes, sir." The bag contains crushed chestnuts and acorns. A voice assures that they'll be able to find drinking water underground. Someone pulls on the rope securing the bag. A voice declares that they're ready to hoist the supplies. Aram asks Baekhyun if she can go with him. He tells her to wait there, wanting her to stay with Yunsu and Seonhee. Baekhyun promises to be back safe. Aram simply replies, "Fine." Baekhyun thinks that it should be fine, but there's stuff that he's worried about, too. Aram wonders what will happen if the princess dies, thinking that everyone else dies, too. She feels like the readers might not like that. The mayor asks Aram if she has to go. Aram tells the man beside her not to worry about her. She explains that her gigantification ability won't be of any use in the ant colony anyway. The man in the cap agrees with her. Then, Aram states that they just have one more thing to prep. She explains that she can duplicate abilities that are needed for the operation, though it requires a lot of stamina, but it'll be useful. The group reacts to the idea of duplication, questioning the ability. Aram explains that she needs consent from the original holder, and it downgrades her level and requires a lot of stamina. She was thinking about duplicating Yunsu's ability. A child asks if anyone has a better idea. The man in the hoodie states that Yunsu's healing ability will definitely help a lot. Aram adds that the duplicated ability will be amplified for a while, too. Aram asks Yunsu if he will. He is asked if he will allow his ability to be duplicated. Kang Mina places her hands on Yunsu's head, and a surge of energy crackles between them. Meanwhile, a group of figures ventures deep into a cavernous space. The team presses onward, their faces grim as they navigate the winding tunnels. A voice notes that there haven't been any ants for a while. The same voice curses under his breath, realizing he'll have to use the mini-map sparingly. One of the men states that his grandmother used to say it's important to line up behind a good leader. Another man agrees, calling them wise words. One of the men says that's why he's following him, adding that he never knew it'd lead to something big like this. Another man responds with a hum, asking if it isn't exciting. The two men burst into laughter. One of the men angrily tells Aram to shut the hell up. Another man comments that the Ice Queen hasn't warmed up one bit. One of the men says that's her charm, a biting kind of charm. Aram stares intently at a glowing purple orb in her hand, crackling with energy. Someone tells Aram to let it go, gripping her arm. Another man interjects with a hey. The man repeats his demand, telling Aram to let go as her hand shakes. A hand gestures, indicating they should turn. Two figures stand side by side, the one in the hoodie bearing a skull design. A stern voice warns, "You two, talking will only reveal our position. Be careful." Two voices respond in unison, "Yes, ma'am. Of course." The group continues deeper into the cave, their footsteps echoing in the cavernous space. A man's expression turns to apprehension as he swallows hard. The cave floor stretches out before them, the path ahead shrouded in shadow. The rough, uneven terrain of the cave floor continues. Prince and another figure continue forward, the second carrying a green backpack. Giant ant legs scuttle across the ground, moving with alarming speed. A swarm of giant ants appears, their movements creating a rustling sound that fills the cave. The entrance to the tunnel loomed ahead, a maw of shadows promising unknown depths. The group approached the tunnel, their backs to the viewer as they prepared to venture into the darkness. Mina spoke. I forgot, it's going to be dark in the tunnel. Do you? The group glanced towards the tunnel entrance, the darkness within seeming to deepen as they stared. Prince responded, fine. The two stood close, the tension palpable as they prepared for what lay ahead. Prince held a ball of light in his hand, the glow illuminating his face with a determined expression. The light intensified, casting dancing shadows on the tunnel walls as Prince focused his energy. Prince stood ready, the light in his hand a beacon against the encroaching darkness. Floating lights illuminate the tunnel ahead. Prince, surrounded by the group, struggles to maintain the light. He admits that he can't keep it up for long, as it's not meant to be used this way. Mina assures him that it's okay, since she can heal now. She adds that her ability has been amplified, so it should be much more efficient now. Manchiol looks displeased, letting out a humph. The group continues deeper into the tunnel. Someone tumbles down the tunnel slope. The group continues their trek. They've been walking for over an hour, and haven't seen an ant in sight. Bacon wonders if Prince has an extra skill other than the shield. Kong Mina's expression is one of concern as she looks ahead. Prince gulps, sweat beading on his brow. A narration box states that this is as far as they can go safely, and they can't get through without facing the ants now. The map shows a path forward, but a narration box warns that they can't move on without going through this way. A fist clenches tightly, knuckles white with tension. The group peers down into the darkness, the air thick with anticipation. Manchiol Kim stops, casting a long shadow. He asks what's the matter and why they stopped. Bacon Kong asks what it is, his voice laced with curiosity and apprehension. A low, unsettling wriggling sound fills the air, emanating from the depths below. A vast colony of ants swarms below, their numbers seemingly endless. Kong Mina gasps, her eyes wide with shock and a hint of fear. Prince asks what those are, his voice trembling slightly. Someone in the group observes that they see eggs, speculating that it might be their nursery. The group stares in shock at the sheer number of ants. Xianhui exclaims, Eek, there's too many. Prince states, we've expected as much. We have to get through. Manchiol Kim asks, how? The group waits for an answer. Xianhui stammers, WL. The group remains silent. Prince pauses, considering their options. Manchiol Kim looks concerned. Mina declares, I have an idea. The group turns to Mina, hopeful. Fireflies flitter through the cave. More fireflies flitter about. Manchiol Kim thinks to himself, they're not supposed to fly so far away. Manchiol Kim looks up, deep in thought. Streams of fire rain down from above, searing the earth. Mina watches with a determined expression, while Manchiol Kim looks on with concern. The fiery barrage continues, each streak leaving a trail of smoke. With a snap, a small fire ignites amongst the rocks, casting an eerie glow. One of the ants pauses, a question mark hovering above its head as it observes the flames. The fire rapidly spreads, engulfing the ground in a blazing inferno. A chorus of screeches pierces the air as the ants are consumed by the flames. The fire whirls and roars, its heat intensifying with each passing moment. Another ant lets out a desperate screech as it succumbs to the blaze. The flames dance around a lone ant, its form silhouetted against the inferno. The fire continues to rage, its whirring sound filling the air as it devours everything in its path. A final, desperate screech echoes as the last of the ants are consumed by the fire. The ants rush forward, their numbers seemingly endless. A wave of blue energy surges through the tunnel, aimed directly at the swarm. The energy detonates, a concentrated blast of power ripping through the ants' ranks. The ants are thrown back, their advance halted by the sheer force of the explosion. Prince holds out his hand, a faint smile playing on his lips. He thinks to himself that leveling up with points is pretty neat, though it probably won't last. The remaining ants are engulfed in flames, their exoskeletons crackling in the intense heat. Those that can still move desperately try to escape the inferno. From a safe distance, the survivors watch the fiery spectacle. Prince stares intently at the burning ants, his expression unreadable. The ants are consumed by the flames, their bodies reduced to ash. The fire rages on, a testament to the power of Mina's attack. The fire continues to burn, a high-pitched screech echoing through the cavern. The ants are engulfed in flames, their bodies crackling as they burn. The fire whirls, consuming everything in its path. The group watches the inferno, their faces grim. Manchiol Kim stares in awe, muttering, wow, incredible. Manchiol Kim's eyes gleam with a dangerous thought. Assassinating the queen. It might be possible. Then I'd be a hero. A lone ant lies dead, its legs twitching weakly. A cough echoes through the cavern, the air thick with smoke. The group walks through the aftermath, the ground littered with corpses. Another cough breaks the silence. Dead ants are scattered across the ground, their bodies charred and broken. Manchiol Kim covers his mouth, coughing. It stinks. A dead ant lies on its back, its legs wriggling feebly. A monstrous ant fills the cavern with a piercing screech. A collective shriek rises from the crowd, a wave of pure terror. The giant ant continues its advance, its massive form casting a long, ominous shadow. A voice, strained with fear, shouts for everyone to be quiet, demanding silence from the monster. The man's eyes widen, his face a mask of disbelief and horror. The giant ant's legs clunk against the cavern floor as it moves closer. The monstrous insect emits another ear-splitting screech, followed by a high-pitched squeak. The man in the red and white jacket stares, his expression unreadable. A man marvels at the silencing skill, wondering if it can be used in such a way. Another voice chimes in, declaring the silencing skill to be more useful than they had initially thought. The speaker praises Mr. Mayor as the guiding light of this new era. The man in the red and white jacket looks on with a mixture of concern and surprise as the others smile and give a thumbs up. Mr. Mayor's face is etched with worry, his eyes darting nervously. He continues to walk forward, his footsteps echoing in the cavern. A giant ant writhes on the ground, its movements sluggish. Mr. Mayor sweeps his hand, a surge of energy emanating from his palm. He says, "Let's keep." Yoon-soo moves forward, her expression unreadable. A squeak echoes through the cavern as Prince walks alongside the others. Cracking sounds emanate from the cocoons. Mr. Mayor states, "Ant cocoons. This must be the cocoon chamber." Prince asks, "Cocoons?" The cocoons glow with an eerie light. Baekhyun Kong says, "They start as ants, then become larvae, and then cocoons, and then adults, right?" Mr. Mayor replies, "Why yeah, I think so. There are probably a lot of these egg or cocoon chambers, and we can't go after all of them." He concludes, "Let's proceed to the queen ant's nest." The group sat in a circle, the silence heavy between them. Mina stared blankly ahead, lost in thought. Footsteps approached. A voice broke the silence. "You look worried." Mina glanced up at the speaker. It was Mr. Choi, his expression unreadable. Mina's eyes widened slightly. Kong Mina looks worried. The camera focuses on her feet. Mr. President stands with two men behind him. Mina nods. Mr. President says that they really didn't have a choice and there were few others they could trust. Mina nods again as the president asks if she understands where he's coming from. Her head drops. The president's advisor asks what he means, stating there are plenty of good people around him. The president's guard asks why they would need Baekhyun's team. Mr. President states that everyone assumes that people in government positions have great will and powerful abilities, but in reality, that's not the case. The guard says that even if it were, each person probably has their own agenda. He adds that the president doesn't have a lot of people he can truly trust or rely on. Mr. President says that he used to believe that he was good at leading people, but now, frankly, he's doubting. He narrowed his gaze, a web of concern etched around his eyes. An enthusiastic voice declared, "Great." A figure in the crowd announced, "According to this data, humanity can survive." Mr. President turned to Kong Mina, seeking her opinion. "Secretary, don't you agree?" A man stated with conviction, "It's true. Our sole role would be to lay the foundation for that step." Mr. President, his expression resolute, exclaimed, "I'm willing to lay down my life for that." The word false flashed across the screen, superimposed over a close-up of a man's face. A voice declared, "Finally, there's a small hope for humanity." Another man, his face etched with determination, vowed, "I'll give all I have for the cause." A man smiled, a hint of something unreadable in his eyes. Mr. President's face was a mask of worry, beads of sweat forming on his brow. A woman's face is overlaid with the word false, her expression unreadable. A man's face appears, also marked with false, his smile strained. An elderly man's face fills the frame, his eyes wide with fear and confusion. The camera focuses on the elderly man's trembling hands, gripping his shirt. He sprints away from a group of people, the word dash emphasizing his sudden burst of speed. A question hangs in the air. The forest blurs past as he flees, the trees a green and brown kaleidoscope. Panting heavily, he pushes through the dense undergrowth, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. Roots snake across the forest floor, a treacherous web beneath his feet. He peers down into a dark hole in the ground, his breath ragged. His breath comes in ragged gasps, the sound echoing in the stillness of the forest. Kneeling, Mr. President clutches at his chest, his face contorted in anguish. This can't be. Everything they're saying is a lie. His thoughts race, a desperate plea echoing in his mind. I'm planning to give everything I have, but why? Sweat beads on his brow, the weight of the word false pressing down on him. His eyes widen, a silent scream trapped in his throat. He exhales, the sound a mere whisper of the turmoil within. Oh. His hands clench into fists, the fabric of his pants straining against the pressure. He peers into the dark abyss, a guttural sound escaping his lips. Gag. His gaze is downcast, haunted by the memories that plague him. Since then, I have never looked myself in the eye. He shakes his head, the weight of his doubts crushing him. I shook at the mere thought of it. All the promises to myself and my will. What if it's all untrue? He recalls his past plans, a chilling realization dawning on him. I was planning to send even that little kid and these women to hunt the queen ant. His expression is etched with regret, the words a painful admission. Had they volunteered, I would have in a heartbeat. He questions his own integrity, the doubt gnawing at his soul. What if I've been tainted a long time ago already? Am I indeed fit to lead? Mina gazes into the distance, lost in thought. Mr. President attempts to reassure someone, stating that it's okay. Yunsu looks up at Mr. President, who recognizes him. The boy stands before the president. Yunsu speaks of glimpses of things. Mr. President asks what he means. The president states that he can explain. Mr. President admits he doesn't know anything about the future from here, but he caught something. A crowd of people stand behind an older woman. She is identified as Grandma Bakcha. It is revealed that Bakcha Choi is her name, and she can foretell the future. A group of gangsters have been by her side for a while. Mr. President states that she's one of the most important. Mr. President says that he is sure they've already gathered, but he is able to show the future. In the previous phase, the narration explains that Yunsu was asked to see the future as the only way to overcome the precarious situation, but that foretelling doesn't last. It's explained that Yunsu can only help see a certain number of days out, and not even consecutively, with no guarantee that everything comes true. Still, Yunsu must have seen a future where Baekhyun survives, sometimes getting glimpses outside the foreseeable. Yunsu states that Baekhyun comes back to the surface. Mina asks if he is sure. Mr. President asks if he is sure. Yunsu confirms that he saw that one part. Mr. President says that he sees, and his heart feels lighter somehow. The narration explains that the president is not interested in knowing his future. Mr. President asks if there is a way of avoiding this if he does. Yunsu explains that it is just a highly probable future, and it could be 90% right, 10% wrong. Mr. President states that he'll choose to do his best without knowing. He may become undone if he finds out. Mr. President says that he will ask them to help see the future of someone other than him, and please rely on their judgment and do what they need to. He says he knows what Mr. President means. He tells them to go. The group walks away. The group continues to walk away. Mina trails off in thought. Mina thinks about what a lonely person she is. A small squeak is heard. The sound of shuffling fills the air as ants move about. A hap sound is heard. Feet tap down on the ground. The feet continue to step down. The feet crush the ants. The ants are crushed. The group stands their ground as the giant ants approach, their footsteps echoing ominously. Mancheol Kim, his face contorted in anger, shouts for everyone to shut up. The sound of the ants' heavy footsteps grows louder as one of them steps forward. Another ant steps forward, its massive weight crushing the ground beneath it. A man in a blue tracksuit retaliates, punching one of the ants with a resounding blow. Yunsu stands behind a glowing blue barrier, protecting himself and another member of the group from the onslaught. Yunsu's expression is one of grim determination as he maintains the protective barrier. The man in the blue tracksuit roars in defiance, his fist crackling with energy. He prepares another punch, his knuckles white with effort. His fist connects with another ant, the impact sending shockwaves through the air. Meanwhile, heavy breaths echo through a dimly lit tunnel. The tunnel stretches into the darkness, its destination unknown. The giant ants continue to huff and puff. The ants continue to huff. The group pants heavily as they stand in the tunnel. Seo Hyun sighs, admitting he's starting to get tired. Mina says that her fire will go out soon, too. Someone states that the healing ability is wearing out and that they have to rest. Yunsu looks concerned. Someone reports that the mini-map is done, too, and asks to report to the surface. Someone replies with a humph, fine. A man is on the phone, stating that this is the Special Forces team and that they've engaged in 3 battles today and will be taking a break now. Someone says that they're a little less than halfway there. Someone replies with copy, Godspeed. He and Mina continued forward, the cave walls closing in around them. The president's voice echoed through the cavern. It seemed they were okay up there. Baekhyun Kong added that there should be a pretty safe area when they turned that corner. Mina stated that they could rest there. Seo Hyun remained silent, lost in thought. The group continued their trek through the cavern. To be continued. The tunnel stretches ahead, carved from blue stone. The ground is uneven, marked with the passage of time and the elements. A figure stands in the tunnel, their back to the viewer. The group huddles together, the light from a small fire dancing across their faces. The fire casts long shadows, illuminating the rough texture of the cave walls. Mancheol Kim declares his intention to extinguish the fire. Prince looks off into the distance, his expression thoughtful. A faint pop sound echoes through the cave. Mancheol Kim asks why someone keeps a certain object around. Someone explains that they try to extinguish it, but it always stays lit. He taps the small flame dancing on his fingertip. The flame flickers erratically, leaving a trail of light in its wake. The flame continues to dance as he stands with his head down. He admits to himself, I can't sleep. He stands with his hands on his knees. Jinseok watches him. He walks away, his footsteps echoing in the distance as Char unknown green hair sits nearby. He drops to his knees, his hand outstretched on the cracked ground. He sits down, hugging his knees to his chest, lost in thought. He looks up, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. The woman sits across from Mancheol Kim. Mancheol looks at Mizzen. She speaks, oh, Mizzen. Mizzen says, thanks to you, we got here without much trouble. Mizzen continues, oh, it was nothing. I'm not sure if it's okay to ask. Do you have an ability other than the shield? Manchiel replies, actually, it's a special power than an ability. He continues, special power. You only get it if you are rank 4, right? Mizzen responds, yeah. I heard that people who knew about the story about shrunken people beforehand were able to achieve rank 4 from the beginning. Manchiel says, oh, is that why I am rank 4? Because I read Mina's novel. Mizzen says, when I lived in Japan, I read a novel that was about a situation just like this. She continues, Aram said she read a similar story in Japan, too. One day, she suddenly took all of her posts down without any explanation. The text reads, is that why she is rank 4 as well? Does that mean Aram has a special power, too? I wonder what it is. Manchiel looks down, contemplating. He wonders if Aram will ever forgive him. Mizzen asks if the girl above ground is his little sister. Mizzen says, oh yeah. She envies Manchiel Kim, stating she lost her whole family because of this. Mizzen says that Charles told her when she asked. Looking back, she wonders if she should have asked something more worthwhile during that one chance as someone in public service. Mizzen admits she couldn't think of anything else back then. Manchiel Kim says the same, asking if Mina was okay. Manchiel Kim states that Mina is his responsibility, but it's hard enough. Manchiel Kim thinks to himself that he needs to carry out his given role. Honestly, though, it's frustrating. Is what they're doing not enough? Mizzen asks if they need to do more. She wonders if they need to become someone. Manchiel Kim asks if Mina is responsible for more people. Baekhyun's name is spoken. Manchiel Kim asks, yes? He thinks that the guy in front of him is already that person. Mizzen looks thoughtful. Manchiel Kim appears concerned. Baekhyun sits alone, while the protagonist, Prince, and the green-haired woman are in the background. Prince sits with his head down, his expression unreadable. Mina sits with her arms around her legs, a thoughtful expression on her face. She seems to be contemplating something. A swarm of giant ants approaches, their footsteps creating a disturbing crunching sound. The ants surge forward, their movements quick and menacing. One of the giant ants is surrounded by a strange, pink aura. The ant emits a piercing screech, its sound echoing through the air. Energy crackles around the ants, a sign of impending danger. Mina and Prince stand ready, their hands glowing with magical energy. A heavy thud resonates as they prepare to defend themselves. Prince focuses his energy, the blue light intensifying around his hand. With a sweeping motion, Mina unleashes a wave of magical energy. The ants are enveloped in a protective barrier, the blue energy shimmering around them. The swarm of ants rushes forward, their tiny legs a blur as they converge on the barrier. The ants continue their relentless advance, their numbers seemingly endless. The barrier glows with a soft, blue light as it deflects the onslaught of the insect horde. The barrier crackles with energy as the ants slam against it, the force of their impact creating visible distortions in the air. Behind the barrier, Prince maintains the shield, his brow furrowed in concentration as he focuses his telekinetic abilities. Mina watches Prince, amazed. The speed and control over his ability has gotten so much better compared to yesterday. Mina thinks to herself that telekinesis is great, too, but she should definitely take note of the shield ability and its potential. Outside the barrier, Mr. Mayor throws a punch, a blue aura surrounding his fist as he strikes at the giant ants. Mr. Mayor's face is contorted in a grimace as he fights against the relentless swarm. A metallic clang echoes as one of the ants strikes the barrier. Mr. Mayor shouts, shut it. An ant lunges forward, its mandibles snapping as it attempts to attack Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor raises a knife, his expression fierce as he prepares to strike back. He shouts, how dare you attack Mr. Mayor? He lunges forward, the knife a silver flash in the dim light, ready to strike. The blade finds its mark, piercing the ant's tough exoskeleton. The group stands together, catching their breath, the air thick with the scent of ozone and fear. The fallen ants litter the ground, their twitching limbs a grim reminder of the battle. Prince speaks, his voice laced with urgency. Are we there yet? *T. It's already been 2 days. It's over if we can't find it by tomorrow. Manchiel Kim pants, his face etched with worry. Prince's expression is grim. A member of the group asks, what? Are you sure? Another replies, we're really close now. Prince says, yes though, we can't try to fight in this state. He continues, let's try going just a little. The group continues forward into the cave. The green-haired man holds up his hand, telling everyone to hold. The group stops as the green-haired man says it's here. The prince asks for some light. The prince looks around. The green-haired man creates light. The group looks around. The group continues forward. The group sees something in the distance. The group continues forward. The group sees a giant ant. The sound of something cutting through the cave walls echoes as the ants continue to carve new tunnels. The ants continue to cut through the cave walls. The group stands together, contemplating the situation. Seo Hyun's face is filled with disbelief. We're really here, my god. The group stands before 3 tunnels. A voice states, there are 3 tunnels including this one. The group discusses the ants. The ants could escape, someone says. Another asks, can't we block the tunnels with the shield? Mina looks at Prince. Yeah, like you did last time. Prince looks back at Mina. That is possible. Prince continues, but then I'd have to keep it for blocking, and I wouldn't be able to use it for anything else. Mina says, I think we need a different approach this time. Prince asks, a different approach. He states that he has been preparing for something like this. Kong Mina looks concerned, preparing to speak. The prince states that they are going to battle the queen ant in a few hours. Someone orders the group to report to the surface first. The group acknowledges the order. The green-haired woman looks on. Ants methodically cut through an unknown substance. A voice asks if everyone is familiar with the plan. The team stands ready, awaiting instructions. More ants continue their work, cutting through the material. The man in the blue tracksuit asks if it will work. The man in the hoodie responds, stating that he's tested it and they need to ambush them successfully this time. The man in the blue tracksuit questions when he tested it, saying he never saw him. The man in the hoodie replies that it was when he wasn't watching. Another voice asks if they can just let Aram attack them. Bacon is asked if he is sure. He responds with, oh. Another voice says that she needs to save her strength for the critical moment. The man in the hoodie thinks to himself that just because she has leveled up doesn't mean she can use telekinesis for much longer, and that his ability, on the other hand, can be maintained for some time. Aram stares intently. The man in the blue tracksuit is told that he has an important role. The strategy hinges on stamina, but if it's too much, he assures the other man that he is fine and not to worry about him. If he can do it, he can do it. The man squeezes his fist, indicating his resolve. He states that he got it, and they should go. The group prepares to leave. Someone says, let's go. The group nods in agreement. Bacon Kong hopes their plan works, as it's the only way he'll live. The man in the red and white jacket states that they'll win and return a hero, then sighs. In case something happens to the president. Then the hero that I am will. Haha. The boy's hands glow with a blue energy. He wondered if it would really work. He told himself to just concentrate. A blue aura began to form around the boy. He declared that he could do it as the aura split. The aura continued to split, forming sharp, menacing shapes. Prince focused intently, his brow furrowed in concentration. He stood with his arms outstretched, the blue aura enveloping him completely. The energy crackled around him, a tangible force. The green-haired woman watched with wide eyes, exclaiming that they were menacing now. Kim Manchiol and Bacon Kong looked on with concern. Prince stomped his foot, the sound echoing in the space. He thought to himself, first. Reaching out his hand, the blue aura intensified around Prince, ready to be unleashed. Bolts of blue energy streak upwards, illuminating the cavern with an eerie glow. A voice echoes through the tunnels, declaring, we need to distract the queen. More blasts of energy erupt, arcing towards their unseen target with a resounding pew. The insect queen, surrounded by her smaller drones, remains focused, antennae twitching. The queen's chitinous armor gleams in the reflected light of the energy blasts. A guttural hiss emanates from the insect queen, a sound that vibrates through the very stone of the cavern. The energy blasts strike the queen, each impact marked by a sharp ting as they ricochet off her armored hide. Manchiol Kim watches with concern, muttering, good, just gotta keep this up. More energy surges upwards, the air crackling with power as the distraction continues. The insect queen hisses again, the sound laced with growing irritation as the energy continues to bombard her. The energy blasts continue their assault, the whoosh of their passage echoing through the cavern. A woman with black hair and a ponytail observes, stating, he has her attention. The insect queen unleashes a torrent of corrosive spray. The acid splashes against the cavern floor. The droplets scatter, sizzling where they land. Jinxiek's eyes widen in alarm as she witnesses the corrosive spray. The acid continues to spread, a deadly rain. The ground hisses and steams as the acid eats away at the stone. Jinxiek's mind races. If that acid got on the human body. Manchiol barks, Manchiol now. A voice responds, you bet. Manchiol leaps into the air, a desperate jump to escape the acid's reach. Soaring through the air, Manchiol and another figure attempt to clear the danger zone. Below, a colony of ants scurries about, oblivious to the danger above. He plummets downwards, the wind screaming past him as he picks up speed. The ground rushes up to meet him, a blur of rock and shadow. Giant ants scuttle below, their mandibles clicking in anticipation. He accelerates, the air growing thick with the scent of damp earth and formic acid. The cavern walls blur as he falls faster and faster. Gathering energy in his hand, he prepares to unleash a devastating blow. A blinding explosion erupts, the force of it shaking the very foundations of the cavern. The explosion slows his descent, but he continues to fall. The ground cracks under the force of the impact. Giant ants scatter in panic, their exoskeletons trembling. Dust and debris fill the air, obscuring everything in a swirling cloud. He lands heavily, surrounded by the monstrous insects. The tunnel rumbles, dust and debris cascading down in the wake of the explosion. The falling debris intensifies, obscuring the path ahead. The dust begins to settle, revealing a faint light in the distance. As the air clears, the silhouettes of giant ants emerge from the haze. Manchiol Kim, his face grimacing, shouts, great. Next tunnel. Below, an unnamed woman watches, exclaiming, he did it. The woman's expression is a mix of relief and concern. He plummets downwards, the tunnel walls blurring past. The air rushes past him as he continues his uncontrolled descent. He continues to fall, the ground rapidly approaching. The tunnel floor looms closer, the giant ants now clearly visible below. The tunnel floor is swarming with giant ants. The group of survivors watches on, relieved. They've blocked both tunnels. One of the giant ants hisses menacingly. A deep rumble echoes through the tunnels. Mancheol Kim plummets towards the swarm below. A voice screeches out, urging Mancheol to grab the shield. Someone thinks, hoping that this better work. Sweat beads on Mancheol Kim's brow as he falls. The giant ant hisses again, closing in. With a desperate yell, Mancheol Kim raises the shield. A giant ant grabs something with a clunk. He recalls Baekhyun's instructions, the words echoing in his mind as he plummets downward. The wind screams past him as he continues his descent, the ground rushing up to meet him. A guttural cry escapes Mancheol Kim's lips, a mix of pain and desperation. He shouts, his voice strained against the rushing air, issuing a command to activate the trap. Still falling, Mancheol Kim braces for impact, hoping his command was heard. Seo Hyun extends his hands, a surge of energy flowing from his palms as he triggers the ancient mechanism. Jinseok watches intently, her expression a mixture of hope and apprehension as the trap is sprung. With a determined grunt, Seo Hyun slams his hand down, completing the activation sequence. A wave of searing heat erupts, the air shimmering with the sudden release of energy. Tendrils of fire lash out, licking the cavern walls with hungry intensity. The stones beneath begin to crack and crumble, the ancient structure groaning under the strain. With a deafening whir, the mechanism grinds into motion, its gears squealing in protest as it unleashes its fiery payload. The fire crackles, the sound echoing with a monstrous screech. Jinseok inhales deeply, preparing for what's to come. She extends her hands, ready to unleash her power. The flames swirl, a vortex of heat and destruction. A high-pitched squeak pierces the air as the insects are consumed by the inferno. The fire intensifies, the screeching growing louder as more insects are engulfed. Seo Hyun, panting, shouts, "Block the entrance over here." He pants, his expression strained as he prepares to follow Seo Hyun's instructions. Rocks begin to fall, the sound of impact echoing through the cavern. Seo Hyun braces herself, ready for the impending collapse. The rocks crash down, a deafening roar filling the air. A voice shouts, "Look out," as the rocks continue to fall. Rocks and debris cascade down, filling the air with a deafening rumble. The others watch in horror as the rocks continue to fall. Someone cries out in alarm. The rocks crash against the ground with tremendous force. The rumble echoes through the tunnel. Jinseok and Seo Hyun look down, their faces etched with concern. The sound of the rockfall slowly subsides. The dust begins to settle, obscuring the view. The group steps forward, their breaths coming in ragged gasps. Jinseok pants, his face slick with sweat. He thinks it's impossible for anyone to be alive in those flames. A swipe of a hand clears the dust. Someone wonders if they did it. It can't be, Jinseok thinks, but then realizes it's still alive. He stared intently, his brow furrowed with concern. The silence stretched, thick with anticipation. The ground began to tremble, a low screech echoing through the desolate landscape. The tremors intensified, the sound escalating into a deafening screech as the earth cracked open with a resounding boom. A monstrous leg, thick with chitin and glowing with inner heat, burst forth from the ruptured ground, the boom reverberating in their chests. With a sickening pop, the earth gave way further, a guttural growling rumbling from the depths. The head of a colossal ant, its mandibles gleaming with an eerie orange light, emerged from the abyss, the growling growing into a menacing growl. The monstrous insect continued its ascent, the sound of rending earth and splintering rock coalescing into a terrifying cry. The ant's massive mandibles, dripping with an unknown fluid, snapped open and closed with a chilling creech. A monstrous form, insect-like in nature, fills the space. Veins of glowing orange light pulse beneath its chitinous shell. The creature's segmented body looms, its unnatural anatomy a horrifying sight. A collective gasp rises from the onlookers. One of them wonders aloud, questioning if that thing is really alive. The creature emits a piercing hiss, the sound echoing through the cavernous space. The group stares in disbelief. One of them stammers, unable to accept what they are seeing. Fear is etched on their faces as they gaze upon the monstrous being. A low growl rumbles from the creature's throat, its eyes blinking open, revealing a predatory intelligence. A young man's eyes widen in terror, his face a mask of shock and disbelief. A screech tears through the air as one of the creature's massive legs descends. The leg, a grotesque combination of chitin and muscle, moves with terrifying speed. The monstrous limb hurtles downwards, threatening to crush whatever lies beneath. He throws his hands up, bracing for impact as a surge of blue energy hurtles towards him. Watch out! The barrier shatters with a deafening crash, sending shards of glass and energy scattering across the room. Arg! The force of the impact sends debris flying as the group groans in pain. His face contorted in a grimace, he grits his teeth against the pain. Mina extends a hand, a faint golden glow emanating from her palm. "Are you okay?" A voice cries out, desperate. "Don't come here." A monstrous, insect-like creature emerges from the shattered remains of the barrier, its carapace glowing with menacing orange veins. A piercing screech echoes through the room. The creature's massive leg slams down, the sound reverberating through the air. Its mandibles drip with an unknown substance, its multiple eyes gleaming with predatory hunger. Mina and the boy stare in horror, their faces etched with fear as they gaze upon the monstrous creature. From behind the creature, a voice calls out in anguish. Arum. He struggles to his feet, a groan escaping his lips as he pushes against an unseen force. A figure with green hair screams, extending their hands as if pushing something away. A surge of pink energy emanates from their palms. A monstrous screech tears through the air, the sound vibrating with unnatural power. The creature emits a guttural buck sound, a noise that seems to shake the very foundations of the room. The sound morphs into a drawn-out LE, the creature's vocalizations echoing with an alien quality. Three figures watch with growing concern. What could the reason be? The creature is poked repeatedly, the action accompanied by the onomatopoeic poke sound. One of the figures looks on, a confused expression etched on his face. Huh. The back of one of the figures is shown. A piercing shriek fills the air as the figures scramble for cover. Hide. Streaks of light shoot through the air, accompanied by the sound of swoosh. The energy projectiles continue their assault, the SHWOP sound echoing as they hurtle towards their target. The creature is struck by the projectiles, emitting a pained cry. Arg. He flinches, his hand flying up to shield his face from an unseen blow. The force of the impact sends a jolt through his body. Two figures watch in horror, their faces contorted in fear as the sound of the attack rings in their ears. A figure in a hoodie, emblazoned with a skull, stands silently, a grim observer to the unfolding violence. A sharp pop echoes through the air, like something snapping under immense pressure. Crimson droplets begin to fall, each one a stark testament to the brutality of the attack. The blood pools on the ground, a dark stain spreading like a malevolent bloom. His face is a mask of agony, eyes wide with disbelief and pain. Gasping for air, he clutches at his chest, a strangled ah, escaping his lips. A strange light ignites within him, his eyes glowing with an unnatural luminescence. His face contorts further, a silent scream etched into his features. His hand remains clutched to his chest, as if trying to contain the damage within. With a heavy thud, he collapses backward, his body hitting the ground with a sickening finality. A voice cries out, Sung-chan. The urgency in the tone is palpable. A man, visibly relieved, thinks to himself, good thing I hid myself. But then he shouts, Sung-chan. His relief is quickly replaced by concern. A group of people stand together, their faces etched with worry. The air is thick with unspoken fear. A figure lies on the ground, surrounded by a radiant, golden aura. Someone is desperately trying to help Sung-chan. The group's expressions darken. He's gone. There's no use. One of them says, their voice heavy with defeat. A woman heaves a shaky breath, her eyes wide with fear. Sung-chan. She whispers, her voice barely audible. A close-up reveals a man's face, his brow furrowed with worry, sweat beading on his forehead. The tension is unbearable. His eyes widen in alarm as he shouts, watch out. A primal scream against the encroaching darkness. Terror grips another man's face, his mouth agape in a silent scream. The danger is imminent. A grotesque, insect-like creature unleashes a stream of viscous liquid. The air crackles with an alien stench. The group recoils in horror, their faces contorted in a mixture of fear and disgust. The creature's attack has struck its mark. A sickening splash echoes through the cavern, the sound of something precious being defiled. The situation has turned dire. A translucent, jellyfish-like creature floats in the air. The creature sizzles. A man calls out, Mr. Mayor. A man responds, oh okay. His expression is one of concern. Another man shouts, shut up. His face is contorted in anger. A figure stands ready, their stance suggesting imminent action. A monstrous form looms, its surface glowing with heat. A voice commands, Manchiol, you're gonna have to dominate with your physical attacks. A man asks, can I count on you? Another replies, why yeah sure. The man from panel 4 commands, Arum, you do your best to keep the queen ant in place. Arum responds, got it. Manchiol grits his teeth, letting out a guttural roar. Manchiol lunges forward, a blur of motion. His fist connects with a resounding wham. Manchiol continues his assault, shouting, come on, die, die. Each blow lands with a deafening wham. He delivers a powerful blow, shouting a lethal declaration as his fist connects with the ant-like creature. The creature emits a piercing screech, its exoskeleton vibrating from the force of the impact. The screech continues, the sound echoing through the air as the creature reels from the attack. Manchiol lands heavily, the ground shaking slightly from the force of his descent. The ant-like creature's screech intensifies, a desperate cry against the onslaught. The creature recoils further, its massive form struggling against the relentless assault. Aram reaches out, her expression a mix of concern and determination as she attempts to intervene. Her hand outstretched, Aram shouts for the fighting to stop. Manchiol glances in her direction, offering a brief, breathless thanks. The ant-like creature unleashes another ear-splitting screech, its body convulsing as it struggles to defend itself. A new attack is launched, the sound of tearing air echoing through the battlefield. The attack continues, a blur of motion and raw power. The air crackles with unseen energy. Manchiol braces himself, preparing for another strike. He grunts with the effort. Manchiol shouts, "I'm sending reinforcement. Go." A voice responds, "Oh, okay." Golden orbs of energy slam into the ant-like creature, causing its carapace to crack. The creature groans, "Phew." Manchiol focuses, blue energy coalescing around his fist. The ant-like creature screeches in pain and fury. The hunter prepares to deliver a final, devastating blow. Manchiol grits his teeth, his determination etched on his face. A figure screams in the distance. Manchiol unleashes his attack, a torrent of blue energy erupting from his fist. The air crackles with anticipation. A low hum vibrates through the ground. Energy surges, ready to be unleashed. The silence is deafening. Static fills the comms. A voice cuts through. "This is Special Forces. Do you hear me? We will be battling the Queen Ant soon." The man with the earpiece responds, "Copy. I wish you good luck." Seo Hyun closes his eyes, a grim determination etched on his face. A man in yellow states, "Planning to attack the Queen Ant soon." Another asks, "Is that true?" A woman in pink exclaims, "I knew it would happen." Seo Hyun replies, "Wisdom shines, sir. In fact, there were a lot of volunteers blinded by gaining points, but you were able to weed them out." He continues, "A bold and appropriate team you've selected." The team stands ready, their resolve unwavering. The president states that the queen is still alive, adding that it's premature to celebrate. He suggests that they wait and see. With a sigh, Mr. President reflects that they were the ones who were the most against unverified civilians at first. Flowers bloom in the sunlight. The world is in despair, yet the flowers still bloom. It must mean there's still hope, right? A light blue-haired man addresses Mr. President. The president thinks that those young men and women must be putting up a good fight. He wonders if they will move on to the next phase. Mr. President asks the light blue-haired man how many of these phases there are. The man responds that it's quite. A teal-haired man states that it's the effective question. Mr. President exclaims, "What?" Upon hearing that there are infinitely many. He states that he wanted to say something else, but he will tell the truth. The green-haired man says that possibly 2 or maybe 3 people are pretty lucky. Mr. President asks what he means by lucky. Mr. President's expression hardens. The green-haired man replies that at least they've had the opportunity. The green-haired man continues, stating that their energy is running out, so they can't continue operating these phases much longer. But regardless of how many steps there are, one thing is clear. Mr. President asks what that one thing is. The green-haired man says that most of them will inevitably die. The green-haired man's expression darkens as he delivers the grim news. Mr. President's brow furrows with concern. Tears well in Mr. President's eyes as he absorbs the gravity of the situation. To be continued. This episode contains depictions of violence that may be upsetting for some readers. Charles's eyes narrow as he states that most will inevitably die. Charles's expression is grim as he raises a finger. The president looks concerned, sweat dripping down his face. The president's mouth is agape, his expression one of shock. The president looks at Charles, asking what he means. The president looks away, listening intently as Charles speaks. Charles says that if it's any consolation, at least one person from this planet survives until the end. Charles looks down, stating that there is a small possibility. The president looks at Charles, hearing that there is a small possibility of being saved. The word truth is displayed over Charles's face. The president asks Charles if he has confirmed this. He had said it might be possible to pass this phase with little sacrifice. Would he have a chance to see for himself the truth of this agony? But he had also said the death of most is predetermined. He was telling the truth. The creature panted heavily. The creature's breathing grew more labored. Each breath was a struggle. The insect-like creature lay exhausted. The creature struggled to breathe. Each breath came out as a ragged huff. The air hangs heavy with the scent of ozone and ant pheromones, the silence broken only by ragged breaths. The group stands amidst the carnage, the enormity of their victory sinking in. We did it," one of them says, the words barely a whisper. The green-haired man's eyes widen. "Are really?" he asks, a flicker of hope igniting in his gaze. A man states that his success is guaranteed now. Yoon Soo's brow furrows, a sense of unease washing over him. His expression hardens with concern. Manchiol Kim turns to the group, his voice laced with doubt. "It's not ending," he asks. Prince adds, "Huh? What do you?" Yoon Soo's expression is grim. There's usually a message that appears when the current phase is completed. Kong Mina's eyes dart around, a growing sense of dread creeping into her voice. But there's no completion notification. Prince's face is etched with worry. Wait. So far, our survival condition was to reach the Pillar of Light. Do you think it's different this time because the condition was different? Manchiol Kim turns away, his voice tight with urgency. He's right. Yeah, people outside might have gotten the signal. Can you check for us? Manchiol Kim presses a button, his face a mask of concentration. Yoon Soo sighs, his voice heavy with concern. Okay, let me check. We've conquered the Queen Ant. Has anything changed above ground? The defeated Queen Ant lies still, its massive form a testament to the battle that had just concluded. But a nagging doubt lingered in the air. Had they truly eliminated the threat? Manchiol Kim's expression was grim. He questioned if they were sure it was the queen they got. He added that they were the queen ant. Manchiol Kim confirmed that the queen ant was laying eggs, too. Yoon-soo remained silent, contemplating the implications of their discovery. Prince wondered what they were thinking. It just occurred to Manchiol Kim that it could be kind of absurd. Mina urged him to spit it out. Manchiol Kim wondered what if there's more than one queen. Aram asked what they were talking about. Manchiol Kim remembered watching a documentary once, and it said it's possible for a colony to have more than one queen ant. Prince denied the possibility, stating there wasn't anything like that on the mini-map. He peers at a display, a holographic map shimmering before him. There's only one big dot. The map shows a network of paths, with a single, prominent pink dot at its center. Prince's brow furrows, his expression a mixture of concern and determination. A voice echoes, laced with disbelief. What the hell? The rustling of leaves fills the air as the group moves through the dense forest. Prince identifies something in the distance. It's Daddy. The leaves rustle again, the sound growing louder. It's Daddy's torch. The forest floor is shrouded in shadow, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. Two young children stand together, their faces etched with worry. One, dressed in red, asks, "Where's Mommy?" The child in red continues, her voice trembling slightly. "Mom must be with him." The small plant between them shakes. The children stare ahead, their expressions unreadable. A question hangs in the air, unspoken but heavy with concern. A sudden, violent impact shatters the silence, the sound echoing through the trees. A swarm of insects erupts from the forest floor, their buzzing wings filling the air with an ominous drone. The massive insect looms before the children, its multifaceted eyes gleaming in the dim light. Huddling close, Mi-jin cries out, fear etched on her face. The insect's antennae twitch, sensing their fear. A close-up reveals the insect's mandibles, poised and ready. So then, a new queen has been born. Charles muses, a playful smirk tugging at his lips. Or, since it was just born, maybe we should call it a princess? He chuckles softly, but then his expression hardens as he hears, "You're cheating them." Charles turns his head slightly, listening to the accusation. Charles. Charles remains silent, his gaze unwavering. Charles replies, "Of course not." Charles states, "I never lied. There was only one queen ant until just moments ago. Had they hunted the queen a little faster?" He comments that if they were faster, they would have cleared the phase with no problem. Charles states that for now, they should sit back and enjoy. He continues, stating that the princess is ready for flight. Charles asks if they shall see how this Republic of Korea sector fares, a smirk playing on his lips. Someone observes that those ant monsters aren't attacking as often anymore. A vast, dark hole gapes in the earth, a silent testament to the ants' activity. A voice declares that all they have to do is kill the queen ant, their tone resolute. A swirling vortex of ants rises, a chaotic dance of instinct and purpose. One of the men sighs, lamenting that he should have gone with them to catch the queen, too. Another man replies that he's up there because they told him to, but wonders if they think they can kill it before the time is up. A third voice scoffs, stating that they'd never let them, and were super untrusting when they first met them. Someone gasps, asking what that is, their eyes wide with surprise. Charprince wonders what is happening. A winged figure stands amidst the chaos. The winged figure questions if the approaching swarm are birds. The winged figure realizes that they are smaller, but faster. The winged figure is shocked by what they see. The winged figure's eyes widen in terror. The swarm of insects flutters closer. The insects are revealed to be flying ants. The ants clash against their target. The winged figure disappears in a flash. The winged figure's face shows a look of shock. Charprince wonders where the winged figure ran off to. He looks up, a question forming on his lips as a strange sound echoes around him. The expression on Charprince's face shifts to one of shock and disbelief. Someone lies injured, their face contorted in pain. A crowd of people stare upwards, muttering in confusion, trying to understand what is happening. Panic erupts as the crowd realizes what they are seeing, flying ants. Screams fill the air as people begin to run, desperately trying to escape the swarm. A soldier shouts over the din, ordering all non-combat personnel to evacuate to a safe area. A man grits his teeth, preparing to unleash his power against the flying menace. If you have fighting abilities, shoot the ants. Flames erupt from his hands, engulfing the air with intense heat. The fire scorches the flying ants, eliciting a high-pitched screech as their bodies burn. A close-up view reveals the terrifying details of the flying ant, its wings buzzing menacingly. The scene blurs with speed as the battle intensifies. He is struck by a sudden, unseen force, the impact echoing with a resounding POW as blood splatters from his shoulders. A guttural cry escapes his lips. Another man, caught in the swarm, desperately cries out, "Help!" as the buzzing of the monstrous flying ants intensifies around him. A chorus of screams erupts as the flying ants descend upon the crowd, their grotesque forms casting long shadows in the eerie light. Panic sets in as people scramble to escape the onslaught. The air crackles with an ominous energy as the flying ants continue their assault, each strike accompanied by a sharp zap. The scene descends further into chaos as the swarm spreads. A fist clenches, knuckles white with rage or fear, as the unseen battle rages on. A frustrated arg escapes the person's lips. The ground trembles beneath the onslaught, the vibrations intensifying with each passing moment. Shake, shake, echoes as the ants continue their assault, accompanied by a scream. A sickening crush reverberates through the air as one of the monstrous ants obliterates something beneath its massive mandibles. The attack continues without mercy. A piercing stab cuts through the cacophony, followed by a resounding bam. The ants continue their relentless assault, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. Another scream pierces the air, a desperate cry of pain as the ants continue their relentless attack. The situation grows increasingly dire. An elderly man stares in wide-eyed horror, sweat beading on his brow as he witnesses the unfolding chaos. The shock of the moment renders him speechless. A voice trembles, barely a whisper. What is happening? The question hangs in the air, unanswered, as the story is to be continued. Giant ants crush people underfoot. One of the monstrous insects stabs a fleeing figure. Another ant slams into a person with brutal force. A giant ant impales another victim. A man cries out, questioning what is happening. A man urges Mr. President to leave, stating that the front line has been breached. The secretary speaks into a radio, ordering someone to hide, reporting that there are more than one queen. The secretary exclaims that there is more than one queen ant, repeating the message and asking if they copy. The secretary pushes on a door, telling someone to hide and asking if they copy. The secretary reports that they've killed the queen ant, but there's more than one, and they must command their soldiers to respond immediately. Mr. President is told that the front line they've established is already. The secretary asks how many soldiers can fight right now. Mr. President replies that it's already not an option, and they're shooting things airborne. He shouts, stating that they can't even call them ants. A man trembles, saying that resisting won't be possible and can only mean brutal death. Mr. President curses under his breath. Mr. President commands everyone to go behind Barack 5, where there's a stone wall, and to stand with their backs to the wall. The text urges those who can defend to shield them from the front. An ant screeches as it stabs someone. A voice calls out for those without combat abilities to follow. The ants crush everything in their path as a desperate cry rings out. They must survive. The surviving fighters line up with their backs to the wall, hoping to survive. A man cries out in pain. The text states that they must, as the ants' wings flap ominously. The ants continue their assault, eliciting cries of pain and fear. A girl clutches her brother, fear etched on her face. A monstrous ant fills the view, its mandibles clicking as it emits a deafening screech. The sound of something massive hitting the ground echoes through the air with a resounding wham. A man and woman stare upwards, their faces etched with terror as the unseen threat looms above. The woman's eyes widen in horror. Find shelter. Hurry, she cries out. Xianhui watches as Mr. President stands protectively in front of them, gripping a makeshift weapon. Mr. President, she stammers. Mr. President grimaces, his brow furrowed with concern. A close-up reveals the determination etched on Mr. President's face. It's terrifying, but this has been my role since I took the oath. His hands tighten around the weapon, knuckles white with resolve. I am not afraid. I am not afraid. Mr. President lets out a guttural roar, his face contorted in a battle cry. Arf. The camera focuses on Mr. President's torso, revealing the weapon he wields. With a mighty swing, Mr. President brings the weapon down on the giant ant, the impact sending splinters flying. The ant reels from the blow, tumbling backwards as the word roll appears. A log hurtles through the air, aimed at the monstrous ant. Mr. President, pinned down, can only gasp in fear. The giant ant towers over him, hissing menacingly. He wonders how he could be so helpless as the ant screeches. The ant's massive mandibles loom closer. Suddenly, a beam of pure energy streaks toward the giant ant. The energy beam strikes the ant, a visible jolt running through its exoskeleton. The impact triggers a small explosion. The giant ant reels from the blast. Captain O calls out, asking if Mr. President is all right. Captain O insists that they need to get him out of there. He declares that he will take him to Barack 5. With a swooshing sound, the giant ant carries Mr. President away. He offers a brief, thank why, as he's lifted higher. Mr. President's face is etched with worry as he's carried away. His leg dangles, a smear of blood visible on his uniform. The giant ant's wings begin to flap, the sound echoing, lap, flap. The wings beat faster, the air rushing past. The wings continue their powerful rhythm. A screech pierces the air as the giant ant flies. The ant's legs grip tightly as it soars through the air. Mr. President is held firmly in the ant's grasp. The giant ant's face is a grotesque mask, its eyes gleaming. The ant's body is a massive, chitinous structure. The giant ant continues its march, carrying Mr. President in its mandibles. An older man's face is etched with worry, his eyes wide with concern. Another man remains silent, his expression unreadable. The word hunter looms ominously. A voice declares that it should be safe here, followed by another voice confirming with a yes, ma'am. A serene forest scene unfolds, the trees standing tall and silent. A man questions if it's really okay for them to hide there by themselves. A group of people stand together, their faces obscured. The older man's face is shown again, his expression still troubled. A dire warning is issued. If they try to evacuate everyone, they will all die. A child cries out for their mommy. Panic erupts as the giant ant looms over a group of people. A desperate voice claims that this is the only way for them and those needed for the next phase to survive. Standing in a desolate landscape, Mr. President questions if what they're doing is right. He looks off into the distance, a question hanging heavy in the air. Honey. Grandma Bokja's brow furrows, the weight of the future pressing down on her. To know the future is, why has that burden fallen on me? Why me? Her eyes glisten with unshed tears, a deep sorrow etched into her face. I already have an incurable disease. It would have been better if I had died with him. Yunsu reaches out, his small hand gently touching her arm. It's okay, Grandma Bokja. The child looks up at her, his expression a mix of understanding and sadness. I saw the future, so I understand you, but it has to be someone who knows. I don't think it can be any other way. Tears well in Yunsu's eyes, his voice barely a whisper. I really wanted to save Daddy too. I really did, but I couldn't help it. The group stands together, a somber atmosphere surrounding them. You're right, it has to be somebody who knows. Ignorance is bliss, but if you know, you can't run. Grandma Bokja embraces Yunsu, her touch gentle and reassuring. The child buries his face in her shoulder, seeking comfort. I'll choose to do my best without knowing. I may become undone if I find out. A group of soldiers stand at attention, their faces grim. Please, rely on your judgment and do what you need to do. Grandma Bokja holds Yunsu close, her expression resolute. Yes, this is the best we can do, and this is what I need to do. She is asked if she can read minds. The woman with dark purple hair stands nearby, as does the boy with the bowl cut. A group of men in suits stand in the background. Mina states that she can only read some parts of people's emotions. The old woman wonders if that's because her level is higher, and decides that it is a good thing. Choi Bokja tells the boy not to worry, that his brother will not die, and that he will meet him if he waits there. She insists that he needs to stay there because he has a very important role, asking if he understands. Mina looks on with a concerned expression. Choi Bokja says that it doesn't matter now whether she lives or dies, promising to take them to the end. Mina continues to look concerned. Meanwhile, a voice crackles over a radio, asking how it's going up there. The radio voice states that their ETA is less than 1 hour. A massive insect-like creature heaves. A man stands before the massive insect-like creature, holding a pipe. The radio voice asks if they copy. A massive, chitinous claw drips with an unknown fluid. 1 hour has passed. People flee in terror from the insect-like creature, their cries echoing in the air. The man coughs, acknowledging the dire situation. He thinks they cannot win, even with reinforcements. He finds it strange that he is at peace, even as the creature screeches. The insect-like creature's face is a grotesque mask of mandibles and multifaceted eyes. The man's reflection is visible in the creature's eye. Sweat beads on the man's brow as he contemplates his situation. The man's reflection is visible in the creature's eye. He wonders if he has done everything in his power. The man stands before the giant insect-like creature, a solitary figure against an impossible foe. The man's eye reflects a mixture of fear and determination. A grim smile spreads across the man's face as he accepts his fate. The man's hands tighten around the shaft of his weapon. He squeezes the weapon, his knuckles white with effort. The man shouts, I will never give up. His face is contorted with determination. The sound of his shout echoes through the cavern. Facing the giant insect, the man roars in defiance. Elsewhere, people flee in terror. The sound of their escape echoes. Their footsteps pound against the stone floor as they run. Huffing and puffing, they continue their desperate flight. Dashing through the cavern, they try to escape the horror behind them. Panting, the fleeing people desperately try to outrun the monster. One of the fleeing people wonders, are they all alive? Did they get to hide? I warn them. The boy reaches out, his hand extended towards a glowing, blue rectangle. A faint hum vibrates in the air, accompanied by a soft swish and a deeper vom. His hand recoils as a blinding light erupts, accompanied by a sharp zap. He curses under his breath. He pleads, his voice strained with desperation. He cries out, his voice filled with anguish, calling for Mina. A giant insect looms over Manchiol, who stammers, pleading for it to go away. The insect screeches and hisses menacingly. The insect attacks, and Manchiol screams in terror. A sickening crunch echoes as the insect crushes something beneath it. Manchiol turns around, his eyes wide with fear. The insect moves with incredible speed. The giant insect looms over Manchiol, casting a terrifying shadow. Breathing heavily, Manchiol clenches his fist, blue energy crackling around his hand. Manchiol stands with a group of people, his expression a mix of fear and determination. Manchiol's eyes widen in disbelief. What the hell? He mutters. Someone lies prone on the ground, unmoving. A massive ant unleashes a surge of electricity upon another victim. The insects swarm, their buzzing wings filling the air as they descend upon the group. A man cries out in pain. The buzzing intensifies as the insects continue their assault. Someone wonders if everyone has been obliterated already. The flapping of wings creates a deafening roar. Someone wonders about Mina and Yunsu. Prince looks around, his expression a mix of confusion and fear. Huh, he asks. Manchiol's eyes widen as he sees something. Look, the president, he shouts. The president lies motionless on the ground. Mr. Mayor charges forward, a look of grim determination on his face. Mizzen calls out, Mr. President. Someone exclaims in disbelief. *T, the president cannot die. Another voice cries out, not before he acknowledges my contribution. Heavy footsteps approach. The president lies still on the ground. A voice filled with shock whispers, *T, he really did die. Mr. Mayor stands over the president's lifeless body. Mr. Mayor, someone calls out. Mizzen, standing nearby, asks, but what's up with his face? A disbelieving voice questions, he's smiling? Did he lose it right before he died? Mr. Mayor's expression is unreadable. Someone cries out, Mr. President, as tears fall to the ground. A desperate voice pleads, you can't die like this. Tears well in Ms. Ann's eyes as she whispers, Mr. President. The weight of the news settles heavily on her. Mancheol Kim clenches his jaw, muttering a string of curses under his breath. The shock is palpable as he repeats, Mr. President. Minyan stands beside him, her expression mirroring his disbelief. Minyan's eyes widen, her face a mask of stunned silence. The news hangs in the air, thick with disbelief. A shadow falls over the scene, an ominous presence descending from above. The air vibrates with a deep, resonating hum, growing louder with each passing moment. The humming intensifies, a low thrum that vibrates in the characters' chests. A rhythmic flapping sound cuts through the air, growing closer with alarming speed. The source of the sound becomes clear. Massive, translucent wings beat with incredible force, stirring up a gust of wind. A heavy thud echoes as something massive lands nearby, shaking the ground beneath their feet. Jointed legs, tipped with sharp claws, touch down on the earth, scattering dust and debris. A monstrous insect looms into view, its multifaceted eyes gleaming with an alien intelligence. The air crackles with an unnatural energy. The giant insect towers over the group, its mandibles clicking ominously as it surveys the scene. The world seems to tilt on its axis as the characters stare up at the colossal creature. Mr. Mayor is addressed, his face etched with concern as he turns towards the unseen threat. Ms. In and Mancheol Kim stand nearby, their expressions mirroring his apprehension. Mancheol Kim shouts a warning, identifying the creature as another queen ant and urging everyone to step back. Minyan stands beside him, her face a mask of worry. Mr. Mayor insists that everyone stand back, declaring his intention to block the creature's path. Mr. Mayor's thoughts turn to the line of succession, the weight of leadership settling upon him with the president's death. Mizzen observes that they are at least safe for the moment. Mancheol Kim, however, realizes he cannot run away, especially with everyone watching him. Someone remarks that the queen ant is still just a newborn. A voice declares that they can take care of it. A foot takes a step forward. Mr. Mayor tells everyone to stay back, asserting that he will take care of the situation. Mancheol Kim questions Mr. Mayor's actions, warning him of the danger and urging him to hurry. Minyan looks on with concern. Mancheol Kim's face is filled with worry. He points a condemning finger. Mr. Mayor declares, how dare you kill the president? I hereby find you guilty of his death. The queen ant's mandibles clack together. He gasps. Mr. Mayor shouts, shut that mouth. The queen ant's mandibles clunk. The queen ant squeaks. Minyan, Mr. Mayor, and Mancheol Kim look on in shock. Wow. The onlookers are amazed. One of them wonders if Mr. Mayor overpowered the queen ant, while another exclaims that Mr. Mayor is amazing. Charles, standing with an associate, contemplates his next move, wondering if he should strike now. The crowd watches with bated breath. One of them voices his disbelief, stating that it can't be this easy. A sinister chuckle escapes Mr. Mayor's lips. Joyu Little declares that he will now become. The camera focuses on the queen ant as Joyu Little stands before her, ready to transform. He thinks to himself that he will become the next president. Joyu Little reaches out to touch the queen ant. The crowd gasps in shock. Charles looks on, his expression unreadable. One of the onlookers expresses his confusion. Joyu Little points directly at the viewer. He points forward, his expression intense as the transformation continues. Heavy footsteps echo as something massive moves. Mr. Mayor's eyes widen in disbelief. No, Mr. Mayor, he cries out. Stumbling backward, Mr. Mayor loses his footing. Someone below looks up, their eyes filled with shock. A gasp escapes someone's lips. The sound of a sharp slap rings out. A monstrous insect screeches, its form grotesque and immense. Another character reacts, their face a mask of horror. A swarm of insects fills the sky, their buzzing a deafening drone. Someone warns, there's more coming this way. One of the group asks, what? As another exclaims, we're really finished. The group stares ahead, their faces etched with worry as the buzzing grows louder. The swarm of giant insects descends, their wings creating a deafening drone. Each insect is the size of a dog, their mandibles clicking menacingly. The insects land, surrounding the group. The air vibrates with the sound of their wings. Baekhyun grits his teeth, a wave of regret washing over him. He thinks to himself, if only he had done things differently. Baekhyun clenches his fist, lamenting that he hadn't finished off the queen earlier. He thinks that Mina and Yoon-soo would all be. Energy crackles around Baekhyun's hands. He thinks it's too late. Baekhyun summons a sphere of blue energy, his expression hardening with resolve. Bacon shouts, preparing to unleash his power as the insects close in. The insects descend upon Bacon, their screeches filling the air. He stands, the swarm of insects closing in. A high-pitched screech pierces the air as one of the insects flaps its wings. The insect's screech echoes, a chilling sound in the face of the impending swarm. Mina shouts, "Idiot! Get your grip." Her voice is laced with urgency. A pink aura emanates from Mina as she exclaims, "You're not thinking." The insects bump against an unseen barrier, their squeaks filling the air. A muffled bump is heard, followed by a pained cry. Bacon, his face contorted in determination, extends his hand, a blue aura crackling around him. One of the insects hisses, its form looming large. The insect's mandibles click menacingly as it closes in. Bacon unleashes a beam of intense blue light, a surge of power against the encroaching swarm. A sharp ting echoes as the light connects. He strikes one of the insects with a concentrated beam of light. The beam expands, engulfing more of the swarm as the insects let out a collective, guttural cry. Bacon unleashes the full force of his light-based attack, the energy radiating outwards. The light continues to strike the insects. The beam expands further, the insects screech echoing through the air. Bacon continues to unleash the light, his expression strained. Jinseok and Manchiol watch with wide eyes, sweat beading on their foreheads as they witness the power of the attack. The energy continues to surge. Manchiol and Jinseok look on in shock as the battle continues. A pained cry echoes through the air. A barrage of electric energy surrounds the man, his expression one of shock and fear. The sound of something approaching pierces the air. A monstrous insect descends, emitting a piercing screech. The energy continues to swirl, a vortex of raw power. The man raises his hands in a futile attempt to defend himself. The energy intensifies, forming sharp, deadly projectiles. The insect hisses, its mandibles snapping menacingly. The energy surges forward, an unstoppable force. The insect slashes with its razor-sharp claws. The insect bashes with brute force. Manchiol Kim's eyes widen in alarm. Kong Mina's eyes widen as she realizes something has worked. Manchiol Kim grits his teeth, realizing his attacks aren't doing enough damage. He needs something more potent. The giant insect buzzes menacingly, its multifaceted eyes glinting. Manchiol Kim stares up at the insect, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. Kong Mina shouts a warning, "Watch out." The insect's wings flap with a deafening swoosh, generating a powerful gust of wind. The insect dives towards Manchiol Kim, closing the distance with terrifying speed. Manchiol Kim braces himself, energy crackling around his fists as he prepares to defend himself. A protective energy field erupts around him, shimmering with an ethereal blue light. A gust of wind rushes past. The wind intensifies. Manchiol Kim's face contorts in pain. Bacon Kang's voice booms, calling out his own name in alarm. A figure dashes forward. Manchiol gasps, his eyes wide with fear. Is this the end? He wipes at the blood on his hand. The crimson stain spreads, and the thought claws at him. Was he going to die? He collapses to his knees. His thoughts turn to Mina. What about her? Mina. A monstrous insect looms over him, its mandibles clicking menacingly. He falls completely. The giant insect unleashes a deafening screech, the sound vibrating through the air. Reacting instantly, Manchiol Kim brings his foot down with a thunderous stomp. The force of the impact sends tremors through the ground. With a furious roar, Manchiol Kim throws a punch. The punch connects with a resounding kabush. The insect lands heavily, the impact shaking the earth. Manchiol Kim shouts, "I'll take care of it here. Hurry, go treat Bacon." Another man responds, "Got it." Mina watches with wide, fearful eyes. Manchiol Kim gulps, his expression a mix of determination and apprehension. The insect screeches again, its mandibles snapping. Manchiol Kim, facing the monstrous insect, thinks to himself, "T. Am I dealing with an ant or a beast?" He tenses his fist, preparing to unleash an ability, if there's no way to avoid it. The ability is released, but it misses its mark with a resounding bam. The insect's eye twitches as the ability narrowly misses. Manchiol Kim curses under his breath. It was supposed to hit the eye? He stands with his back to the viewer. Manchiol Kim thinks to himself, "I must be rusty." He recalls his past. "I used to be the main pitcher in middle school." Manchiol Kim clenches his fist. Ability? Better than nothing, though. Mina looks up at the insect, a bead of sweat trickling down her face. Right? Wow, it's pretty damn scary from close up. The insect looms over them. Manchiol Kim warns Mina, "You gotta be careful." Manchiol Kim thinks to himself, "If I had some similar ability, it would have been useful in battle. Why did I have to get a communication?" The ability explodes harmlessly in a burst of light and sparks. A hand glows with golden energy, focused on healing. Someone wonders if Bacon will be okay. Bacon lies on the ground, a faint golden aura surrounding him. He appears to be bleeding. Another figure kneels beside Bacon, stating that they can save his life, but cannot heal him completely with their ability. The healer can only perform one treatment with the stamina they have now, wondering if erasing the healing ability will help. Gasping, The healer considers duplicating another ability, specifically telekinesis. The healer stands, facing a swarm of giant insects. The insects flap their wings, creating a cacophony of screeches. The healer stares at the insects, still contemplating their options. Raising their hands, the healer prepares to unleash telekinetic power. A surge of pink energy emanates from the healer, targeting the insects. The insects squeak and screech as the telekinetic force buffets them. Panting, the healer decides that they wouldn't even be able to control the telekinetic ability, even if they had it. Panting, she kneels beside Bacon, who remains unconscious. Aram thinks to herself that she must be nearing her limit, too. A piercing screech echoes through the air as one of the insects draws closer. Another insect swooshes past, a blur of chitin and buzzing wings. With a determined shout, Aram unleashes a wave of pink energy, hoping to scatter the swarm. One of the insects bumps against the magical barrier, emitting a high-pitched squeak. A sharp slash cuts through the air, another insect falling victim to Aram's magic. The air shimmers with magical energy as Aram continues her assault. A bead of sweat trickles down her face as she grits her teeth. Her eyes widen, a fierce determination hardening her gaze. The insects swarm around her, their buzzing growing louder as Aram vows to kill them all. Her voice filled with rage, Aram screams that she will kill them all. A surge of power begins to emanate from Aram. Her eyes glow with an intense light as a pink aura envelopes her. The power radiates outwards from her feet. The insects caught in the surge are crushed by the immense pressure. The insects struggle against the overwhelming force. Even the giant insect is affected, letting out a pained squeak. Bacon and another man watch with concern. The insects continue to squeal as they are crushed. Bacon wonders what is happening and if she will be okay, noting how dangerous it looks. Bacon is shocked by the display of power. The power surge intensifies, the pink energy growing stronger. More insects are crushed as someone wonders what is going on. The insects are crushed by an unseen force, their exoskeletons cracking under the pressure. The pink energy intensifies, further decimating the insect swarm. A woman watches, her expression one of disbelief. Unbelievable, she whispers. Her eyes widen, a mixture of awe and concern etched on her face. Aram's eyes glow with power, pink energy radiating outwards. Choi Hyungwoo observes, a knowing smirk playing on his lips. Oh, the young lady is using her special power. Choi Hyungwoo continues, his expression turning serious. Deluge, there's no way for her to control it. She's gonna kill herself if she continues. Another man stands beside him, listening intently. If she dies, too bad, isn't it? Choi Hyungwoo's gaze remains fixed on Aram. She's been lucky so far, though. Using up her stamina earlier is working in her favor. He finishes his thought, his expression grim. Since she won't even be able to keep this up. Aram's power intensifies, the pink energy swirling around her as she continues to unleash her abilities. She stands, surrounded by a pink aura, her power resonating. Her eyes glow with the same pink energy, a visible strain etched on her face. The ground vibrates as something approaches. A swarm of ants thumps against an unseen barrier. A heavy thud echoes as Aram collapses. Choi Hyungwoo calls out her name, concern lacing his voice. Choi Hyungwoo rushes to her side, asking if she's all right. He gently places his hands on her shoulders, his expression filled with worry. Choi Hyungwoo thinks to himself that she is completely worn out. Sweat beads on Choi Hyungwoo's brow as he looks around, a sense of unease settling in. The ground continues to bump as the ants draw closer. Choi Hyungwoo wonders if there are more ants coming. The ants blast through the barrier, their numbers seemingly endless. She coughs, the air thick with dust and an unknown scent. Choi Hyungwoo exclaims, noting that this lady is scarier than Soyao. The woman, her face etched with concern, demands, "Who are you?" The man reassures her, stating that he is not a weird guy. Hidden away, someone vows revenge for their fallen friend. Choi Hyungwoo observes that the giant ant is pretty tattered. The ant's multifaceted eyes glint, a silent promise of a chance. Panting heavily, the man on the ground notes that there aren't many fighters left. Aram and another figure stride forward, resolute in their determination to do what they can. A voice warns that the ant can slice with its wings or bite. Choi Hyungwoo, having watched the creature, states that he doesn't think it can fly. The broken wing serves as a stark reminder, the kid broke its wing. Someone speaks, but their words are unheard. To take revenge on that queen ant, he declares that he will freeze it, and the others should do the deed. Attack it, someone says. Are you ready? The queen ant looms large, its massive form a testament to its power. To be continued. Mr. charges energy into his hand, a blue aura crackling around his fist. He unleashes the energy, sending a bolt of pure force towards the giant insect. The energy slams into the insect's carapace with a resounding wham. The force of the blow sends the giant insect staggering backward. Mancheol Kim throws something with a shout. The object flies through the air, a blur of motion. It strikes the giant insect, eliciting a screech of pain. The insect reels from the impact. Prince is suddenly engulfed in a cloud of sand. The sand coats the giant insect's body. The insect screeches again as the sand pelts its carapace. The giant insect is completely covered in sand. The giant insect emits a menacing hiss, its presence sending tremors through the sand. The insect's movement causes the ground to rumble, the vibrations echoing through the air. Mr. thinks that should show her. The insect continues its advance, each step a thunderous echo. The insect's wings emit a soft, rustling sound as it moves, the air growing thick with anticipation. Mr.'s breath comes in ragged gasps, his eyes narrowed in concentration. He's not ready yet. The insect's form continues to emerge from the sand, the sound of popping sand growing louder. The insect's eyes glow with an eerie light as it fully emerges, the sound of popping sand filling the air. Mr.'s eyes widen in shock, sweat beading on his brow as he stares at the emerging insect. Mr. shouts a warning, his voice laced with urgency. Watch out. The insect hisses again, its mandibles snapping shut with a terrifying sound. The insect lunges forward, its jaws agape, ready to strike. The insect smashes its mandibles into the ground, sending sand and debris flying in all directions. The sound of something being crushed echoes through the air. Mr. clenches his fist, ready to fight the giant insect. Kim Mancheol watches the scene unfold, a worried expression on his face. Mr. Pants, whoa, *T, didn't know it had those. Mr. continues, it's a newborn. How is it? Kim Mancheol asks, you think we can kill it with pesticide? He clicks his tongue, adding, TSK, how can you joke in this situation? Mr. plummets toward the giant insect. The giant insect prepares to strike with its mandibles, a high-pitched screech echoing through the air. Meanwhile, the word heave hangs in the air above a forest path. Prince lies on the ground, the word heave echoing around him. Mizzen heaves, the weight of the situation pressing down on her. The injuries are healed, but he's still unconscious. Prince lies prone, still out of it. Aram is completely worn out, too. She won't be able to fight anymore. Aram rests, her face pale with exhaustion. Seongyeon, don't give up. Think of something. Prince remains unconscious. Mizzen needs to duplicate an ability that will kill the queen ant for good. Something that will kill with a single blow. A shuffle echoes through the forest. Mizzen turns sharply, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. Footsteps approach. The forest floor is littered with leaves and shadows. Mizzen's expression is one of intense focus. Lieutenant Cheon stands at attention, his gaze unwavering. He is named Seongyeon. Mizzen reaches out, asking if he is okay. Seongyeon grabs her hand, retorting that he doesn't think so. Seongyeon asks about the president. Mizzen somberly states that he has passed away. Seongyeon is shocked, exclaiming that it happened just like that. Mizzen remains silent, her expression grave. She urges him to hold on, promising to make him better. Mizzen insists she can treat at least one more person. Seongyeon tells her to stop, saying she can't win that way. He asks if she remembers how he said his ability is completely useless. Mizzen looks down, her face etched with worry. Seongyeon insists that it must be used now, that they have to. He says that she can live as long as she treats him. Mizzen places her hand on Seongyeon's shoulder, telling him that he knows they can't. Her brow furrowed with determination. Mizzen believes her ability was meant to be used at this very moment. Lieutenant Cheon looks down, a somber expression on his face. He says he's glad he met her in the military, and that he was rooting for her when he heard she'd be going into politics. Lieutenant Cheon continues, stating that nobody is good at what she does, but he knew she'd do it right. Looking determined, Lieutenant Cheon declares he's going now, that he can do it, because he's a soldier. Mizzen firmly states, no. Reaching out, Mizzen says he won't be doing this by himself, that she won't let him. Lieutenant Cheon's hand abruptly stops her advance. A strange energy crackles between them. Mizzen gasps, calling out Seongyeon's name. She says it's already duplicated, that she can't change it back anymore, and that she's at her limit. Lieutenant Cheon's expression hardens. He wonders about that queen, and if the two of them will even be enough. The tension hangs heavy in the air between them. Lieutenant Cheon stares intently, revealing that he's killed one before. Mizzen's eyes widen. The woman nods, a bead of sweat trickling down her temple. She agrees to the lieutenant's plan. Lieutenant Cheon states that he will go first, just in case. He wants to ensure her safety. The pair move forward, their heavy breathing echoing in the humid air. A large insect crawls through the foliage, seemingly searching for something. The insect continues its search, its movements deliberate and focused. One of the men asks if the old man is sure he hunted something like that down below, questioning if he is bluffing. The old man retorts that he is not an old man. The insect's mandibles twitch as it continues its search. A sigh escapes its carapace. This doesn't even compare to the one underground. The man in the blue tracksuit expresses his uncertainty about what they can do. His brow furrows with worry, sweat beading on his forehead as he contemplates their predicament. Assistant. The words hang in the air as Ms. In and Lieutenant Cheon stand together, ready to face whatever comes next. The woman states that she has a plan. She is asked if she wants to help get close to the Queen Ant. Lieutenant Cheon, and the two men await her response, the man in the blue tracksuit stroking his chin thoughtfully. Mizzen confirms that she can help. The man with the short, neatly combed hair asks what choice he has. The man in the blue tracksuit admits he was starting to feel burdened by his ability. He wonders what will happen after she gets close. The man in the blue tracksuit continues, saying that even if they distract her and get near, if they don't kill on one go, The two of them will take it from there. Mizzen tells the two men to do their best to limit the queen's movement. She asks if the old man heard that, telling him to keep doing what he's done. The man in the blue tracksuit says that he just won't let it go, adding that he'll bind that thing's feet. Mizzen states that she thinks they're clear. A close-up of the queen ant's head. The queen ant screeches. The queen ant flies forward. She stands in the cave, the air thick with anticipation. Then, shall we go? The woman asks, her voice echoing slightly in the cavern. The story is to be continued. A hand reaches out, fingers outstretched, as if grasping for something just out of reach. A sudden rash echoes through the air, the sound of something tearing through the undergrowth. A colossal ant looms into view, its segmented body and multifaceted eyes filling the frame with an alien presence. A high-pitched squeak pierces the air, emanating from the monstrous insect. A boom reverberates, followed by a swirling vortex of dust and debris. A figure clutches a blade, a triumphant declaration ringing out, "Great, I got it." A piercing screech tears through the air, a sound of pain and fury. Projectiles streak through the air, each accompanied by a sharp PW as they find their mark. The sound of frantic flapping fills the air, punctuated by another desperate screech. The giant ant, dwarfing a distant figure, exclaims in disbelief, "What? I didn't expect that." The ground trembles as the group struggles to move forward. They can't even move forward. Manchiol scoops up the child, holding her close as the world swirls around them. He says, "Like this." Manchiol grits his teeth, preparing for a desperate leap. "Hold on. I got this." He steels himself, muscles coiling. "Just hold on tight." His hand tenses, ready to spring. With a burst of speed, Manchiol launches himself forward, a cloud of dust swirling in his wake. "Jump." He soars through the air, closing the distance between them and the monstrous ant. A high-pitched squeak pierces the air. Manchiol lands squarely on the creature's back, grunting with the effort. "Arg." A woman watches in disbelief. "Manchiol, what are you?" Another man observes, a hint of admiration in his voice. "Oh yeah, nice move, old man." He grunts with effort, straining against the unyielding surface of the giant ant. His hands, a blur of motion, grip tighter, knuckles white against the pinkish chitin. He stomps down, the force of his weight adding to the pressure. The buzzing of the ant's wings fills the air as it struggles against his assault. The movement isn't as great where the wings are connected, so sweat beads on his brow as he focuses, determined to find a weak point. He thinks, if he can pull all four out from this part. Manchiol roars with exertion, his face contorted in a mask of effort. His hands strain, the tendons in his forearms standing out like cords. A series of sharp snaps echo as the material finally gives way. With a final, desperate heave, Manchiol raises the broken piece of the ant above his head, the sound of cracking chitin still ringing in the air. He tosses the fragment away. The giant ant screeches in pain and fury. He pulled out a wing from the giant ant. A woman watches with a shocked expression. The giant ant screeches as it struggles. Manchiol wobbles, telling the ant to stay still for a second. The unknown man with knife pulls out another wing. The wing is pulled out with a loud crack. Manchiol notes that there are only 2 more wings left. Manchiol is surprised. The ant's wing pops. A close-up of Manchiol. Manchiol yells for everyone to watch out. A close-up of the giant ant's face. He barely has time to react as projectiles whiz through the air, accompanied by the sound of gunfire. *T, not again. Kim Manchiol curses. Sweat beads on Manchiol's brow as he braces for impact. Joyu little barks, spread, as she and her companions scatter. The projectiles smash into the ground, sending up plumes of dust and debris. The projectiles find their mark, tearing into Kim Manchiol's flesh. Blood splatters as he cries out. His eyes widen in shock and pain. The force of the impact sends him flying through the air. Landing hard, Kim coughs, struggling to catch his breath. And nice. Ironclad, he manages to choke out. Joyu little coughs beside him. He plummets through the air, a cloud of dust swirling around him as he falls. A man and a child watch with concern as Manchiol Kim falls from above. A woman calls out, her voice filled with worry, Manchiol. Her voice cracks as she shouts his name again, Manchiol. The ground rushes up to meet him, the impact growing closer with each passing moment. His legs dangle helplessly as he continues his descent. Headfirst, he hurtles towards the unforgiving earth. The green-haired man muses, he was a promising resource. The green-haired man continues, too bad. Is there really no hope to be found from these guys? A small insect lies on its back, its legs twitching feebly. That one won't be able to fly anymore. Squeak. The giant insect squeaks, noting that it lost all the wings on one side. The insect flies through the air. Now let's go on with the plan and plant that soldier lady over there. A group of people stand on the ground. After that, I dunno. If we lose, I'm gonna bolt. I'm counting on you, sir. Don't you worry, I got this. Seongyeon, bye. Lieutenant Cheon. 2 figures dash forward, inhaling sharply. A man raises his hands, preparing for something. The giant insect screeches. The giant insect queen flies closer. Huffing and puffing, they continue to run. The insect queen's approach grows ever closer. The insect queen looms. Seongyeon says, "Need my hand on the queen. As soon as I touch her, you have to run away, okay?" The other man nods in agreement. Seongyeon reaches out. His hand makes contact with the insect queen. Seongyeon is told, "Sir, right now? Run away." The other man pleads, "Please stay alive." Seongyeon thinks, "You can't." Seongyeon thinks, "Even stand by yourself. We're all finished if we fail." He looks up, his expression resolute. Seongyeon reaches out, his hand closing the distance to the insect queen. His fingers brush against the insect queen, and a surge of blue energy erupts. The insect queen's head is engulfed in the blue light. The energy spreads down the insect queen's body. A leg of the insect queen twitches as the energy courses through it. A squeak echoes. The insect queen's head is once again illuminated by the blue energy. A screech pierces the air, followed by a squeak. The insect queen's body is consumed by the blue light, and another squeak is heard. Mancheol Kim and Baekhyun Kong watch in disbelief. Kim wonders where they went. Kong states that they were obliterated, and that was the plan. Lieutenant Cheon looks down, a somber expression on his face. He thinks that it's too bad, but there's no time to mourn. Seongyeon continues to look down, his face etched with a mixture of sadness and determination. Even in death, the insect queen's remains emit a faint, mournful squeak. The sand is scorched and barren where the insect queen once stood. Meanwhile, Charles wonders if he made the second one too strong. The man behind Charles finds the situation a bit unexpected. Charles vows to remember everyone as he prepares for his next move. He thinks to himself that it is his turn and asks for help. Someone shouts at Charles to keep it still, but he is shocked by what he sees. Charles dashes towards the remains of the insect queen, shouting that they can't just leave him. Elsewhere, Seongyeon curses. The sand sizzles. The sand continues to sizzle as Seongyeon curses God. Seongyeon dashes forward, determined to finish this. A monstrous creature unleashes a piercing screech, the sound tearing through the air. A corrosive liquid splashes and sizzles, striking Kong Mina. She gasps, a sharp ACK escaping her lips as the substance burns. Tears stream down Mina's face as darkness descends. I can't see. Is it this way?" she wonders, her voice laced with panic. The creature's appendage whips through the air with a whoosh, followed by another deafening screech. Blind and disoriented, Mina reaches out, her fingers grasping for something, anything. A brutal impact, a wham, echoes through the desolate landscape. A strangled cry, HHH, is torn from her throat as she's struck. Mina collapses to the ground, the rough earth scraping against her skin. A man's voice cuts through the chaos, "Miss Assistant." The man continues, his tone hardening. "Her body is at 11 o'clock from where you're facing now. Promise to kill it." A man sits on the ground, his head bowed. He remains still, lost in thought or exhaustion. Seongyeon grits her teeth, tears welling in her eyes. "Get it together, Seongyeon," she urges herself. She steels her resolve. "Can't let them die for nothing. I just need to find the direction." Driven by her determination, Seongyeon takes purposeful steps forward. I have to finish it." Reaching out, she wonders, is it this way? Or here? Her hand touches a blinding light. "Found it," she whispers. Bathed in a blue glow, Seongyeon closes her eyes, focusing her energy. The blue energy intensifies, swirling around her. The air crackles with unseen power. Emerging from the blue energy, a giant insect is revealed, its form radiating power. A piercing shriek echoes through the air. Submerged in the cool water, Mina's eyes are closed, her expression serene. A figure in a suit stands nearby, a faint blue glow emanating from his form. The water's surface explodes as the giant insect bursts forth, its mandibles snapping. The creature unleashes a blast of energy, the air crackling with power. A piercing scream echoes through the air. The giant insect strikes again, the force of the blow sending shockwaves through the water. The water churns violently, disturbed by the unseen struggle. A booming sound reverberates, shaking the very foundations of the area. The sound continues, growing louder with each passing moment. The ominous sound intensifies, filling the air with dread. The scene fades to gray, the outcome of the attack uncertain. The world is silent. She groaned, a bubble of air escaping her lips as the pressure mounted. A gasp escaped her as the world shifted around her. Her mouth opened slightly, a silent question forming on her lips. Her eyes widened, a dawning realization spreading across her face. She stood in a hazy, unfamiliar landscape, the air thick with an unnatural stillness. Scattered around her, bodies lay motionless on the ground. The scene was a tableau of defeat, a silent testament to a battle already lost. Her foot came down with a resolute stop, the sound echoing in the eerie silence. She looks around, a sense of unease settling in her stomach. The air is still, and the silence is broken only by the distant whisper of the wind. The scene is littered with bodies, sprawled haphazardly across the desolate landscape. They are dressed in a variety of clothing, their faces pale and lifeless. More bodies lie scattered across the ground, their limbs contorted at unnatural angles. The silence is deafening, broken only by the faint rustling of the wind. The bodies stretch out before her, a grim testament to some unseen catastrophe. The air is thick with the stench of decay, a cloying sweetness that makes her stomach churn. A wave of nausea washes over her as the reality of the scene sinks in. They all died? She wonders, her voice barely a whisper. The landscape blurs around her, the weight of the scene pressing down on her like a physical burden. The bodies seem to stretch out forever, a silent chorus of death. Tears well up in her eyes, blurring her vision. While they were dying, I was just, she thinks, the words catching in her throat. A high-pitched screech pierces the silence, sending a shiver down her spine. The sound is alien and unsettling, a harbinger of something unknown. Her eyes widen in alarm, her heart pounding in her chest. An exclamation mark of fear hangs in the air above her head. She turns sharply, her body tensing in anticipation. The screech echoes in her ears, growing louder with each passing moment. Her gaze falls upon a monstrous insect, its chitinous body gleaming in the dim light. The creature is enormous, its size dwarfing the bodies scattered around it. The insect takes a step forward, its legs clicking against the barren ground. A soft squeak accompanies its movement, a sound that sends a fresh wave of fear through her. Manchiol lies on his back, tears streaming from his eyes as he calls out his own name. He wonders where everyone else is. Manchiol's voice cracks as he repeats his name, a desperate plea hanging in the air. He cries out in pain or fear, the sound echoing in the desolate landscape. Manchiol sobs, the sound barely audible against the backdrop of the looming giant insect. The giant insect makes a series of popping sounds, a strange and unsettling noise in the otherwise silent world. The insect screeches, the sound piercing the air like a shard of glass. The insect's mandibles click and grind, a terrifying prelude to an unknown attack. A blue energy field suddenly surrounds Manchiol, a protective barrier against the looming threat. The insect's multifaceted eyes glint with an alien intelligence, its gaze fixed on Manchiol. The giant insect screeches again, a deafening roar that vibrates through the ground. Manchiol stands defiant, the blue energy shield shimmering around him as he faces the monstrous insect. He stands, surrounded by an ethereal blue glow. The blue energy intensifies, forming a protective barrier around Manchiol. The giant insect screeches, its mandibles clicking menacingly. The insect's head looms closer, its multifaceted eyes glinting. Manchiol's expression hardens, a flicker of defiance in his eyes. I'm gonna kill you. His gaze remains fixed on the monstrous insect, the blue energy swirling around him. The giant insect hisses, a guttural sound that vibrates through the cavern. A viscous fluid splatters against the blue energy shield. More of the fluid impacts the barrier, the sound echoing in the confined space. The insect hisses again, its mandibles snapping shut with terrifying force. Manchiol grits his teeth, a primal roar escaping his lips as the blue energy intensifies around him. The giant insect looms directly in front of him, its black eyes filled with predatory hunger. He is enveloped in a vibrant blue energy, a protective aura against the monstrous foe. The giant insect looms closer, its massive head vibrating with a deep, guttural rumble that shakes the very ground. A spear-like appendage shoots out with blinding speed, tearing through the air with a piercing screech that assaults the ears. The insect presses its attack, its relentless assault threatening to overwhelm the blue barrier. A fresh cut mars Manchiol's face, but he stands defiant, a spark of challenge in his eyes. That's all you got? He taunts, his voice ringing with a mixture of pain and determination. The blue energy intensifies, swirling around Manchiol as he steels himself for another onslaught. He stumbles, momentarily losing his footing, but the insect's head shows signs of damage, cracks spiderwebbing across its surface. The insect's armored head is visibly weakened, the cracks glowing with an eerie, internal light. The cracks deepen, widening with a sickening screech that echoes through the arena, a testament to the force of the impact. Manchiol lets out a guttural yell, a primal scream of effort and pain as he pushes his limits. The insect's head continues to fracture, the snapping sounds of breaking armor filling the air as its defenses crumble. The insect's head is now a shattered ruin, a testament to Manchiol's resilience and power. The giant insect emits a final, agonizing screech as its form begins to crack under the immense pressure. The first fissures spiderweb across its carapace, glowing with an eerie blue light as the creature's death knell echoes through the desolate landscape. The cracks deepen, multiplying across the insect's body like a shattered mirror, the blue energy intensifying with each passing moment. A blinding surge of blue energy erupts from within the insect, engulfing its entire form in an ethereal glow. With a deafening boom, the giant insect explodes, its body shattering into countless fragments amidst a supernova of blue light. Manchiol stands with his arms outstretched, the fading blue energy swirling around him like the last vestiges of a dying star. The fragments of the insect's body crumble into dust, carried away by the wind like forgotten memories. The hunter remains motionless, his chest heaving as he absorbs the last remnants of the insect's power. Manchiol gasps for air, his lungs burning with exertion as the adrenaline slowly fades. He continues to pant, the taste of ozone lingering in the air after the intense burst of energy. The desolate landscape is now littered with the remnants of the giant insect, a testament to the fierce battle that had just transpired. Catching his breath, Manchiol stands amidst the debris, the silence broken only by the sound of his ragged breathing. He breathes heavily, his expression a mix of shock and disbelief. The screen behind him displays information about the Republic of Korea region. The screen announces that Phase 3 has concluded in the Republic of Korea region. A figure on the screen congratulates someone for successfully hunting the queen twice. The screen reiterates the conclusion of Phase 3 in the Republic of Korea. The figure on the screen states that survivors will be healed before they move on, no matter how grave their injuries. User Baekhyun Kong is named as the one with the most points. The skull on Baekhyun's hoodie seems to mock him with the words, "Our lives." The figure on the screen claps, stating that Baekhyun was able to garner the most points since most of the fighters were killed. The screen displays a congratulatory message as Baekhyun Kong looks down in despair. He utters a soft ugh, as the words, everyone has died, fill his mind. Baekhyun wonders what he tried so hard for. He offers a simple greeting. Baekhyun Kong is called by name, and he turns to face the group. Baekhyun's expression shifts to one of shock as he hears the news. A woman with dark purple hair asks if he is all right and inquires about the others. Baekhyun's face is etched with grief as he processes the information. The woman with dark purple hair expresses her disbelief. An old man laments the unfortunate situation. A heavy silence hangs in the air as Baekhyun, the woman, and the old man stand together, the weight of the news settling upon them. A child looks up, confused. The child's expression is one of bewilderment. A voice wonders if it is coming down again, as strange lights appear in the sky. Beams of light descend from the sky. A bright light fills the area. The light intensifies. The light continues to shine. The light persists. The light remains. Two figures stand before the light, one sitting and one standing. The standing figure announces, "You've arrived." The light shines behind the figures. Baekhyun Kong, breathing heavily, hears the announcement and the sound of clapping. He exclaims, "Congratulations." The sitting figure says, "Congrats." Huh. Baekhyun Kong looks fearful. The sitting figure asks, Whoa, you're not gonna attack me too, are you?" Baekhyun Kong is told that he wouldn't know from experience if he were as intelligent as they say he is. Someone demands that they bring them back. Charles wonders aloud who they are referring to, Manchiol Kim, the president, or the assistant. Someone asks if they are referring to the mayor and his minions who got on their nerves. Baekhyun Kong shouts for everyone to bring them back. Max laughs, asking if they heard that. He thinks this fighter must be an idiot. Charles continues to laugh. Max hums thoughtfully. Someone says that they are actually asking for 1 or 2 lives instead of all of them. Max smiles. Baekhyun Kong thinks that it's not entirely impossible. The green-haired man states that if they are asking for 1 or 2 lives instead of all of them. He continues, saying that it's not entirely impossible. The man's expression is serious as he considers the implications. The black-haired man asks what the green-haired man said, then the green-haired man asks if he is interested. The black-haired man looks worried. The green-haired man rises to his feet. The green-haired man explains that human beings are records, and if those records could be replayed and duplicated. He turns to face the black-haired man. The green-haired man asks what could happen then, and the black-haired man asks what he is talking about. The green-haired man says in short. He concludes that revival becomes possible. He raises a finger, as if making an important point. Mina considers the possibility. Technically, it would be like bringing back the data right up to their death. The green-haired man smiles, adding that it could be called recovering data. Mina repeats the phrase, recovering data? The green-haired man explains that a corresponding amount of energy would be required. Mina questions if energy is needed. The green-haired man snaps his fingers, confirming that energy is indeed required. The green-haired man stands with a screen behind him. Mina is surprised by the information displayed on the screen. The screen displays that a skill has not been unlocked yet, and that she has scored first place for points in Phase 2. The current status is 3,011 points. Mina thinks about this number. The green-haired man taps the screen, asking if she didn't think that was just a score in a game. Mina's eyes widen as the green-haired man states that this is her energy level. Her abilities spread before her. The system informs her of the energy gained from the queen and she just killed. A voice echoes, clarifying that nothing comes without a cost. The system explains that everything is made of precious energy, and the energy from the dead has been transferred to her. As the cycle continues, some will gain power, and others will fall behind. Mina looks determined. The green-haired man explains that it is possible to replay a specific person in reality with these points. The system prompts Mina to take a look at the bottom of the window. Mina is surprised by what she sees. The system instructs her to press the button. Upgrade existing abilities. Shield level 3 to level 4 for 500 points. Buy new skills for 500 to 5,000 points, or unlock a skill slot for 300 points. Buy a stone of life for 3,000 points, or unlock a training space for 1,000 points. She sees that there are a lot of new options besides upgrading abilities. Mina wonders if the stone of life is the right choice, as her finger hovers over the buy button. The system displays the properties of the stone of life, explaining that it can bring someone back from life, but their memory will only extend up to the last pillar of life they entered. It will cost 3,000 points. Mina stares at the reversed text, contemplating the offer. The screen shows that the stone of life costs 3,000 points. Her current status is 3,011 points. Mina realizes that if she brings anyone back, she'll only have 11 points left. The system suggests that she could revive at least one person right now. The green-haired man asks what her choice is. Mina pauses, lost in thought. The green-haired man states that she is right, and that as she completes subsequent phases, she'll gain even more points. Mina looks down, as the green-haired man warns that to win those points, she can't afford to be weak. The green-haired man continues, saying that when you are weak, others, as well as yourself, will just die off. The green-haired man finishes. Still, she reflects on the sacrifices made for her survival, a heavy weight pressing down on her. A memory surfaces, faces of those who gave everything. The image of Manhwa flashes before her eyes, a reminder of who she desperately wants to save. Another memory surfaces, a stark reminder of death's cold embrace. She knows she needs to save at least one person, but the offer to buy the Stone of Life hangs heavy in the air. It's cost a daunting 3,000 points. The thought of becoming weak gnaws at her, a chilling premonition as she considers that people around her will continue to die, and so will she. What does she do? The question echoes in her mind, a desperate plea for guidance. The faces of the dying haunt her, their silent screams for salvation ringing in her ears. Let her live, she thinks, a desperate desire to save someone, anyone. Her eyes widen, a realization dawning as the weight of her decision crashes down. The choice looms, to bring back the dead, or to fortify herself, a path laid out by Charles. So what will it be? The question hangs in the balance, the fate of others resting on her shoulders. A voice challenges, wondering what the next move will be. The sound of something heavy echoes. The sound continues to reverberate. The thumping sound persists. The thumping sound continues. The thumping sound continues. The thumping sound continues, now accompanied by a low murmur. A sharp whap sound cuts through the air, mingling with the murmur of the crowd. The whap sound echoes again as the man stands amidst the crowd. He wonders where he is. A voice questions if this is the same waiting room from before, while another wonders how long they will be here. Someone estimates there are 200 people, or maybe fewer. Then, Baekhyun's name is called out. A man looks off to the side, a sense of urgency in his expression. The crowd is gathered, their faces etched with worry. Baekhyun. Arm's expression is a mix of relief and sadness. A man's face lights up with relief. Arm, you're alive. Arm's eyes glisten with unshed tears. The man speaks, his voice tinged with disbelief. I guess all the survivors are congregated here. I just ran into Aram. Thank. Aram looks up, a question in her eyes. Don't you think Manhwa would be somewhere here? Since Aram made it. The man looks down, a tear escaping his eye. Oh, you know what? A body lies motionless on the ground, eyes staring blankly. A voice cuts through the silence, heavy with grief. Manhwa, he can't come. Aram's face crumples, a single tear tracing a path down her cheek. He can't? Oh. The crowd stands in somber silence, the weight of their loss palpable. The group stands together, backs to the viewer. One of them declares that they've made their choice, resolving to become stronger. Charles's words echo in his mind, a promise of more opportunities to come. He steels his resolve, vowing not to let anyone pass him by. Once they complete this phase, he believes they'll find a way forward. He decides to trust the words of the man, concluding that this is their only option. Mina's voice rings in his ears, her words a reminder that he could trust her. Manhwa's plea echoes in his memory, a promise to wait for him. He makes a silent promise, his determination hardening. A holographic screen flickers to life before him, causing him to exclaim in surprise. He stares at the screen, a puzzled expression on his face. What could this be? The screen displays survival conditions, stating that if nobody dies in 6 hours, the team with the lowest points will die. The prize is the Stone of Life. His eyes narrow as he studies the holographic display, absorbing the gravity of the situation. The screen details Phase 4, a death survival festival among countries for survivors from each region. The last team standing after battles to the death will have their members brought back to life, even if they already died, at no additional cost. Sacrifice can be a strategy. The screen murmurs with the rules of Survival Condition 1. Kill all the members of the other teams, and Survival Condition 2. The total points of a team must be greater than the total points of other teams. A tip states that if nobody dies in 6 hours, the team with the lowest points will be eliminated. The team with the lowest points will die. The prize is the Stone of Life. Charles, appearing on a large screen, asks if they got enough rest. Charles remarks that the group looks much smaller. Charles continues, stating that this time, they are opening up the stage to a select number of people. A man in the crowd questions if they are really driving them to kill one another with this death survival game. The crowd claps. Charles says that they are quick. Someone in the crowd exclaims, "What?" Charles asks if they shall take a look at the stage. Charles snaps his fingers. A hand is shown. The crowd shouts as they begin to run. The crowd continues to run. The words Death Island materialize in the sky. An island floats into view, suspended in the air. A low murmur ripples through the crowd below. One man wonders what it is. The murmur grows as more people crane their necks to witness the impossible sight. A wave of realization washes over a man's face. Death Island. Charles stares ahead, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. To be continued. The words Death Island hang ominously in the air. Murmurs ripple through the crowd as a floating island comes into view. Someone asks what it is. The crowd continues to murmur, their attention fixed on the island. A young man's face is etched with fear as he whispers the word Death Island. Charles's expression is unreadable. The words Micro Hunter appear in bold letters. Charles states that they will now take a closer look at the rules. The crowd continues to murmur, listening intently. Charles explains that the volunteers from each region or country will engage in a survival game, requiring the participants to kill each other on the island they just saw. Charles continues, stating that the one final survivor will win the Stone of Life, in addition to a massive amount of points, and that participants will be limited to volunteers. The crowd watches as the rules of the game are displayed on a screen. Someone wonders aloud about the Stone of Life. He reveals that the Stone of Life is an item that can be used to bring back someone who's already projected as a hologram. Charles asks if it can bring someone back to life. Murmurs ripple through the crowd, with someone questioning if they can truly be alive again. The crowd listens intently. Aram's eyes widen, a tear forming as she realizes what this means. She thinks of her mom, dad, and sibling. Charles states that there's one thing he hasn't told them. He explains that the Stone of Life can only be used on someone who has passed through the Pillar of Light at least once. The crowd listens as it's explained that biodata is saved in the Pillar of Light. It's revealed that for those who didn't pass through, there was no time for their biodata to be saved. Charles somberly states that, hence, the family of user Aram Kim cannot be revived. Aram's face is filled with despair. Tears stream down Aram's face, the weight of the revelation crushing her. A collective groan of despair rippled through the crowd. A voice seethed with anger. Charles, that bastard, making me. Another man sobbed, the reality of the Stone of Life's limitations sinking in, and then bringing out the Stone of Life right in the next phase. Charles smiled, a hint of cruel amusement in his eyes. The sobs continued, a chorus of grief and frustration. He is toying with us. A man with glasses looked on, his face etched with disbelief. How cruel. Charles spread his arms wide, his voice ringing with false encouragement. Great. Now is the time to volunteer if you want to bring somebody back. The man continued, his words laced with manipulation. Volunteers are limited to those who ranked within the top 20 in the previous phase. So now. Charles pointed directly forward, his gaze intense. A young man turned to his companion, determination hardening his features. Bro, we need to go for Mom. Another voice cut through the rising tension. Hold on. We probably won't qualify. You have to become a murderer, but nobody's hesitating. Doesn't matter. You have to be in the top 20 to even qualify to volunteer. Anyway, Jongpil, we are definitely participating. Charles states that unfortunately, most of the volunteers are not eligible. Charles asks if there is anybody else. A fist is raised. Charles thinks to himself. Baekhyun Kang's name is mentioned. Baekhyun Kang says no way. The guard says no, Baekhyun. The risk of dying is too high. Baekhyun Kang says he has to go. Mina Kang says if he dies, she's going to be alone. She'd rather go with him. Mina Kang's name is mentioned. She is told that she is way outside the top 20. Charles states that she can't participate. Mina asks what is going on. It's explained that since first and second place have shown interest in participating, there will be no need to try and find extra participants. Charles says that honestly, it's a disappointment, and she could have been stronger. Mina looks down, a tear forming in her eye. A man asks if first and second place have shown interest. Another man states that he knows he's first place, and asks who's second. Someone shouts Aram's name. Aram stands with a determined look on her face. Aram declares that she's going to save Manchiol. Someone else tells her that she's done enough. Someone tells Aram that she doesn't have to do this, and to take a break now. A voice responds, saying no, she's going. An older man states that he will go too, declaring he is plenty able to fight. Mina looks on, listening intently. Mr. Choi says that he cannot go. He explains that he is getting bigger but not faster, and will become an easy target. A voice reminds them that there might still be a chance to save their family. Mina thinks to herself that she can't die without meeting them one more time. Mr. Choi slumps, accepting that it's time to accept his family's death. Mr. Choi remains silent, his expression heavy with grief. Baekhyun calls out to Mina. He apologizes for being mean to her all this time. Baekhyun stammers, telling her not to worry and that it's fine. Mina asks if that's the case, and if she should go on with him like this. Mina says that's not what she meant, and that they're good. Mina suggests that they just go and save Manchiol. Baekhyun agrees, saying oh, yeah. She stands alongside a police officer, observing the scene. The woman's expression is unreadable. Charles muses that these must be the qualified volunteers. Baekhyun Kang is present. Aram Kim looks on. Songja Park stands among the crowd. Kyong Song asks if that makes 6 of them, including Jongpil Kim. Jinji Lee remarks that it looks like it, adding that it's fewer than he had expected. Charles laments that too many with potential died in the last phase, but oh well. Charles declares that they should send the participants to the island. The group of participants stands ready. With a snap of his fingers, the process begins. A woman's face is partially visible as she passes through a scanner. The participants are scanned as they pass through a portal. The scanning continues as the participants pass through. The sound of waves crashing fills the air as the group arrives at a tropical beach. The white sand stretches out to meet the turquoise water. The sound of the waves grows louder as the group approaches the shore. The beach stretches out before them, untouched and pristine. The waves crash against the shore, their rhythm a constant presence. Aram is asked if she is okay. One of the participants exclaims that it's the ocean. Another participant wonders if they're going to be ambushed by sea creatures this time. The man with glasses looks concerned. She spots a motorcycle parked on the beach in the distance. Someone calls out, "Wait a minute." The group exchanges glances, a dawning realization in their eyes. "You think our bodies got bigger?" Mancheol Kim, his brow furrowed, asks, "HM? What do you mean?" Baekhyun Kong exclaims, "Look, we're big enough to ride a motorcycle." The group approaches the motorcycle, their eyes widening as they take in its size. Mina stares at a holographic display, muttering, "It can't be." The display shows their stats, including their age and height. The display shows their weight and special abilities, with a "no" in a speech bubble. Mina, her voice laced with disbelief, says, "Our height has changed." She wonders what could be the reason for their change. Baekhyun thinks this island is a very sophisticated miniature model. One of the men says there is no way this is a miniature. Mina says no. Sunlight glints off the water of a miniature beach, palm trees swaying gently in the breeze. The camera pulls back, revealing a small group of people standing on the sand, dwarfed by the artificial landscape. The scene shifts abruptly to a stark white background, the words "Micro Hunter" emblazoned across the frame, followed by a set of footprints. The word "Hunter" looms large, a stark declaration against the blank canvas. The group of people from the beach now stand before the miniature, one of them questioning if it is a miniature. Suddenly, a shimmering bubble descends, encapsulating the group within its transparent embrace. A man with teal hair, a welcoming smile on his face, greets the participants. "Hello, welcome to Death Island, participants." Charles spreads his arms wide, a gesture of open invitation to the deadly competition that awaits. A disembodied voice announces that there will be a total of 74 participants in this phase, hailing from 13 regions. Charles states that he will quickly go over country information. The man with teal hair stands before a display showing country information, the letters USA prominent on the screen. The display shifts to show participant counts, 5 from the USA and 6 from China. A screen displays the Russian team, with 5 participants. The Democratic People's Republic of Korea and the Republic of Korea are both represented, with 10 and 6 participants respectively. The Philippines has 7 participants, as shown on the screen. Vietnam's team consists of 6 participants. Norway is also participating with 6 members. Germany's team also has 6 participants. Nigeria is represented by 6 participants. Jordan's team is smaller, with only 2 participants. Mongolia has 4 participants in the competition. Charles asks if the others are excited. A man explains that each team is composed of skilled fighters. Someone notes that there are 13 countries participating. One of the men wonders if North Korea is also participating. Another man questions if that means there are only 13 countries left on Earth. One of the men states that they might not have volunteers. The other man agrees. Charles explains that conversations between countries are automatically interpreted. He suggests that regional alliances can be formed. The island they are standing on is shown. The island is peppered with points. The tropical forest is shown. There's the tropical forest where you can gain points from animals. The cave is shown, which can be useful for hiding. The waterfall is shown, where you can find drinking water. The resort is shown. The resort is where you can put your feet up and relax. There are also other secret features. Charles laughs, stating that he will save those as a surprise. Some facts are shown. He states that information about the island has been uploaded to Mina's status screen, wishing her good luck. The data blips across the network. The data whooshes as it is received. The group stands on the beach, waiting. Facts about the island appear on the screen. A map of the island is displayed. The map highlights one beltway. The map also shows a dormant volcano. The reason he's giving them these details is probably because he wants them to hurry up and fight. Mina decides to overlay the mini-map to see how things compare. She overlays the mini-map. 6 are in the bushes in front of them. They can't be being ambushed by foes already. The location of the enemies is shown on the screen. The group walks forward, unaware of the danger ahead. Suddenly, someone shouts, "It's an ambush!" The sound of projectiles whizzing through the air fills the space. Dark, sharp objects rain down from above. The projectiles continue to fall, their trajectory unseen. The sound of the projectiles intensifies as they hurtle closer. The group continues forward, oblivious to the impending danger. The projectiles strike the ground with a sharp impact. One of the group members is struck by a projectile. The group is bombarded by the projectiles, each impact echoing like a sharp bell. The projectiles continue to strike, the sound of impact ringing in the air. Someone cries out in pain, while another demands, "Can you get rid of the shield?" A member of the group looks on, his face etched with concern. Her hands outstretched, Kong Mina unleashes a surge of pink energy, the air crackling with magical power. The energy streaks forward, a visible wave of force tearing through the forest. The magical blast intensifies, a concentrated beam of destructive potential. A cry of pain echoes through the trees as the unseen target is struck by the magical onslaught. A voice cries out in disbelief, questioning the sudden assault. Undeterred, Mina gathers another swirling vortex of energy, preparing a second attack. The swirling mass of power is unleashed, a vortex of pure magical force. Another agonized scream pierces the air as the second attack finds its mark. Once more, the green-haired woman focuses, her hands glowing with renewed magical energy. The energy surges forward again, a visible pulse of raw power. The magical energy hurtles towards its target, a final, devastating blow. A cloud of smoke and dust hangs in the air, the aftermath of the relentless magical barrage. Manchiol Kim's eyes widened. It was standing up to arms telekinesis? No wonder they made it to this phase. He considered his options. Maybe he could try. Kim Manchiol focused, his expression intense. He extended his hands, pink energy beginning to emanate from his palms. Kang Mina watched with a sharp intake of breath as the energy flared. The pink energy spread along the ground, leaving a shimmering trail. Manchiol Kim stared intently at the spreading energy. Kang Mina observed the effect. It wasn't as strong, but it was definitely the same ability. Was it the duplication ability that Mizan had? The pink energy interacted with the environment, creating a shimmering duplication effect. The energy continued to spread, enhancing the duplication effect across the landscape. From within the forest, a figure exclaims that their opponents are stronger. Another figure suggests moving to attack. On the beach, a figure is struck by multiple attacks. Back in the forest, a figure announces that they got one. A figure on the beach declares that there is no way they are going to lose. In the forest, a figure expresses surprise. Another figure questions if it is double and states that the opponent is too strong. On the beach, a figure advises against spending all their energy from the beginning. The group observes that their opponents are running away. It seems like they are retreating. A narration box states that an ambush occurred in the first few minutes. The narration box continues, stating that they were lucky this time, but next time. Baekhyun Kong is asked if he got hurt. Baekhyun replies that he is fine and that it will heal soon. Another character exclaims about Baekhyun's bleeding. An exclamation point is shown. Baekhyun's wound is shown healing. He states that he bought another ability with the points he earned, self-healing. The other character looks concerned. The other character agrees. Baekhyun looks concerned. Meanwhile, Jongpil Kim introduces himself. Jongpil Kim extends his hand. Someone states that they think they are older and asks if they can speak casually. Jongpil Kim agrees. The man with glasses, Kim Manchiol, suggests, first, how about going to the resort nearby? It's dangerous to stay exposed like this. Kim Manchiol agrees with his own suggestion. He then asks, how about the two of you? Seo Hyun votes yes. Yoon-soo agrees, me too. The door clunks loudly. This door. The man with short brown hair states, it's locked. Someone says, I guess I'll have to. He stood near the door, his arm estrange, dripping green. The exclamation points hung in the air as the character looked on in shock. The two watched, their faces etched with disbelief. To be continued. A hand reaches towards a gap in the wall. The hand, now partially through the gap, appears to be made of a viscous, green substance. The green hand continues to push through the opening. The hand fully breaches the gap, the green substance splashing slightly. His hand went through the gap. Jinseok and another person look on, surprised. That's how that ability works. A man stands with his green hand extended. A click echoes. A man peers into a room. He exclaims, whoa, this is fancy. The group stands in what appears to be a kitchen. One of them says, there's a kitchen here. There might be something to eat. A hand reaches for the door handle, ready to explore what lies beyond. Manchiol Kim surveys the room. Yeah, everything is intact. Another man jumps on the bed, testing its durability. Hey, look at this. A bed. He is warned. Watch it, you're gonna break it. A woman presses the remote, trying to turn on the TV. Oomph, the TV's not working. One of the men perks up. A bathroom. I'm gonna shower. Another man chimes in. Ooh, me too. One of the men cautions, hey, you think you're here to just hang out? We could be ambushed while we let down our guard. Manchiol Kim looks concerned. Jongpil suggests, we can monitor the area with my mini-map. How about we take a break? Another man adds, my special power too. Let's get some rest. Boo. Someone replies, you mean telegnosis? Fine. Kim Hwan-suk states that they've already been through a lot in this phase, so maybe they can take it easy for a bit. Minji and Baekhyun stand nearby. Baekhyun calls dibs on the shower. Minji protests, suggesting they play rock, paper, scissors. Baekhyun wonders what telegnosis is and what special power it entails. A seafood dish is presented with a flourish. The group sits around the table, ready to eat. Someone exclaims that it looks amazing. Kim Hwan-suk recalls that he used to be a chef. Kim Hwan-suk is asked when the last time he had a proper meal was. Baekhyun states that the hunger goes away once you get through a phase, but it's been a while since he felt like he really ate. Minji munches beside him. Kim Hwan-suk is told that Seonju has a powerful body-multiplying ability. Seonju is asked if she also has a special power. She replies that she is only rank 3. An unknown man says, oh, I see. Someone burps and says that it was delicious, adding that they are full. The plate is empty except for a few scraps. A voice sighs, declaring that they are all clean and full, and now sleepy. Several voices agree, stating that they are also full. The man named Manchiol states that they won't have much time to lounge. Another voice adds that they will have to fight soon, and asks why they don't share their abilities with each other. The group agrees that they need to know each other to fight as a team, and that they are in. Jinji Lee says that they need to get Tichio back. His ability is synchronization, his special power is not revealed, and his motive is to revive his friend, Tichio Lo. Jiang Song's ability is alternate dimension, his special power is telegnosis, and his motive is the same. Another voice says, same here. His ability is jellification, his special power is none, and his motive is the same. Seonja Park trails off. Her ability is multiple bodies, her special power is none, and her motive is to revive his wife. Aram Kim says that at least she might save Mancheol. Her ability is telekinesis, her special power is not revealed, and her motive is to revive Mancheol Kim. Baekhyun Kong states that just as imagined, everyone's here to bring somebody back. His ability is protective shield. A text box lists self-healing, a special power called minimap, and the motive to revive Mancheol Kim. The text also mentions Tichio. 3 people are sitting on a couch. One comments that those 3 volunteered to save the same person, and that their abilities are interesting. One of the men asks about synchronization and alternate dimensions, having seen how jellification works earlier. A man with glasses responds with an Jongpil, it was observed, used Aram's ability earlier. The question is posed whether that is synchronization. One of the men states that he can copy other people's abilities. Someone exclaims that it's awesome. The man with glasses explains that it's not as powerful and he can't handle more than one at a time. He is then asked what the alternate dimension ability that Jinji has is. One of the men asks, oh me? And then says, The man says it's kind of hard to explain and that it takes up stamina, so he'll demonstrate just for a second. The word swipe is displayed. A hand is shown with some visual effects. He begins to manifest his power, his hand surrounded by swirling purple energy. Jinji Lee extends his hand, the energy coalescing. A swirling purple orb materializes before him, humming with power. Mina watches with wide eyes. Wow, cool. She breathes. The orb pulses with energy. In there, you're in a different dimension and alongside reality, the text explains. The group stares at the orb in awe. Aram exclaims, that's incredible. Jinji Lee explains, can't use it for long, though, and it's not a weapon. Mancheol Kim admits, we felt kind of bad, to be honest, since we weren't doing much while you guys were fighting the Queen Ants. Mina reassures him, don't worry about it. Mancheol Kim continues, actually, the president didn't want Jongpil. If it weren't for that, we would have done much more. Jongpil Kim asks, huh? What do you mean? Mancheol Kim sighs, ugh, the president asked me what my special power was, so I said I didn't have any. Then he promptly labeled me a liar. Jongpil Kim reflects, after that, he never put us on the front line. Don't you think the president had? He is asked if he has a lie detection ability. Mancheol Kim states that they don't even know his special power, and he won't tell them because it's embarrassing. Kong Mina asks what kind of special power is embarrassing to his friends. Jongpil Kim says that he's not embarrassed, just. Then Mancheol Kim asks to excuse him. Mancheol Kim stands with his arms crossed. Jongpil Kim asks what they think is the difference between an ability or skill and a special power. Mancheol Kim asks if he isn't rank 4, stating that he really doesn't know, and that he is rank 4 and has a special power. Mancheol Kim asks what he thinks the difference is between a special power and a skill. Jongpil Kim realizes that there's a time limit on using them, and that you can't upgrade a special power, and you don't lose stamina when you use it. Mancheol Kim asks if he has tried clicking the class on his status screen. Mancheol Kim states that special powers are like features of his class, and to try opening it. Jongpil Kim says, oh okay. He wonders if he should press class from here. The screen displays his special ability, Prince. It lists minimap, feeling analysis, height, and weight. Jongpil Kim wonders if he can open the feeling analysis. He realizes that might be why he's detected hostility from Jinchul. Jongpil Kim reflects that he was able to detect how others felt about him in the beginning. Suddenly, it stopped. He realizes that was a special power. Jongpil Kim wonders if he had it on. Would he have detected Jinseok's hostility early, too? He thinks it would have been no use, as everyone is super powerful. The camera focuses on Jongpil Kim's face. Mancheol Kim states that there might be a winner among them. There has to be. The camera focuses on Jongpil Kim's face. Mina looks at Jongpil Kim. The back of Kong Mina's head is visible as she listens to the conversation. Jinchul says that as long as someone wins, they can return alive. Jinseok believes the best case would be one of them getting the Stone of Life. Mina declares she's going to do some surveillance. Seonhui states that their telekinesis and the minimap should be enough. Mina responds that their abilities have limited usage, but it's good to at least take a look around with her own eyes. Baekhyun Kong agrees that's true, but Mina tells them not to worry. With her ability, she won't go down without a fight. As Mina walks away, someone tells her to not go too far. Baekhyun and Jinchul look on, Jinchul humming thoughtfully. Someone suggests they look over the information Charles left them on their screens. Another person agrees. The word Kush is displayed. She stands at the edge of the island, the vast expanse of water stretching before her. A sigh escapes her lips. The view is limited. There's really nothing beyond this island. Mina wonders aloud if this is all just a stage. This is a volcanic island, she realizes. Someone had said it was dormant. There's a beach over there, but it's blocked by mountainous terrain. They'd have to go around to access it. Something shines in the distance, catching her attention. Mina hums, curious. Suddenly, a beam of light erupts from the ground. The light blinds her. What? What the hell? A blinding light erupts, accompanied by a sharp, echoing SHW sound, signaling a sudden shift. The light intensifies, the sound deepening to a resonant SHWOA, as if space itself is warping. Caught in the surge of energy, Mina's hair whips around her face as the teleportation reaches its peak. Her feet hit solid ground, the abrupt arrival kicking up a small cloud of dust. Mina's eyes widen, a mixture of shock and disbelief etched across her face. She blurts out, "What? What the hell?" The words "Micro Hunter" appear boldly. Turning her gaze towards the horizon, Mina whispers, "Where is it?" The landscape before her is alien and unfamiliar. In the distance, a faint glint of light catches her eye, reflecting off something unseen. Towering rock formations dominate the landscape, casting long shadows across the sandy beach. Her eyes widen once more, a fresh wave of realization washing over her. With a frustrated roar, Mina slams her fist into the ground, the impact sending cracks spiderwebbing through the earth. Multibodies. The air cracked with a resounding wham. Kneeling low, the green-haired man channeled energy into his hands, the air around him shimmering with power. Rising to his feet, he extended his hands, the energy coalescing into a visible force. The green-haired man shouted, "Now go!" A blinding beam of energy shot forth, tearing through the air. The beam streaked across the landscape, a concentrated torrent of power. With a deafening THOM, the energy slammed into its target, erupting in a blinding flash. A voice cried out in pain and frustration, "SHIT." The energy beam continued its destructive path. The beam hurtled forward, an unstoppable force. The beam struck the cliff face, detonating with a cataclysmic boom that sent rock and earth flying. The energy beam continued its path of destruction. He is sent hurtling through the air with explosive force. The impact sends a shockwave rippling outwards, accompanied by a sharp crack. His foot slams against a hard surface, the impact resonating with a deep rumble. A pained groan escapes him as the force of the impact reverberates through his body. The ground blurs beneath him as he continues his uncontrolled descent. A desperate scream tears from his throat as the inevitable crash looms closer. He plunges into the water, the impact creating a massive splash. The murky depths rush up to meet him. The world turns a hazy brown as he nears the bottom. Jagged rocks loom into view, promising a brutal end to his fall. He coughs and sputters, expelling a mouthful of brackish water. He screams, his face contorted in pain as he bobs in the water. The green-haired man struggles to keep his head above the surface, his eyes wide with panic. He continues to float in the water. The green-haired man remains in the water, unmoving. A close-up of his eye reveals the extent of his distress. An announcement echoes. Announcement to the Republic of Korea. The announcement continues. User Seonju Park has just died. A young man stares in disbelief. What? Seonju's dead, he asks. Three men react with shock. In no way, one of them exclaims. A man studies a holographic display. He's not on the mini-map, he says, adding, I think it's true. Another man confirms. I've confirmed with telegnosis, too. The young man from before looks concerned. But there's no one nearby. He says, wondering, then how? Two figures stand together indoors. 3 minutes ago. A beam of energy streaks through the air. Did I get him? Well, he divided into multiple bodies, so we missed. The woman looks concerned. There's a saying in Asia. If you want to shoot the general, first shoot his horse. Shoot the horse. A hand glows with blue energy. The energy beam strikes its target. Rumble. Whap. A woman kneels on the floor next to a body. She asks if he is still alive. The woman states that he is dead, and a voice says that they are making progress. The man says that she is really useful. He continues, stating that is why he has kept her alive. The woman agrees. Dead bodies litter the floor. Jason Ford calls her a smart girl. Jason Ford thinks about how the idiots only had to promise to obey him. He believes that in this game, the strongest alone survives. Charles states that nothing can be accomplished without discussing things with others. Amelia confirms her understanding. The information box identifies the woman as Amelia, age 22, from the USA, with the abilities of wings, camouflage, and special power, eyesight. Charles then instructs Amelia to go do some surveillance, and tells her to stay useful. Charles mentions that the guy, Charles, said there's some kind of hidden secret on this island. She thinks that should be the key to this phase. Charles asks if he can trust her. Amelia responds that she will try her best. Charles simply says, good. The word spread is displayed. Amelia's wings begin to unfurl. With a whoosh, Amelia takes flight. She gazes out at the landscape, the setting sun painting the sky in hues of orange and gold. The air rushes past. The wind continues to whip around him. That lunatic, he exclaims. Charles wonders, how the hell did I get on the same team as some guy like that? The landscape blurs as he moves faster. Streaking through the forest, Charles thinks, fucking psychopath. He decides, guess it's time for me to move, too. Charles crosses his arms, a determined look on his face. He continues to move. Charles murmurs, The sun glints off something in the distance. He wonders, what's that? With a grunt, he grabs the hilt of the sword and yanks it free from the sand. Charles holds the sword, examining it closely. He wonders why a sword would be here. Charles wonders if this is what that Charles guy was talking about. The man in the suit says that there are 3 artifacts that embody special features on this island. A voice wonders what the special features are. Charles says that he cannot tell the other person. The other person asks what is going on. Charles realizes that another artifact has been activated already. The other person asks what is going on. Charles confirms the other person's question. Charles is asked if that is true. Charles decides that he must start a collection. The sun shines through the trees. Meanwhile, someone screams as they are being choked. The choking continues. The man's eyes widen in terror as he struggles to breathe. The man's face contorts in pain as the choking continues. The forest floor crunches under heavy boots. A man's eyes dart around, pupils dilated with fear. Sweat glistens on the brow of one of the searchers as he pants, muttering a somber prayer. Amen. May God rest your soul. One of the men asks, where are the others? Another replies, I think they're hiding nearby. We'll take care of them. The man calls out, Baristov. Sniffing the air, one of the men states, I'm looking. A shout pierces the forest silence. This way. One of the men sprints through the trees, closing in on his prey. A strangled cry echoes through the woods. Arg! A foot takes a step, the sound muffled by the undergrowth. The man takes a step forward, his hand poised over a small, round object. Sean looks up at him, a mix of apprehension and curiosity in his green eyes. The man's hand rises, his voice firm yet gentle. Sean, you shouldn't see this. He reaches down, his large hand covering Sean's eyes. The boy wears a yellow hoodie, a circular pendant hanging from his neck. The man's face is etched with determination. I will. His hand remains poised over the object. Since it's for all of us. Sean's voice is resolute, despite the man's attempt to shield him. I'm not going to look away either. The man's expression softens, a hint of sadness in his eyes. He nods slowly. Okay. The man's grip tightens, his muscles straining. He begins to squeeze. Sean gasps, his eyes wide with a mix of pain and resolve. The man's hand remains firmly on Sean's eyes, the boy's pendant glinting in the dim light. A sharp crack echoes through the air, the sound of something breaking. Sean's pendant swings slightly as he reacts. The group decides to take a break. A voice confirms the decision, addressing someone as Major. The Major asks about the whereabouts of Dennis and Baristov. Someone responds that they are searching for food nearby. Another voice points out the Major's arm. The Major looks concerned. The Major dismisses the arm injury, saying it's not a big deal and will heal soon. Another person insists that if they don't treat it, it will get worse. The person emphasizes that it's still bleeding. A golden artifact glows with power. Sean expresses relief that he found the artifact as soon as they got there. The green-haired man stands with others, a golden light emanating from an amulet. He states that none of them are healers, and they wouldn't even have the amulet if it weren't for something. The light from the amulet illuminates the green-haired man's face. The green-haired man is seen with a wolf. As someone says, some close calls, of course. The wolf is seen from behind. The green-haired man continues, stating that since wild animals count as points, he's happy. The green-haired man says that Russia will win with their leader. A young boy looks on, wondering what he is seeing. A hand holds a glowing, golden artifact. A waterfall cascades down a cliffside, the setting sun painting the sky with vibrant hues. The artifact is submerged in water. A hand wearing a gauntlet is shown. Sean, holding up his gauntlet, asks what the heck it is, as a woman looks on with a concerned expression. He examines the artifact. It's a gauntlet, according to the inscription. Mikhail believes it should be useful for something. Julia looks on, her expression thoughtful. The wind howls through the desolate landscape. The team surveys the area. The team thinks it's a great place to start. Team Pakistan, consisting of 6 participants, is also present. They must find a way out soon. He looks confused. The landscape stretches out before them, a dormant volcano. There's a light coming from the rock pillar. A low rumble echoes through the cavern. The team gazes at a fissure emitting a vibrant green light, dust motes dancing in its glow. The rumbling intensifies. From the back of the group, someone wonders what they are looking at. The team's faces reflect a mixture of awe and apprehension. One of the men in suits questions whether those elements were absolutely necessary. Another man responds that he did not make that decision regarding the artifacts, the system did. He then asks if it was Yuliman's decision. The man in the black suit is silent. The man with teal hair states that the system told him appropriate variables were essential for the right outcome, adding that there is no reason they should deny the system. The man in the black suit asks if they should deny that either, wondering what the other thinks. The teal-haired man responds that they cannot deny the system. Max says that they should just wait and see, stating that he has a good feeling about this time. The man in the black suit remains silent. Charles states that the desired outcome is near. 6 hours have passed, and an update is provided. The scene shifts to a building at dusk. Team Mongolia has been obliterated by Team Russia, someone reports. A man reacts with shock to the news that Team Philippines has also been annihilated by Team USA. A man expresses surprise that only 11 teams are left. Someone mentions an incredibly powerful guy on the US team who took care of all 7 on the Philippines team. The others react to the news that one person took care of the entire team. A man states that they need to avoid him at all costs. A man says he has never seen anything like it. The group discusses that the Russian team must be pretty strong, too. Manhwa Kim appears concerned. It hasn't even been 15 minutes since he last checked. Even if it were 5:4, they could be wiped out in that time. The group stands together, discussing their options. The good news, one of them says, is that the mountains are blocking the American guy from them. The Russians are far from them, too. Baekhyun Kong is asked if he can draw a map for them. The group continues to discuss their strategy, the tension palpable in the air. Manhwa Kim excuses himself, the weight of the situation heavy on his shoulders. Baekhyun Kong presents his artistry, a rough map of the area. He hopes that as long as they can read it, it's fine. The best case, one of them says, is if the other two teams battle and end up killing each other. Another man agrees. It's a possibility, considering their location. Then, the best bet for them is to stay on the right side of the island. Jinseok agrees, stating that it'll be safest to stay here at the resort. Yoonsu agrees, adding his voice to the consensus. But, Jinseok says, this resort would be the perfect target within this area. The speaker hopes that the mini-map and telegnosis will be enough. The word shuffle is repeated across the scene. The word shuffle is repeated across the scene. It's a resort. Two figures stand silhouetted, observing the resort in the distance. A text box indicates that Team Germany has 6 participants. One of the team members asks if they have been detected. Another assures them that they haven't, thanks to their anti-detection ability. The team member continues, stating that they won't be detected by any kind of power. He adds that when they work together, they can beat any team. The team member states that if they want to take over the facility, they'll have to kill them off one at a time. Thomas is asked if he is ready. Thomas confirms that they are just within range. He states that they will kill that team and take over the resort. The team member states that they'll be closer to winning this phase. He says, let's begin. A pair of eyes stares intently, a silent acknowledgement of the plan. A digital blueprint of a building is displayed. A voice notes that there are 5 of them. The same building is shown. The voice declares that they will attack them one by one. A pair of eyes looms large, a glowing figure standing between them. A voice confirms that they are going. A hand holds a smooth, gray stone. A hand clenches tightly. A man grimaces, the sound of something breaking echoing around him. A hand is shown. A voice groans, then commands to activate the curse. The man's eyes glow with an unnatural light, his face contorted in pain. A man cries out in agony, his face etched with fear. Beside him, a woman with green hair looks on in alarm. The man continues to scream, questioning what is happening. Another man recoils in horror as black markings spread across his arm. Panic erupts as people question if they are under attack, one man screaming that his bones are burning. The man in the purple shirt demands to know where they are, his frustration evident in the sputtering energy around him. He strains, trying to pinpoint their location on a mini-map overlaying his vision. His efforts prove fruitless. He curses, unable to locate them even with telegnosis. The camera pans to a distant building, seemingly the target of their search. His eyes widen, a flicker of shock crossing his face. A hand grips a crude wooden stick, perhaps a tool for divination. His expression intensifies, the shock deepening into alarm. He looks down, uttering a disbelieving WWTF. The sputtering intensifies as he struggles to comprehend what he's seeing. He cries out in frustration, demanding to know why they can't find it. The woman with green hair looks on with concern, admitting that she can't see them either. He wondered if he could stop them with the shield, swiping his hand in the air. Jongpil wondered what they were. He thought they must have something that blocked detection. He reasoned that if they were within range, the skill should show up on his synchronization list. A list of skills appeared before him. Jongpil thought that if it wasn't a special power, it had to be here. A prompt appeared, asking if he would like to synchronize Curse Level 2. Jongpil thought, nice. This is it. Jongpil's expression hardened with determination. He reached out his hand, ready to activate the skill. His eyes narrowed in concentration. Jongpil focused his energy. His eyes widened in shock. To be continued. The man looks up, a sense of unease washing over him. He extends his hand, dark energy swirling around it, a visible manifestation of the power he wields. His brow furrows, a deep concern etched on his face. His eyes narrow behind his glasses, a focused intensity replacing the initial worry. 2 figures stand silhouetted against the twilight, their gaze fixed on a distant house, its windows glowing with an inviting warmth. His eyes widen in disbelief, a stark contrast to his earlier composure. He mutters, a mix of confusion and alarm coloring his tone. Huh? What? The spell? A woman's voice cuts through the air, laced with panic. Stopped working. Another voice echoes, equally bewildered. What? How? He speaks, his voice tinged with a grim understanding. I don't know. The only thing that can block the curse is another curse. A sudden realization dawns on him, his eyes widening as he whispers, something? A figure's legs are visible from above. The woman floats in the air, a pink aura surrounding her. She shouts, right there. You should be ashamed of yourself, hiding like a bunch of cowards. 3 figures stand in the distance, their backs to the viewer. The woman extends her hand, energy crackling around her. Stop. You can't outrun me. The woman runs, her feet pounding the ground. The man clenches his fist, blue energy swirling around it. Oomph. We would win a head-on fight, too. The man's eyes narrow. Arm. The man's eyes widen in shock. In the woods, the man unleashes a blast of blue energy. The energy streaks through the trees. The energy explodes in a cloud of smoke. A faint light shines through the trees. The unknown man from before looks on with a worried expression, as does the woman with the blonde ponytail. The light moves quickly through the forest. The group of men watch as the light moves closer. The light continues to move closer, illuminating the ground as it passes. The man from before looks surprised, muttering to himself. The group of men watch intently. One of the men realizes something, exclaiming that someone is using his skill. The man with glasses states that there are 6 of them and wonders where they are from, guessing Germany. Another man shouts that he has one side covered. One of the men replies that he has the girl. The man from before shouts as he activates a skill, creating a fiery aura around his hands. Twin orbs of fire erupt, filling the air with intense heat. The fiery spheres intensify, the sound of their ignition echoing with a resounding whoosh. A surge of cerulean energy explodes forth, the air crackling with power as it vums into existence. A hand extends, fingers outstretched, as if to grasp and control the raw, untamed energy. Jinseok watches, her expression unreadable, as the energy coalesces before her. The man grits his teeth, each exhale a ragged huff, as he strains against an unseen force. Energy crackles around him. His hands are wreathed in sparking energy, the air around them shimmering with barely contained power. A figure stands atop a pillar of swirling energy, a silent exclamation hanging in the air. Another hand reaches out, fingers spread, as if attempting to draw the vibrant blue energy closer. Jinseok extends her arm, her gaze fixed on something unseen, the word reach hanging in the air. A final, chaotic burst of energy explodes, a fusion of pink and blue that tears through the air with a deafening crrr. A figure plummets downwards, enveloped by trails of vibrant pink energy. Streaks of electric blue energy converge, crackling with unseen power. The air vibrates with a sharp, splintering crack. A man's face contorts in disbelief. He wonders how she could be so strong. Jinseok reflects on her past weakness, recalling times when she wasn't strong enough for manchiol or bacon. Jinseok declares that there will be no playing around this time. She lets out a battle cry. The pink and blue energies intensify, swirling together with increasing ferocity. A man's eyes widen in shock as a wave of energy washes over him. The man gasps, a strangled sound escaping his lips. A foot slams down with brutal force, crushing whatever lies beneath. A woman shouts a name, her face etched with concern. A man spits out blood, his face contorted in pain. Another man, his face bruised and angry, shouts about a girl, declaring her the most powerful. A woman with blonde hair pulled back into a ponytail states that she's got it and will remove her. Someone yells, her. A group of people, their faces etched with concern, question if they should remove her. A lone figure stands in a circle of light, an exclamation point hanging in the air. The blonde woman stretches, preparing for something. The woman yells, her expression fierce. The woman is now surrounded by a glowing aura, her eyes shining with power. A blip of light appears, something is happening. The blonde woman stretches again, her focus intense. Someone yells, what the heck? Several figures stand together, their expressions unreadable in the dim light. One of the men scoffs, confident. He believes she was their best asset, but he has sent her away somewhere on the island. The man continues, noting that there are only 4 of them now, making it 6 versus 4. The man is confident that they will win. Meanwhile, a voice calls out, seemingly in distress, saying the name Aram. A close-up reveals a face, sweat beading on the brow, a look of concern etched on the features. Elsewhere, a scenic view of the island unfolds, the landscape bathed in the soft hues of twilight. Nearby, a woman with short green hair appears disoriented, the word turn echoing around her. She wonders aloud where she is. Elsewhere, an older woman, her face etched with worry, questions if a German lady sent her to this place. She admits to herself that she has no idea where she is. The green-haired woman realizes she doesn't have any navigation ability, wondering which way to go. The forest looms around her, the trees casting long shadows in the fading light. She knows she has to get back to Bacon somehow, her footsteps echoing softly on the forest floor. The woman stops abruptly, a sense of unease washing over her. She gasps, discovering corpses scattered around her. Examining the bodies, she wonders if they are Team Philippines. The lifeless eyes of one of the corpses stare blankly into the sky. She steels herself, deciding she should hurry up and get out of here. The green-haired woman stands over the fallen, a grim reminder of the dangers that lurk in this place. She resolves to try going up, hoping to find a better vantage point. With renewed determination, she begins to run upwards, the wind whipping through the trees. She notes that the volcano she saw on the map is over there. The green-haired woman wonders if she has to go that way, lamenting that she can't fly for long, so it might take a while. The sound of rushing wind fills the air as she flies. Her eyes widen in alarm. A beam of energy shoots upwards towards her. The beam strikes her, eliciting a gasp of pain. She throws up a magical barrier to block the attack, energy crackling around her. The barrier explodes with a deafening boom. The force of the explosion sends her flying backwards. She manages to land on her feet, bracing herself. The green-haired woman exclaims, wondering who is there. A voice muses that it was very nice, noting that not everyone can block their attack. He turns his head, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. Charles states that the green-haired man seems quite useful. Charles hovers in the air, his hands in his pockets. Charles proposes combining forces. The green-haired man is taken aback, questioning the offer. Charles continues, clarifying that he wants the green-haired man to be on his team. He states that he only needs to win and doesn't care about the Stone of Life. Charles explains that if he becomes the champion, the green-haired man will die since he's from a different country. Charles then offers to revive him with the Stone of Life, asking how that sounds. The green-haired man wonders what kind of crazy guy he is. The green-haired man notes that Charles is so composed even after that incredible attack. Charles states that in this phase, the green-haired man would be the only non-American to survive. The green-haired man thinks that Charles is dangerous. The green-haired man admits that he doesn't know if he can beat Charles. Charles offers to return his life in exchange for submission and loyalty. The green-haired man thinks that there's not much to lose. Charles asks what the green-haired man says about his offer. He tilts his head, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. A vulgar gesture accompanies the unspoken sentiment. F*********. The green-haired man's expression hardens, a dismissive smirk playing on his lips. You're not really my type, so? He shakes his head slightly, a hint of frustration in his voice. No, I can't understand. It's really hard, this understanding others thing. Charles, his eyes closed, extends his hands, preparing to unleash his power. A voice echoes, laced with condescension. The answer should be simple. You must be pretty stupid. Blue energy crackles around Charles's outstretched hand, the air shimmering with raw power. A sense of impending doom hangs heavy in the air. With a surge of energy, Charles unleashes a torrent of blue light, the force of the blast shaking the very ground beneath them. The energy slams into the green-haired man, a wave of pink light engulfing him as he cries out in pain. Ugh! Charles's expression is unreadable as he watches the attack connect. The green-haired man is startled by an unseen presence. A surge of energy erupts, aimed directly at him. The force of the blow sends him reeling, a grunt escaping his lips. The unseen attacker continues to unleash a barrage of energy. The energy intensifies, blurring through the air. The attack continues to build. The green-haired man is sent flying backwards from the sheer force. He struggles to catch his breath, exhausted from the assault. He struggles, his hands glowing with pink energy as he attempts to block the unseen force. The effort is clearly immense. He is heard gasping. How? This is on another level. Charles claps, impressed. Wow, I must admit, I'm impressed. You can block an attack like that. Charles wonders to himself, is this guy? He then states, this is fun. The green-haired man continues to block, blue energy crackling around his hands. He continues to block, the blue energy intensifying. Charles asks, want to try blocking it again? Charles states, it's not going to be as easy this time. The green-haired man continues to block, the blue energy swirling around his hands. The green-haired man looks shocked. The green-haired man exclaims, this is too dangerous. He braces himself, preparing to block another attack, pink energy flaring around him. His hand trembles with the effort. He is thrown back by the force of the attack. The green-haired man looks up, his expression a mix of fear and disbelief. Who is that crazy guy? He wonders. Charles smirks, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. It's cute that you're trying, he says, his voice dripping with condescension. The green-haired man plummets through the air, the wind rushing past him. Below, Charles continues his pursuit, his figure growing larger as he descends. The green-haired man grits his teeth, realizing the gravity of his situation. I can't fight him on my own, he thinks, desperation creeping into his voice. He tries to turn, hoping to change his trajectory, but the air resists his efforts. The ground rushes up to meet him, the wind screaming in his ears. Still falling, he struggles to find a way out of this predicament. The wind whips around him as he continues to fall. Charles's eyes widen in surprise, perhaps realizing the danger of the situation. The green-haired man's eyes widen in horror. He's catching up to me. We're going to be in trouble if he tracks me all the way to the resort. Falling, he thinks to himself that it makes absolutely no sense to try to fight the guy without having a plan. Even with synchronization, he's more than we can handle, someone observes. Another person adds that they don't even know how they're doing against the Germans. He wonders what to do. He continues to wonder what he should do. Charles, chasing after him, thinks that chasing is not much fun and asks if they should put an end to this. Energy begins to gather in Charles's hands as he prepares to attack. Charles thinks to himself that it was fun, even if it was for a minute. Charles wonders The sound of something approaching rapidly fills the air. The sound of something approaching rapidly continues. A loud clang echoes as something hits something else, and Charles looks up in surprise. The green-haired man continues to plummet through the air, the ground rushing up to meet him. One of the team members looks up, a single word escaping his lips. What? The green-haired man continues his descent. Another team member cranes his neck, staring upwards in disbelief. A close-up reveals a team member's worried expression, his thoughts betraying his concern. The Chinese? One of the team members questions the green-haired man's condition. How is he fine? I'm sure we hit him. Another team member wonders, you sure we didn't miss? A team member insists, yeah, we got him, right on the head. A text box indicates, Team China participants, 6. One of the team members asks, didn't we hear the clang? Huh, what are you talking about? Another team member explains, his body is made of metal, judging from the sound. The green-haired man continues to fall, a tiny figure against the vast sky. One of the team members exclaims, huh? You mean he can fly, and he is metallicized? A voice expresses a bad feeling, urging caution. Another voice reassures, telling someone not to worry. The camera focuses on a large weapon. A click echoes as the weapon is prepared. A character declares that they will take care of someone, standing among a group. Someone states that another will be pulverized. A figure looks down at a group of people, dismissing their weapons as puny. A character questions the effectiveness of weapons. A character says, oh right, and grabs a weapon. The camera focuses on a character's legs. The word slide is displayed. A character stares intently, their expression unreadable. A voice echoes, posing a question of intent. Shall we see how this works this time? The sky is painted with hues of purple and orange. A sharp POW resonates as someone cries out in pain. Sweat beads on a brow, a grimace twisting the lips. A pained groan escapes. Seo Hyun, eyes wide with strain, struggles to maintain a surge of blue energy emanating from his hands. He thinks, I can't believe it. The blue energy intensifies, forming a protective barrier. He thinks, they're so strong, even without the girl. Seo Hyun's face contorts in concentration as he thinks, a total, misjudgment. Soft laughter echoes. The blue energy pulses as Seo Hyun continues to focus, his companions watching intently. Seo Hyun, panting slightly, thinks, I really like this shield. From above, someone marvels at the unbelievable skill displayed in using the shield, achieved through perfect synchronization. Seo Hyun, his expression grim, reflects on the individual's lack of qualms about killing, deeming him a scary man. He then wonders if they got everyone, noting the absence of an announcement. Mancheol Kim, standing beside Baekhyun Kong, agrees with Seo Hyun's assessment. Seo Hyun's expression is unreadable. Someone takes a step forward. From a high angle, Seo Hyun stands over the fallen figure. The injured man lies on the ground, his hand pressed against his chest. Seo Hyun stares down at the man. The group looms over the injured man. Seo Hyun asks if they should finish him off. The injured man weakly replies that he is fine. Someone mutters, me too. Another voice expresses annoyance, stating that it's him again. Seo Hyun, Mancheol Kim, and Baekhyun Kong look down at the injured man. Baekhyun looks on with concern. An announcement echoes, declaring that Team Germany has been wiped out. The announcement causes a stir. Oh crap, what about Aram? Someone asks. The announcement continues, Aram, she's all the way on. Seo Hyun, standing with 2 others, hears the announcement. The other side. The announcement continues, her movement is super erratic. Maybe she's fighting someone. The announcement continues, and Team China too. Baekhyun looks surprised. Huh, I've already used up my time. Another voice chimes in. We must go help her. Baekhyun looks concerned. Someone blocks Baekhyun's path. Seo Hyun insists, no, you're injured right now. Another voice says, we need to treat you first. Baekhyun responds, oh this? I can self-heal, so. He winces, clutching his injured side. You're not the only one who's hurt. Baekhyun Kong looks up, a question forming on his face. Huh. A voice echoes, seemingly from an unseen figure. Haste won't do us any good. The same voice continues, explaining the situation. Aram is the strongest out of all of us. She's able to take care of herself. Seo Hyun speaks, his expression serious. Regardless of our next step, we need to repair ourselves first. That's the only way we survive and save others. A voice calls out, addressing someone by the wrong name. Hey Slimer, heal me up. Jaeyoung Song corrects the speaker, his tone annoyed. I'm Jaeyoung, not Slimer. A disgusted voice exclaims, reacting to the healing method. Yuck, this is so disgusting. Do you really have to touch me all over? Baekhyun Kong responds, his expression unreadable. Hey, I'm not taking any pleasure in this. I can quit if you don't want to get better. Seo Hyun reacts with disgust. Eek, hey, what's up with your tongue? It's so gross. The healing gel is applied, a strange, viscous substance. Stay still. You trust me, babe, right? Baekhyun Kong watches the process with a mix of curiosity and apprehension. I didn't know the gel could be used for healing. Well, it's not a pretty sight. The text emphasizes that the gel is quite effective. The narration box states that it's a really versatile ability. Mancheol Kim sighs in relief, noting that all the wounds are gone and his stamina is back up, though he feels violated. Another voice tells him to stop whining. Jaeyoung Song simply says, oh. Jaeyoung Song is asked if his body disappears when he uses his skill. He explains that the more he uses the ability, the more he uses up the body, but it will grow back since it's gel. Jaeyoung Song looks on. Someone asks if everybody is ready, followed by a statement that it's a good thing they have a car. The group walks towards a car. Jinji Lee is asked if he packed up everything they need. Someone replies that it's all in there. The other asks, in there? It's revealed that they can store a bunch of stuff in Jinji Li's subspace. Manchiol thinks about food and other necessities. The engine turns on by itself. Someone suggests they find the beltway first. Someone asks if they should go now. Manchiol tells Aram to hold on just a bit longer. The car speeds off, with someone declaring they are coming for someone. The car continues driving down the road. To be continued. A voice wonders if they got rid of all the stuff, like food, at the resort. Another voice responds that of course they did. They can't leave anything that'd be useful for their enemies. A voice simply states, good. Someone comments that these are some scary dudes. The man with glasses says that they give him the chills sometimes, even if they're his friends. Someone says that he's chilling, noting his flawless situational awareness and execution. The driver expresses his relief that they didn't meet as enemies. An announcement is made. Jiang's words are recalled as someone states that Team China has been annihilated. The man with glasses exclaims, what? Someone asks if Aram did that. The man with glasses responds that she probably did, stating that she's definitely capable. It's a relief if it was Aram's doing. Manchiol Kim thinks to himself, wondering if it was that American. Kyong Song and Manchiol Kim stand side by side, the former looking off into the distance. 30 minutes prior. Kyong Song and an unknown woman gaze at a glowing object. Kyong Song walks away. Kyong Song packs his belongings. He asks if there is anything else he might need. Manchiol Kim says no, not that. He thinks Baekhyun is reaching his minimap usage limit and asks about Kyong Song's telegnosis. Kyong Song asks if he can still use it, stating that's what Manchiol Kim wanted to ask. He adds that it's just in case they sense that Aram might be in danger. Manchiol Kim says he doesn't want Kyong Song to tell Baekhyun. Kyong Song asks why he would. Manchiol Kim thinks about it, stating that if he's in a hurry, that puts them at risk. He reminds Kyong Song that their goal is to get first place. Kyong Song acknowledges that's true, but asks if that means they shouldn't rescue her. He questions what rescue they are talking about when they should be aiming to get first place. Manchiol Kim states that when they get to the first place, Aram will be revived anyway, but Manchiol says that he'll make the call. The other man reminds him that they are here to save Techiel, and to remember that. A car speeds down the road. Someone apologizes to Baekhyun. The car continues down the road at night. The car speeds down the road. The car speeds towards a waterfall. A waterfall cascades down moss-covered rocks, the sound of rushing water filling the air. Footsteps echo on the damp earth as Erickson and Davidson's names are called out. Two bodies lie sprawled on the ground, blood staining their clothes and the surrounding earth. The air hangs heavy with the metallic scent of blood. The blonde man, a member of Team Norway, remarks that the reconnaissance team was attacked. The man with the buzzcut notes that they didn't have a chance to fight back. The man with the buzzcut reports to their leader that he found Arneson's body. The blonde man exclaims in shock. The man with the buzzcut adds that the killing was instant. The blonde man curses, wondering who could have done this. A blinding flash of light erupts, momentarily obscuring the scene. The man with the buzzcut gasps, clutching at his throat as he's suddenly choked from behind. The blonde man cries out, demanding to know what happened. A gloved hand tightens its grip, cutting off the man's air supply. The man with the buzzcut collapses to the ground, the sound of his body hitting the earth echoing through the forest. The blonde man's eyes dart around, sweat beading on his brow. Little rat, he hisses. A voice calls out, where did he go? Mickelson, cover my left. Heavy breathing echoes through the trees. A hand grips a gleaming knife, the blade catching the faint light filtering through the canopy. Huff. The hand is encased in a gauntlet of glowing blue energy, the power humming with barely contained force. A voice, calm and confident, cuts through the forest tension. Unfortunately, I am at an advantage in this kind of terrain. The dark-haired man crouches low, his glowing gauntlet held ready. Unless, maybe, you have a detection ability. Huff. The blonde man's breath comes in ragged gasps, his eyes wide with fear. Huff. A figure bursts through the undergrowth, a blur of motion. An exclamation of alarm pierces the air. The blonde man's eyes widen in terror. How's he? The dark-haired man's eyes narrow, a predatory glint in their depths. So fast. Your death will be so quick, you won't feel a thing. The dark-haired man peers through the foliage, his gaze unwavering. A sudden, unseen force sends the figure in the orange jacket reeling back, surprise etched across his face. The other man turns, his eyes narrowing as he prepares to defend himself. With a focused expression, he raises his hand, readying a spell. A surge of blue energy crackles around his hand, the air growing thick with magical potential. The figure in the orange jacket grits his teeth, fury burning in his eyes. How dare you, he snarls. The man continues to channel his power, the blue energy intensifying around him. A crystalline shield erupts from his hand, a complex matrix of glowing blue lines forming a formidable barrier. The shield stands firm, a testament to his magical prowess. He stares at the shield, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. A shield, he wonders. The shield expands outwards, the blue energy surging with renewed intensity. The expanding shield slams into the figure in the orange jacket, the force of the impact sending him hurtling backwards. He flies through the air, a helpless projectile against the magical force. Manchiol Kim extends his hand, a surge of blue energy crackling around his palm as he casts a protective spell. The energy expands, forming a shimmering barrier that pulses with power. Manchiol stands over Seo Hyun, his expression grim. Seo Hyun, lying on the ground, mutters, "My apologies." Seo Hyun rises and stands over Manchiol, a glint of steel in his hand. Seo Hyun slashes with a knife, a spray of blood erupting from Manchiol's chest. The knife drips crimson as Seo Hyun holds it aloft, his eyes narrowed. Manchiol gasps, clutching at his throat as blood wells between his fingers. A strangled kff escapes Manchiol's lips as blood trickles down his face. Manchiol collapses backward, the sound of his body hitting the ground echoing through the trees. Seo Hyun stands over the fallen Manchiol, his expression unreadable. Seo Hyun says, "When?" Having just attacked Manchiol, he looks around, knife in hand. Where did the other one go? A sudden burst of energy erupts. Manchiol's face is shown, his expression strained. A powerful smash resonates through the air. Someone cries out in pain. Manchiol gasps, clutching his chest. A voice filled with rage shouts, "How dare you kill my team?" Seo Hyun stands, his stance firm. A voice booms, filled with impending doom. A sharp, piercing sound cuts through the air. A pain cry echoes. Manchiol reels, clutching his head in agony. A swirling vortex of energy distorts the world around them, the lingering effects of their clash still clinging to the air. He clutches his head, the aftershocks of the battle reverberating through his skull. The swirling energy persists, a visual echo of the power unleashed. Manchiol struggles to regain his bearings. Stumbling, he lets out a pained grunt as his legs threaten to give way beneath him. The world remains a blur, the trees and sky twisting into an incomprehensible mess. The disorientation intensifies, the ground seeming to shift beneath his feet. Sweat beads on his brow, his face contorted in a grimace of pain. The battle has taken its toll. A silent expression of agony crosses Manchiol's face, the weight of the fight pressing down on him. Seo Hyun's expression is one of concern, his eyes fixed on his companion's suffering. Ugh. Blood trickles down his arm, a stark reminder of the ferocity of their encounter. Step. Seo Hyun and Manchiol walk together, their footsteps echoing through the forest. Ugh. Manchiol lets out another groan, his body protesting with every step. Seo Hyun remains close, a silent offer of support. A blade cuts through the air. A man with his hair pulled back into a bun stands in the background as a bald man is told to come out now. The bald man lies on the ground, blood pooling around his head. A voice echoes, "May the mercy of Allah be with you. Good job, Jaliyah. You can." Mikhail turns his head, sweat beading on his brow. Jaliyah asks, "Mikhail, are you okay? No injuries?" Jaliyah walks towards Mikhail, concern etched on her face. Mikhail responds, "No, I'm good. Oh, can you see if there's anyone near us?" Jaliyah looks at Mikhail, her expression serious. Jaliyah snaps her fingers, her eyes closed in concentration. A faint hum vibrates through the air. A strange energy emanates from somewhere unseen. Mikhail observes, no one else around. Mikhail asks, "Really? We got them all." A harsh announcement declares that Team Norway has been annihilated. Mikhail stares in disbelief. Mikhail says, "We did it, Jaliyah. The two of us took down a team of 6. Mikhail continues, "Allah is protecting us, so that we can bring our little Mona back." A dog with glowing eyes is shown. Jaliyah, looking down at something, exclaims, "Yes, we have hope." Mikhail says, "A gauntlet that neutralizes power." Mikhail adds, "We were extremely lucky to find it." The gauntlet glows with power. The wind whispers through the trees, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth. Sunlight filters through the dense canopy, dappling the forest floor in shifting patterns of light and shadow. A figure walks along the riverbank, his footsteps muffled by the soft earth. The man wonders if Berestov had to go far to find water. Judging from the sound, it seems like it wouldn't be too far. From a hidden vantage point, Jaliyah watches the man. "Jaliyah?" A finger snaps, breaking the silence. The sound of wind rushing through the trees fills the air. The two figures continue to observe the man from afar. A faint hum vibrates in the air. It's still just Jaliyah and Mikhail. Mikhail asks how Jaliyah's stamina is holding up. She replies that it's an ambush, 2 against 1, so they have an advantage. Jaliyah seems tired. Mikhail suggests they try again later, so she can recover first. Mikhail insists that they need to save Mona and that he is fine. Mikhail adds that they have the gauntlet. Jaliyah states that she will attack first, and Mikhail agrees that he can finish. Footsteps echo through the forest. The sound of boots stepping on the forest floor grows louder. Meanwhile, it's nightfall now. Even if he leaves, Berestov will be able to find him with his nose. He should head back for now. The man wonders aloud about Berestov. Jaliyah stands in the distance. She reels back, a look of utter surprise etched on her face. A surge of pink energy envelopes Jaliyah as she cries out, her eyes wide with shock. The pink energy intensifies, the unseen force continuing to batter Jaliyah. Staggering, Jaliyah grits her teeth, questioning what is happening to her. Mikhail clenches his fists, a similar pink aura flaring around him as he braces against the unseen assault. A pained groan escapes Mikhail's lips as the force continues to press against him. Berestov covers his ears, wincing against the sound, his face contorted in discomfort. He mutters to himself, expressing his frustration with the recurring phenomenon. No matter how many times I hear it, I can never get used to it. Berestov sways unsteadily, still visibly affected by the unseen force. He grunts in pain, something clearly wrong. Arg, what the? Mikhail clutches his head, his face contorted in agony as the unseen force continues to grip him. Julia calls out, Mikhail now. She states, okay, as a voice commands, kill in an instant. Mikhail dashes forward, his transformation accelerating. In one go. He cries out, Ack, as the change intensifies, blood trickling from his face. A guttural growl rumbles from the depths of his throat. Bones crack and shift as Mikhail's body warps, his hand becoming a paw. The transformation continues, his features becoming more bear-like. His eyes widen in shock as the change nears completion. A voice whispers, a shapeshifter? The transformation complete, Mikhail stands as a massive bear, roaring his defiance. The bear's massive paws thump against the ground. Julia declares that she has the gauntlet and is ready to use it. She plans to undo the shape-shifting and aim for the neck while he's distracted. The gauntlet crackles with energy. Julia thinks to herself that it's no match for her speed. The bear roars as the gauntlet's energy washes over him. Blue energy surrounds the bear, emanating from Julia's gauntlet. Julia declares that it worked. Her eyes widen. Her expression determined, Julia calls out to Mikhail, Nice, Mikhail. We got this. Mikhail grunts as his opponent comes up behind him, preparing to strike. The blow lands with a resounding bam. The opponent says, You must have relied on your ability. The opponent's face is grim. The opponent prepares to strike with a knife, unfortunately. The knife swings through the air with a swoosh. The opponent strikes Mikhail with the knife, because you're going to die. The knife continues its arc with a swoosh. The opponent stands behind Mikhail, a question mark floating in the air. The opponent strikes Mikhail again, the blow landing with a thunk. The opponent says, From your movements, you must be a soldier, too. Quite a good one as well. Sorry, I have to do this. He is caught in a brutal chokehold, his face contorted in pain as his air supply dwindles. His eyes widen in terror, sweat beading on his brow as he struggles to breathe. The man holding him tightens his grip, his face a mask of grim determination. The pressure increases, cutting off his circulation. With a final, desperate heave, the man slams Mikhail to the ground. The man stands over him, his expression unwavering. His chest heaves as he catches his breath. He shouts in anger. Meanwhile, a woman stands frozen in shock, tears welling in her eyes. She whispers, You, my Mikhail. Her grief turns to rage as she screams. Her face contorted with fury, she vows, I'll kill you. He is surrounded by a strange, blurry light, the world slowly returning to focus. His vision clears, revealing the ground beneath him. The boots of someone approach, the sound of their footsteps echoing in the air. He struggles to sit up, the rain plastering his hair to his forehead. A voice echoes in his mind, urging him to wake up. Julia looks down at him, her expression unreadable. Tears welling in her eyes, Julia apologizes, regretting that she couldn't stop him. She whispers another apology, her voice thick with emotion. Her gaze falls upon her metal hand, a symbol of her resolve. Julia clutches her metal hand, a steely glint in her eyes. Tears stream down her face, but her determination remains unshaken. She vows to win on her own, no matter what, for Mona, because that's the only way to save them. Two figures stand in the distance, one towering over the other. The larger figure shifts its weight, its massive feet planted firmly on the ground. A beam of energy streaks through the trees, the air crackling with displaced power. The energy beam slams into the earth, detonating with a deafening boom. Charles, his hand outstretched, prepares another attack. Nice dodging. How about this? Another beam of energy hurtles forward, leaving a trail of displaced air in its wake. Xianhui cries out, narrowly avoiding the blast. Gathering her resolve, Xianhui focuses her energy, a pink aura enveloping her outstretched hand. A blast of pink energy erupts from her palm, surging towards her opponent. Xianhui pants, her breath coming in ragged gasps. Charles smirks, unfazed. Not bad. You can even divert attacks. Charles holds his sword, remarking that Xianhui is the first to do that. Xianhui thinks to herself, panting, that she is running out of stamina. Xianhui wonders what she should do. A flashback shows another team being defeated. Xianhui recalls that Charles shot him earlier. Xianhui thinks that she was sure they could outrun them, and that there's no way he wiped out the whole team in that split second. Charles holds his sword, thinking that the blade is too blunt. He wonders what the hell Xianhui is and why she doesn't get tired. Xianhui thinks that the sword seems to be used to cut out abilities. Xianhui thinks that it's not that effective since her ability doesn't have a definite form, and she'll put this one away. Charles wonders how he should kill Xianhui for declining his offer. Xianhui considers who that Charles guy is. Xianhui bets that Charles is projecting what's going on here. A broadcast shows a battle to the death for the non-participants. Chatter fills the air as people watch. Aram watches the broadcast. The crowd watches the broadcast. Charles makes a noise. Someone thinks they'd better make the other suffer as much as they can. Xianhui stands before Charles. If someone as powerful as her dies a painful death, people from her country would really fear him when they meet him next time. Charles asks if she wouldn't agree. A massive, clawed hand descends from above. The hand closes around Mina. Reaching up, she tries to fight back. Her eyes widen in terror as she looks up at her captor. The squirrel's claws tear at her arm, ripping through the fabric of her sleeve. The squirrel hauls her upward with brutal force. Blood splatters as she is yanked into the air. Her gauntlet falls away, tumbling through the air. The gauntlet lands with a soft thud on the grassy ground. She lies on the ground, gasping for air. The man stands over her, panting. Mina hears the man calling her Mona. The man stands over Mina. The man prays, "May God take you in his arms." The wind rustles through the trees. The man looks down, his expression grim. A voice asks, "Are you okay?" The man turns to see someone running towards them. The man in the black tank top asks what happened, apologizing for having left. The man in the pink shirt responds that there was no need, as he was the one who sent him to look around, then asks if he found anything. The man in the pink shirt states that he found where they can get water. He continues, explaining that he was tracking the smell of those who were guarding the water source. The man in the pink shirt observes that it looks like someone already took care of them. A body lies sprawled on the ground, a testament to the recent violence. The man in the pink shirt begins to say that it is really a mass. He observes that it looks like a battle between very powerful people. The distant sounds of explosions echo through the trees. The man in the pink shirt states that the fight seems quite even from afar, and it could be good for them. He continues, stating that the powerful battle each other. He then suggests that they get some water. The man in the black tank top responds, "Oh yes, sir." The man in the black tank top asks Captain if he is injured at all. Captain responds that he is not, but he is hungry. Someone observes the fight, thinking he's really powerful. Amelia stands with her wings spread, looking concerned. If Ford gets hurt, he'll be in danger, too. Amelia wonders who that girl is fighting Ford and how she is a match for him. There's no way Ford will lose, though, she thinks. She decides she'd better stay away so she doesn't get pulled into the fight. Meanwhile, a figure flies through the air, panting. The figure continues to fly through the air. Someone finds this very interesting. The green-haired woman pants, saying, "You know what? Since you met me, you've gotten faster," she thinks. Someone comments that they have much better control over their abilities, too, finding it very interesting. Jason Ford gathers energy in his hand, a swirling vortex of blue power crackling around his palm. He intends to test his opponent's strength. Too bad, though, he thinks. He still has a lot of enemies to kill. He'd better finish this one off now. Jason Ford unleashes the energy, a concentrated beam of blue light hurtling towards his target. The green-haired man grunts, bracing himself against the oncoming assault. Gathering pink energy between his outstretched hands, the green-haired man prepares a counterattack. With a shout, the green-haired man unleashes a beam of pink energy. The pink beam streaks towards Jason Ford, a wave of destructive force. The force of the impact sends Jason Ford flying backwards. The blue and pink beams collide in a blinding explosion of light and power. Jason Ford continues to fall, tumbling through the air. A pained expression contorts Jason Ford's face as he feels the full force of the attack. The green-haired man prepares another attack, pink energy crackling around his hands. He declares, "Now," as a surge of energy emanates from him. The green-haired man grits his teeth, thinking he has to get rid of Jason Ford, no matter what. The force of the green-haired man's attack sends Jason Ford flying backwards. Jason Ford chuckles, finding the situation suddenly exciting. A smirk plays across Jason Ford's lips. The green-haired man dashes forward, closing the distance. The green-haired man's expression hardens as he pursues Jason Ford. The green-haired man moves with incredible speed. The green-haired man says, "I have a lot of experience cornering people." The green-haired man exclaims, noticing something. "That's why I can see that you're not in total despair." The green-haired man continues, "From my experience, those in total despair don't have that look in their eyes." The green-haired man demands, "Now, show me everything you've got." He declares that he will kill Jason Ford after he has seen what he possesses. The green-haired man continues, believing that eliminating Jason Ford will ensure his team's victory, allowing Baekhyun and the others to win. Jason Ford grits his teeth, a silent display of resolve. A surge of pink energy crackles around Jason Ford as he prepares to act. Jason Ford descends, surrounded by the pink aura. The green-haired man is taken aback by Jason Ford's sudden movement. The green-haired man asks if Jason Ford has finally changed his mind. Jason Ford's expression hardens, his eyes narrowed with determination. Jason Ford confirms that he has indeed changed his mind. The two stand facing each other, magical energy swirling around them. Jason Ford declares his intent to kill the green-haired man right there and now, the pink energy intensifying around him. Jason Ford descends, ready to strike. The car screeches to a halt, kicking up dust and gravel. The vehicle sits idle, framed by the dense foliage. A voice from inside the car sighs, "Phew, I don't think I can do more. It's taking away too much." Another adds, "Sigh, a car that uses stamina instead of fuel. Let's stop using it now." From the driver's seat, a man remarks, "No wonder, I thought it was too easy." Another passenger simply says, yeah. The group begins to exit the vehicle, stretching their limbs after the cramped ride. Jongpil Kim asks, how you doing? My arm grew back. Want another massage? A man replies, yuck, no thanks. One of the men looks back at Jongpil Kim with a questioning expression. What are you doing? He asks. The man's face is beaded with sweat as he stares ahead. He calls out, Jinji. Seo Hyun asks, what's up? Did you see something? Did you see Arm? Jongpil Kim replies, oh, and nothing. You know I've run out of time for the telegnosis ability, too. Seo Hyun says, I was just zoning out. Huh, yeah, I've used up my mini-map a long time ago, too. Jongpil Kim states, I saw that Aram met a formidable enemy. I'm not sure how she's doing, though. Mancheol Kim suggests, get a notification if she's dead? Jongpil Kim says, that's what happens when your teammate dies, right? Seo Hyun replies, well, Mancheol Kim states, don't worry. Aram's not one to get beaten up by anyone. You said. Jongpil Kim says, she was fighting somebody? I bet she took care of it real fast. Seo Hyun replies, right. A strange sound echoes through the forest. 1 second. The group stands around a glowing, swirling orb of energy, its light casting an eerie glow on their faces. A soft toss echoes through the air, followed by a heavier thump, thump. One of the group suggests, let's get some sleep here. Another voice counters, can't we sleep in the subspace? The first speaker explains that the subspace can only be maintained for 3 to 4 hours at a time, and they don't want it to disappear while everyone's sleeping. Someone says, oh. Then, a voice calls out, hey, Jinji Lee, I need a word with you. Jinji Lee responds, huh? Sure. Someone wonders if they're dating or something. The two walk away, their footsteps echoing softly. One of the group says, I don't know. Jinji Lee looks concerned. Someone asks, you saw Arm just now, right? The other replies, yeah. The question hangs in the air as the camera focuses on a parked car. How's she doing? One person states, she's in great danger. Arm, she's an awesome fighter, but the other guy is too strong. The other responds, really? Mancheol Kim states that they wouldn't have a chance against him even if they all attacked at once. He then questions if Aram is being completely overwhelmed. He continues, saying that she's also much more powerful than he had imagined, but he doesn't think her abilities work on him. He adds that Aram hasn't given up yet, it seems. Baekhyun Kong remarks, mutual destruction. Baekhyun's eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. Why you don't mean? Mancheol Kim says that in this situation, the best outcome would be. Baekhyun's expression darkens, the gravity of the situation settling upon him. He wonders if it means her dying with that powerful enemy. A heavy silence hangs in the air, the unspoken dread palpable. The story is to be continued. The man with glasses considers the situation. What would the best outcome be? The other man wonders if her dying with that powerful enemy is the best option. Jongpil stands outside with the man with glasses. He asks Jongpil if he is serious about that. The two of them and us, we have different goals. The man with glasses explains that if they succeed, Aram will come back to life anyway. Jongpil asks if they are going to save Teachil. The man with glasses tells Jongpil to keep an eye on Aram, but only tell him how she is. If Baekhyun asks about her, say that you don't know or something. He's smart, so you gotta be careful, okay? Jongpil sighs, phew. Okay. The man with glasses says it's for all of us, hoping Jongpil doesn't take it the wrong way. The man with glasses suggests they get some sleep, as they have a long day tomorrow, too. Two figures walk away, the sounds of their footsteps echoing in the distance. The man in the foreground pauses, lost in thought. He wonders if all of this is truly necessary. Jongpil Kim remarks that the weather is neither too hot nor too cold. He admits that he worries about her a lot. Someone asks who he is referring to. Jongpil Kim answers, Aram. One of the men lying down reassures the other not to think about it too much, reminding him that they confirmed she's safe with the mini-map. The other agrees, stating that he thinks so. To be honest, he admits he's a bit worried, too. Even though she might appear safe on the mini-map, he doesn't really know if she's suffering. The other man states that it's best to find her soon. Jongpil Kim says that Jongpil and Jinji are good guys, and he's not just saying it because they're his friends. They're also trying their best, so let's not get too anxious and look for her together. The other man agrees, saying he appreciates it. He adds that they're a team and they're in it together. Mancheol smiles, suggesting it would be nice if they could bring back Teachil and his friend Mancheol, too. Mancheol looks off to the side, lost in thought. Seo Hyun asks what the others have been doing, wondering if they are a thing. Another man asks why he can't even take a leak, questioning what they are doing up. The blonde-haired man suggests they get some rest. Jongpil Kim looks determined, promising to wait for Aram. He promises he's coming. Rocks are hurled with tremendous force. The rocks explode on impact. More rocks are launched, continuing the barrage. A man with light hair smirks. He thinks to himself that this is fun, and that he thought the target might be rank 4. The man's hand glows with a blue aura as he prepares another attack. A voice comments on the man's special power as rocks float around a tree. The rocks then float around a man with dark hair. A woman with light hair observes that the attack is quite aggressive. The rocks continue to float around the man with dark hair, who is now glowing with a pink aura. The man floats in the air, surrounded by the rocks and the pink aura. The woman with light hair exclaims that this is what she is talking about. He dashes forward, preparing to launch an attack. Kong Mina reacts in alarm as rocks are thrown towards her. Rocks fly through the air with a resounding WOM. More rocks hurtle through the air, accompanied by a SHWOP sound. The rocks surround Mina as they fly towards her, creating a whoosh sound. The man reacts with surprise. He prepares to throw more rocks, sparkling energy crackling around his hands. Mina lies on the ground, surrounded by a cloud of dust. Rocks continue to fly through the air, accompanied by a B sound. The rocks are about to hit Mina, creating a WOM sound. The rocks impact the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The man stands amidst the dust cloud, seemingly unfazed. His hands emerge from a cloud of dust, fingers outstretched as if casting a spell. The man wipes sweat from his brow, a look of relief washing over his face. Phew, that's more like it. But the relief is fleeting, replaced by a flicker of concern as he stares ahead. A surge of pink energy erupts, forming a swirling vortex of raw power. The force of the blast lifts him off his feet, sending him spiraling into the air. What's this? Below, Mina grits her teeth, her expression hardening with resolve. Her eyes ignite with a fierce, pink glow. I can't let you live. The man plummets from the sky, caught in the torrent of magical energy. The pink vortex intensifies, a beacon of destructive force. He continues to fall, the ground rushing up to meet him. With a grunt, the man reaches out, his fingers closing around the hilt of a sword. Humph. Still falling, he clutches the sword, a desperate attempt to regain control. He plummets through the air, gripping his sword tightly. A surge of pink magical energy emanates from the blade. The energy intensifies, crackling with raw power. He struggles to maintain his grip, the sword vibrating violently in his hands. The pink energy flares, engulfing the sword in a blinding light. He grits his teeth, fighting to control the weapon. This thing can be pretty useful. Meanwhile, the green-haired woman watches from below, her expression etched with worry. The man continues to fall, the sword still radiating magical energy. He tumbles through the air, losing altitude rapidly. The green-haired woman's eyes widen in alarm. A man grits his teeth, his expression a mix of determination and pain. The green-haired man looks up, his face etched with shock and concern as blood splatters around him. The man plummets through the air, his descent a blur of motion. He continues to fall against the backdrop of the darkening sky. The trees rush by as he hurtles downward. The snapping of branches echoes as he crashes through the canopy. He falls further, the ground rapidly approaching. A boy's eyes widen in surprise. He stares up at the sky, speechless with astonishment. The sun shines brightly over the mountainous landscape. 3 figures stand at the edge of a clearing, one muttering, what's that? Mancheol Kim observes that someone intentionally blocked the way, suggesting it might be dangerous to approach. Mancheol wonders who could have done this, acknowledging it as an incredible ability. He adds that there's a guard post at the top of the canyon. Mancheol continues, stating that 10 individuals are guarding the post. Baekhyun Kong is asked why he can't use telegnosis. Baekhyun explains that telegnosis works a bit differently. Mancheol says that he can see far if he's at 100%, but they're pretty spent right now. Mancheol suggests that's probably why Jinji said he couldn't see Aram. Baekhyun confirms that's right, and he can only see around here right now. The group stands together, observing the situation. Baekhyun's expression is one of concern. Mancheol wonders who they are, noting it's a large group, perhaps from North Korea. Mancheol asks Baekhyun why he said he couldn't use telegnosis. A face contorts in discomfort, a low groan escaping their lips. The group has reached North Korea. Baekhyun Kong observes that the people they see don't appear Asian. The group considers other possibilities. It must be Nigeria and Pakistan, Mancheol Kim suggests. An announcement was made last night that Vietnam was wiped out by those 2 countries. The news is met with disbelief. How could 2 teams join forces when everyone but the first-place team is supposed to die? Mancheol Kim believes it's probably temporary. He suggests it's a pact not to attack each other unless only 2 teams are left. Baekhyun Kong wonders what they should do then. Jinseok points out that there are only 4 of them, so they can't fight them head-on. Mancheol Kim suggests that, objectively, it would be best to stay hidden somewhere like a cave and preserve their strength. He pauses, awaiting a response. Baekhyun Kong disagrees with the plan. Mancheol Kim argues that if they don't keep moving, they're just staying stuck. Jinseok reminds them that Charles mentioned a hidden secret, which will be a key element here. Baekhyun Kong insists that they have to keep moving to find a way to live. He is told to calm down, as the speaker knows what he is thinking. Baekhyun is visibly concerned. It's pointed out that he's just trying to save his girlfriend. Baekhyun is surprised, asking if Aram is his girlfriend. Another voice agrees, but reminds him that they are not in a place to join her right now. The voice continues, suggesting that rather than using up their energy to get through their current situation, it would be better to preserve their energy and attack at the very end. Mancheol Kim states that it's not the time to be emotional, as that solves nothing. Mancheol Kim hopes that Baekhyun can become more level-headed. If they win this way, even if Aram dies, they will get her back. The man with glasses expresses his hope that Baekhyun will become more level-headed. 4 figures stand in a courtyard, seemingly in discussion. A hand slaps someone on the back as a voice says it's easy, Jong Pil, and that he doesn't have to be so hard on him. The man with glasses suggests that they retreat for now, as someone might see them there. The man in the orange shirt states that there are much more of them than us, suggesting they go back for now. Bacon. The group stands together, seemingly observing something. He admits he's not sure what they can do. Jongpil Kim suggests moving undetected and attacking them from inside the subspace. Bacon Kong reminds him that there's a time limit on the subspace. Jongpil Kim warns that if it disappears while they're near them, it won't be good at all. Bacon Kong has a sudden realization. Jongpil Kim wonders if it were possible to shoot out power from inside the subspace. That might work, but it's not. Bacon Kong scoffs, saying that wouldn't that be nice. Jongpil Kim pauses, questioning if Bacon Kong just said they can't shoot power out of the subspace. Bacon Kong confirms that it means they can use their abilities inside. Jongpil Kim agrees that it's possible, but wonders why. Bacon Kong thinks he has a good idea and asks if they can test it out. The lush greenery of the subspace stretches out before them. A strange, viscous green substance coats a nearby rock, emitting a faint, ethereal steam. The group marvels at the sight. Bacon Kong is praised for his ingenuity. His teammates express their amazement at his idea. The group acknowledges that their abilities are amazing. They wonder what would happen if something goes amiss during battle. Seo Hyun assures the group that everything should be fine, as they have already checked all the variable outcomes. Bacon looks on, a slight smile playing on his lips. Bacon Kong expresses his positive feelings about the situation, stating that it is definitely worth a try. The group expresses their gratitude for being on the same team, emphasizing the potential for victory. Someone tells the others to stop, reminding them that strategy is key and that Bacon is a genius strategist. Seo Hyun stares intently, a thoughtful expression on his face. A hand grips something tightly, knuckles white with tension. The group stands together, observing something in the distance. Charles appears, a faint green glow emanating from his form. He observes that the teams have been hard at work eliminating each other, and now less than half remain. Charles announces that they will review the current rankings. He raises a finger for emphasis. The rankings are displayed. The USA is in first place with 274 points, followed by Russia and the Republic of Korea. Several teams have been annihilated. Charles notes that yesterday, 6 teams survived, while 7 did not. He points out that the USA, which has wiped out China and the Philippines, is currently at the top. Charles reminds everyone that if 6 hours pass without a casualty, the team in last place will be terminated. He adds that there are only 2 hours left until the 6-hour rule takes effect. Charles gestures with 2 fingers. Charles announces that Team North Korea is in last place, mockingly telling them to improve. Charles's form flickers. The group of 4 walked away, their destination unknown. The sound of rushing water filled the air. One of the men observed that Team USA must be strong, noting that they have the most points despite only having 2 members left. He added that it was all part of the plan. Another man remarked that Russia hadn't lost anyone yet. The first man then considered Team North Korea. One of the men wondered if it was awkward for them to worry about the other teams. He insisted that they couldn't just stand around like this. One of the men, adjusting his glasses, suggested that it could come down to the USA, Russia, and them. He emphasized the need to gain more points if they didn't want to be last. Another man agreed, stating that they should go for it since they have a. One of the men stated that if everything went as planned, they could even be in first place. Another man cautioned him not to get too excited. One of the men exclaimed, "Go, go, go." One of the men admitted that it was kind of scary now that they were actually here and couldn't see anything. One of the men urged the others to trust Jinji, reminding them that they had tested it out before. Sweat beads on Jinji Lee's brow as he focuses. Ahead, the group approaches the swirling purple energy. A voice asks if they should proceed. Another responds, agreeing to try. One of the group members confirms their readiness. The group steps closer to the purple energy field. They enter the subspace. Meanwhile, 2 men converse in a sunlit field. The group stands before the swirling purple energy. Jiang notes that they are overlapping. The group acknowledges the situation. A text box explains that subspace is a space in a different dimension within the same physical space. Jinji Lee declares that he will go first. He begins to form the shield. Left hand glowing with a cyan light, Jiang Song focuses his energy. The energy coalesces into a swirling, viscous green orb in his hands. The orb pulses with an eerie, internal light, ready to be unleashed. Then, Jiang makes an acid gel bomb. Jinji, his brow furrowed in concentration, asks, "Are we set?" A voice responds, "Okay, right there." 2 figures confer, one stating, "We're right above their heads." The other replies, "They have no idea." A figure with glasses declares, "Now, it's my turn." A finger presses a button, activating the subspace. The figure with glasses stares intently. A hand reaches down, ready to unleash the attack. A second subspace is enabled by Jongpil's synchronization ability. Jongpil Kim and the others prepare to go in. A voice explains that they are entering a subspace within a subspace. Kyong Song turns back, a flicker of concern in his eyes. Deep within the subspace, a sphere of swirling blue energy begins to coalesce, humming with power. The energy intensifies, expanding rapidly as Jinji Lee's ability takes hold. A voice wonders what the reason could be as the second subspace blocks the first. The group looks up, startled by something unseen. One of them asks what that is, as the sphere of energy floats before them. The sphere bursts, unleashing a wave of raw energy. The energy splatters outwards, a chaotic splash of blue light. One of the group exclaims in shock, questioning what the hell is going on. The energy washes over one of the men, eliciting a cry of pain. He clutches his head, his vision blurring. He cries out, "Ugh, I can't see." Stumbling, Jinji loses his footing and begins to fall. His voice cracking, Jinji shouts, "Oh, where are you?" He demands, "Show yourself." Meanwhile, Jongpil is struck by an unseen force. He grunts in pain. He cries out, "Ugh, damn it." His foot slips on the ground. Jongpil cries out as he falls. A voice calls out, "Hey." The ground rushes up to meet them. The sound of rustling leaves fills the air. Jinji and Jongpil plummet towards the trees below. The sun shines through the trees. A large, glowing blue sphere pulsates with energy. A man in a hoodie states that he is going to close it now. With a shwoop sound, the sphere disappears. The man in the hoodie admits he never knew jellification could be so powerful. Another man states that it is only because of the subspace. Baekhyun and the man in the hoodie shake hands. The man in the hoodie says that it feels weird. A man with a buzz cut thinks that this is a really lethal strategy specialized for ambushing. A man with glasses thinks that even with the limited time of usage, one day might be enough to get through if they use telegnosis and subspace together. Baekhyun agrees. Another man asks if they want a taste of the most powerful jelly in the world. Aram tells someone to get away from him. Someone says that Slimer is getting too excited again and tells them not to call him that. A promise echoes through the landscape. "I promise I'm coming." To be continued. A few hours prior. Someone gasped for air, each breath ragged and strained. The unseen figure continued to struggle for breath. A sob escaped, followed by a pained groan. He wanted to help. This time, Baekhyun lay sprawled on the ground, his expression one of defeat. He whispered, "I'm sorry." A murmur rippled through the crowd. The murmuring grew louder as the crowd watched from a distance. Someone questioned, "What the hell? Is that even a human being?" The crowd's murmurs filled the air, a mix of awe and fear. A voice declared, "He's too strong." The murmuring continued. Aram's name hangs in the air. A sword drips with fresh blood. The man wonders if she is dead. The man decides he's not taking any chances. The man moves through the forest, the sound of his footsteps echoing through the trees. He notices blood on the ground. The man realizes she wouldn't be able to move. He concludes that somebody's been involved. The man demands to know who is there. The man grits his teeth, a pained grunt escaping his lips. He unleashes a powerful blast of energy from his outstretched hand, the force ripping through the air with a resounding whoosh. The energy slams into a nearby tree, detonating in a blinding explosion of blue light and raw power. Blast. The explosion continues to erupt, sending splinters of wood and leaves flying in all directions. Steam rises from the charred remains of the tree, the air thick with the smell of ozone and burnt wood. A faint hissing sound fills the air. Charles's expression is grim as he surveys the damage. Blue energy crackles around his hand, a faint hum resonating in the air. With a powerful leap, he launches himself into the air. "How annoying," he mutters. Suspended in midair, Charles shouts, "Where the hell is Amelia?" Below, the damaged tree continues to smolder, wisps of smoke curling into the air. A distant voice echoes, "Huh." The sound seems to emanate from deep within the surrounding foliage. The girl's breathing is heavy, her face slick with sweat and tears. She blinks, her eyes filled with fear. A pair of hands clap together, muffling any sound. A hand covers her mouth, silencing her. A boy's voice cuts through the tension. The trees and plants are helping them stay hidden, but he can't cover up the sound. Huffing and puffing, the boy introduces himself. "I'm Sean." Sean reassures her, "Don't worry. I won't hurt you. You're going to survive till the end, for sure." He promises, "I'll help you." The girl continues to breathe heavily, still distressed. But first, you need rest, she thinks. Her eyes are wide with fear. "You're badly hurt," a voice says. Tears stream down her face. Sean looks at her, a determined expression on his face. In the distance, a group of 4 individuals stands unaware of the eyes upon them. There's 4 of them. They're really on guard. It's a combined team, so the members are mixed. If we take care of them, there will be 2 left. They are nearby, too. But they are so spread out. We have to finish them off all at once. If that's the case, Jinji, can you do it? WO. It's enormous. This is awesome, Jinji. I can try. The group stands together, bathed in an ethereal purple glow. One of them believes their current defense will be enough to cover all of them. Another member responds, acknowledging the situation but warning that he can't maintain the defense for long, indicating that the others will be next to face whatever is coming. A strange hissing sound fills the air as blue, viscous spheres begin to descend from above, unseen. The group looks up, their expressions shifting to alarm as they realize the threat from above. With a wet splash, the blue substance rains down upon them, eliciting cries of shock and pain. One of the men cries out in confusion, questioning what is happening. Another man, his face contorted in discomfort, utters a groan of pain and confusion as the blue substance continues to fall. The ground is now covered in the strange blue liquid, each splash echoing the ongoing assault. Looking up, One of the men sees the full extent of the downpour, his expression a mix of fear and helplessness. The blue liquid engulfs one of the men, covering his head and shoulders as he cries out in pain. Another man, his face dripping with the blue substance, cries out in agony, suggesting that the two remaining survivors should attack the source of the liquid outside. The man in the hoodie looks on with a worried expression. Mancheol Kim touches a holographic screen, declaring that he will see their abilities. He presses the word flame, stating that there's a useful one. A figure screams as they are engulfed in flames. The flames intensify, and the figure cries out in pain. The figure stands with Mancheol Kim, the aftermath of the attack lingering in the air. The figure, consumed by rage, thinks to himself. The figure shouts, vowing that Mancheol Kim is dead. The figure prepares to retaliate, his face contorted with fury as two other men look on. He crouches low, ready to unleash a devastating attack. He lunges forward, a blur of motion. The attack connects, causing a powerful rumble that shakes the ground. The scene blurs with speed as the group moves. Mancheol Kim shouts, "Jongpil, get behind me." A boom echoes as energy explodes outward. Cracking sounds fill the air as the energy intensifies. Mancheol Kim extends his hands, channeling the energy. The energy cracks spread further, creating a visible barrier. Someone yells, "Guys, in here." Mancheol Kim and Jongpil look on as a portal shimmers into existence. A figure dashes through the portal as someone shouts, "They're getting away." The portal flickers, ready to close as someone shouts, "Get them." The portal vanishes with a blip, leaving the onlookers stunned. What? Where did they go? One of the onlookers exclaims, "They disappeared into a portal or something." He thought, "Them? Damn it." One of the men asked, "Should we attack again from here? Can you use your gel?" Another man responded, "I'll have to use up my other arm. The subspace can't hold much longer, either." The first man stated, "Let's go for it." Another man thought, "You cold-hearted dogs." Mancheol Kim cried out in pain. He wondered, "What's this?" Mancheol Kim groaned. He groaned again. He groaned once more. Mancheol Kim exclaimed, "Shit, where in the world?" A man kneels, surrounded by a faint blue aura. He's the last one, right? The kneeling man's eyes widen in fear. A man with glasses declares, "Let's finish him." Another man, wearing a skull hoodie, stands with his hands glowing with a blue light. The kneeling man pleads, "Wait, wait." He continues, Don't kill me. I have some information." A man with glasses asks, "Information?" The man with glasses exclaims, "Yes. About the secret feature." The man in the hoodie says, "Another secret feature, huh?" He asks, "Secret feature?" The kneeling man bargains, If I tell you, you have to keep me alive." The man with glasses responds, "Give me your word, and I'll tell you." Another voice replies, "Fine. You have my word. Tell us, and you live." The man in the hoodie asks, "Are you sure?" Someone says, "Yes, so tell us." The man with glasses speaks, mentioning about that secret feature. To be continued. Mancheol Kim and the others press Mina to reveal the secret feature. The person in the back says that they will live. The man's eyes widen, sweat beading on his brow. Someone states that they started off from the volcano. They found a strange place there. A strange energy crackles in the air. The group stands before a glowing, otherworldly portal. Someone wonders what it is. The group stares at the portal, a sense of anticipation hanging in the air. A hand reaches out, tentatively tapping the glowing surface of the portal. A question mark hangs in the air as someone says they think it's fine. The man's eyes glow purple as he looks at the portal. Should they go in then? A system message flashes, "Failure to authenticate user. Artifact authentication is incomplete." Mancheol looks around, confused. Huh, what? A warning blares, 10 seconds until ejection of foreign object. Two figures approach a glowing doorway. Someone shouts, "W, what are you doing? Take your hand out." A wet plop sound echoes. 5 seconds remain as a hand touches the glowing artifact. Baekhyun states that they can go in right now. Mancheol adds that they have to meet some kind of condition. Someone guesses that it requires whatever the artifact is. They'll find a way in somehow. A voice suggests that for now, they should get out of this volcanic terrain. The glowing doorway stands before them, marked with an M. Someone asks if this is valuable information. The group stands together, the tension palpable. Mancheol Kim asks, his voice strained, if he is enough to keep someone alive. Seo Hyun's face is tight with anger. He declares that he would never pose a threat. Seo Hyun gasps, recoiling from an unseen force. Seo Hyun falls to the ground with a thump. Baekhyun Kong demands to know why someone was killed, reminding them of a promise. Mancheol Kim retorts, questioning how he could not kill someone, asking what would happen if they let him live and he killed all of them. Seo Hyun states that showing unnecessary mercy in this kind of situation can lead to a serious threat. Mancheol Kim tells someone to stop being so emotional. Baekhyun Kong is lost in thought. The group watches as a screen displays the results of a competition. Charles announces that Team South Korea is now in first place. Someone asks if they should review the scores, as the screen shows that the Republic of Korea is in first place with 298 points, and the USA is in second place with 274 points. The screen displays the current rankings of the teams. The number of alive and dead players for each team is shown. The screen shows the teams that have made it there. A voice exclaims that it's great and beautiful. Team South Korea defeated Germany and 2 other teams with only 4 members. The next screen shows how each of the 4 remaining teams are doing. Team North Korea is in 4th and last place and should start worrying about the 6-hour rule. Someone wishes them good luck. A voice asks if they're in 1st place. On the other hand, someone asks if that's supposed to be good. It is. At least they don't have to worry about the 6-hour rule for now. Mancheol Kim states that the numbers don't mean anything if they don't survive until the end. Baekhyun Kong says they should go get Aram. Speaking of which, Baekhyun Kong states that now that they're out of danger, he wants to talk about that. Seo Hyun looks confused. He wonders what could be the reason for all of this. Baekhyun states that they can't go with him to rescue Aram. Someone asks why. Baekhyun is asked what they are talking about. He explains that it seems like Aram joined the Russians. Seo Hyun is shocked. He asks what Baekhyun means by joined the Russians. Baekhyun explains that Jinji has been watching her through telegnosis, and she's with the Russians now. Baekhyun is reminded that he said he couldn't see that far. He apologizes, admitting that they lied. Baekhyun explains that they didn't tell him because they didn't know how he'd react, and that they all have a very important goal. Baekhyun looks down, lost in thought. Seo Hyun insists that there must be a good reason for all of this. Seo Hyun asks what a good reason could be. Baekhyun says that it was her choice, betting that Russia offered to bring her back to life with the Stone of Life, since Russia hasn't lost anyone yet. He continues, saying that Aram must have agreed because she doesn't want to die. Seo Hyun exclaims that Aram isn't that kind of person. One man asks how the other knows for sure. The other man responds. He explains that they were in the cable car in phase 2. Then, the cable car plummets, the screams of terror echoing through the air. Inside, the passengers cry out in fear as the subspace rumbles. Trapped and desperate, one of the passengers exclaims that there isn't enough space to open the subspace. A man looks on in disbelief. The cable car crashes through a window, the sound of shattering glass adding to the chaos. The man recalls seeing Aram then. He remembers that she was just watching people die in the cable car. Mancheol states that it's quite possible Aram would join the Russians to save her own life. Choi Hyungwoo responds that if he hadn't found someone with a flight ability to synchronize with, they wouldn't be here either. Sungjan says that Aram didn't even try to save anybody else. The narration states that the cable car crashed and Aram and Mr. Choi are alive, but most of them. Mancheol asks what the other way to save the others could have been. Choi Hyungwoo closes his eyes, deep in thought. Sungjan asks what Choi Hyungwoo is trying to say. Baekhyun states that they should stop trying to find Aram and focus on defeating Russia and the USA instead. Choi Hyungwoo says to assume Aram is an enemy for now, and if her team wins, everybody on that team is revived, right? Sungjan says he's trying to say, let's be realistic. Baekhyun says that they're acting too blindly right now, and that's the requirement to continue on together. Baekhyun looks away, his expression unreadable. He pauses, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as he considers the question. Mancheol Kim asks why he keeps sensing rising hostility. Choi Hyungwoo explains that one of his special powers is feeling analysis. Sungjan looks down, a bead of sweat forming on his brow. Baekhyun Kong asks what he is feeling. Choi Hyungwoo says that he had it turned off for a while, and that he has detected hostility from Jinchul. He continues, saying that it wasn't that great secretly knowing other people's feelings. Choi Hyungwoo admits that he turned it back on once they lost Aram. Sungjan admits that he knew that Jinji was watching Aram through telegnosis. Mancheol Kim looks down, a bead of sweat forming on his brow. Jinji Lee says that he was just zoning out, and laughs nervously. A system message indicates that Jinji Lee's guilt has risen 3 points, then 5 points. Another system message indicates that Jinji Lee's guilt has risen 6 points. Baekhyun Kong says that every time he asked, Jinji felt guiltier, and that he gets the guilt part. He understands why Jinji kept information about Aram. Jongpil Kim is asked why he is keeping Aram from Jinji. Mancheol Kim states that Jongpil's hostility towards him keeps rising, questioning his intentions and what he is hiding. Mancheol Kim says he can hear Jongpil's hostility. Mancheol Kim says he tried to ignore it until now, but asks why Jongpil is so hostile to him. Mancheol Kim waits for an answer. Mancheol Kim continues to wait. Mancheol Kim is waiting for Jongpil to speak. Mancheol Kim says he will ask one thing. Baekhyun asks if Jinji is not going to give up on Aram, and Jinji replies no. Jinji says okay, then this is it, and takes a step forward. Jongpil's name echoes through the air. Jaeyoung states, let's go. Another voice questions the decision to split up so abruptly. Baekhyun apologizes, expressing regret. The group continues to walk, their footsteps echoing. Someone calls out to Jinji. Jinji's expression hardens, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. He doesn't understand. A voice urges him to go ahead. The unseen speaker reminds him that the 3 of them are friends. A voice says that they'll need each other. Another voice expresses hope to see him alive again. Someone agrees with a simple, yeah. The sound of footsteps fades into the distance. The forest stretches out before him, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. His thoughts drifted back, a somber reflection on how their goals had diverged from the very start. A nagging worry gnawed at him. What was going on with Aram? Was the mini-map even functioning correctly? He reached out, his fingers brushing against the cool surface of the mini-map interface. A surge of relief washed over him. It worked. The mini-map flickered to life, casting an eerie green glow on his face. The air crackled with static electricity. Aram was indeed with the Russians. He hadn't been lying. He would have to ask her in person. A grim realization settled upon him. When the Russians saw him, they would try to kill him. He knew her. The crunch of leaves underfoot echoed as he walked forward. She might be impulsive, but she was definitely not. A coward, the thought echoes in the silence. A cave entrance looms in the distance, a possible destination. Aram would do the same for me if I was in danger, the person thinks, fueling their resolve. Panting heavily, the figure lies prone on the ground, exhaustion threatening to overwhelm them. Hold on just a little longer, Aram, they think, clinging to the hope of reunion. Each breath comes in ragged gasps, sweat plastering their green hair to their forehead, but their eyes remain fixed on the distant cave. Boram lies on the ground, unmoving. Sean stands nearby, looking down at Boram. Boram's face is visible, eyes closed, a tear escaping. Boram's expression remains unchanged. Sean asks, Boram, is that you? Sean replies, Boram? No, I'm Sean. Sean says, Boram, I'm sorry I couldn't save you, Boram. Boram whispers, Dad too. Stop. I'm sorry. I should have died instead. Ugahan. Sean thinks, it's a good thing I have the artifact. Sean vows, I will save you. Boram lies still, a golden light enveloping him. He has a high fever and needs more rest. The golden light intensifies as Sean focuses his energy. Boram weakly calls out his name. The light washes over Boram's face, a gentle warmth spreading through him. Sean continues to channel the artifact's power, the golden energy swirling around Boram. The artifact glows brightly in Sean's hands, its energy flowing into Boram. Boram stares at Sean, concern etched on his face. He asks what Sean is doing. Boram's expression is filled with worry as he questions Sean's actions. Boram calls out to his father, his voice weak. A man stands with his back to the scene, his muscles tense. The man's face is etched with concern, his brow furrowed. Boram, still lying down, asks what the man thinks he's doing. A gruff voice demanded, Why did you bring an enemy to our camp? Sean apologized, explaining, Sorry, Sean. We can't keep it a secret from the major. The man, his face etched with concern, pressed, I demand an explanation now. A young boy, his eyes filled with earnestness, spoke softly, Sorry, Papa, but I saw that there is good in her. The man's expression hardened. Good? Are you referring to your special power? The man's gaze intensified, his features unreadable. The boy simply nodded, his eyes wide and sincere. Uh-huh. High above, a figure plummeted from the sky, a distant silhouette against the twilight sky. The boy, now seen from below, looked up at the falling figure, framed by the dense canopy of trees. Rustling sounds echoed through the forest as the boy began to walk, his jeans brushing against the undergrowth. He continued his trek, his footsteps muffled by the soft earth, a faint humming escaping his lips. The boy's humming grew louder as he ventured deeper into the woods, the entrance to a dark cave looming ahead. He stares ahead, his eyes wide with a dawning realization. Lightning crackles around a pair of feet, the energy palpable. The air crackles with electricity as more bolts of lightning erupt. The lightning branches out, illuminating a lone figure amidst the storm. The branches of this story, the boy thinks, the lightning illuminating his face. That's why we need to keep her alive, he thinks, his expression resolute. Then, does that mean that saving her? Does that mean saving her will ensure the survival of us in Russia? The boy wonders, his voice echoing in the cavern. The man replies, That? I can't say. What? The boy thinks. I could see that the journey continues only through her. Still, I don't know if this is the path that leads to the survival of Papa or the rest of us. The man thinks, his brow furrowed. What is that even? Sigh. I don't like the thought of harming someone who's already hurt, but we need to kill her, Sean says, his voice heavy with reluctance. Sean's companion exclaims in disbelief. He continues, stating that Sean's special power doesn't tell him the best path, only whether the story will continue. Sean contemplates whether to continue or not. He knows he is sure this is the right thing to do, the only option with any possibility. The other man expresses his frustration, stating that Sean being sure doesn't tell him anything. Meanwhile, a young boy looks up with a serious expression. The boy's eyes narrow. The boy's expression hardens. Chaos erupts in the background, with explosions and people lying injured. The boy, holding a weapon, declares that these are the bad guys. The boy warns someone not to move, threatening to shoot if they get close. A soldier looks on with a stern expression. The soldier asks the boy how old he is. He stands silently between the two soldiers, a small figure in a vast, uncertain landscape. The air hangs heavy with unspoken tension. The soldier on the right begins to speak, his voice a low rumble. He calls the boy his only son as he approaches. The soldier addresses the other man as Major. The boy observes that the Major looks really mad. The Major asks if they can't just finish her off now, suggesting that if they take first place. The boy looks down, his expression unreadable. The soldier says that he is one of the only 2 revelators in Russia. Andre hopes that he makes a worthy decision. The boy looks up as Andre slumped down. He asks if he can make sure Papa wears this, noting that it's dangerous. A hand reaches out, offering a necklace with a pendant. Andre leads the way, the boy following close behind as they walk away. The boy's face is partially visible as he follows Andre. I'm sorry, but the story doesn't continue for us. I kept searching, but there's no path forward for us. Sorry. Step. Step. The group continues onward. Step. So what's the plan now? Well, we are ranked high enough to be safe from the 6-hour rule, so we'll wait until the US battles Russia. Oh yeah? Team North Korea will probably be on the move because they are last. We need to avoid becoming a target. Bacon says, we'll play it safe. If it weren't for Bacon, we would have done this from the beginning without wasting our energy. Mancheol Kim looks on. Bacon says, sorry, but I'm going back to Bacon. Mancheol Kim, looking confused, asks what the others are talking about. Bacon Kong accuses them of betraying their own friends, though he acknowledges that betrayal is a strong word. Yoon-soo questions why the two never told him they were watching Arm. Yoon-soo continues, suggesting that when they left at night, it was to plan how to stab Bacon Kong in the back. Mancheol Kim denies it, calling it not backstabbing. Meanwhile, Mancheol Kim claims he had no idea and was trying to make Bacon Kong feel better. He also points out that they had already agreed to leave Bacon Kong this time, too. Bacon Kong sighs, lamenting that they were the ones who excluded him. And Jongpil. Yoon-soo declares that he can't trust them, questioning why they have so much to hide. He then asks about their special power, noting that they even hid it from the president. The tension hangs heavy in the air as the group remains divided. Bacon Kang's expression is downcast, his eyes filled with a mixture of sadness and resentment. Bacon Kong says never mind, stating that he wants Teacheel to come back, too, but if they don't know what's going to happen the next moment anyway. Bacon Kong concludes that he'd rather go with someone who's at least not hiding things from him, unlike them. The word turn is displayed prominently. Another man calls out, hey, Jiang, Jiang Song. Someone tells Jongpil Kim, Jongpil, do something. Jongpil Kim states, no, let him go. Another man questions, what do you mean? We need to bring him back. It'll be harder for us without Jiang too. Jongpil Kim replies, it won't affect the big picture. I have a plan. Someone asks, really? Jongpil Kim responds, we'll see him again when we win. We can explain then. Another man says, we have to get out of this flat terrain first. We're too exposed here. Jongpil Kim adds, just let him go for now. Jongpil Kim remains silent, his expression unreadable. Someone remarks, pretty confident to say that. Another questions, do I trust him in the meantime? Another man admits, but I don't have a clue what you're thinking either. Someone asks Jongpil Kim, what are you thinking, Jongpil? A close-up reveals Jongpil Kim's serious expression. To be continued. The landscape stretches out, but someone laments that they are farther and in last place. The scene shifts to a similar outdoor area, lush with greenery and flowers. Inside a dimly lit cave, a voice declares that they can't stay hidden like this. The cave stretches further, and a voice says they only have a few hours left. The scene focuses on soldiers from the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, their faces grim. One of the soldiers, in an olive green uniform, reassures someone, referred to as Chief Comrade, not to worry, as a dark marble is shown. The dark marble floats, its surface textured with intricate patterns. The soldier in the olive green uniform kneels, stating that it's almost ready. His hand trembles as he says he's accumulated a lot now. The soldier looks at the dark marble, noting that it is black and that he's never accumulated so much before. The soldier in the olive green uniform is told that it's all they can depend on right now, Chief Comrade. Another soldier confirms their trust in that thing. The soldier in the olive green uniform reflects that it has brought them this far, a powerful ability that can kill anyone if used the right way. The question now was deciding on a target. There was also the 6-hour rule to consider. One of the soldiers insisted that it didn't matter who, they had to wipe someone out soon. Another soldier urged him to calm down, suggesting they find a team with few members, if possible. The soldier explained that they would hide until they accumulated more power, stating that was their plan. He added that they had already lost 3 by moving hastily and needed to be efficient with their time. The soldier listened intently. The soldier listened. One of the soldiers exclaimed that he saw them. Another soldier asked what he meant. The soldier clarified that the South Koreans had split up into 2 groups. The soldier stated that they were close enough that it wouldn't take long to get to them with flash step. One of the soldiers remarked that he would rather it not be their brethren, but America or Russia might be overwhelming. The soldier stared intently. Another soldier decided that they would get the South Koreans this time. He clasps hands with another soldier, a firm grip forming between them. The soldiers link up, forming a chain of clasped hands. One of the soldiers asks, is everybody linked up? Comrade Hyun too. Another soldier responds, yes, Chief Comrade. We are good. He states, I have a firm hold on the marble too. Another soldier replies, okay, let's go then. Hold tight. The soldiers stand ready, their grip firm as they prepare to initiate the flash step. One of the soldiers shouts, flash step. They flash step, technique activates, the air around them distorting with energy. The effect intensifies, the world around them blurring as the flash step takes hold. The distortion continues, the soldiers enveloped in the energy of the technique. They flash step, nears completion, the soldiers focused on maintaining the connection. With a final surge of energy, they flash step is complete, the soldiers now transported to their destination. He marveled at the flash step, finding it incredible. The soldier thought of the difficulty of making bullets out of sand or crossing a river on a leaf boat. He was shocked at his own blasphemy. The soldier steeled his resolve, determined to get through the chaos and win. He knew that this way, they could save the supreme leader with the stone of life. The soldier realized that the stories might all have been real. Ahyun and another soldier stood in a new location. Ahyun questioned what was happening. The new location was lush with greenery. Ahyun wondered what it was and if it was an enemy. Ahyun asked what they should do, noting that he couldn't use the subspace right now. Ahyun urged Jongpil to come on. The soldier states that the targets are right there. The soldier asks if Comrade Ahyun is ready. Ahyun confirms that he is. Ahyun's expression is stern. The soldier orders the group to get them in one blow. 2 soldiers run through the field. An energy ball is charging. A soldier raises his hands in defense. The energy ball is charging. 2 soldiers look up in shock. The soldier orders the group to scatter. 2 soldiers run through the field. Jongpil is asked what he is doing. He questions what the other is doing. Ahyun is attempting to neutralize an ability. Mancheol Kim squints, a strange text overlaying his vision. What is that, he wonders. Mancheol extends his hand, a dark, swirling energy mass hurtling towards him. A blinding flash erupts, filling the air with searing light. The world blurs as the force of the blast sends debris flying. Ahyun is engulfed in a surge of raw energy, the power coursing through him. The impact throws him off his feet. He cries out, "Ack!" Ahyun grits his teeth, bracing against the overwhelming force. His face contorts in pain as the energy continues to batter him. A cloud of dust and smoke billows outwards, obscuring the scene. The world spins, a dizzying blur of green and gray. Ahyun lies prone, the sound of sizzling energy fading around him. A faint hissing sound fills the air. The sound intensifies. A figure with large, feathered wings stands with their back to the viewer, a powerful ability emanating from above. She exclaims in awe, "Wow, what a powerful ability." Amelia considers, it might be even enough to kill Ford. A voice calls out, "Kill me." The winged figure stands in a forest. Amelia's face is shown, sweat dripping down her face. Turning to face the speaker, Jason Ford says, "I was wondering where you were. This is your scheme, Amelia?" Amelia stammers, and no, Ford. It's not." Ford presses, "I sent you out for surveillance. How come you didn't report back?" Because. Ford's expression hardens. "Never mind. I'll punish you later." From a distance, several figures can be seen walking through a forest. In the distance, 2 figures stand amidst a cloud of dust and energy. A blonde woman and others stand watching. The blonde woman states that there are some points to be earned. She asks if North Korea is above South Korea. The blonde woman looks concerned, while the man beside her remains stoic. The blonde woman is shocked. Elsewhere, a group of men stand in a forest. The word land is displayed prominently. One of the men asks who the blonde woman is, but another dismisses the question, saying it doesn't matter. The blonde woman states that it's just points. One of the men stammers. Suddenly, a blast of energy erupts, engulfing one of the men. The man cries out in pain. The force of the blast sends him staggering backward. He cries out, calling for his chief comrade as he is thrown through the air. A man in a brown jacket dashes forward, unaware of the impending danger. He cries out in surprise as an unseen force hurtles towards him. The force slams into him, eliciting a pained groan. He is sent sprawling forward, struggling to maintain his balance. The unseen force fully connects, the impact resonating through the air. Jason Ford leaps into the air, preparing to strike. He swings his sword, the blade whistling through the air. The sword continues its arc, a blur of motion. Landing gracefully, Jason Ford continues the sword's descent. The swing continues, the air displaced by the weapon's speed. The sword's arc nears completion, the force behind it palpable. Jason Ford remarks, "I was expecting more because of what Amelia said. How disappointing." A disembodied voice explains that power can be accumulated over time. A man in a military uniform looks up, uttering a surprised, Someone muses about accumulating power, then declares they can do it too, asking if anyone wants to see. A man gathers glowing blue energy in his hands. The man floats into the air, still manipulating the glowing energy. The man in the military uniform is seen from behind, looking out at the trees. The man looks up, a strange energy swirling around him. Someone floats in the air, a sword hanging by their side. The soldier's face is etched with concern. "Oh no." The man remarks, "It seems stronger than yours, huh?" He says, "Just one more minute. I'm almost." A strike lands across the man's face. Someone shouts, "Comrades, protect Comrade Hyun." Another voice calls out, "Comrades, leave that Yankee up to me." The man grits his teeth. "Isn't that funny?" A group of people stand together, watching the scene unfold. He states, "You've just revealed who's the most important asset." One of the men urges the others to gather their energy. Another man says that now that they've lost their chief, Comrade Hyun is their only hope. A woman tells the others to run away. The man looks up with a worried expression. A voice declares that he is not an enemy they can fight. Hyun tells the others to run away. A voice says that it's sad that they've just realized that. Hyun looks up with a determined expression. Hyun shouts that it's too late. A figure kicks forward with a burst of energy. A bright light fills the area. The light intensifies. 3 figures stand in the distance, watching the light. He is engulfed in a sudden, intense energy, the force of which is almost palpable. A gasp escapes him as the light intensifies. A Hyun reaches out, his hand outstretched towards the blinding radiance. A sharp cry of pain pierces the air. Wings erupt from a Hyun's back, catching the light. A deep rumble echoes in the distance, drawing the attention of 2 men. Confusion hangs in the air. One of the men speaks, his voice laced with concern. A deafening explosion. What do you think is going on? Some powerful people must be. The force of the blast sends 2 figures sprawling across the ground. A desperate denial escapes one of the fallen. A heavy stomp reverberates, the sound of finality. Jason Ford's voice dripped with sarcasm. Wow, all your friends blocked my attack with their bodies, just to save you. How touching. He stood over the fallen figure, a dark shadow cast over their prone form. Jason Ford muttered, a hint of genuine confusion lacing his tone. I really can't understand people. The silver-haired man gripped his weapon, the metal cool against his bloodied palm. Fresh blood streaked down Jason Ford's face, a grim reminder of the brutal exchange. He smirked, a chilling glint in his blue eyes. That was easy. Wiping the blood from his face, Jason Ford surveyed the scene with detached interest. A soft gasp escaped his lips, a flicker of something unreadable in his expression. Jason Ford's gaze fell upon 2 figures sprawled on the ground. Ugh, Jinji. The face of one of the fallen figures was visible, their eyes closed in what seemed like eternal slumber. A pair of hands lay intertwined, a silent testament to a bond that had been severed. Jinji, I'm sorry. With a heavy sigh, Jason Ford turned and walked away, his footsteps echoing in the sudden silence. Ugh. A fractured lens reflects a moment of stark realization, the world splintering around a single, horrified eye. A single tear traces a path down a cheek, a silent acknowledgement of something lost. Bathed in an ethereal glow, a figure stands sentinel over a fallen form, the air thick with unspoken grief. Through shattered glass, a voice whispers an apology, the name Daeong hanging heavy in the air. A wave of sorrow washes over the man, his expression etched with regret. He calls out, a desperate plea echoing in the silence. Wait for me, Daeong. The scene blurs, the figure looming over the fallen body, a haunting echo of a tragic moment. A slumped figure vows, the words laced with unwavering resolve. No matter what, I'll make sure you. Disbelief colors his features. Huh, he just died like that. A sword gleams in his grasp, his eyes hardening with a newfound determination. A voice, tinged with bitterness, laments from the ground. Too bad. I could have earned points. He acknowledges the reality, a somber acceptance settling over him. Oh right. The battlefield lies still, bodies scattered across the landscape. The word, turn hangs in the air, a silent declaration of shifting fortunes. A sudden exclamation pierces the quiet, a sign of unexpected events unfolding. A man's face, etched with a grim patience, fills the frame. You've been patient, he says, his voice low. Now, Amelia's face appears, her expression troubled. It's that American guy is. A flurry of questions erupts. What? What's happening? The broadcast shows a replay of the battlefield, the scene filled with chatter. The crowd murmurs, their attention glued to the screen. Team Korea was #1 just minutes ago. What happened? The murmurs grow louder as the news sinks in. The faces in the crowd reflect shock and disbelief. Charles's image looms large on the screen, a symbol of the game's unfolding drama. A message appears on the screen. Thank you for your spectatorship in the Death Island game. Charles clasps his hands together, his expression serious. Shall we go over the score for those who are interested? The results flash on the screen. What a hot mess. The USA takes first place with 1 alive and 4 dead. The Republic of Korea is in second place with 3 alive and 3 dead. Third place is 223 with 5 alive. A voice declares that it's time for the next surprise, followed by a sinister laugh. The crowd watches as Charles appears on a large screen, his arms outstretched. Charles's face is shown in close-up as he asks, shall we? Charles's expression hardens as he finishes. Begin? One of the figures asks if the other is sure it's okay for them to go with him. The other replies that it's fine and it's his choice. The 2 figures walk through a forest, the word step superimposed on the path. One of the figures says that the other can promise him something if it'll make him feel better. The other figure asks, a promise? He then says never mind, and that he'll tell him later. One of the figures stretches, remarking that his arms grew. One of the figures asks if Jongpil Kim and Jinji Lee will be okay. The other tells him not to worry about them. One of the figures states that Jongpil Kim and Jinji Lee will manage to survive, adding that they saw how they tricked them for their goal. A news announcement declares, attention, Republic of Korea. Players Jongpil Kim and Jinji Lee just died. Mancheol and Baekhyun walked along the path, unaware of the shocking news that was about to break. Mancheol's eyes widened in disbelief. That can't be. He stammered, his voice barely a whisper. Mancheol stared intently at the screen, his expression growing more grim. It's true. I don't see Jinji or Jongpil. Baekhyun looked at Mancheol, concern etched on his face. It's a bit early, but we can finally sort out the best. Mancheol glanced up at the sky, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Baekhyun stared at Mancheol, a question mark hanging in the air between them. A blinding light pierced the sky, an ominous sign of what was to come. The sky shimmered with an unnatural energy, the air crackling with tension. Mancheol's eyes widened in horror, the full weight of the situation crashing down upon him. A figure stood silhouetted against the blinding light, an unknown presence descending upon them. The wind whispers through the trees, carrying the scent of rain. A figure in a pristine white suit stands amidst the greenery, an enigmatic presence against the backdrop of nature. The figure's gaze is fixed, an unreadable expression on their face. The figure's hand grips a dark, cylindrical object, a subtle movement hinting at the power they wield. A torrent of water erupts from the figure's hand, a dazzling display of raw energy. The figure's face is illuminated by the cascading water, a serene expression amidst the chaos. The water flows like a miniature waterfall, a testament to the figure's control over the elements. Two men watch the spectacle unfold, their faces etched with concern. One of them stammers, what the hell is that?" The other man's eyes widen. "There's gonna be a tsunami." He urges, "We need to move to higher grounds, fast." A young boy stands on a tree branch, the wind rustling through the leaves. The leaves dance in the wind, a symphony of green against the pale sky. The boy's eyes widen in surprise, his gaze fixed on something above. Oh! A gust of wind rushes past. Sweat trickles down the face of the green-haired woman, her expression strained. Her breath comes in ragged gasps, her eyes wide with an unknown fear. The wind howls, a relentless force pushing forward. Two figures stand silhouetted against the light. One addresses the other, calling him Major. The Major barks out orders. "Where is Sean? Go get Dennis and Berestov, too." The other figure responds, "Yes, Major." The green-haired woman lies prone, her breathing shallow and uneven. "Ha." She manages a weak sound. A voice, urgent and strained, declares, "We have to move fast." The wind screams, a relentless pursuit. A blonde woman lies on the ground, unmoving. The wind continues its relentless howl. A figure walks away, the sound of rushing wind filling the air. A whoosh sound echoes as the camera focuses on the man's face. He murmurs, "It just gets better and better." Humming a tune, a bright light begins to emanate from the man. The light intensifies, accompanied by a rising whoosh sound. A sinister smile spreads across his face. He chuckles, a low, menacing sound. The words, "To be continued," hang in the air. The sound of rushing water fills the air. The landscape is submerged, debris swirling in the flood. Waves crash against the rocky shore, the ocean's fury unleashed. Even the trees cannot escape the rising tide. The landscape is scarred, the disaster leaving its mark. The relentless water continues its advance. A distant murmur rises as the mountains stand witness to the unfolding catastrophe. A crowd gathers, their faces etched with concern. What is going on?" one of them wonders. The murmurs grow louder as the crowd watches the unfolding disaster. "Can people even survive in that kind of place?" someone asks, their voice laced with worry. Suddenly, Charles appears on a broadcast, his image filling the screen. An exclamation point hangs in the air, capturing the crowd's attention. The crowd is captivated by the broadcast. "As I expected, everyone is enraptured by the show," someone remarks. Charles's face fills the screen. He smiles, a hint of something unsettling in his eyes. "Shall we take a closer look at the current situation?" he asks. The USA takes the lead with 339 points, the front-runner with a very comfortable lead, soaring through the air. The Republic of Korea is in second place with 298 points. Two competitors run, their breaths heavy. Korea has lost some clout, but still stands as a strong contender. There might still be hope for them, the crowd murmurs. Baekhyun's name is spoken as the crowd watches the screen. A woman watches the screen with a worried expression. Russia, with the highest number of survivors, comes in third. The runners pant as they traverse the forest. Interestingly, they are helping a member of the Korean team, the green-haired man observes. Have they become allies? Now, the coastline is completely underwater. If they're forced to go up, they are bound to meet at one point, right? The death. In the distance, a man speculates about who will come out on top. The sounds of heavy breathing fill the air as the group continues their trek through the forest. The group's labored breaths echo through the dense foliage. The group continues to move, their breaths coming in ragged gasps. From below, the group is seen running. The man with the buzz cut and the green-haired woman are in the foreground. The woman asks if leaving her will make her cooperate. The man with the buzz cut tells her that he knows, and to shut up. The man with the buzz cut says suit. The blonde boy states that there is no way forward unless the woman lives. The blonde boy continues to run, his breath coming in short bursts. He wonders if this guarantees that they will. The man with the buzz cut asks if they will find a way. He then tells someone to wait and stop. The man with the buzz cut is addressed as Berestov, and he asks what is happening. Someone tells Berestov that they smell the enemy, Major. He looks back, a question etched on his face. "What?" A sinister chuckle echoes through the forest. Kakik. An individual plummets from the sky, a distant figure against the cloudy expanse. A soldier exclaims, recognizing the falling figure. "Major, it's the American." The man carrying the girl stands firm, his expression unreadable. Finally, we meet. The girl on his back breathes heavily, her eyes downcast. Huff, huff. Ooh, that girl. They're collaborating. A man with white hair stares intently, his blue eyes narrowed. I really don't understand the weak ones. An order is given. Berestov, you and Sean's powers aren't for combat, so you take the girl. A soldier replies, yes. Berestov kneels slightly. The girl looks down. A voice calls out, Petrov. Berestov's expression hardens. He walks, saying, Sean, I really hope you're not wrong about this. Sean continues to walk. The sky stretches out before them. Berestov looks up, spotting someone falling from the sky. Phew, an airborne enemy. He continues, it's not going to be easy. A rumble echoes as a bear-like creature growls. The creature bares its teeth. The bear-like creature stands on its hind legs, roaring. The creature runs forward. How cute. What's a teddy bear going to do now? Sean smirks. I'm all the way up here. The bear-like creature reaches for the falling figure. The falling figure plummets towards the ground. He faces the bear-like creature, ready for a fight. Sean is suddenly struck by an unseen force. The force sends him flying backwards. An air blast travels through the air. He continues to fly backwards, unable to stop himself. Sean cries out in pain. An unknown man states, how's the taste of my air blast? Sean grits his teeth, stating, ugh, how annoying. He narrows his eyes, thinking, it's no fun if it's too easy. Sean smirks, thinking so? I guess I should be happy. A massive explosion erupts. High above, a figure cries out as they are struck by an unseen force. Andre asks how much longer it will take. The man replies that they are almost there, but it's a complicated process. Swiping his fingers, the man declares that he is done. A hand carefully etches a complex pattern into the ground. The pattern glows with a soft, blue light. The completed detection interference field hums with power. The man and Andre observe the field. Above, the man who was attacked floats within the field. The man explains that the detection interference field has been installed properly. As long as they don't attack, their target won't be able to find them. He asks if Andre is ready. Andre confirms that he is. Andre sighs in relief. Hands slam down on a surface with a resounding thud. The hands remain pressed against the ground. A small plant sprouts from the earth with a soft pop. The plant continues to grow taller. The plant rapidly ascends, its growth accompanied by a whooshing sound. From behind, a figure in a hooded jacket observes the growing plant. He wonders if this is too much for Sean. Two men stand outside, one looking concernedly at the other. The man assures the other that he'll be fine, stating that he's a revelator. A muscular man with blonde hair stands shirtless, a staff slung over his shoulder. He remarks that it looks like it'll be easier than he thought. A pair of legs dangle from above. He thinks he'll have to give them a prize for making him look this way, then wonders where they went. The blonde man looks off to the side, questioning where the other guys went. Vines erupt from the ground, their tendrils writhing and converging with lethal speed. The vines continue to converge. A man with light blonde hair is caught off guard. What's this? He exclaims, his eyes wide with alarm. The vines constrict around him. Where did this come from? He cries out, struggling against their grasp. His face contorted in a mixture of fear and desperation. The man strains against the relentless pressure of the vines. A young boy with a bowl cut stands frozen, watching the scene unfold with wide, fearful eyes. Behind him, a muscular man observes with a grim expression. The vines continue to squeeze the man. That little kid, he shouts. The boy's expression hardens with determination. These vines are going to take your strength away, he declares. The boy's eyes narrow. I've never killed with this before, but you will die. The muscular man's face is set in a stern expression. I've looked. There's no path forward for you, either. The man being constricted by the vines calls out, Sean. The muscular man responds, I can't let you harm someone who has won. A woman with short green hair looks on with a pained expression. Ha, she mutters. The boy's green eyes glint with malice as he declares, so you need to die. The boy's yellow hoodie is zipped up, obscuring his neck. His eyes closed. The boy's expression is unreadable. Sean's eyes widen in disbelief and terror as the attack begins. Vines erupt from the ground, coiling around Sean's body. The hell? He shouts, struggling against the sudden constriction. The thick, thorny vines tighten around Sean's legs, their grip relentless. The boy's face remains serene, his eyes still closed as the attack unfolds. The story continues. A voice declares that someone needs to die. A young boy in a yellow hoodie looks on with a concerned expression. A man with white hair appears shocked. The man with white hair exclaims in disbelief. A figure is completely bound by thick, glowing vines. A close-up reveals the eyes of someone watching in fear. The camera focuses on the face of the boy in the yellow hoodie, his expression filled with dread. A man looks up at the vine-entangled figure, questioning what he is seeing. The man clutches the boy in the yellow hoodie, both seemingly in distress. Another man and a woman look on, their expressions unreadable. One of the men cries out, feeling his stamina being drained. The boy watches with wide eyes. A figure screams as they are completely ensnared by the vines. A sinister chuckle echoes. The boy's expression hardens. The figure wrapped in vines asks if the attack was exciting. One of the men explains that the vines drain stamina. A voice declares that the attack is useless, boasting of infinite stamina. The boy wonders how much power the ability can absorb and suggests testing it. The figure wrapped in vines cries out again, now glowing with a faint light. The figure is squeezed by thick, thorny vines, a strange blue energy emanating from the points of constriction. The vines continue their relentless squeeze, the blue energy intensifying as they coil tighter. Meanwhile, the boy looks up, concern etched on his face. What's going on, he asks. A strangled scream tears from the figure's throat as the vines crush inward, their grip unyielding. The vines begin to break apart, falling away from the figure as they struggle against their bonds. The vines tighten around the figure's feet, a final, desperate attempt to hold them captive. The boy's eyes widen, a look of disbelief spreading across his face. In no way, he whispers. A sudden swooping sound cuts through the air, drawing the boy's attention. Huh, he exclaims, startled. The soldier leans in, his expression serious. Kid, you said you've never killed a person before, right? The soldier's face is close to the boy's, his eyes intense. The boy can only manage a quiet, no. The boy's eyes dart nervously, his face a mask of apprehension. He is silent. The figure, now free from the vines, hears a voice. Then you should have practiced first. A beam of light shoots from the ground. The light expands. Andre stands with a hole in his chest, his eyes wide. Andre looks down at the hole in his chest. Andre chuckles, a sinister glint in his eye. He says, "This is how you kill a person." Andre stands next to a boy, a dark smile playing on his lips. He asks, "Want to see more?" The boy looks up at Andre, a mix of curiosity and apprehension in his eyes. Andre asks, "What?" "Like this." A man with a hole in his hand cries out in pain as Andre stands before him. The man with the hole in his hand shouts, "Arg, you bastard." Andre stands tall, a chilling aura emanating from him. Andre stands over the man with the hole in his hand. Andre's hand glows with a faint red light. The man's face is contorted in pain. A red beam shoots from Andre's hand, striking the boy. The boy is on his knees. Andre's face is grim. "Did you see?" Dennis asks. "No, Berestov, Dennis." Tears well in Dennis's eyes. Dennis pauses, considering. Andre stares intently. Dennis hears a voice. "Are you all huddled close so it's easier for me to kill you all at once?" Andre stands over Dennis, who is kneeling on the ground. Fedorov speaks urgently. "Sean, I will stall him. You escape with this girl." He thinks, Fedorov. A close-up reveals a bare torso. A man with light hair, crackling with energy, sneers. "Humph, so you want to die first?" His hands glow with intense blue energy as he declares, "Who says you can? I decide the order, starting with the girl I should have finished off." The green-haired man looks up, a flicker of fear in his eyes. A voice narrates, "A while ago." The light-haired man directs the energy downwards. The beam of energy intensifies, a searing blue light. The energy continues its descent, a focused torrent of power. The energy slams into the green-haired man, who cries out, "Ack!" The green-haired man gasps. The energy explodes outwards with a deafening boom. The green-haired man's eyes are squeezed shut, sweat beading on his brow as the attack lands. The eyes widen, reflecting a sudden shock or realization. A surge of power emanates from the bald man's back, the air crackling with unseen energy. Two figures stand in the foreground, their attention fixed on the display of power. The bald man's face contorts with effort, sweat beading on his brow as he channels the energy. The green-haired man gasps, his breath coming in ragged puffs. "You came." Two figures stand ready, one's hands glowing with an ethereal blue light. Their feet are planted firmly on the ground, ready to spring into action. Aram's face is etched with concern as someone asks, "Aram, are you okay?" The silver-haired man scowls, muttering, "Huh, what's this? A couple more annoying kids." A voice questions, "What's the sword? Is that supposed to be the artifact?" Two figures watch as a man in the distance holds a sword. "I think so," one replies. One of the men remarks that the enemies they've faced so far are different from what they are facing now. The other man wishes that Jinji and Zhongpil were present. The sound of something approaching rapidly echoes through the air. The landscape stretches out, a body of water reflecting the sky. Charles admits that he is getting tired. He declares that there will be no more playing games. Charles floats slightly above the ground. He whispers to wait for it, chuckling softly. Bacon Kong descends rapidly. Charles is surrounded by a pink aura. The green-haired man shouts to Bacon, telling him not to let Charles get up there. The green-haired man continues, saying that if Charles gets high, he's going to use the blaster, and then they're all dead. Zhongpil mutters an "oh okay" under his breath, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. A surge of blue energy erupts from Zhongpil's hands, crackling with contained power. The young man shouts, "Now what?" as the energy intensifies. A shimmering blue shield materializes around Zhongpil, humming with potent energy. Zhongpil's expression hardens with resolve, his eyes narrowed in determination. The blue aura around Zhongpil's hands flares brighter, the air crackling with anticipation. He extends his hand, the blue energy coalescing into a focused beam. Zhongpil's eyes widen in surprise, his mouth agape. A voice exclaims, "What? He's made of metal." Another voice adds, "Hey, Korean." Zhongpil's face contorts in fear, his eyes darting around nervously. A voice questions, "Can your shield change shape?" Another voice replies, "Oh yeah." A voice suggests making a step that can help get close to him. Charles is surrounded by a blue aura. He wonders if he is already tired. Charles thinks to himself that it is time for the final blow. A foot steps on a blue surface. Charles walks towards a bear. Charles prepares to punch. The bear attacks Charles. A close-up of Charles's torso. A close-up of a man's back. A blue surface is shown. Charles covers his face with his hand, thinking that they just won't stop. A blue sphere is shown. A surge of raw energy erupts, filling the air with an electric hum. What is this? He extends his hand, channeling the power that crackles around him. The air vibrates with unseen force. The energy coalesces into a devastating splash, a wave of pure force unleashed upon an unseen target. The attack lands, and Charles's eyes widen in anticipation. A man watches with a sinister grin. Nice, he exclaims. Charles scowls, his voice laced with annoyance. What a nuisance. Every one of them. He grits his teeth, his expression hardening. I've been sparing my energy so far, but now. Charles stands tall, a sword materializing in his hand. His eyes burn with a cold determination. Someone plummets from above, a victim of the unseen attack. Energy crackles around Charles's body, a visible manifestation of his immense power. His eyes glow with an eerie light. He ascends, rising into the sky as the energy intensifies. To end this, he vows. A figure floats high above, crackling with blue energy. Below, the group gazes upward at the spectacle. Elsewhere, a man with white hair declares, I'm going to convert all of you into points and see for myself what's at the end of this. One of the men observes, he's gathering energy. If he blasts it from above. Panting, the green-haired woman offers, I can use the shield to cover everyone a few times, but... The bald man asks, can you make a step for me again? Bacon replies, better than not trying. The green-haired woman says, yeah, thank you, for coming all this way. She continues, huh? What are you saying? I did fight expecting death once. I think, though, I was actually hesitating. The man looks worried. But now, seeing him here helped him make a decision. He pushes off the ground. Aram is told to promise that she will live, no matter what. She questions the request. Aram dashes forward. The world blurs as Aram moves with incredible speed. Bacon Kong looks concerned. Bacon, you always knew how to solve a problem. She is counting on Bacon Kong once again. A magical burst occurs. The man with white hair grits his teeth. The magical burst impacts. The magical burst is a close-up of the man's chest. The sound is deafening. Bacon Kong and Manchiol Kim look shocked. A voice echoes, laced with disbelief. Ugh, what now? You still had that much energy. Pink energy lines emanate from below, engulfing Bacon. A figure with green hair stands with outstretched hands, the source of the surging power. With a resounding boom, Bacon is launched skyward. A figure with silver hair watches from below, the pink energy lines still visible. Charles remarks, impressive, but you remember how it was before. Charles continues, his voice laced with warning. If you're reckless with your power, you're going to die. A defiant voice responds, so what? The pink energy intensifies as Bacon soars higher. Looking back, Bacon seems taken aback by the sheer height. The wind whips past him as he hurtles through the air. The ground shrinks beneath him, the trees and buildings becoming mere specks. Another boom reverberates as Bacon is propelled even further into the sky, a gasp escaping his lips. Explosions rock the battlefield, energy blasts tearing through the sky. Three figures walk away from the devastation, their backs turned to the chaos. An older man looks on, muttering about the incredible scene unfolding before him. Aram's eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down her face as she hears her name spoken. There are things worse. Aram's face is illuminated by a pink glow as she recalls the horror she witnessed. Seeing her father die before her eyes, unable to help her mother, haunts her still. The memory of her sister, trembling in fear, resurfaces. You wouldn't know how painful that can be. The blonde woman stares blankly, declaring she has no idea what Aram is talking about. Aram clenches her fist, a surge of power coursing through her veins. Raise. The blonde woman's expression remains unchanged as Aram remembers watching people close to her die. A question mark hangs in the air, followed by a desperate declaration. Surrounded by a pink aura, Aram screams that she would rather die. A surge of pink energy erupts from an unseen source, filling the space with raw power. The energy intensifies, tendrils of pink lightning crackling through the air as a figure is seen screaming. The figure shouts defiantly, "This can't stop me," as the energy continues to build around them. The pink energy expands further, consuming everything in its path. Suspended in the heart of the explosion, the figure is silhouetted against the blinding light. A pain scream echoes through the air as the figure struggles against the overwhelming force. Arg! The energy reaches a critical point, the air thick with anticipation. With a deafening boom, the pink energy explodes outwards, unleashing its full destructive potential. Manchiol Kim and Bacon Kong watch from a distance, their faces etched with concern as they witness the cataclysmic event. Manchiol Kim's eyes widen in disbelief, a cold sweat breaking out on his brow as he stares at the unfolding chaos. Aram collapses to the ground, her eyes vacant as she hears her name called out. The camera focuses on the upper body of a person. She plummets downwards, the ground rushing up to meet her. The world spins as she continues to fall, the sky a distant memory. The wind screams past her ears as the ground looms ever closer. Aram crashes to the earth, a faint blue aura emanating from her still form. The energy continues to radiate from her body. She lies motionless, surrounded by the ethereal glow. Someone shouts her name, desperation lacing their voice. Aram. A crowd gathers, their faces etched with concern as they look down at the fallen girl. A cold, clinical message flashes before their eyes. User Aram Kim has just died. A voice whispers her name, filled with disbelief and sorrow. Aram. Pleading tones echo, a desperate attempt to break through the silence. Aram. Ugh. Aram, wake up. Oh. A sob escapes, a raw expression of grief and helplessness. A young boy looks up at a taller, muscular man, who shakes his head. The boy sighs. A disembodied voice echoes, questioning the futility of the end. A young boy stares ahead, his expression unreadable. Charles stands amidst swirling energy, lamenting the damage he has sustained. Charles continues, his voice dripping with disdain for those who prioritize friendship and family. Charles's eyes burn with a crimson intensity as he declares that weakness stems from caring about others. A figure in a hoodie speaks, explaining why someone cannot win. Another voice confirms the gap in their powers. The figure floats in the air. Charles proposes finishing the game. A close-up reveals a pair of intense blue eyes. Charles stands powerfully, ready to fight. A disembodied voice echoes, expressing shock. Their ability has been blocked, like friends and family. A young man, surrounded by a blue aura, wonders if they are weak because of others. The man's voice continues, declaring that someone will die in the hands of those people. The blue aura expands further, enveloping the surrounding area. A man with silver hair looks back, questioning what is happening. Cursing, the silver-haired man grabs the hilt of a nearby sword. He rushes forward, sword in hand. Swinging the blade, he prepares to strike. The silver-haired man thinks that it could have been dangerous without the sword. He wonders what kind of ability it is, and if it can neutralize. The man in the tank top dashes forward. He continues his advance. The man in the tank top continues to close the distance. Charles is caught off guard. The man in the tank top continues to strangle Charles. Charles, struggling to breathe, declares that he is metallized and doubts the man's strength can hurt him. Charles continues to be strangled as the man in the tank top prepares to see if his strength is enough. Charles screams in pain. Charles, still screaming, vows that they will all die no matter what. The man in the tank top is surprised by Charles's resilience. Charles begins to gather blue energy. Charles, now surrounded by blue energy, shouts that he will blast them all away as a man in a hoodie, a man in an orange shirt, and a boy look on. Manchiel and Bacon watch with concern. He floats into the air, a blue aura enveloping him as Charles prepares to unleash his power. The two men stand, backs to the viewer, as the scene fades, promising a continuation. Sweat beads on the brow of the bald man as he focuses, a sphere of crackling blue energy forming in his hands. Rising into the air, the man continues to channel power into the growing orb, the air around him shimmering with heat. The energy coalesces, reaching critical mass as the man unleashes the built-up power. Below, one of the onlookers shouts a warning, his voice laced with urgency. Watch out. His companion stares upwards, a growing sense of dread etched on his face as he witnesses the unfolding spectacle. The bald man focuses the raw energy into a concentrated beam, the light intensifying to an almost unbearable level. The beam descends with terrifying speed, a streak of pure blue energy hurtling towards the earth. The energy slams into the ground, the impact creating a cataclysmic explosion of light and force. The brown-haired man cries out, the shockwave buffeting him and his companion. The energy obliterates a nearby tree, reducing it to splinters in an instant. A massive boulder is next, pulverized into dust by the sheer power of the blast. A hand glows with unbelievable power, far surpassing what it had shown before. One man wonders if the other was holding back. He asks if the Russian guy is okay. One of the men grunts in pain. A man asks if the other can feel it now. One of the men declares that there's no way anyone can stop him. The other tells him to shut up. The man is hit. The man wonders if he was lucky and not hit. The man shouts again. The man is surrounded by energy. The man wonders if he got him. A figure descends from above, surrounded by a powerful, swirling aura. Several onlookers watch the descent, their expressions unreadable. One of the onlookers gulps audibly, his face etched with worry. Do you think we can win? He asks. A disembodied voice taunts. Your arms must be getting tired. Just give up, will ya? A figure is held tightly, tears streaming down their face. There's no point in, they begin to say. A glowing pendant radiates power, its light illuminating the surrounding area. Another figure is engulfed in a brilliant aura, their power surging. Feet descend, landing with a soft thud. Ugh, I didn't want to rely on a tool to win, but you have that sword, too. A voice says. A face contorts in pain, sweat beading on their brow. A hand grips a sword tightly, veins glowing with energy. The hand clenches, the glowing veins pulsing. Ugh, a voice groans. A hand releases its grip, letting something drop. Three figures look up, startled by the falling object. Blasts of blue energy erupt from an unseen source, streaking towards their target. The energy continues to surge, the air crackling with its intensity. The recipient of the energy attack cries out, the force of the impact evident in his strained expression. A golden energy flares, a resonating hum filling the air. The golden energy intensifies, its radiant light pushing back the encroaching darkness. The blonde-haired man grits his teeth, declaring that the artifact can perform. The man with the short brown hair states that he has infinite stamina, adding that the other person is the only one to lose energy if they keep this up. He then admits that his ability alone might not be enough. The man with the short brown hair declares that he is not the one who ends someone, adding that the person who will finish them off is coming. The blonde-haired man's eyes widen, a surge of determination hardening his features. Feet pound against the earth, a figure dashing forward with incredible speed. The figure continues to sprint, closing the distance with each stride. The figure races towards the scene, a blur of motion against the backdrop of trees. The man holding the other in a chokehold remarks that the sword is likely an artifact. He continues, suggesting they test if the sword can cut through the other man's metallized body. The man being held looks on with a worried expression. The man being held in the chokehold exclaims in frustration. A bright flash of energy erupts. A sword is swung with incredible speed. The green-haired man quickly raises a shield to defend himself. The sword slams into the shield with a resounding boom. The shield absorbs the brunt of the attack. The sword wielder prepares for another strike. The green-haired man curses, urging himself to hurry and create another shield. The sword impacts the shield once more, as someone shouts to kill him before the next attack. A blinding energy blast erupts, searing the air with its raw power. A voice cries out in pain. The force of an unseen blow slams into a figure, the impact echoing with a resounding POW. Launched skyward, the figure is sent hurtling through the air, a silent scream lost in the wind. The air splits with a sharp, slicing sound, a deadly TSSS that promises pain. Terror contorts a face, sweat beading on the brow as the eyes widen in fear. The realization of impending doom sets in. A guttural yell tears through the battlefield, a desperate cry against the encroaching darkness. His eyes ignite with an eerie purple glow, a surge of power coursing through him as he prepares to retaliate. A sword descends, the STA of steel meeting flesh echoing through the chaos as another falls victim to the onslaught. From above, the scene unfolds like a macabre dance, figures locked in a deadly embrace. His gaze pierces through the turmoil, a burning determination etched on his face as he steels himself for the next attack. Energy crackles around his outstretched hand, a tangible force ready to be unleashed. A choked gasp escapes trembling lips, disbelief warring with the stark reality of the situation. This can't be. His face contorted in a mask of disbelief and pain, the glowing lines on his skin pulsing with fading energy. How me, why? He is held aloft, a dark figure looming behind him, their grip tight and unforgiving. A line of blood splatters across the ground, a grim testament to the brutal exchange. He plummets downward, a sword falling alongside him, a symbol of his defeat. The force of the impact sends a shockwave through the air. A heavy thud echoes as he hits the ground. His face is turned upward, eyes closed, a picture of utter defeat. A wet slump marks his final descent. The message rings out. Team USA has been annihilated by Republic of Korea and Russia. A man looks up, his breath coming in ragged gasps. His gaze is fixed, a single tear tracing a path down his weathered face. So you were a human with red blood after all. His eye widens, a silent scream trapped within. Lying prone on the ground, he is motionless. A voice calls out, Sean. A blue aura surrounds a pair of feet as they land on the ground. Landing, Jiang looks down at the body. His expression is grim. Jiang exclaims, Jiang. Sean lies still. Jiang recalls, haha. When the guy's blaster went off, I couldn't dodge it. That kid and I, we weren't so lucky. Sean whispers, Jiang. Hey, remember. Jiang, kneeling beside Sean, responds, uh-huh. The hoodie-clad man continues, I asked you to promise something for helping you out. Sean says, when I die, I don't care in which order, but I wanted to ask. Jiang finishes for him. To revive me with the stone of life. Jiang, that's a given. A wave of shock washes over him. An announcement echoes, Jiang Li has died. The news hits hard. Jiang, no, he whispers in disbelief. Footsteps approach, heavy and deliberate. A figure carries another, limp and lifeless, through the forest. The carried figure's face is pale and still. A voice commands, halt. The voice continues, hey you Korean. His face contorts with a mixture of grief and rage. He vows, I want to kill you now and win the game, but I won't attack someone who fought alongside me just yet. A chilling promise hangs in the air. Next time we meet, though, I will kill you. Determination hardens his gaze. I'm going to win so I can bring Sean back. A shirtless man lies motionless on the ground, his body sprawled amidst the verdant grass. A man kneels beside Jiang Li's lifeless form, his head bowed in somber respect. With heavy steps, a man carries Jiang Li's body away from the scene. The water stretches out, reflecting the sky above. Trees stand tall within the flooded landscape, their branches reaching towards the heavens. Jiang's face breaks the surface. He declares, Jiang, I have to go now. The water has reached this part, too. Jiang resolves, I will definitely keep my promise. Submerged to his chest, the water laps against his hoodie. Something catches Jiang's attention, prompting a silent exclamation. He dives beneath the surface, disappearing into the murky depths. His eyes widen as he spots something familiar. Isn't that the thing that the Russian boy had with him? Standing once more, the water swirls around his legs. A system message appears. You have found a damaged artifact. Would you like to open it? Jiang looks down, contemplating the discovery. He holds a metallic gauntlet in his hand, its surface marred with damage. A powerful gust of wind rushes through the cavern. Footsteps echo through the flooded tunnels. The rising water continues to encroach upon the path. A voice echoes, reflecting on sacrifice. The girl had to live so that the path would continue on. The voice continues, a somber tone resonating. But that girl has died. A man cradles a child in his arms, his expression unreadable as he wonders if this is the future. The advance is halted. The man considers the artifacts. A surge of energy pulses through the water, as the voice notes that they're supposed to hold some kind of secret. The figure, standing in the flooded cave, believes they must be related to this cave in some way or another. A deep, resonant whum echoes through the cavern, vibrating in the damp air. He stands within the cavern, the air thick with the scent of minerals and damp earth. A faint, ethereal light illuminates the rough-hewn walls. A sudden dizziness overtakes him, and he collapses, the sound of his body hitting the ground echoing softly. Plop. A wave of determination washes over Jongpil Kim as he promises, I will make it to the end and bring you back. I promise. Another vum reverberates through the cave, a sound like rushing wind. A holographic display flickers into existence, accompanied by a slide sound. The message reads, User authentication success. 2 artifacts have been detected. Jongpil Kim's gaze hardens, his eyes reflecting the ethereal glow of the cave. A disembodied voice, cold and mechanical, asks, Would you like to enter the space of System Yuli Man? The question repeats, the mechanical tone unwavering. Question repeated, Would you like to enter? A sudden rustle breaks the silence, the sound of shifting earth and disturbed stones. A sharp turn echoes as Jongpil Kim spins around, his senses on high alert. His eyes widen as he sees something behind him, a figure shrouded in shadow. Who? He breathes, a mix of surprise and apprehension in his voice. A tear streaks down his weathered face. Above, the rough-hewn timbers of the cave ceiling stretch into the darkness. An echoing groan escapes Jongpil Kim as he descends further into the chasm. His breath comes in ragged gasps, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and something else, something ancient. Jongpil Kim's grip tightens on his injured arm. He thinks, I see it. Is that where the hidden secret lies? He pants. I don't know what's waiting for me there. But I must find out and put an end to this, regardless. Marching onward, the cavern stretches before him. The path ahead glows with an eerie light. Suddenly, the ground gives way. He plummets into the abyss. Below, 2 figures lie sprawled on the cavern floor. He wondered who could have killed the man. Who was capable? Jongpil Kim muttered that there shouldn't be anyone left. His expression was grim. A deep rumble echoed through the cavern. Whatever had happened, Jongpil Kim knew he needed to keep moving forward. His hand slid across a glowing interface. His fist made a plunk sound as it connected with the interface. User authentication was successful. Jongpil Kim was startled as a system message appeared, indicating that a damaged AHS artifact had been detected. The system asked if he would like to enter the space of System Yuli Man. Jongpil Kim agreed. The depths of the cave awaited. The world dissolves around him. Jongpil Kim finds himself in a new, unfamiliar space. Below him, a platform materializes. He looks around, bewildered. Where am I? He reaches out, touching the strange surface. It doesn't feel like a cave. Elsewhere, Baekhyun Kong is also transported. My gauntlet disappeared too. A system message appears. Welcome to Yuliman space. A large, floating eye-like artifact dominates the space. The system continues. This space is accessible only by those possessing an artifact. Jongpil Kim stands on the platform, gazing at the structure. The system's voice echoes. The artifact you had has been converted into points. And those points can be used for various upgrades in this space. Would you like to begin the upgrade? The floating eye watches, waiting for a response. He stares ahead, a mixture of shock and confusion etched on his face. What the hell is that? He wonders aloud. The source of his bewilderment is a massive, intricate structure looming above, its purpose unclear. A disembodied voice echoes through the space. What is the space? Would you like to begin the upgrade? Baekhyun Kang's expression is one of concern. Wait, what are you? What is this space supposed to be? Why the hell are you doing this? He demands. Jongpil Kim's eyes widen, his apprehension growing. The voice responds, cold and unwavering. I cannot answer incorrect questions. The perspective shifts, showing the vastness of the space and the towering structure within it. The upgrade, the voice repeats. Baekhyun Kang's face is tight with worry. Baekhyun Kang, he questions, seemingly reading a message directed at him. Jongpil Kim, his back to the viewer, responds to the prompt. Yes, begin. The floating eye-like interface pulses with energy as the upgrade request is confirmed. The screen displays user Baekhyun Kong, along with a series of blurred text and symbols. A holographic display flickers in front of Baekhyun Kong, showing a distorted view of himself overlaid with text and a skull emblem. The words, "Our lives," are visible beneath the skull. He scans the holographic display, a seemingly endless list scrolling before him. It's a really long list, but nothing that special. Baekhyun Kong gazes at a floating, eye-like object. Is this it? The artifact collected from the user has been damaged. Only 551 points, or 1/3 of its original point value, has been accepted. And that is the list of benefits you may purchase with your points. 1/3 is 551 points? That means its original value was more than 1,500. Incredible. The Russian man who came before me had 2 artifacts, so whoever killed him probably took those. That must be more than 3,000 points. Baekhyun Kong gulps, his eyes widening. That can't be. Did anyone come before me? After I choose an upgrade, do I have to face that person? The answer is yes to both questions. After user upgrade is complete, you battle with the other person in possession of the artifacts. One-on-one to determine the winner. That's what I thought. He knew he had to choose carefully. His opponent would choose all sorts of upgrades with the massive number of points they had. Winning against that powerful person was the only way he could save Aram, Manchio, and Jiang. Baekhyun needed to find a way to maximize the upgrade with the points he had. Recovery medicine? He thought there were only supposed to be skills here. Or wait, did they just get added? Baekhyun tilted his head, a puzzled expression on his face. Training room? What is the training room? It provided an uninterrupted training space for 160 hours. That's it. Hey, you said your name is Yuli Man, right? In addition, you do not feel hunger or fatigue in the training room. That's not bad. Would you like to select the training room? Baekhyun paused, considering the offer. Yes, I'll take that. The system requests confirmation of the user's selection, inquiring if he would like to move to the training room. He confirms his choice with a simple yes, and the system acknowledges the confirmation. A mechanical voice announces that the user is being transported to the training room. The environment blurs as the transportation sequence begins. A beam of intense blue light envelopes him, signaling the start of his journey. The world around him dissolves into streaks of light and energy. Standing within the column of light, Baekhyun feels a strange sensation as he is pulled towards his destination. The light intensifies, obscuring everything around him. His expression is calm, a slight anticipation in his eyes as the process continues. His form becomes a silhouette, almost consumed by the radiant energy. The training room comes into view, a complex structure of platforms and machinery. The transportation sequence concludes, leaving him ready to begin his training. A massive, mechanical eye observes the scene. A disembodied voice declares, user Baekhyun Kong. High suitability. The camera pans out to reveal a towering structure with a central platform. An announcement echoes, final protocol approved. A doorway stands ready, awaiting its occupant. To be continued. A sphere hangs suspended, emitting a powerful beam of light that fills the room with an eerie blue glow. The light stretches upwards, illuminating the towering structure above. The protagonist stands directly beneath the beam, the light bathing him in its otherworldly radiance. The pillar of light intensifies, humming with an unseen energy. The light engulfs the protagonist, crackling with power as it begins to transport him. A blinding flash erupts, and the protagonist vanishes, leaving only the lingering scent of ozone in the air. A complex network of wires and metal tubing stretches into the distance, humming with a low, resonant frequency. The structure pulses with a faint, internal light, its purpose unknown. With a soft blip, the protagonist materializes within a shimmering bubble, suspended near the strange machinery. The intricate web of wires and metal looms, a silent testament to an unknown technology. He turns, a sense of disorientation washing over him. Huh? What the? He stares ahead, taking in his surroundings. A voice announces, welcome to the training room. The system explains that the training room allows for up to 160 hours of unlimited training at the user's discretion. He reflects that he chose this partly because he didn't have a lot of points, but also because adding a new ability at this point might not be the best move. A blue glow emanates from his hands as he examines a sample. He thinks that familiarizing himself further with the ability he already has should be the most efficient option. The system suggests that the user may choose to use a test dummy for more effective training. A test dummy? The system confirms that based on the data recorded in the Pillar of Light, an appropriate training opponent is provided. The system informs him that he may accept or cancel. He looks up, surprised. Huh? That's. He stares up at the towering figure, a blue aura emanating from its form. It can't be. The air crackles with energy as the training dummy looms closer. Sweat beads on his brow. He stammers. Why you want me to face that guy again? The system offers a choice. It is possible to choose a different test dummy. Would you like a different option? A memory surfaces, monochrome and stark. A woman's voice echoes. The shield is the strongest ability. He steals his resolve. Right, the shield is the strongest ability. If he thinks about it, he doesn't believe he has ever genuinely trained with it. Whoever is waiting stands in the distance. For Baekhyun Kong, they won't be weaker than any of the enemies he's faced so far. A voice asks if he would like a different option. Baekhyun states no, he'll use this one. He has to be able to win against any opponent. Then, Baekhyun decides to begin the training. Baekhyun Kong stares forward, ready to begin. Activating the test dummy, its eyes glow with power. The test dummy stands tall, ready to fight. The test dummy looms over Baekhyun Kong. Baekhyun Kong prepares a swirling sphere of blue energy. He moves forward, ready to strike. Baekhyun Kong breathes heavily, preparing to unleash his attack. The training room looms large around him, the air thick with the echoes of his recent efforts. Baekhyun Kang's breath comes in ragged bursts. The room stretches out before him, a vast expanse of training space. The air crackles with unseen energy. He wonders how many times he has defeated his opponent. Baekhyun Kong holds up a hand, his expression thoughtful. He realizes that 160 hours can be a pretty long time when you don't have to take a break. He is informed that he will soon be transported to the stage where the final winner will be determined. A mechanical voice announces that user transportation is being prepared. Baekhyun Kong is surprised, wondering if it's happening right now. He sighs, lamenting that he can't even get a break. The world around him dissolves into a blinding light. He finds himself standing on a desolate landscape, the sky painted with fiery hues. A sudden, sharp sensation pierces the air. He finds himself surrounded by lava. He wonders if the match will end if either of them is pushed out. Baekhyun is shocked. Baekhyun Kong glances around, realizing this is what it has come down to. Baekhyun Kong asks who is there. A figure emerges from the haze. Baekhyun Kong recognizes the figure. Jongpil. Jongpil Kim had a feeling it would end up like this. Jongpil Kim reflects on the powerful people, but he knew Baekhyun Kong would be the last one standing. Jongpil Kim thought he died. Jongpil Kim swears he heard something, but confirms that he definitely died. Jongpil Kim asks, but you're a smart guy. What do you think happened? From below, Baekhyun Kong asks if this is Jongpil's special power. Jongpil Kim confirms that it is his special power. He explains that it happens to be immortality, so he can come back to life even when he dies. Jongpil Kim stands with his back to Baekhyun Kong, arms outstretched. Baekhyun Kong remarks that it is powerful. Baekhyun Kong says that it is embarrassing, dude. Jongpil Kim asks if that is why Baekhyun called it embarrassing. Jongpil Kim states that Baekhyun knew he would survive even when everyone would be dying, and that was why. He asks if Baekhyun will say no. Jongpil Kim says he feels bad for Jaeyoung and Jinji. Baekhyun Kong says that if he wins, they will come back to life, too. He adds that there is someone he really needs to save, though. A close-up of Jongpil Kim's face shows his serious expression. A close-up of Jongpil Kim's chest. Baekhyun Kong calls out, Daeon. Baekhyun Kong calls out, Daeon. The sky darkens, hinting at the events to come. A praying mantis crawls along the ground, oblivious to the drama unfolding. A bloody wound is visible on someone's torso. Gasping for air, the blonde woman is being held. She manages to say she is listening and must stay alive. The blonde woman is seen with a dark-haired man. A hand lies limp on the ground. Tears stream down Jongpil Kim's face as he utters Daeong's name. Jongpil Kim vows to take the stone of life, no matter the cost, to bring her back. Jongpil Kim declares that he has no choice but to kill the other man. The dark-haired man responds with a simple, "Oh yeah." Jongpil Kim reveals that he has acquired amazing abilities with the points he received from the two artifacts. Jongpil Kim adds that he also got a special suit. He stands, a determined look on his face. His eyes widen, a transformation beginning. Jongpil Kim declares, "Transform into brown bear." A beam of energy erupts. The energy crackles. A shield flares to life. The shield expands, a dome of shimmering energy. Jongpil Kim states, "I acquired Ford's blaster." His gaze intensifies. There's more. He explains, "I upgraded my existing synchronization ability, so now I can copy two abilities." Jongpil Kim continues, "In short, I can copy the self-healing ability and the shield that you use." He asks, "Now, do you think you have the tiniest advantage over me?" The figure in the foreground pauses, considering his next move. Well, he begins. He gathers energy, forming a swirling, cerulean orb in his palm. The air crackles with power. The orb intensifies, the blue light pulsing with contained force. With a sharp ching, the energy reaches a critical point. He stares ahead, determination hardening his gaze. "We shall see," he mutters. He takes a step forward, the magical energy coalescing around him. His eyes narrow behind his glasses, a fierce resolve burning within. His jaw tightens, a silent promise etched on his face. His gaze intensifies, a storm brewing behind his eyes. He searches, his eyes darting around the area. The search continues, the air thick with anticipation. He stops, an exclamation forming in his mind as he spots his target. Leaping into the air, he prepares to stomp down with devastating force. Swirling energy gathers around his hand, crackling with power. The energy intensifies as he focuses, preparing to unleash a devastating blast. The stomp connects, sending tremors through the ground. His gaze sharpens, the energy around his hand reaching critical mass. Unleashing the built-up power, he fires a massive energy blast. The energy attack continues, a torrent of raw power aimed at his opponent. Jongpil asks, "Why don't we stop now, Jongpil?" A voice shouts back, "Shut up. Continuing on will be just a waste of time." A faint hum vibrates in the air. Pil raises his hand, conjuring a shimmering blue barrier that crackles with energy. He reinforces the barrier, the energy intensifying. The barrier solidifies with a sharp chime, as Pil thinks that stubbornness doesn't solve everything. The protagonist, eyes glowing with power, prepares to hoist his foot. He advances, a silent promise of destruction in his stride. Closing the distance, the protagonist continues his relentless march forward. The barrier begins to crack under the immense pressure, emitting a soft, hissing sound. His foot lands with a resounding thud. The barrier shatters into countless fragments with a deafening crunch. He continues to advance, each step echoing with the sound of destruction. He floats upside down in the crimson liquid, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Manchiol struggles to comprehend the situation. How could he have known the protagonist was so strong? The man named Manchiol wonders how none of his attacks landed. His expression is one of disbelief. He reaches out a trembling hand. Manchiol is seen in a different location, wearing a hoodie with a skull on it, looking at a red sky. He sits cross-legged, his gaze distant. Below him, his other self continues to float in the crimson liquid. His face is grim. Manchiol gasps, his eyes wide with shock. He groans, wondering how many times it has been. 30, he thinks, an exclamation point punctuating the thought. Manchiol sits cross-legged, arms folded, a skull emblazoned on his hoodie. He vows that he will never be defeated. Why? How? He wonders how it is that none of his powerful skills are working. He realizes it's not about the skill. Transforming into a brown bear or using the blaster are abilities that are extremely hard to master, Pil. His shield, too. How does he expect to use them properly? The brown bear might give him incredible strength, but that doesn't mean he is able to master it. He thinks about it. He is able to self-heal, but isn't he getting tired so quickly that it's almost useless? On the flip side, he's really good with his shield, so none of his skills are working against him. It was probably better to properly master a single ability, he muses. Humph, is that so? He curses, calling Pil a show-off. He vows to stay. Manchiol thinks to himself, Pil, kill him again. He's going to get more and more used to it, and he will defeat him. He'll keep coming back to life, so he will win. He thinks to himself that he should just quit. Manchiol declares that there's no such thing as quitting, as he begins to charge an attack. His hand glows with intense blue energy as he prepares to unleash his power. A blast of energy slams into him. The energy rips through the air. His eyes widen in shock as the attack connects. The lingering energy drips down. He is encased in a sphere of crackling blue energy. The force of the impact sends him plummeting downwards. His face contorts in pain as he falls. His hair is disheveled as he continues to fall. Gurgling sounds escape his lips. The fiery landscape stretches out, an ocean of heat. He looks around, a blue energy field surrounding him. What's this? The energy field dissipates as he begins to fall into the lava-like substance below. Gurgling sounds echo around him. The protagonist, standing on the surface, raises a hand. Oh wait, I don't have to be that sorry. Manchiol grits his teeth. You'll come back to life if I win anyway. The protagonist smirks. You know what? He continues. Then, we could have avoided this kind of unproductive fighting. The protagonist declares, let's end this now. Manchiol shouts, wait. Manchiol screams as he continues to fall. The protagonist stands on the surface, watching. Manchiol splashes into the lava-like substance. The protagonist sighs. Phew. He gazes down into the fiery depths. He declares, I know you're watching. Charles stands behind the protagonist, a faint blue aura emanating from him. Charles snaps his fingers, replying, you're right. Manchiol coughs, struggling in the lava-like substance. Charles looks down at Manchiol, who coughs weakly. Charles states, you are disqualified. A man with glasses shouts, no, not yet. Manchiol continues to sink into the lava-like substance. Charles turns his gaze back to the protagonist. Charles says, chance of you losing, even after 100 rounds. Charles stands calmly, facing the protagonist. A disembodied hand holds a glowing, crystalline object. The figure states that he accepts the victory. Baekhyun Kong congratulates the user. A hand holds the glowing crystalline object. As promised, the Stone of Life is delivered. The protagonist, Char Unknown, looks on. The Stone of Life is displayed. The text indicates that this is the Stone of Life. The Stone of Life will be absorbed into the body. If the stone is used while thinking of the dead, it will activate immediately. Baekhyun Kong informs Char Unknown that he is also awarded points for being the winner. Baekhyun Kong states that the total value of 3 artifacts is awarded to the winner. Char Unknown wonders if he gets all of it. The screen displays that Char Unknown has earned 6,540 points, which is a ridiculously high score. He gazes into the distance, a single bead of sweat trickling down his temple as he ponders the implications of the points he has earned. Charles, his brow furrowed with concern, wonders aloud, what's the use of these points? A deeper question lingers in his mind. What does he have planned now? A screen overlays the protagonist's face, displaying points. A text box appears, stating, you have earned 6,540 points. The protagonist thinks that's a ridiculously high score. He wonders what the use of these points are. The green-haired man questions what he has planned now. A text box appears, stating, if one person gets Max and myself. The green-haired man states that with all these points, there can't be any competition. The green-haired man continues, stating that the protagonist couldn't possibly earn this many points, and that they are awarding them to him for a reason. The protagonist questions if there is a reason. A text box appears, stating that the green-haired man and another character are administrative characters. A text box appears, stating that the points are with the assumption that he is the protagonist who will conclude this story. The green-haired man states that he has his doubts. The protagonist questions what the green-haired man is talking about. The green-haired man begins, wondering how to phrase the news. He states that the survival game is over. He looks back, a question forming on his face. What? Or that there's a way to revive many of those who died. The green-haired man continues, suggesting that he hear the next part of the story from someone else. He snaps his fingers, a strange energy crackling in the air. Wait, I can bring people back from the dead? He looks back, his expression a mix of confusion and surprise. A blinding light erupts, engulfing everything in a wave of searing energy. The light intensifies, the air shimmering with displaced energy. The green-haired man watches, a thoughtful expression on his face. Meanwhile, he finds himself standing on a glowing platform, the remnants of the teleportation swirling around him. Above him, a complex structure of metal and light hangs suspended in the air. He gazes around, taking in his surroundings. His eyes widen in recognition. The training room. He is startled by something. A man in a suit says, "Nice to meet you, user Baekhyun Kong." The man continues, "My name is Max. I am one of the administrative characters who manages this system along with Charles." Baekhyun appears administrative. Max confirms that he is a character. Baekhyun asks, "Distribution of abilities? Does that mean that you were the one who gave me the shield ability?" Max replies, "It's supposed to be. However, you are an exception." Max continues, "The Revelators are given a mission and in return, they are allowed to make some decisions about special power." The beginning of the story. Max says, "Her ability and give you a better one." Baekhyun is confused. "Your sister, huh? I don't get. The prince has a shield. The shield is the strongest ability." Baekhyun wonders, "A shield?" He looks up at the man in the suit, a question forming on his lips. "What is a Revelator?" The man in the suit responds, his tone dismissive. "I don't get anything you're saying. I mean, I don't understand your language at all." Baekhyun's expression hardens slightly. "First, I need to confirm something." The man in the suit leans forward, his gaze intense. "Aram and the rest of Team Korea will come back to life, right?" Baekhyun nods slowly, a hint of relief in his voice. "Yes, Team Korea has been revived already." He clenches his fist, determination flickering in his eyes. "Then, I should be able to use the Stone of Life for Manchiel." The man in the suit closes his eyes, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face. "Still, you are only focused on bringing somebody back to life." The man in the suit opens his eyes, his expression hardening. "That passive attitude of yours was the reason why Charles hesitated to pick you as a candidate." The man in the suit continues, his voice laced with disappointment. "I also believe that Ford on the US team had a better chance of winning. Yet, you stand in front of me now." The man in the suit's gaze intensifies. The outcome of a correct process is sacred. Now, everything truly. Elsewhere, two figures stand silhouetted against a glowing, digital landscape. He still didn't understand what the man meant, except that there was something. Baekhyun Kong, looking troubled, requested, "Explain to me better. It's expected of me." The green-haired man listened intently. The man responded, "Very well." An exclamation point appeared as a burst of light filled the scene. The green-haired man stated, "This story began a long, long time ago." Baekhyun Kong wondered, "A long, long time ago?" The scene shifted to a cosmic landscape, with two figures standing distantly. The text read, "Then, you multiply that with another number beyond your imagination." The text continued, "That's how far back we are going." The scene focused on a planet labeled Planet U. The view expanded to reveal a futuristic cityscape, with the text stating, "A civilization completely different from that on Earth." For them, wielding abilities was commonplace, a natural extension of their being. Among them was a scientist, his eyes widening at the data flooding his screens. What?" he stammered. The scientist's gaze darted across the radar display. "Is this?" he wondered, the alarms blaring around him. "Life forms registered on the sensors. Dark matter? No. How do such things exist?" From behind, a voice echoed, informing the scientist, "They're approaching us at an unbelievable speed." The scientist's face paled, realization dawning. They were already in danger by the time the organisms were detected. He shuddered, whispering, What horrific creatures. How do they exist?" A space worm, ethereal and menacing, drifted through the void. At the time, they were aware of another planet with civilization. It was a beautiful planet. Just like Earth, it orbited its star, teeming with life. Because their civilizations weren't quite advanced, they had simply been keeping an eye on it until then. The planet, monitored and observed, continued its silent journey through the cosmos. Strange, jellyfish-like creatures drift through the void, their ethereal forms crackling with energy. A chorus of screeches echoes through the cosmos. The scientist stares, eyes wide with disbelief. The information flooding his senses seems impossible to comprehend. For the sake of the story, he will be referred to as Scientist K. K notified other scientists and leaders, but none of them showed much concern. One of the scientists questions if they aren't fully capable of defending themselves from the worms. Another laments that the developing civilization fell victim, despite their own civilization being much more advanced. Scientist K is met with skepticism. One of his colleagues asks if he doesn't think calling it an apocalypse is a little dramatic. K insists that the worms are dangerous, his voice rising with urgency. He explains that the worms are already using the ability to span across time, space, and multiple dimensions, the very thing he is studying. One of the scientists refuses to believe it, stating that vermin are just vermin. Another scientist questions if K's claim isn't based on his own assumptions, arguing that these worms or insects don't even seem to be meaningfully intelligent. K screamed and pleaded, desperate to be heard. But when even the high priest, the ruler of this civilization, ordered K to step down, K could no longer sound the alarm. The scientist trudged forward, muttering, "Phew, this isn't good." He wondered, is there nothing more I can do? Why won't they believe me? K walked through the futuristic city, a blue aura surrounding him. The blue aura pulsed around him as he continued his journey. He approached a doorway, the blue aura emanating from within. K stepped through the doorway, the blue light intensifying. A child called out, "Dad." The boy continued, "Dad, you always tell me not to use my ability." K smiled wryly. "Oh, aren't you supposed to be in bed? Gee, you got me. Huh?" The boy frowned, and K touched his son's forehead. He said, I can, but you can't." The boy protested, "Ots what foi, that's not fair." K chuckled, "Ha." He thought to himself that at least, for the sake of his son, K could not do nothing. The man with green hair touches the face of a bald person. He thinks to himself that he can, but the other person cannot. The man with green hair says that it's not fair, then chuckles. He thinks that he must do it for the sake of his son. K could not do nothing. K thinks that whatever happens, he must keep Yuli Man alive. The scene shows a futuristic hallway. He thinks that there's still some time until the space worms arrive. The scene shows a radar screen. K thinks that until then, he'll accelerate the next generation interdimensional spaceship building plan. He thinks that he's resolved the problematic issue for the most part. The scene shows a futuristic device. K says to power up UR1. A beam of light shoots upwards with a resounding WHOM. The beam widens, the sound intensifying. The beam continues to expand, filling the space with its energy. A system message declares the prototype UR1 power-up successful and asks if the current algorithm should be applied. Charles observes the activation, his expression unreadable as holographic schematics swirl around him. He wonders if the interdimensional spaceship has been mobilized successfully and if it works as it's supposed to, regarding the size and location. Charles stands before a large screen displaying complex data. He notes that even the coordinates of the spaceship remain fixed. He muses about a new type of medium that can shift between material and immaterial forms, then questions if he really just made this a reality. Charles chuckles softly, a hint of triumph in his voice. His expression shifts to one of concern, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. A child holding a plush toy looks up at Charles and asks what all of this means. The child wonders about dimensions and the immaterial, questioning what they are. He asks if K was listening, chuckling softly. K replies, a hint of annoyance in his voice, that he was listening, but he doesn't know what Charles is talking about. K calls Charles master. Charles states that the prototype needs a name. Charles pauses, lost in thought. Charles declares that the name will be Yuli Man, then asks if Yuli Man will be the name. Charles explains that Yuli Man will be the name of the AI, the spaceship, and after his son. K looks at Charles with a questioning expression. Charles declares that it will be Yuli Man. The holographic schematics of the interstellar spaceship shimmer. Only after K successfully built the interstellar spaceship could he relax a little, even if something happens. But even K was unsure of the outcome anymore. The radar screen continues to beep, signaling a potential threat. It's not a surprise that the leadership is not responding. If they were truly in danger, the clairvoyants would have noticed, but they remain quiet. A figure in a lab coat stands in front of a large screen, observing the situation. But there was only about 1 year left according to your time. The space worms slowly approach planet U. The cosmic backdrop of space unfolds, a tapestry of swirling colors and distant stars. The space worms wriggle as they approach, their forms shimmering in the void. A low FWOM echoes through the cosmos. A commander barks, "Prepare the tachyon accelerator. We can simply torch those worms to death." A crew member responds, "Yes, Commander." The commander continues, "They are quite unusual, but they're still vermin. They'll be gone in an instant." A blast erupts from a space station, hurtling towards the approaching threat. 2 tachyon beams streak across the void, leaving trails of shimmering energy in their wake. The tachyon beams slam into the space worms, a deafening boom, and a piercing screech echoing through space. The space worms explode in a burst of light and energy, their forms dissolving into nothingness with a final boom. The space worms emit piercing screeches and unsettling wriggles as they approach. Charles murmurs to himself, disappointed. The tachyon accelerator wasn't as effective as he had hoped. The tachyon accelerator unleashes a barrage of energy beams, streaking through space. The energy impacts the space worms, creating a series of violent explosions. The space worms absorb the energy, a faint hissing sound echoing through the void. The space worms continue to wriggle, seemingly unaffected by the attack. The commander is informed that their weapon is not working on them. Charles wonders what is going on. They also appear to have grown. The space worms pulse with energy, their forms growing larger and more menacing. Afterward, they adjust their own wavelength to absorb the incoming energy attack. A crew member shouts that the space worms are getting closer. The space worms loom closer to the ships, their size now dwarfing the vessels. An ominous surge of energy crackles through space, its source unknown. A frantic voice cries out, "Commander, they are attacking." A deafening boom echoes through the void. The news is grim. The fleet's tachyon system has sustained critical damage. A ship is struck, the force of the impact sending tremors through its hull. Kim Manchiol, his face etched with concern, mutters, "This doesn't make any." Strange, jellyfish-like creatures drift through space, their ethereal forms shimmering as they approach. A desperate cry pierces the comms. HHH. A group of officers stares in disbelief at the approaching entities. What are those? One of them asks. Charles stands rigid, his expression a mask of disbelief. This can't be. Has our fleet been defeated? He wonders how this could be different from what he expected. The green-haired man turns to Charles, his face a mixture of shock and confusion. What? The green-haired man looks down, his expression grim as he realizes the truth. They simply absorb tachyon-type energy, and ballistic missiles pass through them. Charles's face hardens with resolve. Mobilize the strongest army assembled with the best of powers. The green-haired man addresses Charles with respect. Highness, the army of powers has already been deployed, but something even worse is unfolding. Figures lie prone amidst a surge of purple energy. The energy beams extract the life force from every living organism on the planet. One figure struggles to rise, overwhelmed by the unfolding catastrophe. Meanwhile, a voice cries out, "Your Highness." A fist clenches in response to the unfolding crisis. In a laboratory, a figure wonders what happened, lamenting that they were so sure nothing would go wrong. A child's voice echoes, "If this was going to happen, why didn't they listen? Dad." "Oh, Yuli man." The child clutches a stuffed toy, asking if something scary is going to happen to them. Yuli man places a hand on the child's head, saying, "No matter what happens." Got it. He thinks to himself, "Okay, I'll have to leave everyone else behind. There is no other way. Maybe a few more could board the interdimensional spaceship. But in this kind of chaos, that could put us in danger, too. It's depressing, but we have to get out while they are busy consuming the others." Yuli man and the other figure approach a beam of light. Yuli man says, "Welcome, Master and Yuli man. I am Yuli man, administrative AI." The other figure looks on. He gazes at the screen, a hint of awe in his voice. "Wow, cool." A voice echoes, reporting on the fleet's position. "Just as I thought. They are still in formation, mostly outside of our atmosphere." Yuli man responds with unwavering obedience. "Yes, Master," and travel through a spatial gap according to the predetermined settings. The order rings out, a desperate plea for survival. Executing command. "We will get out of here alive." A child clutches a stuffed alligator, their voice filled with determination. For Yuli man, if for nothing else. The spaceship hurtles through the spatial gap, a beacon of hope in the vast unknown. Yuli man orders the ship to find a destination away from the creatures. The character responds to Yuli man, confirming that they will travel through a spatial gap according to the predetermined settings. The ship prepares to travel, a beam of light emanating from its core. A voice echoes, stating that they will get out of here alive. A character thinks of Yuli man, stating that they are doing it for him, if for nothing else. The ship travels through a tunnel of light, picking up speed. The ship bursts into space, stars and planets streaking by. A blast erupts as the ship continues its journey through the cosmos. The character asks Yuli man if they just went through walls. Yuli man confirms that it is a special feature of the spaceship. The ship continues to travel through space. The character tells Yuli man that he's awesome, adding that it is the first time something that was only possible in nuclear physics labs is applied to a real spaceship. He wonders if that means they become like ghosts. Manchiol Kim responds that you could say that. He exclaims in awe, telling someone to look at that. The crew member observes that they don't seem to notice them, perhaps because the nature of the energy is similar. He instructs them to move slowly. A crew member responds, "Yes, Master." A crash echoes as the spaceship collides with something. Manchiol Kim exclaims in shock. The analysis system reports a collision with an unusual organism hiding in the multidimension. An unusual organism is displayed on the screen. Manchiol Kim wonders what it is. He says that it's scary. The unusual organism looms closer. The organism appears to be a large, jellyfish-like creature with glowing purple patterns. The jellyfish-like creature continues to drift closer. The analysis indicates that the organism is assumed to be the mother of the space worms, with an accuracy of 88%. A reaction unique to intelligent organisms has been detected, suggesting the organism is observing them with special waves. The boy's eyes widen with worry. Someone wonders if they were being supported by this all along. A strange, pink organism pulses with an inner light. The organism wriggles, its form shifting slightly. A warning blares, a dimensional door has been detected, and the worms are approaching. Yuli man stands with his father, both facing the ominous warning. Yuliman's dad urges him to go to a safe place. His dad gives Yuliman permission to use his power, urging him to tell him he can do it. Tears welling in his eyes, Yuliman whispers that he's scared, but attempts an interdimensional jump. Someone states that there is insufficient energy for an interdimensional jump, the current success rate a mere 13%. Yuliman shouts at his dad to just do it, insisting they must find a way out of here. Yuliman's dad attempts an interdimensional jump. The spaceship continues its descent, surrounded by the vast expanse of space. A heavy clunk reverberates through the ship as something strikes its hull. The green-haired man's expression tightens. The mother's observation has disabled immaterial navigation, he states grimly. Explosions rock the ship. What? Just by observation? Is that even possible? The green-haired man exclaims, his voice laced with disbelief. Multiple space worms swarm the ship, their attacks causing further damage. The green-haired man's face is etched with concern. The ship has been seriously damaged, he says, his voice strained. Sweat beads on the green-haired man's brow. The ship's body has been damaged. Using the force field to control airflow, he mutters, focusing intently. The green-haired man grits his teeth. I don't care. Maintain air only at this location and divert all energy toward the interdimensional jump, he barks. The spaceship shudders as it attempts the interdimensional jump. The energy builds, swirling around the ship. The green-haired man curses under his breath. The spaceship hurtles toward a new destination, a planet looming in the distance. The spaceship drifts through the vast expanse of space. The ship continues its journey through the cosmos, leaving a trail of displaced energy in its wake. The interdimensional jump was a success. Significant damage to the body is preventing immaterial navigation. Charles chuckles, a hollow sound in the sterile environment. He wonders aloud what the reason could be. Charles continues to laugh, remarking that they are. Someone calls out, wondering if Yuliman is there. Eyes wide with terror, Yuliman plummets through the interdimensional void. He continues to fall, a green stuffed toy tumbling alongside him. The distorted space rushes past him as he plummets. The strange, otherworldly energies swirl around him. He focused all his energy on escaping. The green-haired man states that Kay had lost his son in vain, as they stand on a strange structure. Charles asks what this is all about and why he is being told this. The green-haired man says that Charles must be wondering why the world has come to this. Charles replies that he appears much later. The green-haired man continues, saying that only after an incredible amount of time, impossible to put into words, has passed. Charles states that neither he nor Charles is. The green-haired man says that this is also just a story that has survived as data. The green-haired man asks if he shall continue. A cosmic scene unfolds, stars scattered across a vibrant nebula. An unknown object floats in the vast expanse of space. A voice groans, ugh. No. The same voice sobs, calling out, Master. He stands over the body, a wave of sorrow washing over him. A voice echoes in his mind, reminding him, you have not eaten in 4 days. A sob escapes his lips. Tears stream down his face as he whispers, what happened to Planet U? The question hangs heavy in the air, unanswered. A cold, detached voice narrates the grim reality. All inhabitants are presumed dead because of the space worms. The possibility of a survivor is 0.0000000000001%. His shoulders slump as the words sink in. You mean? I am the sole survivor, he wonders, the weight of his isolation crushing him. His gaze falls upon the lifeless form before him. Why? He whispers, the question a raw, ragged plea tearing from his throat. He covers his face with his hands, a guttural sound escaping him. Ugh, I should have been killed with them, he thinks, the guilt a crushing weight. But Kay had to get back up. He lets out a shaky breath, steeling himself for what must be done. He could not leave the monsters to live on. The thought hardens his resolve, a cold fire igniting in his heart. His face contorts with a burning determination. For the sake of avenging his son's death, he vows, the words a promise etched in stone. As soon as there is enough energy and the spaceship is restored, he will go after them in immaterial navigation mode. He will observe and research everything about them. His eyes narrow, burning with a fierce, unwavering purpose. The grief has been replaced by a cold, implacable resolve. And exterminate all of them before my death. The vow hangs in the air, a chilling promise of vengeance. The scene is silent. Max, wearing a hoodie, recalls, just before he passed away, he created Charles and himself. The voice continues, speaking of the two of them. A voice muses that the life of this spaceship should extend into infinity in theory. The voice adds that Yuliman has 2 administrative personalities. An elderly man with gray hair and a beard vows to get them all. The elderly man continues, no matter how long has passed, revenge must be taken. Charles and the elderly man stand before Max, who says he understands. Max looks up, a determined expression on his face, while the elderly man bows his head. Charles states that the master's research was not all futile. Max declares that the creature's weakness is the mother, and all the others are as good as illusions. A voice declares that no attack can hurt them. The man with teal hair states that even with their current capabilities, destroying the mother is impossible. He continues, explaining that a powerful entity must be planted inside the mother, referencing his master's hypothesis that the mother would be susceptible to an attack from the inside. The man with brown hair responds that the problem is finding such an entity. He suggests they might find one on a planet they are feeding on. The teal-haired man asks if it's possible to find such an entity, even from their data, considering how rare they are, even on planet U. The brown-haired man replies that they have unlimited time and should be able to find one. A spaceship soars through the cosmos. The teal-haired man notes that time is slowly deteriorating, and therefore, they need to make haste. Charles looks determined. The brown-haired man declares that if the entity doesn't exist, they will create it. The scene ends with "to be continued." A sleek spaceship streaks across a canvas of swirling nebulae, leaving a trail of light in its wake. The man with green hair gestures towards a holographic display, his back to the viewer. The creatures will move on to the next planet soon. The holographic screen displays the man with green hair. There are plenty of planets with intelligent life forms. We can beat the creatures to the planet that will be wiped out by them and make our selection from among the intelligent life forms. The man with brown hair looks up, a question forming on his lips. Bestow power? Artificially? Is that possible? The man with green hair stands before a screen filled with data. It is possible. There is a database of individuals with powers who lived on planet U. A close-up reveals the man with green hair's thoughtful expression. It is possible to artificially bestow power on an individual. How? Only, it would require active support from the spaceship system. The man with green hair turns to the man with brown hair, his expression grim. Solution cannot work in the limited time we have. Therefore, they will have to compete and kill each other. The man with brown hair looks at the man with green hair, his brow furrowed. Allowed to do such a thing? The man with green hair replies, they would all die anyway. The man with brown hair looks down. If left to their own devices, even if some of them die, the rest could live. The man with green hair looks at the man with brown hair. So, wouldn't it be the right choice in the end? Listen, we are the good guys, no matter what. The two men stand side by side, their faces obscured. No matter what we do. His concerns were in vain, because, in the end, Charles was right. Even as billions of units of time passed by, they could only watch the creatures massacre countless civilizations. The screams echoed through the void. Selecting a strong specimen proved to be more difficult than they had anticipated. Again, how many times has this happened? There were less than 1,000 that ended up being selected. They were extremely vulnerable, mentally, too. Not one was able to reach the point where they could be authorized by Yuli Man. Success rate of best candidates selected in the current attempt, less than 30%. The attack must succeed on first attempt. Therefore, this success rate is not acceptable. An announcement to the administrative personalities. The spaceship's maintenance and repair limit has been estimated. Remaining operation time, approximately. He reflects that it has been 1,000 years. Only 1,000 years. The spaceship was supposed to have introduced a small imperfection to the spaceship. 1,000 years would only. The man with green hair requests one more attempt, stating they had been preparing and collecting so much energy. Planet is there. It is called Earth by its inhabitants. But it was not easy. The civilization of humans on Earth was subpar. And physically, they were weak and didn't have any powers. No special features, and a weak physical body. Even if we bestowed any ability, their bodies would not be able to handle it. No, we have no more options. He grimaces, stating that their last attempt cannot continue. The green-haired man reveals that there is another option. Kim Manchiol asks what it is, and the man responds that they will shrink the entities. A hand is shown holding a glowing, miniature figure of a person. The hand continues to hold the glowing figure, energy crackling around it. The glowing figure is held between two fingers, appearing even smaller. The green-haired man states that they will make them this small. Kim Manchiol asks why they would shrink them. The man with green hair explains that when they reduce the size, the entity's energy becomes compressed, lending a stronger structure. He adds that they might become a vessel that can handle the power. The glowing figure is still held in the hand. The green-haired man continues, saying that they might be weaker physically if they give them power. The green-haired man states that they will ultimately become stronger, and that it is possible. The green-haired man explains that additional energy may be expended in the shrinking process. Kim Manchiol states that there have been intelligent species that were quite strong. The green-haired man says that their success rate wasn't any higher when they gave them power. He asks if it would be worth it to gamble on such a weak, intelligent life form, then answers himself, stating that is why they must bet all they have. A disembodied voice declares that they will make many selections from the entire population of that planet, even if it means using up all of their remaining energy. The planet hangs in the void. The voice continues, stating that they can put all of them in the system and see what happens. A strange, alien vessel approaches the planet. The voice emphasizes that the size is not what matters, as long as it gets into the mother's body. Two figures stand on a platform overlooking a complex, futuristic structure. One speaks, their words lost in the distance. The green-haired man states that this is how they came to place their bets on Earth. He adds that they slowly searched for terminals. The man's face is shown in profile as he explains that the size would disseminate their message. He repeats the word, terminals. He is asked if he means something specific. He simply replies, yes. A voice declares that a terminal had to be mentally sensitive people. A young woman, tears streaming down her face, hopes that this world burns to the ground. A young man sits at a desk, head in his hands, surrounded by books. He thinks, I wish I could just die. A voice explains that they connected them to the system and gave them a glimpse of the future. A hand touches a reflective surface, revealing distorted words. The young woman sits on her bed, curled up and despondent. She wonders what this is, as a voice asks if she can hear them. The voice concludes that they also gave them the impulse to spread this story to others. The young woman looks up, a flicker of something in her eyes. The message relays that it still has to include an important piece of information that he directed it to include. It was a lesson learned from their experiences with previous planets. The message, titled Tiny Princess in a Big World, states that spreading the message was more effective when the terminal made it into a story rather than accept it as fact. The message continues, emphasizing that it was very important for the message from the terminals to be widely circulated. The woman with dark hair remarks that she heard people who knew about the story about shrunken people beforehand were able to achieve rank 4 from the beginning. The message states that the biodata of those who enter the Pillar of Light is recorded on the system. The message continues, explaining that this allows for proper upgrade of ability or other auxiliary augmentations. The man, Char green-haired man, relays that their hope was that as many of them as possible would reach the first Pillar of Light. The message concludes that those who were able to reach the Pillar of Light were an important part in making this happen. The message states that they had already boarded the spaceship without their knowing. The man looks shocked. The man in the suit asks what that means, questioning if they have been inside the spaceship ever since the first Pillar of Light. He continues, stating that Mina is a revelator, and asks what that means. The man exclaims that Mina couldn't even go to school, asking if the other man knew that. He pauses, considering his next words. The image of the man fades slightly. Charles speaks, explaining that he asked Max to tell the story because he thought the other man wouldn't believe him. He admits that it seems like it's all too hard. The man in the hoodie looks away, his expression unreadable. The man scoffs, asking if Charles expects him to believe that crap, stating that they are evil to him. Charles replies that much is clear. The man retorts that it is for sure. He continues, saying that if it weren't for them, they would have all died because of those creatures by now. The image of a complex, ornate structure is shown, with text explaining that the spaceship system was the only thing that could separate the humans from the space worms. It is understood that it may be difficult to believe. Charles speaks of what the man's sister has gone through. The man says that he hopes Charles sees what he means, then asks about everybody who has been sacrificed so far. The man's face is shown in close-up, his expression one of anguish and frustration. The green-haired man stands with his back to the viewer, listening to Charles. Charles admits he has a hard time understanding these emotions. Charles looks down, adding that the man is the chosen one and that they are now in the position of asking for a favor. Charles offers to give the green-haired man more uplifting news. Charles snaps his fingers, the sound echoing in the room. Shall we move on? A pool of water shimmers, a low hum resonating from its depths. The water ripples, the hum growing louder. A faint blip echoes from the pool. The scene blurs, Charles and the green-haired man fading into the background. Meanwhile, Baekhyun Kong is told to say hello to Yuli Man. A voice booms, stating that Yuli Man has been watching and assessing Baekhyun Kong the whole time. Baekhyun Kong stares ahead, a sudden realization dawning on him. A disembodied voice declares, User Baekhyun Kong, I have chosen you. My name is Yuli Man. As a massive eye looms into view. A voice booms, stating that the person they are addressing is the first intelligent life form to show a success rate of more than 60%. Baekhyun Kong, standing with Charles and the green-haired man, expresses uncertainty. Charles responds that he has to trust Yuliman's computation, then commands Yuliman to show them. The green-haired man looks up as a voice declares, the mother. A massive eye, seemingly suspended in space, moves with a swoosh sound effect as Baekhyun Kong, Charles, and the green-haired man watch. A beam of light shoots down from the giant eye. The three men stand near a pool of water as the beam of light descends from the eye above, accompanied by the sound of whoosh. The beam of light plunges into the pool of water with a resounding whoosh. The voice declares that this is the mother of the creatures. The water ripples and churns. The green-haired man and Baekhyun Kong stand before a massive, whale-like creature formed of water, as a voice booms that Baekhyun Kong is the one selected by System Yuli Man. The green-haired man says that Baekhyun Kong may be able to bring back most of the people who already died, then asks what he will do. Baekhyun Kong stares ahead, lost in thought. The story is to be continued. Two figures stand before a massive, ethereal whale, its form shimmering with an otherworldly light. A voice echoes, stating that one of them is chosen by System Yuli Man. Charles's face is framed by the ethereal blue light as he states that if the other can destroy the mother. Charles continues, saying that the other may be able to bring back most of the people who already died. The man with dark hair looks up, his expression unreadable as he is asked what he will do. The two figures remain before the glowing whale, the weight of the decision hanging heavy in the air. The scene pulls back, showing the vastness of the space and the smallness of the two figures before the whale. Charles looks down at the man with dark hair, his expression serious. The man with dark hair accuses Charles of lying. The man with dark hair continues, saying that he is pretty sure Charles said he needed a ton of energy to bring someone back, but from what he has said so far, he doesn't have that kind of energy. Charles responds, saying that the man with dark hair is sharp, and that is correct. Charles states that there is no guarantee, but to take a look as a bright light erupts. He stands with his back to the viewer, gesturing towards the starry expanse. Two figures stand behind him, also gazing at the spectacle. The man with dark hair is shocked. The text reads, "The energy storm generated as a result of destroying the mother." The text continues, "The spaceship can collect this energy and conduct a massive revival program." Charles extends his hand, his expression calm. "The Great Revival, if you will," he says. The man with dark hair looks at a large, eye-like structure. The text reads, "Addition, running said program is expected to cause a serious overload to the spaceship's system." The man with dark hair continues to look at the eye-like structure. The text reads, "This spaceship has a 96% chance of obliteration." The man with dark hair looks up, his expression questioning. "What?" he asks. Charles responds, "However, that is irrelevant. Once we achieve our goal, there will be no reason for us to exist." The man with dark hair remains silent, his expression unreadable. Charles asks, "What's there to think about?" A slight smirk plays on his lips. The man with dark hair looks up, his expression serious. "I just said, if you succeed in destroying the mother, humans will live and we will die." Charles looks at the man with dark hair, his expression unchanged. "What do you say? Is this enough motivation for you?" he asks. The man with dark hair replies, "Not all." Charles states that not everyone will be saved. Charles explains that the number of people saved depends on how much energy is generated when the mother dies. The man with brown hair says that they know for sure it will be an incredible amount of energy. He adds that in the best-case scenario, everyone who reached the first pillar of light could be saved. Charles suggests that maybe those who made it to the second pillar of light will be saved. Charles assures them that at least millions to tens of millions of people will be saved. Yuliman thinks that if this is backed by the AI, perhaps he could trust them. He wonders if what Charles is saying is true. A disembodied eye confirms that it is true. The man with brown hair asks if that means the president, assistant and all those other people will live again. Yuliman declares that if that is all true, he'll do it. Charles says that finally, they are. Charles continues, stating that it was a very long journey and that they are at the starting line. Charles concludes that the spaceship will allow them to inject a maximum of 5 people into the mother. A voice explains that they can choose 4 more people. The voice continues, clarifying that they can select their team from the current phase, including those who have already died. The voice adds that they may choose from the list of recommended members on the screen. The voice explains that the abilities themselves can be upgraded to an extent. A powerful ability is great, but it might be a good idea to pick those who can save lives. They may not remember everything, though. The screen displays a list of people who can work as a team. The list includes deceased individuals. It is asked if this is the list of the deceased, noting that there are people they don't really know. The list includes Jason Ford, Amelia, Petrov, Sean, Jan, and Sophia, along with their abilities. The screen displays a list of survivors, noting that Aram is alive now, too. The screen displays the abilities of Mina Kim. Charles tells him to hold on. The screen displays a list of names and abilities. He thinks that he has to pick 4 out of them. Charles asks if he has decided who to save. He responds with a simple yes. Manchiol looks down, a determined expression on his face. Golden energy begins to emanate from his eyes. He is surrounded by a surge of golden energy, a look of concentration on his face. He looks up at a sphere of golden energy, realizing it's activated just by thinking. Golden energy crackles around his legs. The energy intensifies, rising up his body. Manchiol's eyes are blank as the power surges through him. His expression shifts, a flicker of awareness returning to his gaze. A voice calls out, "Hey, Bacon, what's with your face?" Manchiol wonders, "Oh, what is this place?" Manchiol embraces Bacon tightly. Bacon exclaims, "Ugh, you really are alive." Another person says, "What is up with you? Stop being gross." Manchiol questions, "What? I died and came back to life." Another voice responds, "Yeah." Manchiol touches his head, saying, I don't remember." Bacon wonders aloud. He recalls almost being killed by a giant, and then going to the pillar. Bacon asks if there was a phase after that, and if he died in that next phase. The green-haired man considers that Manchiol may not remember anything after phase 1. He thinks to himself that the pillar of light serves to save records. The green-haired man states that the reproduction of data is saved in the first pillar. Bacon is surprised. Manchiol's body is shown lying on the ground. The green-haired man thinks that of course he can't remember anything from then. The green-haired man explains that the real Manchiol was killed by the Queen of Ants. He adds that everyone he brings back will just be a reproduction of data. The green-haired man says that Bacon is surely wondering what is real and what is not. The green-haired man states that everybody who passed through the first pillar are in the same situation. The green-haired man explains that all of their physical bodies were recorded as data when they passed through the pillar of light and recombined there. Bacon asks if that's really the case. The green-haired man confirms that, in a way, Bacon's existence is not any different from Manchiol Kim's existence. The green-haired man tells him to stop with the useless worries and select the other members. Bacon thinks to himself that the green-haired man is right, and there's no use in getting philosophical right now. The plan begins with Manchiol. Charles believes they get along well, and he'll have his back. These are people who died in the last phase. They are saying he can bring them back without using the Stone of Life. Charles thinks they are not bad choices. Charles declares he will summon them here. First, the two. A surge of energy crackles around Charles as he begins the summoning. The summoning takes place in a strange, watery dimension. Two figures materialize amidst the swirling energies. The man with long blonde hair looks around, confused. The other man, with short gray hair, seems disoriented. Charles has summoned Ford and Petrov. Ford, electricity crackling around him, asks what's going on. One of the men wonders if they should include the other on their team, or else. Charles wonders what he was thinking. He finds this kind of annoying and asks Max to do the honors. Charles looks on. Three men stand together. Charles thinks he'll use the inject memory function for efficiency purposes. A man is being shocked. The man screams in pain. The man screams in pain. Charles looks on. The man screams in pain. To be continued. Electrical energy crackles around Charles, his face contorted in pain as he screams. The energy intensifies, a raw display of agony etched across his features. Berestov and another man watch with concern as Charles cries out in pain. A sinister smile creeps across Charles's face, a disturbing contrast to the previous pain. The smile vanishes as another wave of pain washes over him, his expression twisting once more. Charles stands tall, electrical energy radiating from him as two figures kneel before him. His hand slams against the ground, the sound echoing in the silence. He collapses, his body hitting the ground with a soft thud. Charles struggles to breathe, his chest heaving with each ragged gasp. He thinks, no way, I died. Sean, I lost, no? But there is a way to bring. The scene opens with three figures standing in a cosmic expanse, their backs turned to the viewer. Now, Charles, his teal hair gleaming in the ethereal light, asks if his companion would like to select the last member. The man with the dark hair looks on. Charles states that he has always known who the last member would be, agreeing with the other's decision. A hand snaps its fingers, declaring that she is already alive in the pillar of light, so he will call on her right away. Aram, her green hair slightly disheveled, looks startled. Aram turns, her name echoing in the air. Someone asks Aram if she is okay. Bacon embraces Aram, calling her name. Aram apologizes, saying she was weak. Aram laments that if she had been stronger, she could have caught Ford. Someone asks what happened. Aram expresses feeling like she can't do anything right. She tells Bacon that she wanted to do it right this time, but Bacon tells Aram that everything he did, he owed it to her. In fact, he's going to depend on her once again. Even if they succeed, it won't bring her family back. Aram says that she has been watching with the others. She says that she would have been disappointed if he didn't choose her, and asks what has happened so far. Bacon says that he wants to save who he can. Bacon thinks that he might have seemed indifferent about other people's deaths. Aram says that she tried to be, too, but it bothered her. She tried to be logical when she realized she couldn't change the world back to what it was before. Two figures fall from the sky. Bacon says that if there's any hope, he'd like to try everything he can. Bacon says thank you. Berestov and Charles look on. A voice says, good. It continues. Now we have the 5 users who will enter the mother. He spreads his hands, a knowing smile playing on his lips. It is now time to choose a terminal. Bacon's eyes widen, a flicker of concern crossing his face. Since they don't have any revelators left, they will make the decision. He wonders what that could mean. Aram looks on with concern. Charles continues, almost nonchalantly, with an oops. Charles explains that to be supported by the system even after entering the mother, there needs to be a revelator or a terminal among the team. The terminal becomes a medium that connects you with the system from inside the mother's body, no matter how powerful you may be. Without a terminal, you can't use your powers inside the mother. Charles admits he skipped over that part because he thought it was too obvious. Charles pauses, a dramatic beat hanging in the air. Then, Bacon wonders who the revelator is. Charles says, let him see, the only revelator or terminal left. That fits the bill is user Mina Kong. She has been selected. Charles smiles, a hint of something unsettling in his expression. Bacon's eyes widen in disbelief. Amina? Aram and Bacon are shocked by the revelation. Bacon can only manage a confused huh. He grimaces, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. Crap, he mutters. Mina's expression is one of concern, her eyes wide with worry. Mina's voice echoes in the room. Bacon. Mina's gaze remains fixed, her brow furrowed with unease. The question hangs in the air. Bacon, are you mad? Bacon's expression is troubled, a hint of worry in his eyes as he glances at Mina. Mina's voice is soft, almost a whisper. Oh, Mina. He avoids her gaze, his voice strained. No, why would I be mad? A voice echoes in the darkness, devoid of hope. The doctor advises Bacon Kong to prepare himself emotionally, as his parents might not have much time left. The doctor is asked about the condition of Bacon's sister, but the doctor can't guarantee she'll get better either. The doctor reassures Bacon that they are doing their best. The heart monitor beeps steadily, a constant reminder of the fragile life it tracks. Bacon sits beside his father, who lies in the hospital bed, his breathing labored. Bacon's face is etched with worry as he looks at his father. His father, connected to an oxygen mask, weakly tells Bacon that he is now the head of the family and must. Bacon, holding his father's hand, promises to look after his sister. The sterile hospital door stands as a barrier between hope and despair. Looking up at the sky, Baekhyun apologizes to his father, burdened by the weight of his promise. Baekhyun's name hangs in the air as he looks at Mina, waiting for her to continue. He asks if she has something to say. Mina knows exactly what Baekhyun is thinking about. She believes he's dwelling on their father's last words. The man in the blue tracksuit thinks of Mina. He appears thoughtful, his brow furrowed with concern. Mina reminds Baekhyun that she isn't just talking about now, but about when things got really bad and he quit school to stay with her. The man in the blue tracksuit expresses that he is really grateful. Mina stands beside Baekhyun, her expression soft. The man in the blue tracksuit thinks that she's right. You can't protect her at all costs just because she's family. You'll just make assumptions about each other that way. Mina says that they need to let each other know what they're thinking, even if that means they fight. The man in the blue tracksuit says that when they come alive, he wants to work on proper communication. Baekhyun recalls that Mina said she shared her abilities with him. Like the shield. He states that he is fine with the situation, but acknowledges that even with Mina Kong joining them, she lacks any combat ability. Mina stands beside him, listening intently. Mina asks what they should do about that, her voice laced with concern. Mina continues, relaying that Charles and Max have said they would make it work. She adds that they wouldn't send them in their current state, and that they would train them. Mancheol Kim stares off into the distance, a worried expression etched on his face. The man in the blue tracksuit admits that all he has is strength amplification and that he doesn't know how helpful he can be. Baekhyun replies that they said they'll prepare them in some way or another, adding that he won't have to do everything by himself. Mancheol's brow furrows, his gaze distant and troubled. A thought hangs in the air. What are they planning to do? A sense of unease permeates the room, a silent acknowledgement that worrying is futile, yet unavoidable. A complex, mechanical structure looms, its purpose shrouded in mystery. One of the figures declares that it's just the type of machine he wants to destroy. Someone commands everyone to pay attention, their voice firm and authoritative. He announces that Mina Kong will be training with Yuli Man as a terminal. Charles continues, stating that the rest of them will train with him to master and upgrade their powers. The man in the suit stands tall, his expression unreadable. Charles proposes that 5 of them can come at him at once. A trainee looks on with wide eyes, while another stands beside him, a stoic expression on his face. The man's profile is stern, his jaw set. He finishes, asking them to see what they've got. The man in the suit pauses, considering his next move. He issues a challenge, a smirk playing on his lips. Attack me. The man in the suit continues, addressing the group before him. The 5 of you can come at me at once. One of the onlookers is shocked by the statement. What the? The man's expression is one of calm confidence. He taunts them, urging them to show their abilities. See what you've got. The man in the suit repeats his challenge. Start with all of you at once. The man in the suit stands before the group, ready to fight. That way, we'll get an accurate measurement. He explains the limitations he will impose on himself. Why the hesitation? I will use only one of your abilities, strictly, at level 1. The man in the suit attempts to reassure the group. Oh, and even if you die here, you don't really die, so no need to worry about that. He beckons them forward, urging them to begin. Now, stop being scared. Let's get started. The 2 men look on, one with a worried expression. The man with silver hair is told that his statement is a gross understatement. He responds that he alone will kill all 5 of them several times over. The silver-haired man states, well then. He asks if they shall start. A gust of wind blows between the silver-haired man and the group. One of the men comments that the silver-haired man is super cocky and questions if he is really that strong. Another man states that they all fought against him together in the last phase and barely made it. The first man asks if he is serious. The silver-haired man asks what they are doing and if they are not going to fight him. He tells them to bring their hands out and get ready to fight. The silver-haired man states that he is ready as he is. Whether he will need his hands or not, someone declares they shall determine after seeing his skills. The man in the suit is called a cocky bastard. The man with silver hair grits his teeth, his eyes narrowed in fury. The silver-haired man vows to destroy him. A surge of power emanates from the silver-haired man. Charles stands tall, unfazed by the threat. The silver-haired man's power intensifies, forming a swirling vortex of energy. With a swoosh, the silver-haired man reaches out his hand, ready to strike. Charles remains calm, his expression unreadable as he stares down his opponent. The silver-haired man shouts, calling him a little. The silver-haired man takes a step forward, the sound echoing in the air. The silver-haired man is surrounded by zapping energy, ready to unleash his attack. A powerful blast erupts, shaking the very foundations of the building. The force of the blast slams into Charles. His face contorts in pain. He raises a hand in a futile attempt to block the onslaught. The energy continues to batter him. The relentless assault forces him downward. His knees buckle. Charles collapses, brought to his knees. Jason Ford stands over him, declaring, just because you are metallized doesn't mean you are metal on the inside, too. I didn't even need to use another power. Baekhyun Kong looks on in disbelief. Jongpil Kim says, Mancheol Kim's strength amplification alone was enough to bring you to your knees. Jongpil Kim asks, that was my strength amplification? He realizes he brought Ford down. Aram looks on, saying, unbelievable. Charles smirks, saying, "Oh, there's one thing I forgot to mention." Jason Ford says, "You won't die, but you will feel pain." An unseen force slams into the man in the tank top, the air cracking with a shwoop and a pow. The unseen assailant continues the assault, the impact echoing with a resounding bam. The man grunts in pain, sweat beading on his brow as the relentless barrage continues. Another blow lands, the force of it eliciting a pained ugh. His eyes widen in shock as the unseen attacks persist, leaving him reeling. Elsewhere, a figure is launched skyward by a beam of pink energy, accompanied by a whoosh. The man in the suit watches, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. Huh, what? He observes the scene, a question forming in his mind. He can withstand all these attacks with that small shield. A blast of pink energy explodes outward. The green-haired man continues to rise, the telekinetic force still lifting him, accompanied by a drawn-out TSSS. The man in the suit muses, User RM Kim's telekinesis consumes quite a lot of stamina. It would be a waste. He prepares to act, pink energy crackling around his outstretched hand. If that consumed energy just disappeared, right? A woman with short pink hair stands silently as a strange energy emanates from her. An unseen force slams into a man, the impact stealing his breath. RM Kim shouts a name, his expression a mix of shock and concern. Charles, eyes blazing with power, spits out a curse as he unleashes a wave of telekinetic energy. RM Kim's face contorts with rage as he yells, accusing someone of disregard. The telekinetic assault intensifies, the air crackling with raw power as Charles focuses his attack. Sweat beads on RM Kim's forehead, his teeth gritted in a silent scream. Charles grunts, the effort of maintaining the telekinetic assault taking its toll. The force of the attack sends the man hurtling through the air, a blur of motion against the pale sky. He plummets downwards, a helpless figure caught in the invisible grip of telekinesis. RM Kim's eyes widen in disbelief, his voice barely a whisper as he questions the unfolding events. The shock remains etched on RM Kim's face as a man in a suit and bow tie appears behind him, an ominous presence in the background. The man wonders aloud if the shield was at level 3. He looks on with concern. His eyes widen in shock as he gasps. He rises, seeing the others fallen. He got them all? The man looks down at the fallen, a sense of dread washing over him. A figure groans, struggling to rise. Another man kneels, his head bowed in defeat. A woman sits with her eyes closed, a tear escaping as she whispers, "Ah. What do you think?" A voice echoes, "Have you learned anything?" One of the men present clicks his tongue, clearly unimpressed. The trainees stand in anticipation, awaiting further instruction. An authoritative voice booms, declaring that they've all been granted a year to hone their skills within these walls. The voice continues, urging them to seize this opportunity and grow stronger, no matter the cost. The unseen speaker emphasizes that their ultimate goal is to reach a point where they can wield 2 abilities simultaneously. At the very least, the speaker expects them to achieve this. A trainee wonders to himself if such a feat is even possible. The trainee's expression is a mixture of doubt and determination. Training room, 1 year later. The air hangs heavy with exertion. Heavy breaths echo through the room. The team watches with concern. A man strains against an unseen force. He struggles, grunting with effort. That was a new experience for him. Elsewhere, a man stands bathed in light. The green-haired man observes, "You are not as bad as I had feared. This is it." The man in the training room thinks, "Damn this guy. I could never beat him." The man in the training room is asked, "Aren't you quitting just because you think you'll lose if you keep training us? Hey, if that's not the case, let's do another round. If that's what you really want." The green-haired man watches the man in the suit. Charles says, "You have already driven Max to engage the full potential of his powers. That alone is a great feat, so you can give yourselves a pat." He states that user Mina Kang's training has already concluded as well. An unseen figure asks if that means they can now carry out the operation, sounding pleased. Charles confirms that tomorrow, they will be in their final phase. A voice questions, "Tomorrow?" Charles explains that they are given 1 day of rest, so they may chat amongst themselves during this time. He adds that for those who wish to be with people from their own region, they can be sent there as well. A man scoffs, stating that he is fine where he is. Another voice declares that they will visit their fellow Russians. A third voice asks if Mina is in the Republic of Korea space, right? A voice states that they will join her there. Charles responds, "Very well." A voice says, "See you again in 1 day." Chatter fills the air. A cacophony of chatter fills the air as a large crowd mills about. The crowd begins to disperse, leaving a few figures in their wake. Baekhyun's name hangs in the air as he looks on with concern. Tears well in Mina's eyes as her name is spoken. A man in a blue tracksuit calls out, "Oh, mister." His expression is unreadable. The group stands together, their faces etched with sadness. The words, "Everybody was so sad when we heard you died," float in the air. The man in the blue tracksuit's eyes glisten with unshed tears. "Don't die ever again, wha?" he thinks. Baekhyun asks Mina, "Nothing weird happened to you, right?" Mina replies, "No, nothing like that. I was a bit shocked, but I'm okay." A guard says, "Really? That's good. Baekhyun, we heard about everything that happened." 2 figures stand side by side. One says, "Caught up with the situation." The other responds, I see. I guess. The guard remarks that it has been a while, inquiring how Mina has been. He adds that they received some training, even though it was just a few days. Time flowed at a different rate, Baekhyun thinks. Aram explains that they trained their abilities by repeating virtual phases. Only those who volunteered did so. Baekhyun recalls that they said there wasn't enough energy for everyone. He remembers being told that they have a job, too. Oh yeah, Baekhyun thinks. The guard explains that when they attack the mother, the worms will detect the presence of the spaceship and will begin attacking. The guard continues, saying that their job will be to fight back. They won't be able to defeat them, but they can buy some time. He volunteered, too. Aram calls out to Mr. Choi. He responds that there's no need. The guard tells someone to stay hidden in the back, saying they can't even use their ability properly. He asks what good it will be to run away in this situation. Baekhyun is approached by Yunsu, who says he got much better at using his ability. Yunsu says he's going to count on Baekhyun. The guard says that's right. His ability might not be much, but it's better than nothing. Baekhyun is addressed by someone, who asks if he's the guy named Baekhyun. He stops in his tracks, a look of utter surprise washing over his face. The sound of heavy footsteps echoes around him. The camera focuses on the impeccable tailoring of a dark suit. A young man's eyes widen in shock as he hears the news. It's the gang leader who was with Grandma Bakja. The man solemnly announces that Grandma Bakja passed away not too long ago. Baekhyun Kang's expression is a mix of disbelief and shock. He wonders how Grandma Bakja could have passed. The woman with the dark hair explains that she was just sick and seemed to give up on treating her illness, but she was smiling in her final moments. Two women stand beside her, one covering her face in grief. The green-haired man declares that there is a lot of hope in all of them. The man in the suit states that, in hindsight, she might have even known this would happen. He and his boys have volunteered to fight. Baekhyun looks determined, ready to give it his all and fight with grit, too. A voice responds, thanking them and promising that they will. A voice declares that over the course of training for the past year, they all have become much, much stronger, and have also gained new powers in addition to the ones they already had. The group stands on a platform, bathed in an ethereal blue light. Above them, two figures in suits float serenely, observing the scene below. A voice echoes, stating that enough has been received. Mancheol Kim, Mina, and the green-haired man stand shoulder to shoulder, their expressions a mix of determination and apprehension. A voice responds with a simple, affirmative yes. Baekhyun Kang and Aram stand ready, their gazes fixed on an unseen point. One of them urges the others to hurry up and send them in. A man in a suit, his face partially obscured, asks if they should begin. Below, Yuliman's face is shown, his name floating beside him. A disembodied eye, seemingly mechanical in nature, declares that it is ready to go. A voice announces that the project is online, ramping up to full power and adding an emergency power source. The group is shown again, this time with the floating figures more distant. A voice warns that they are nearing a critical level of energy use. The group stands amidst swirling energy, their faces partially obscured by overlaid text. The air crackles with anticipation. The figures from before are shown again, the overlaid text now more prominent. The mission is about to begin. A voice commands them to destroy the core and survive, declaring that they are in the final phase. A text box details the mission objectives: destroy the mother of all space worms. The special team will be injected into the mother, and they must survive and destroy the core organ, while protecting Mina Kang. A voice declares that they just have to kill everything they see. Another voice agrees, stating that it is the revival of a significant portion of those. Charles addresses the team, stating that the destruction of him and another tormentor, along with their success, are at stake. The teal-haired man's expression is serious as he looks on. A disembodied voice wishes them the best of luck. A beam of light erupts from the transportation device, accompanied by a surge of energy. The team is enveloped in the blinding light, preparing for their descent. The transportation device floats in the blue expanse, ready to send the team into the unknown. They are hurtled through a tunnel of light, the destination unknown. The team is ejected from the device, the force of the expulsion causing disorientation. The transportation device glows, its purpose fulfilled. The device continues to emit light as the team is sent into the space worm's core. The light intensifies, signaling the final stage of transportation. The team plummets through the air, expressions of surprise and fear etched on their faces as they enter the space worm's core. Mancheol Kim plummets through the air, his expression a mask of terror. He struggles to speak, his voice strained. He wonders if they're going to die here, unable to even breathe. Baekhyun Kang and the others find themselves in a cavernous space, their faces etched with concern as they look around. The green-haired man observes that it looks like the ant colony from Phase 3. Yuli Man stares ahead, his expression unreadable. It's moist and kinda gross, he thinks. This must be the inside of the mother's body. Yuliman's eyes widen as he hears a screech. Baekhyun Kang points, exclaiming that there's something over there. The others look in the same direction, questioning what it could be. A fleshy, three-toed limb crawls across the pink, veined ground. The limb continues to slither, accompanied by a piercing screech. Baekhyun Kang's eyes widen in horror. What are those? He stammers. A horde of the creatures advances, their guttural cries echoing through the cavern. The ant-like creatures emit a high-pitched screech. The screeching continues as the creatures surround the group. Baekhyun Kong stares in disbelief. What are those? He asks, his voice laced with fear. The team is surrounded by a horde of the ant-like creatures. Shoot! Look how many there are, someone exclaims. Mancheol Kim observes. So we are in the ant colony, and those are supposed to be the ants? Jongpil Kim adds. If it is not a coincidence, it must have been intentional. Jongpil Kim affirms. You are right. Mina listens intently as someone explains. Each of the phases you experience was designed to simulate various situations that could take place inside the mother. Mina begins to speak. Mina, we are in one of the mother's organs. You can think of these monsters as an immune system similar to white blood cells. Mina's eyes widen, a chilling realization dawning on her face. She is asked what is going on. A voice states that user Mina Kong is currently synchronized with Yuli Man. Baekhyun Kong wonders what if something happens to her. The voice assures them not to worry, stating that Mina Kong and Yuli Man are in coexistence without any problem and that there will be no side effects later, so they may relax. Baekhyun Kong looks concerned. A creature rushes forward. The creature emits a loud shriek. Amelia shouts for everyone to get a grip, warning that they're coming for them. More of the creatures approach. The creatures screech. The creatures explode. A monstrous, bear-like creature bares its fangs, emitting a guttural growl that vibrates through the chamber. The creature unleashes a deafening roar, the sound waves rippling outwards with destructive force. A strange energy field encapsulates a cluster of ant-like creatures, trapping them within a shimmering bubble. The energy bubble violently explodes, scattering the ant-like creatures in all directions. The scattered creatures plummet downwards, their forms twisting unnaturally as they fall. The bear-like creature emits another sharp, popping sound, adding to the cacophony of the battle. Streaks of energy hurtle through the air, aimed at an unseen target with deadly precision. The ant-like creatures screech in unison, launching themselves forward in a frenzied attack. Mancheol is given a direct order. He is in charge of protecting Mina Kong. He acknowledges the command with a determined nod. The swarm of ant-like creatures surges forward, their screeches echoing through the chamber. Mancheol, with a fierce battle cry, strikes out with a powerful punch, connecting squarely with one of the ant-like creatures. He slashes at the encroaching tendrils, the blade meeting with a wet, resistant screech. Mancheol faces the mass of flesh, his expression grim as Mina Kong watches from behind. His eyes narrow, sweat beading on his brow as he grits his teeth. Mancheol slams his hands against the ground. Ground manipulation, he shouts. The ground beneath them begins to wobble, the fleshy mass undulating. The mass of flesh pulses, a guttural chhh sound echoing through the chamber as Mina watches on. The fleshy ground explodes in a series of booms, sending chunks of gore flying. The tendrils lash out, encircling Mancheol as the fleshy mass continues its assault. He throws himself forward, a whoosh of displaced air marking his desperate attack. A tendril slams into him, eliciting a pained arg as he's sent reeling. The fleshy mass surges forward, a cacophony of dush and screech filling the air. Mina Kong raises her hands, a surge of pink energy erupting around her as she cries out, Hiya! The grotesque creatures emit a piercing screech, their forms blurring with unsettling speed. A surge of blue energy emanates from Baekhyun, his hands outstretched as he prepares to act. The creatures slash wildly, their attacks leaving visible marks in the air. With wet, sickening thuds, the creatures begin to fall, their movements becoming sluggish. Baekhyun, his expression strained, notes the overwhelming number of enemies. Baekhyun, there are too many of them. He breathes heavily, his brow furrowed in concern. It feels like they're not reducing in number at all. Why is that? Baekhyun leaps into the air, a vibrant blue aura enveloping him as he prepares to strike. He pants, his eyes wide with a mix of determination and worry. Is there no way around this? His expression hardens, a resolve settling in his gaze. The creatures continue to wriggle and screech, their numbers seemingly endless. What the? They are being generated constantly. Baekhyun calls out, his voice filled with urgency. Yuli Man. A voice directs him. You're 11 o'clock. Do you see the core in front? Baekhyun's expression is one of concern as he gazes ahead, the strange, organic walls of the mother organism pressing in around him. He continues forward, the path illuminated by an eerie, internal glow. A narration box explains that these are nerve fascicles that form the core of this organ, and that destroying them will prevent the creation of more monsters. Baekhyun realizes that the immune system will resist fiercely if they try to get near, but he declares that he has an idea. Aram calls out, her voice echoing through the cavernous space. Baekhyun responds, I'm coming. The green-haired man observes that the nerve fascicles look like ant eggs. Someone asks if he can do it, and Baekhyun confidently replies, of course. He extends his hand, and a faint sizzling sound fills the air as small flames begin to dance across his palm. The flames grow larger, dripping like molten wax as they fall towards the nerve fascicles below. Baekhyun remarks that he thinks the flames caught on, as he and Aram stand before the nerve fascicles. The nerve fascicles begin to burn, and Baekhyun declares that they will see how well they burn. He shouts, channeling energy into his outstretched hands. A pink aura emanates from his palms, swirling around him. A lotus flower-like structure materializes, bathed in intense orange light. The air crackles with energy as the petals unfurl. Silhouetted figures watch from a distance as the orange energy intensifies, the air shimmering with heat and distortion. Charles screams, his face contorted in a silent roar. A voice, seemingly from nowhere, whispers, "Nice." A man with a buzz cut holds a shark-like creature, his expression unreadable. He mutters, did we pass?" Mina stands beside an unknown man, her expression a mixture of concern and curiosity. The man looks down, thinking, the first obstacle? The team advances cautiously, their footsteps echoing on the strange, fleshy ground. Below, in a viscous pink fluid, bizarre creatures float, their forms both alien and unsettling. One of the team members announces that they are all set. The group stands together, a mix of determination and apprehension etched on their faces. It was easier than they thought. The man with brown hair and the woman with green hair exchange a determined glance. A voice calls out, urging the team to move on to the next organ, stating that it is the entrance. A massive, organic structure looms before them, its surface pulsating with an eerie light. One of the team members questions if this is the entrance, noting that the nerve fascicles used to be there before they were burned. The group peers into a dark abyss, the air thick with an unknown energy. It's too dark here. The man with brown hair looks ahead, his expression a mixture of concern and resolve. The woman with green hair asks if it's better, and then urges the man with brown hair to go. The group continues their trek through the pulsating, organic tunnel, the walls glistening with an unnatural sheen. The team moves deeper into the cavernous structure, their footsteps echoing softly against the fleshy walls. Baekhyun Kong admits to feeling strange. Aram asks why, then notes that the embers she is using might be the cause. Baekhyun Kong recalls that the power they are feeling is from someone who fought with them in the ant colony. Aram explains that the power is separate from its user. Baekhyun Kong says that it's not like he knew the guy well, but still, Aram thinks she knows what he's saying, and that it's a strange feeling that is kind of like missing him. Aram thinks that one always stays around. Elsewhere, the pair continue their trek. From here, Minhyun says that he wants to thank Mancheol Kim before it's too late. Mancheol Kim thanks Minhyun for bringing him along all this way. Minhyun thanks Mancheol Kim for sharing his points, but Mancheol Kim tells him not to worry about it, as it was because he needed him. A man states that if they succeed here, Sean could come back to life again, whatever the form. Baekhyun Kong insists that Aram Kim must live. The man from before admits he was wrong. Charles would like them to remember that it seems like they are nearly at the target location, but he can only estimate. The man from before and Baekhyun Kong continue forward. The team continues to walk forward. Mina corrects herself, meaning Yuli Man, and asks how much farther. Baekhyun Kong sees something and states that not even Yuli Man knows everything. The floor starts to wobble. The floor continues to wobble. The floor shifts, and the team starts to fall. Someone exclaims in surprise. The team continues to fall, screaming. A guttural roar echoes. A sleek ship speeds through the cosmos. A voice notes that they appear to have made it in. They seem to be going the route that was predicted, blinking lights indicating their path. Charles observes that they cleared the first challenge faster than he anticipated. A warning is issued. A group of space worms has been detected. Charles asks how many there are. The response comes that there are 43 in the first wave. The second wave is estimated to contain 900. The total number of waves anticipated is 6. Charles doubts that they will even survive the first wave. The green-haired man agrees, stating that their special team must kill the mother while these waves attack. People fight against the first wave. Which side will outlast the other? A pair of figures stand on a platform suspended in a surreal, space-like expanse. A disembodied voice declares that this will decide the outcome. A murmur ripples through the assembled crowd. Confusion hangs heavy in the air as they question their location. One voice ventures that it looks like they are in space. The crowd remains uneasy. Someone observes that they've been put all in one place. Charles appears before the crowd, his expression unreadable against the backdrop of swirling nebulae. Charles states that they are survivors from each region, his voice echoing slightly in the vast space. The antagonist continues, informing them that the first wave of space worms is approaching. The space worms wriggle, their forms shimmering with an otherworldly glow. Charles declares that, from now on, they must stop them on their own. A voice trembles, stating that they are coming. Doubt creeps into the crowd. Someone asks if they are for real. Panic begins to set in. A man shouts, questioning why they aren't going to fight back. The green-haired man looks up at Charles, his expression a mix of fear and resentment. He asks how they could be asked to face them on their own. The green-haired man explains that administrative personalities like him and Max cannot engage in actual combat. They can only engage in virtual combat with those accessing. Murmurs of fear ripple through the crowd. A child asks if they can beat them. The child declares that he is going to fight, too. The woman tells him that he is too young and to stay back. The child insists that his power can help people so that they don't have to die, reminding the woman that she knows this. A man says to let him fight. The man explains that he can stay toward the back since he will be treating people, and if anything happens, he can use his special power. The woman acknowledges that she knows. But a man announces that space worm contact is in 10 seconds. It is beginning. A strange, glowing object appears. People scream in terror. A man shouts that they're coming. A dire announcement echoes, everyone must get ready. Damage has been sustained to the external wall, and 9 space worms have already breached the defenses. The space worms are diverting towards the inner wall of the current space, seemingly with a deliberate delaying tactic. They've entered. The man with green hair explains that they have manipulated the inside of the spaceship so that they all come here. Soon, they'll be able to see with their own eyes. A group of people look on with concern. With a sound like VWOM, the space worms materialize through swirling portals. A space worm drills through a barrier, the sound echoing like KRRR. With a swish, the space worm emerges further. The space worm crashes down with a rush and a splash. Yuck, someone mutters. A collective gasp rises from the crowd. What is that? Someone asks, the sound echoing like WHOM. The space worm continues its descent, the sound of rush filling the air. The crowd watches in stunned silence. The space worm continues its descent, the sound of TRRRP resonating. The space worm continues its descent, the sound of JRRR growing louder. A wave of disbelief washes over the group. One of them exclaims, questioning if they are truly meant to fight something like that. The words are barely out when a colossal figure looms into view. It's impossible, there are more than one. The monster's face fills the sky, its roar echoing through the void. The group stares in disbelief. One of them wonders aloud if they are really being asked to fight. A monstrous figure begins to materialize, accompanied by a deep, guttural growl. The group looks on, their faces etched with concern as one of them states that there are. The monstrous figure unleashes a deafening roar. One of the men expresses his doubt, questioning if they even have a chance, finding the situation impossible. People are sent flying as the monster attacks. The monster continues its assault, throwing people around like ragdolls. The man observes that everyone is too panicked to fight back. He continues, noting that even if they die fighting, the special team's success would bring them back to life, a fact they probably know. The security guard contemplates the situation. If they fight, they will die just as they've seen along the way. The question is, who will make the first move? People scream in terror, dashing away from an unseen threat. One of the security guards urges that if they stay, they should escape first. The security guard reflects on his inaction. So far, he has done nothing to help. The woman thinks to herself that her old body couldn't do anything but be a good porter, even when it got bigger. Perhaps she was avoiding the fight, afraid that she might die. The child is determined to fight and resist. The security guard thinks that someone older like him should set an example, right? The security guard clenches his fist tightly around his tie. The security guard stands tall, a ghostly figure looming behind him. The security guard asks if someone would amplify his power. Mina looks on with concern as a dark figure looms behind her and Yunsu. Oh yes, she says. Mina waves goodbye to a crowd of people, a bright light enveloping them. Hiya, she calls out. Jongpil Kim clenches his fists, a surge of green energy coursing through him. His eyes glow with an unnatural light. He steels himself, muttering, that's better. The fact that my family is not here must mean that. Jongpil Kim's face is etched with grim determination. We will, he vows. Mina turns to Yunsu, offering a sad smile. Meet again. Take good care of Yunsu, she says. Yunsu replies, sir. Mina and Yunsu stand together, their expressions filled with a mixture of sadness and resolve. Jongpil Kim unleashes a guttural scream as the green energy intensifies, the air crackling around him. His body begins to contort and swell, the familiar human form twisting into something monstrous. The transformation continues, a massive, clawed hand emerging from the swirling energy. Jongpil Kim groans in agony as his features warp and distort, the last vestiges of his humanity fading away. With a final, earth-shattering surge, the transformation is complete. A hulking, monstrous figure stands where Jongpil Kim once stood. He finds himself dwarfed by the monstrous form he's become, the transformation complete as he struggles to maintain control. Kong Mina and the others watch in stunned silence, witnessing the horrifying metamorphosis. The boss's transformation leaves his subordinates speechless, their faces etched with disbelief and fear. A voice echoes in his mind. I think it's time to use my power. A monstrous roar tears through the air, a primal scream of power unleashed. Jongpil Kim's face contorts in a grimace of pain, the strain of the transformation evident. The monstrous hand clenches, a grip of immense power. The monster holds his own arm, a strange moment of control amidst the chaos. He cries out in pain, the familiar ache of his knee a sharp reminder of his human frailty. Ugh, this stubborn knee pain. Is this really all this old body can handle? The monster's leg shifts, a display of raw, untamed power. Jongpil Kim's eyes widen in confusion. Huh? What happened? I can't feel the pain anymore. A surge of determination washes over him. That means I can continue. That old man is getting back up, growls the monster. Let's fight with him, someone shouts as the monster roars. Ack, ugh, the monster attacks, and people are injured. People are thrown into the air. Someone uses a numbing ability. What the? People murmur in confusion. I'm definitely injured, but it doesn't hurt. Courage. It's just a numbing ability, but I can numb everybody within a pretty large radius. And there will be a moment when you are needed. I guarantee. I didn't know what she was talking about then. Is that so? But the old lady must have seen this moment. Arg. Tremble, tremble. The monster trembles as people murmur. Murmurs fill the air as people watch the old man. They can't let him fall. Someone groans in pain. They've got to do something. Anyone with a buffering ability, go help the old man. A man agrees. They must help. A man uses dermal petrifications level 2. A woman uses an unknown ability. A man uses weight amplification level 1 and size modification level 2. The old man uses muscular strength amplification. The old man grits his teeth. The old man says thank you to everyone. He will defeat them. The old man roars. The old man screams. People plummet from above, the rush of wind screaming past them. The descent continues, a chorus of screams echoing as more figures fall into view. The wind howls as the freefall intensifies, the ground rushing up to meet them. A man looks up, his face etched with shock at the unfolding chaos. He shouts, urging everyone to use their flight abilities to avoid disaster. One of the falling figures manages to summon a glowing platform beneath their feet, landing safely. Another figure sprouts wings, the buzzing sound of their flight cutting through the air as they take to the sky. A woman with purple hair lands with a sigh of relief, finding the situation rather awkward. A bald man with muscular arms soars through the air, propelled by large, leathery wings. A woman with short green hair looks on in disbelief, commenting on how everyone in the world seems to be able to fly now. The fall continues, the wind screaming past those plummeting through the alien sky. Some manage to activate their flight abilities, streaks of energy flaring around them as they struggle to control their descent. Below, a horrifying sight. A teeming mass of creatures, their forms indistinct but their numbers undeniable. A chorus of screeches rises to meet them. Yuliman's words echo in their minds. They would all need a flight ability. He must have foreseen this threat. One of the group observes, there's no way we could overcome that many. The group considers their options. An organ that could be passed through by flight. Another member of the group scoffs. Meh, we could have obliterated them if we had to. Ahead, a possible escape. A large, circular opening looms in the distance. Someone asks, you are saying this is the only way out of this organ, right? Is it safe? The group approaches the opening, the unknown depths beckoning. The safety of this exit cannot be determined. At this time, Yuliman says, I see. The group resolves to find out for themselves, their fate hanging in the balance as they approach the unknown. The group stands within the fleshy confines of the organ. One of them asks if this is the only way out and if it's safe, their voice echoing slightly in the cavernous space. The man with dark hair listens intently, his expression thoughtful. He replies that the safety of this exit cannot be determined at this time, and he understands. Seen from a distance, the group appears small against the vast, organic tunnel. They resolve to find out for themselves. Glowing particles drift through the air, illuminating the path ahead with an ethereal light. The group continues their trek, their footsteps echoing softly in the tunnel. The walls pulse with a faint, rhythmic beat. One of the men realizes they are being watched. He also realizes they are only about an inch tall right now. The other man acknowledges this with a simple aha. A thought surfaces. Does that mean the mother isn't as humongous as it seems? That makes sense, since they are so small. One of the men looks up, his expression unreadable. One of the men states that it feels like their current height is not 1 inch. Another man asks what he means, his brow furrowed in confusion. A woman with long, dark hair and blank, white eyes declares that their size inside the mother is controlled by the system. Mina, looking concerned, questions why they are unable to use their powers if they aren't small. Aram, her eyes glowing white, states that this is how it's supposed to be. The system explains that because they are in the mother's body, it is even harder to transfer energy to them, using the reverse. The system continues, stating that it is transferring amplified energy through the terminal, but the interdimensional spaceship is currently using up all the remaining energy on the team. Manchiol looks concerned as the explanation continues. Aram states that this temporary state is why this is their only chance of fighting. Manchiol looks determined. Mina asks what that was. Aram says that she felt something, a warning. Yuliman, looking surprised, asks what Aram is. Yuliman gasps, saying he can't breathe. Aram states that it is the personality of System Yuliman. Entering a sleep mode, Yuliman's consciousness begins to drift. His arms outstretched, he feels a strange sensation wash over him, accompanied by a faint, ethereal glow. The perspective shifts, focusing on his legs as the strange energy intensifies. A primal scream tears from his throat as the transformation takes hold. His hand reaches out, grasping at the shifting reality around him. The world warps and distorts, lines blurring as the change accelerates. The distortion continues, reality itself seeming to unravel. A moment of silent darkness. Yuliman kneels, a look of distress etched on his face. Kongmina hears the green-haired man say he feels like things got bigger, and she responds with an ack. Yuliman looks up, a question in his eyes. His eyes widen, pupils dilating as Yuliman's expression shifts into one of intense focus. Mina stares, a bead of sweat trickling down her temple. Be Baekhyun, she asks, her voice barely a whisper. Baekhyun looks back at her, a troubled expression on his face. I don't know, he admits, his brow furrowed in concern. Baekhyun continues, I was watching from behind Yuliman's consciousness, then suddenly, Mina interjects, that's weird. A disembodied voice echoes, a question mark hanging in the air. The level of the new power acquired has gone down. Aram holds out her hand, her expression a mix of confusion and worry, even though my telekinesis level seems to be the same. A faint "whoom" sound resonates as Baekhyun stares intently at a holographic screen displaying user information. Mina's voice trembles slightly. Mine too. What's going on? Baekhyun replies. I'm not sure. Suddenly, Yuliman's consciousness was gone. An older man with a shaved head silences the group. And maybe that's why we aren't getting the system's assistance. Everybody quiet. A soft bloop sound emanates from the depths, accompanied by a sense of something shifting. There's something there, a voice whispers. Another bloop echoes, followed by a drawn-out stress sound, as if something is being stretched or pulled. A sharp TCH cuts through the air, mingling with the lingering stress sound, as the fleshy, organic walls pulsate with an unseen energy. A pink orb falls with a wet plop. The orb is smashed. The orb is further destroyed. The orb cracks and lets out a scream. The orb continues to break apart. A low growl emanates from the destruction. One of the group asks what the hell that is. The orbs continue to be destroyed, growling as they are. One of them wonders what they're doing. Baekhyun Kong looks on in shock, saying they are. Someone asks what happened, wondering if they lost connection with the terminal. The current connection is at 3%. A man in a suit stands in a blue space, with a white orb floating nearby. He states that the mother has become. Detecting their energy, it is interrupting energy transfer by emitting a powerful wave. They could have destroyed the core of this organ if they had a little bit more time. Charles asks, by this organ, do you mean the one that manages its energy? Also, there is a passage there that connects directly to the core. Charles states that the system can't communicate with them, so there's no way to tell them that. Yes, it is possible. What are the chances they succeed? With the energy available through the current connection? It is not likely. Administrative personality max. Has the mission given to them by their creator been failed? I don't know. I am also just a program personality. The original purpose was to secure something greater than a possibility, a probability. Distant booms echo through the area, accompanied by guttural growls. The source of the noise is a horde of grotesque, fleshy creatures. Mancheol Kim believes the creatures are searching for them. One of the group wonders how they can face so many. Another scoffs, declaring they should just fight and get it over with. The group looks on with concern. Charles scoffs at the idea, calling it stupid. The other man questions his statement. Mancheol Kim argues that there are too many of them, and they will be swarmed if they fight. He insists they find a better way. He suggests they try to avoid them using the minimap, but wonders which way they are even supposed to go without Yuliman's guidance. Mancheol Kim curses, frustrated that there's no figuring it out. Mina tells Baekhyun to look. Baekhyun looks on with concern. The monsters growl menacingly. It doesn't look like they are exchanging some kind of signal. Charles asks what it matters. Mina explains that her special power lets her understand all languages. Mina adds that her ability is mind reading. Someone asks if she is saying that those monsters have a language and a mind. Mina tells them to hold on, explaining that if she concentrates, it starts to sound like a language. Mina can kind of tell what they are thinking. Mina thinks. Someone states that they know where the core of this organ is. They have to go to where the core is. Someone asks if they mean they have to get through them. The monsters growl. The monsters growl. She looks on with a worried expression, the pinkish monsters looming in the background. The story is to be continued. The core pulsates, surrounded by grotesque, pinkish creatures. The pinkish creatures stand guard. Mancheol Kim appears unsure. I'm not so sure about that. Minion says. And even if we do destroy the core, after that. Mina, Minion, and Mancheol Kim stand together, contemplating the situation. Mancheol Kim asks, no. Below, the core is shown surrounded by the pinkish creatures. A voice says, the passage is through the core. We'll see it once we destroy it. Minion says, the monster's mind? She continues, it's more like a protective instinct. A voice says, the core is important, and the passage is incredibly valuable. A voice says, they must be protected. That's what it is thinking. Another voice says, we must destroy the core and get to the other side, no matter what. The core pulsates, surrounded by the pinkish creatures. A voice says, that much. Mina says, shit. How are we supposed to fight those? Mancheol Kim states that they must use the last resort. It seems like it, doesn't it? Charles vehemently disagrees, declaring, F***CK. No way. Not me. Minion apologizes to everyone. The gravity of the situation hangs heavy in the air. Charles asks what they are all talking about. Baekhyun Kong asks Mina what's up with her. Mancheol Kim states that there is only one way to destroy the core. A plan is proposed. They split into two teams. One stops the monsters, and the other destroys the core. The team that destroys the core leaves through the passage. The rest. Charles curses under his breath, frustrated by the dire circumstances. Baekhyun Kong explains that it is unlikely, and the monsters will be frantic, too. That means, the rest of you die? Baekhyun Kong responds, probably. Mancheol Kim says that as long as their team succeeds, there's still a chance they can come back to life. It was a strategic decision. Honestly, tell him that he doesn't agree. Mina states that the rest of them have already agreed to this. Mina continues, saying there was no way they were going to get through without any challenges. If it came down to it, They were going to sacrifice themselves to send Bacon and Mina to the next stage, and she thinks it has come to that. Monsters growl, ready to attack. One of them says, "Let's do it." A hand clenches into a fist, gripping something tightly. The camera focuses on Bacon's torso, showing a hoodie with a skull on it, and the words, "Our lives." The man with the buzz cut ruffles Bacon's hair, saying good. Someone says, "You've grown up." Then, "Hey, Bacon." Bacon looks up, confused. "Huh." Mina says, "I'll see you later, yeah?" Bacon looks down, a somber expression on his face. Mina and the buzz-cut man stand together, watching Bacon. The scene opens on a desolate landscape. A monstrous creature roars, its grotesque form dominating the landscape. An energy blast streaks through the air, aimed directly at the creature. The blast connects, erupting in a violent explosion against the creature's hide. The creature shrieks in pain as the energy courses through its body. A man in a blue tracksuit plummets from above, a grim thought crossing his mind. He has become too weak. Explosions continue to rock the creature, each blast accompanied by its agonizing shriek. Another strike lands, the impact reverberating through the creature's massive frame. The man in the blue tracksuit unleashes a powerful punch, connecting squarely with the creature. He continues his assault, each blow landing with a resounding impact. Finally, he lands on the ground, the battle taking its toll. A pained grunt escapes his lips, the effort of the fight evident on his face. His eye twitches, a storm of determination brewing within him. The monstrous figure lunges forward with terrifying speed. He stands his ground, facing the colossal beast. A powerful punch connects with the monster's face, the sound echoing through the air. He continues his assault, each blow landing with brutal force. The monster roars in agony, the man's relentless attacks taking their toll. Art. A woman appears, extending her hands as a surge of pink energy emanates from her. The monster is sent flying backwards, crashing through the air with a deafening roar. An unseen force slams into the monster, adding to its momentum. The monster's massive legs flail as it loses control. The monster is launched into the distance, a final, desperate cry escaping its jaws. He slams into the monster, a resounding crash echoing through the air. The monster reels from the blow, its massive form momentarily staggered. The monster roars, "I have no intention of dying," as it gathers energy for a counterattack. The figure struggles, thinking, "Shit, if I just had the same level of power as before." Another figure prepares to strike, shouting, "Hi up." The monster roars again, its voice booming as it unleashes a wave of energy. Two figures watch with concern, their faces etched with worry. Mina says, "Bacon, we don't have time. We have to do our part." Mina and Bacon stand side by side, gazing up at the monstrous form looming before them. Bacon focuses his energy, a blue aura enveloping his hands as he prepares to fight. He focuses his energy, hands outstretched towards the shimmering barrier. The energy streaks forward, a concentrated beam of power. The energy slams into the barrier with a resounding ting. Bacon's eyes widen. The barrier is much more solid than it looks. Mina realizes that nothing is harder than a shield with concentrated energy. Mina urges Bacon to keep going. Bacon grits his teeth, vowing that he will. The barrier begins to crack under the strain. The cracks spread, spiderwebbing across the surface. Bacon exclaims that he did it. Bacon looks surprised. Mina tells Bacon that he has regained some of his power. Mina continues her work, the orb glowing brighter with each passing moment. "It's working." She calls out, "Okay, I'll keep going." Mancheol Kim breathes heavily, feeling a surge of energy. Mancheol calls out, "Aram." He instructs her, "You go." Aram looks confused. What do you mean, go?" Mancheol clenches his fist, feeling his power return. Bacon must have done something. "I feel my power coming back. He continues, "Go help Bacon." A close-up of Bacon reveals his determined expression. "Help him destroy the core." The sound of ting echoes. The man in the blue tracksuit and Aram are breathing heavily. Mancheol Kim looks at Aram. Aram tells him to go. Mancheol Kim clenches his fist, wondering what she means. He realizes that Bacon must have done something, as he feels his power returning. Mancheol Kim states that they will buy the others some time. Mancheol Kim is surrounded by energy, and he is told to destroy the core with him. Mancheol Kim screams. Aram is shocked. An attack is launched, and someone screams. A man in a blue tracksuit walks away from the scene, his back to the unfolding chaos. Mancheol Kim and another man stand side by side, catching their breath. Mancheol Kim offers a word of gratitude. A man with white hair remarks on their plan. A monstrous entity, all teeth and fury, barks a warning, "Don't get distracted." The monster looms over the group, its shadow a promise of death. "Unless you want to die," it growls. The monster unleashes a deafening roar. Aram is sent flying through the air with a scream. Mancheol Kim looks up in shock, calling out Aram's name. A woman with dark hair expresses her disbelief. Aram watches with concern as someone declares that Bacon can handle the situation alone. An unseen figure responds with a hesitant agreement. Sparks fly as Bacon's power begins to manifest. Burning droplets fall onto the monster's flesh. Bacon, eyes narrowed in concentration, unleashes his power. The monster is engulfed in a roaring inferno. Someone shouts that the monster is catching fire. Smoke billows from the burning creature as it roars in pain. The monster's agonized roar echoes through the area. Mina looks on with a worried expression. Mina warns Baekhyun that the monsters are stirring and they need to hurry. Baekhyun acknowledges the warning, confirming that he understands. A surge of magical energy erupts, streaking through the air with a resounding swoosh. The energy slams against the barrier, each impact echoing with a sharp ting. A voice declares that the surface has become weaker because of Arm's flames. Mina watches with wide eyes as the barrier continues to take damage, the sound of impact ringing in her ears. A man beside her shouts about the flames. A woman with green hair thinks that it might not be as hard as she thought. A woman's face is shown. A character huffs. Mancheol Kim, looking concerned, asks what the... Mancheol's brow furrows with worry. Below, a horde of grotesque monsters snarl and growl, seemingly fighting amongst themselves. One wonders what the hell they are doing. With a wet, guttural chwhoop, the monsters begin to combine into a single, larger mass. A voice exclaims that they are combining. Mancheol Kim grits his teeth, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as he stares intently at the barrier. The barrier bulges ominously, a deep WHOM resonating from within as something immense strains against its magical confines. Mina watches with concern. The pressure intensifies, the THRUM growing louder as the barrier stretches to its breaking point. With a sickening crack, the surface shatters, a grotesque hand tearing through the weakened magic. The monstrous hand slams against the ground with a resounding thump, its fleshy fingers digging into the earth. A thick, pulsating tail slithers out, the sound of its passage a wet SWLO against the shattered remains of the barrier. A head, filled with rows of razor-sharp teeth, emerges with a guttural GRR, promising violence. The green-haired man, standing beside Mina, observes the unfolding horror. It looks menacing. He mutters, his voice laced with apprehension. With a final, earth-shattering FWOM, the creature fully emerges, its massive form dwarfing the surrounding landscape. The monster's face contorts in a silent snarl, its teeth bared in a terrifying display of predatory hunger. A low GRR rumbles from its throat. The creature's eyes narrow, its gaze fixed on some unseen prey. A wet TL sound emanates from its maw. The monster's jaws open wide, revealing a cavernous maw lined with countless teeth, ready to devour anything in its path. Kong Mina flinches, her eyes wide with concern. Baekhyun, hurry. The monster is aware of us. Kim Mancheol curses under his breath. The monster has seen them. Someone slams their hand on the surface, creating a surge of pink energy. They have to distract it from Baekhyun. The pink energy surges forward. The pink energy slams into the monster. Kim Mancheol watches with concern. Charles, surrounded by a blue aura, demands to know what they are trying to do with such a crappy power. A beam of blue energy strikes the monster. Kim Mancheol realizes what is happening. It is. Charles grits his teeth, exclaiming that it's blocking their attacks. Cracks begin to appear on the barrier. The ground trembles as the monster's foot crashes down with a deafening stomp. The stomp continues, each impact sending shockwaves through the area. The monster towers above, a grotesque figure against the ravaged landscape. A voice whispers, what the? A horrifying maw opens, revealing rows of jagged teeth. A guttural growl rumbles from its depths. Suddenly, a beam of pure energy erupts from the monster's mouth, illuminating the surroundings with an ominous glow. The energy beam intensifies, scorching the earth and vaporizing everything in its path. Mancheol Kim stares in disbelief, his face etched with horror. A voice cries out, the hell? Mancheol Kim, Baekhyun Kong, and Mina brace themselves as the energy surges towards them, the air crackling with tension. Mancheol Kim shouts, we have to stop it. A desperate voice warns, if it blasts that energy, Baekhyun, Mina, Arum, they'll all die. The monster's snarling face fills the frame, a terrifying harbinger of destruction. The muscular man slams his fists together with a resounding slam. A pained yell echoes, RRRGH. Someone winds up a powerful punch, energy crackling around their fist. The punch connects with a resounding boom. A figure is sent flying backward, shouting, I can't attack it. Someone mutters, idiots, they're only. A massive, glowing mouth crackles with energy. Someone curses, shit, that piece of crap will. A voice declares, I will share my points with you. Another voice states, I will level up as much as I need to and will acquire new abilities too. A man reflects, but it's not like one person having a bunch of abilities is always the best thing. If we distribute them among the team, it'll probably make achieving our goal easier. Yeah, I won't be of much help with. Someone says, what I have now. I'll take some too. I appreciate it. The man with slick back hair turns, surrounded by others. He declares that he needs nothing, confident in his existing power. A man in a suit and bow tie remains silent, his eyes closed. The man with slick back hair scoffs, refusing to concede any points. He laments that anything useful is too expensive and the cheap abilities are worthless. The man with slick back hair wonders if what he's seeing is an ability. Cursing, he realizes it's the only thing he can afford. A surge of energy is described as ridiculously strong. The man with slick back hair prepares to blast soon. He curses, regretting that he has to use this crap. One of the men asks if they are done for, panting heavily. A sphere of intense yellow energy pulsates, the air crackling with unseen power. A low, resonant boom echoes from its core. A hand, fingers slightly curled, rises to point directly at the sphere. The gesture is deliberate, imbued with purpose. Charles points, his face contorted in a shout. Shut up. The energy sphere begins to clamp down, the light intensifying as it constricts. The word clamp hangs in the air, a silent command made manifest. Charles's expression is strained, sweat beading on his brow as he focuses his will. The man grits his teeth, the effort etched into every line of his face. A low rumble vibrates through the air. The energy sphere crackles, the light almost blinding as it reaches its apex. The words, "to be continued," linger, promising more to come. The light-haired man raises his fist, a surge of power emanating from his body as he shouts, "Shut up." The word clamp appears, as if something is being forcefully sealed. A sphere of yellow energy begins to bloom, pushing outward with immense force. The energy intensifies, crackling with raw power as it expands. The sphere of energy continues its relentless expansion. Within the expanding energy, a more defined shape begins to emerge. The energy coalesces into the form of a massive, glowing lizard. The light-haired man's eyes widen in shock as he witnesses the transformation. Below, a dark-haired man stares up in disbelief at the unfolding spectacle. With a deafening roar, the lizard-shaped energy explodes outward. The aftermath of the explosion leaves a trail of shimmering energy. The man grunts, recoiling from the force of the blast. Debris rains down around his feet, scattering across the ground. The green-haired man and another figure stand amidst the swirling dust, catching their breath. Chunks of rock and debris float in the air, suspended by the lingering energy of the explosion. Seen from a distance, the green-haired man and his companion stand amidst the chaos, dwarfed by the scale of the destruction. The green-haired man turns, his expression unreadable. Charles raises a hand, his eyes wide with disbelief. Jesus. He breathes. The blast of energy rips through the environment, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The protagonist stares in shock, his hand raised as if to ward off the lingering energy. Behind him, two women share a look of stunned disbelief. The core lies shattered, a gaping hole where its energy once pulsed. A voice echoes, "The spot where the core was is the passage in this organ, too." Charles stands on a precipice, overlooking the devastation. A voice calls out, "Manchiol." The green-haired man and another figure observe the scene, their faces etched with concern. The man exclaims that they did it, his face flushed with excitement. A voice suggests they leave, believing they'll be able to go home. The green-haired man agrees, urging them to go together. Strange, worm-like creatures wriggle in the background. The wriggling creatures are together again, their movements unsettling. Bacon states that he doesn't think they are done here, calling the creatures persistent little bastards. The green-haired man urges them to hurry. Manchiol tells the others to go ahead. A voice declares that it's not over yet, stating they'll block this thing and go on, sticking to the plan. Mina tells Bacon Kong that they have to go, warning that if they take too long, the core might regenerate like that monster, too. Manchiol pauses, saying, "Wait, but..." The green-haired man shouts at Bacon Kong to go, questioning if they did this for nothing. He looks troubled, sweat beading on his brow. Manchiol's name echoes in the air. Three figures leap into the depths of the crater. A foot taps impatiently, ready for action. One of the men finds accommodating useless emotion annoying. The monsters growl, but they seem smaller than before. One of the men declares that they can fight them, and it should be easier this time. The monsters growl, now that their power levels are back to normal. A voice declares, "Let's begin, then." The crater awaits. Darkness descends. A single letter remains. The sound of rushing wind fills the air. Three figures plummet downwards through a pink, star-filled expanse. One of the figures remains silent as they fall. Another figure looks around, confused. "Huh?" she asks. One of the figures exclaims, "I've reconnected with Yuli Man." The group falls into a tunnel-like structure, described as the brain of an organism. The sound of rushing wind continues. The sound of rushing wind grows louder. Below, a man stands on a platform, gazing up at a massive, whale-like creature floating in the sky. A man in a suit, sweat beading on his brow, states, "Access has been regained. They really did it." The man continues, "They are passing through a narrow tunnel, so I have left them in their minuscule size." The man in the suit says, approaching the heart of the mother, "It's surprising what the will to live can do." A disembodied voice declares that Charles's gamble was a success. More space worms have been called on by the mother, and they are approaching. An interdimensional spaceship is mentioned. A hand slams down with force. A figure plummets downwards. The man states that there is no pain, but he is confused as to why he feels this way. Someone is breathing heavily. The man insists that they can keep fighting. The woman, holding a child, says that she has to treat those people. A close-up of the child reveals a worried expression. The woman says that she has to help Mr. Choi. The younger girl, her eyes wide with fear, tugs at her sister's sleeve. "Sis, what should we do? I'm scared." The older sister looks back at the looming figures, her expression grim. "There's nowhere for us to go anymore. Let's stop running now. The younger girl nods, her voice barely a whisper. Okay. The older sister stares up at the colossal figures, a sense of resignation washing over her. Is this the end? Meanwhile, the green-haired man's face is etched with worry. We have 10, maybe 15 minutes. He looks out at the vast expanse, a sense of finality in his voice. We are at the end of this gamble. Elsewhere, 3 figures stand in a cavernous space, their breaths coming in ragged gasps. The air hangs heavy with exhaustion. The man in the center looks up, his brow furrowed in thought. What's this? The core of the mother. The woman with long, dark hair looks at someone out of view, her expression determined. Hold on, Bacon. She exchanges a look with the man beside her, a silent understanding passing between them. Her eyes narrow, a steely resolve hardening her gaze as a faint hiss fills the air. He detects a faint desire emanating from a living organism deep within the cavern. The group needs to go through this. Bacon Kong looks concerned as he stares into the depths of the cavern. The green-haired man agrees, simply stating, okay. A quish sound echoes through the cavern. A qua sound accompanies the appearance of a blue energy blast. Footsteps trudge forward, the sound reverberating in the cavern. Bacon Kong stammers, this is. Kong Mina points, urging, look. A hum sound resonates as the blue energy blast intensifies. The group stares at the energy blast, their expressions a mix of awe and apprehension. Bacon Kong wonders, is this the core? He contemplates, if we destroy this. Mina points towards something, her expression a mix of concern and curiosity. Bacon Kong looks on with a worried expression. Before them looms a massive, pulsating core, its energy radiating outwards with a palpable hum. The core shimmers, its surface alive with swirling energy. Is this the source of all their troubles? Bacon Kong stares intently at the core, a grim determination hardening his features. If they destroy this, will it all be over? The core continues to pulse, its energy a silent promise of power and destruction. A voice echoes, laced with weariness, considering how much trouble this has cost them. Mina, Bacon Kong, and a green-haired person stand before the core, their faces etched with resolve. Bacon Kong states that they should get it over with. Mina's eyes widen slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. Oh, she asks. Mina's expression hardens, a steely glint in her eyes. The core stretches, its energy intensifying. Someone calls out, telling the others to look. A surge of liquid erupts from the core, the sound echoing like a wet slap. The liquid coalesces, solidifying into a smooth, oblong shape with a resonant hum. Mina stares, her voice barely a whisper. What is that? Tendrils writhe from the core, a silent, unsettling dance of transformation. The group watches as the core continues to morph, its form stretching and shifting with a wet, sloshing sound. It's transforming, Bacon Kong exclaims. Mina and Bacon Kong exchange a worried glance, the tension palpable in the air. A sudden burst of energy crackles to life, forming a shimmering barrier. The core now sits behind a glowing, translucent shield, the hum intensifying. Bacon Kong reaches out, his hand inches from the glowing surface as a sharp, metallic ting rings out. His eyes widen in disbelief. Shield? Bacon Kong stares at the shield, his expression a mix of awe and concern. The green-haired woman steps forward, determination hardening her features. It has a shield. Move over. Let me try. She cries out, unleashing a surge of pink energy from her outstretched hands. The energy streaks forward, crackling with raw power. The energy coalesces into a blinding explosion. The blast expands, tendrils of pink lightning reaching out. The energy condenses into a focused beam, hurtling downwards. The beam descends with terrifying speed. The beam slams into the ground, erupting in a cataclysmic explosion of pink energy. Bacon Kong and Mina brace themselves against the shockwave, shielding their faces. Bacon grits his teeth, struggling against the force. This is... The green-haired woman's expression hardens. Telekinesis, of an equal strength as mine. The group realizes the attack is replicating their own powers. It was the same with the shield. That thing is replicating our powers. A figure stands within the swirling energy, seemingly unaffected. I have just learned, $, your communication system. The blue, translucent figure declares that it can copy it. Bacon looks on, a knot of worry tightening in his brow. But what is that? The figure wonders, its form shimmering with an ethereal light. The figure pauses, then asks if it resembles Bacon. It's a distraction strategy, the figure continues, its voice echoing slightly. The blue figure states that they live on a $net called Earth. The blue figure's face is shown in a close-up. Bacon, his eyes wide with disbelief, asks if it is saying, what is it saying? One trying to destroy us, the blue figure declares. My dividing cells only followed their instinct to encroach and proliferate, the figure continues, its tone devoid of emotion. Didn't know? Bacon exclaims, his voice cracking with a mixture of fear and confusion. Listen to yourself. The green-haired man shouts, his expression a mask of anger. Billions have died. Someone cries out that their families have all died, calling out to Bacon. Bacon raises his hands, a look of distress on his face. A sudden energy attack strikes the group, including Baekhyun, Mina, and the green-haired man. The blue figure emits a series of energy pulses. The blue figure states that he understands what they are feeling. Minhyun declares that he understands, having copied a system that replicates their feelings. Jongpil Kim calls someone a chatty monster as energy crackles around him. Amelia shouts, "Take that." The blue figure stands amidst a swirling vortex of pink and orange energy. A hand reaches out, surrounded by crackling energy. Streams of energy streak across the scene. The air crackles with residual energy. Baekhyun Kong curses, realizing their attacks are being neutralized by their own power. He wonders how their attacks are only being blocked, noting that it's a delay. Mina calls out Yuliman's name, as the ghostly figure of Yuliman appears before them. The situation in the interdimensional spaceship is very dire, he states. A tense silence hangs in the air as Mina and Baekhyun Kong stare at the ghostly Yuliman. Mina sighs, and Baekhyun Kong asks if she is okay. Yuliman says that they are at a disadvantage. The ghostly figure of Yuliman seems to be dissolving. Baekhyun Kong observes that the enemy thinks it can win by waiting it out. Mina finds it cunning and asks, "Huh?" The ghostly figure of Yuliman stands silently. Yuliman's voice echoes, stating that he has understood the feelings, the guilt for his brother, and despair. Mina looks at Baekhyun Kong, concern etched on her face. A memory surfaces. You were young and with your parents, on your way back from an amusement park. The night sky stretches above. Yuliman's dad asks, "Mina, did you have fun today?" The car speeds down the road. He continues, "Yeah, but it would have been more fun if Baekhyun came with us." Yuliman's dad says, "We'll bring him next time, right, honey?" His wife replies, "Haha, of course." Mina fumbles with something. "Huh? Then, you realized you lost your..." Mina asks, Where is it?" Her dad asks, "What's wrong, Mina?" She replies, "Mom, I can't find the teddy bear. Baekhyun gave it to me for my birthday." Mina's mom asks, "Your teddy bear?" She replies, "Yeah, the small one, on the keychain." Her dad says, "Oh yeah? Let's look for it together. Where is it? I can't lose it." Mina looks around, worried. "It's hard to see because it's so dark. You threw it." Mina says, "No, it has to be the one Baekhyun got me." Her dad says, Where, Papa? Daddy will buy you a better one, Mina." Her mom replies, "Haha, okay. Then I guess we have to find it." Yuliman's dad looks around. It was right here." Mina's mom says, "You found it? That's a relief." Mina asks, "Mina, this is it, right?" Mina replies, "Uh-huh." But in the end, the car drives away. A teddy bear hangs suspended as the sound of a car engine echoes. The teddy bear is illuminated by bright headlights. Mina's thoughts echo, filled with regret. "If you hadn't." Mina screams, her face contorted in anguish. A voice cries out, denying the truth of the situation. "That's a lie. It's not true." Baekhyun, standing with another person, calls out to her. He thinks it's a lie. It wasn't like that. A disembodied voice insists that it was the other driver's fault, since he swerved over. But a bandaged Mina lies in a hospital bed, thinking, "The reason why you, Mina, had to die? I want." The voice continues, "And the reason you lashed out at your brother after being discharged." Mina's face is filled with despair as she thinks, "I wish everyone just dies. It was all because of..." Huddled on the bed, she reflects on the past. A voice echoes in her mind, accusing, "Because you wanted to ruin everything." A figure stands before a ghostly apparition of herself, bathed in an eerie pink glow. The memory continues, a desperate plea. "No, no, because I have just copied you." A man's face, etched with concern, as he exclaims, "The interdimensional spaceship is..." He continues, his voice laced with urgency, "In great danger right now." Mina's name hangs in the air, a question and a plea. Her eyes widen, a stark realization dawning. There is no time. The interdimensional spaceship is in great danger right now, Mina states. There is no time, she continues, her eyes wide with urgency. The user is identified as Baekhyun Kong. Mina looks on with concern as Baekhyun Kong speaks. "Explain more," Baekhyun Kong requests. "What is exactly happening on the interdimensional?" A blue figure apologizes for the damage done to their planet. The blue figure states that they have stopped attacking the interdimensional spaceship as proof of sincerity. A sense of urgency hangs in the air as the group assesses the situation. Mina Kong and the green-haired man look on with concern as Mr. Choi is called out. Mr. Choi responds to the question of whether everyone is dead with a firm denial. Mr. Choi explains that the space worms are retreating and desire peace. The space worms are indeed retreating, their forms dissolving into the cosmic background. It is determined that the mother is persuading the special attack team. The mother is exploiting the psychological vulnerabilities of the team members. The terminal analyzes that there's no way the mother is capable of such a thing, as it should only have instincts and be void of intelligence. However, it is copying the intelligence and emotions of the team members as they approach closer. The green-haired man gazes at a colossal, singular eye. He wonders what will happen next. If the mother, who until now only had instincts, acquires intelligence, it becomes a mutant that can be. The man is told that the mother will be hundreds of times more dangerous compared to before. They must let the team know now. Due to the emotional instability of the terminal, it is currently not possible to communicate with them from this end. The green-haired man asks what? The terminal is determined to be in a resting state. It should be trying to recover on its own, but, goodness. As you saw, we have. Our behavior was unintentional. Also, point. Technically speaking, most of humanity was killed by that system. Everything that has happened so far has been caused by ignorance and misunderstanding. I hope you understand. The statue-like figure, its face smooth and cold, declares that the other party doesn't want peace. Mancheol Kim, his brow furrowed with concern, looks at the statue-like figure and begins to respond. The statue-like figure scoffs, dismissing the idea of ignorance or misunderstanding. Mancheol Kim, his gaze intense, states that he doesn't sense any regret or remorse from the statue-like figure's words, a swirling blue energy forming in his palm. You don't want peace. The statue-like figure vehemently denies the accusation. Mancheol Kim reminds the statue-like figure that the ones responsible for their kind's death are. The statue-like figure interrupts, claiming that they are different and that Mancheol Kim is simply trying to mimic them by copying their thoughts. The statue-like figure questions whether they both desire peace. Mancheol Kim accuses the statue-like figure of having feasted on numerous intelligent beings other than them in this way. Mancheol Kim declares that even if the statue-like figure were speaking the truth, it's too late. Mancheol Kim extends his hand, a surge of energy erupting outwards. He declared that the negotiation had ruptured, the words hanging heavy in the air. Blue energy began to crackle around him, swirling and intensifying as he focused his power. The green-haired man's voice dripped with anticipation. He knew that the target would soon reveal their true colors. With a shout, he unleashed the built-up energy, sending a surge of pink light streaking forward. The energy slammed into its unseen target, creating a shockwave that reverberated through the area. A blinding blast erupted, filling the space with intense pink light. The energy coalesced into a single, brilliant point, the epicenter of the transformation. As the smoke cleared, Mina and Mancheol Kim stood witness to the unfolding events. The energy enveloped Mina, causing her form to shift and change. Her eyes flared with an unnatural white light, a sign of the power surging within her. Mina's face contorted in a mixture of shock and pain as the transformation took hold. Mancheol Kim watched in stunned silence, barely able to whisper a word. She is asked by Baekhyun Kong if she is all right. Baekhyun Kong states that he was finally able to connect, but first, that thing. A question mark appears. It is nervous right now, thinking that it can't copy the power of two people at once, so it's going to be tough too. A voice urges them to fight back, believing that two people need to attack at once. Aram is called out. Baekhyun Kong looks surprised as Aram responds with a yeah. A surge of energy emanates from the blue figure. The blue figure is shown. The blue figure is shown, accompanied by a humph. Another surge of energy emanates from the blue figure. The blue figure is shown. The blue figure is shown. The group watches with concern. Baekhyun Kong wonders what it's trying to do. Baekhyun Kong looks on, confused. A strange, blue, dripping mass forms. The dripping continues. 3 of the masses now float in the air. The group looks on in shock. Baekhyun Kong realizes there are now 3. 3 figures, seemingly copies of the group, appear above them. A voice echoes, stating that it has copied all 3 of them. The green-haired man scowls, calling the attacker a manipulative little. An energy beam streaks towards the green-haired man. The energy explodes. The green-haired man cries out as he is struck by the energy and sent flying backwards. The energy beam continues to fire. A burst of energy cracks through the air. The green-haired man reaches out, declaring, I got him. A strange object descends from above with a swishing sound. The object glows with an eerie light as it continues its descent. The green-haired man, looking concerned, wonders if it anticipated and blocked their attack. Mina appears confused, simply uttering, huh? Mina stares intently, observing that the thing looks like her. The figure rotates, and Mina realizes it's reading and sharing their thoughts. Mina questions why they're able to block the attacks. The green-haired man states that their thinking time is on their side, and it's a relief to continue feeding. Mina simply asks, why? Mina concludes that's why they're waiting and not attacking first. She wonders what they should do, considering how far they've come. Mina gasps, a sudden realization hitting her. Mina shouts, Baekhyun no. Baekhyun urges her to think about it, insisting it's the only way and they don't have any more time to lose. He believes this will work. A garbled telepathic message echoes in their minds. A chorus of voices responds, wait, we are now intelligent, too. Aram's name rings out. A voice declares that if they reassure they won't happen to overcome them. Baekhyun states that if he fails, Mina has to finish them off. Baekhyun takes a step forward, his expression determined. A voice asks what kind of plan he is thinking of. Aram's telepathic presence intensifies. A voice declares that they will not prey upon any intelligent beings again, questioning prey. Too many lives have been lost already. At this point, a voice echoes in the frigid air, the speaker obscured by the swirling mist. A young man's face fills the frame, his expression a mixture of determination and worry. The word step repeats, as if urging him forward. A voice, filled with resolve, declares, I can't let this continue to happen. Footsteps echo as someone approaches, their destination unknown. A voice declares that killing them is also murder. A grotesque, blue-tinged figure with hollow eyes and melting features commands them to stand back. A figure in a hoodie bearing a skull motif laments that too many lives have already been lost. At this point, someone resolves not to let this continue to happen. A surge of pink and yellow energy crackles through the air. The energy explodes with a deafening boom. The monster-like figure prepares to unleash another attack, its eyes glowing with malevolent intent. Someone reflects that they were beginning to believe the monster, but now there's no reason to feel sorry anymore. The monster-like figure, surrounded by a pink aura, declares that they will kill. The monster unleashes a blast of energy. He stands firm, a vibrant blue shield emanating from his body with a resounding hum. Three figures, repelled by the shield's power, shout in unison, demanding they be left alone. The shield pulsates, regenerating with each passing moment, an impenetrable barrier against any threat. A figure takes a step forward, the sound echoing as they acknowledge the shield's presence. Mina watches with concern, wondering how Baekhyun's shield could always be this strong. The shield continuously regenerates, appearing as a single, unbroken layer. Even when one layer is destroyed, another shield beneath continues to protect him. The figure steps forward again, utterly astonished by the shield's resilience. Unbelievable. Mina looks on, her expression unreadable. The shield continues to hold, unwavering in its defense. The shield's layers shimmer, an almost ethereal defense. Baekhyun speaks, his gaze intense. You can read my mind, so you must know what I'm planning to do. He warns that if he uses that power, he'll probably stop them, but he also knows that he'll have to sacrifice quite a bit of himself. Baekhyun floats into the air, preparing to unleash his power. Baekhyun states that's because he can only act on instinct. An enemy cries out in pain. Another enemy shouts that they will really have no choice but to kill him. A massive explosion erupts. The green-haired man yells, Baekhyun, hurry up. Another enemy commands, come on and finish them up. An enemy cries out, and no. Baekhyun declares, you must not destroy the mother. Baekhyun warns that if they touch that, they all die, explaining that a soldier used this power to deliver a fatal blow to the Ant Queen. A flashback shows too many people being sacrificed, even though it meant sacrificing himself, and it was thanks to them that he could. He acknowledges that this is a power one needed to get this far. He had purchased this power in case he would be faced with such a moment, too. A distorted figure screams, and no, Baekhyun, I want to live. Baekhyun states that mimicking a feeling doesn't make one an intelligent being. He thinks to himself, plus, you look nothing like Mina, as he thinks of Yuli Man. A voice asks if he can take Mina and Aram back. A figure states that there is enough energy remaining for that, and that they have more. A large eye stares out. Baekhyun thinks, good luck. A voice cries out, no, no. The distorted figure screams, no. The energy surges outward, a blinding flash of light consuming everything in its path. The expanding force distorts the very air, the sound of its passage a deafening roar. The pressure intensifies, a tangible weight pressing down on all that remains. A figure groans, their body seemingly turning to stone. The energy reaches its apex, a sphere of pure power dominating the landscape. Mina and Yuli Man stand together, the weight of the situation heavy on their shoulders. Huff, huff. Baekhyun used his shield to protect us until the end. Baekhyun's name is called out, as the figure's body begins to crack. A pained cry escapes as beams of light erupt from the figure's body. The sound of something shattering echoes as Mina cries out, Baekhyun, Yuli Man, what about Baekhyun? The shattering continues, the energy intensifying. In the distance, a cosmic entity begins to materialize, its form shimmering with starlight. The entity fully manifests, a rumble shaking the very foundations of reality. The cosmic entity unleashes a piercing screech. It explodes with a cataclysmic boom. Baekhyun's eyes remain closed. He appears to be in a vegetative state, a fate they say he will probably die from soon. Someone exclaims, you did it. Yuli Man states that Baekhyun Kong bet on the right outcome. The green-haired man says that worms simply exist without purpose. They have achieved their goal. Baekhyun asks what happens now. The response is that it is time to keep their promise. Charles stands with his arms outstretched, explaining that the energy generated from the death of the mother is being used. The energy that keeps the interdimensional spaceship in existence will also go toward that effort, Charles explains, adding that this will be the last time they talk. Charles's words bring Baekhyun a sense of relief. Charles tells Baekhyun that he wouldn't be so relieved if he were aware of his state, prompting Baekhyun to ask about his state. Charles tells Baekhyun to bind his body with his shield. Charles explains that Baekhyun should have died under normal circumstances, but he survived the blast thanks to his self-healing ability. He adds that they have collected the Baekhyun, looking confused, wonders who is standing here. Charles reveals that this is a space inside Baekhyun's consciousness. Charles and Baekhyun stand facing each other in the wide expanse of Baekhyun's consciousness. Charles declares that now, it is time to make. He declares that it is Baekhyun's decision. Baekhyun is taken aback. A decision? On what? Charles explains that it is the method of the Great Revival. Baekhyun realizes he has to choose. Charles continues, stating that the energy generated in the moment the mother was destroyed allows for only these two options. Baekhyun asks, then, what about our abilities? Charles responds that other options may have been possible if they went about another route, but this is the best they can do for now. Charles explains that if Baekhyun chooses option 1, some of the abilities might be preserved due to the small size, but without the help of the system, there will be no screen or special powers. The potency of the abilities would be a fraction of what it was, Charles adds, but it could be 5 minutes. Charles continues, explaining that the abilities will be improved depending on the individual's practice and effort, with abilities but in a smaller body. He then asks if people wouldn't want to go back to their original size, though. Charles states that still, there would be far more survivors who made it to Phase 1 than Phase 2. Baekhyun says that he doesn't think he can make the decision on his own. Charles replies that he would love to give him more time, but the spaceship is disintegrating as they speak. Baekhyun realizes that that's all the time he has, wondering what he should do. Charles appears to be deep in thought, his expression unreadable. A fist clenches tightly, knuckles white with strain, as if suppressing a surge of emotion. A voice echoes, resigned. There's nothing else I can do. Then, a figure stands before 2 options, each labeled select. A sprawling campsite nestles amidst towering rocks and verdant foliage, a small community seemingly making the best of their circumstances. Hands rub a stick against a piece of wood, desperately trying to coax a flame into existence. Charles stands among others, a weary expression etched on his face. I'm sleepy, he yawns. The man continues to rub the sticks together, his efforts fruitless. Ugh, Mr. Mayor, you still can't make a fire? We've been living like this for months. The older man stands with his arms crossed, a look of concern etched on his face as he listens to someone out of view. Minion, his assistant, stands beside him. An unseen figure throws a stick in frustration, exclaiming that they give up. The stick lands with a thud. The unseen figure declares that they are done and not going to do it. The older man states that this means someone will not get dinner. Minion addresses the older man as Mr. President. Seong-yunun, the assistant, is asked what she is doing outside. She replies that she was just watching people and thinking. Minion thinks to herself that as long as they are alive, they will endure. She believes they will endure and find a way. The older man says that he hasn't seen Baekhyun. Someone replies that he went out to find food. A younger man looks up, a confused expression on his face. He seems to be wondering what is going on. A giant squirrel looms, its gaze fixed downward. Baekhyun hesitates. Mina reassures him, "Don't worry, Baekhyun. It's just saying hi." Mina waves, greeting the massive rodent. "Hi, how've you been?" The squirrel stares back, its expression unreadable. The squirrel rushes forward, its massive form dwarfing Mina and Baekhyun. Baekhyun exclaims, "Geez, I can't get used to this. I thought I was dead. Aren't you scared, Mina?" Mina responds, "Why would I be?" Mina explains, "That one is full right now. It's not gonna eat you." She then asks, "Oh, what about Aram? Did you come with her?" Mina continues, "Oh, Aram. She went down to the village because we ran out of." She trails off, thinking, "Anyway, we're gonna get an earful from Manchiol again for not finding any food." Mina continues, "Don't worry. He's in a good mood right now. Yunsa finally called him dad." Baekhyun asks, "Why?" Mina replies, "I dunno. I just feel like Mr. suits him better." Baekhyun asks, "You think?" Mina replies, "Yeah." The scene shifts to a view of the sky. It's such an unfamiliar sight, Seoul without any lights. The pair sit overlooking the city. Baekhyun asks, "Do you think we can go back?" Baekhyun's name hangs in the air as Mina asks, "Yeah?" Mina reflects on Yuli Man, Charles, and Max, thinking how they thank them in the end for allowing them to be destroyed. She realizes how stupid she was to have. Baekhyun recalls the moments when he saw them smiling as they ceased to exist. Mina reflects on how cowardly she had been. Mina thinks to herself that she should have told the truth earlier, regretting it so much. She then thinks that it's okay, knowing that he did his best, too. The pair sit in silence. Baekhyun reflects on moments he regrets. Mina remembers Charles saying to her at the very end that there might have been a way to extract more energy from the mother. Mina thinks that even without that option, she wonders if there was any way they could have brought more people into. Baekhyun thinks to himself that it would be possible with the person he is now. He thinks it's stupid, but that's what he keeps thinking about these days. Baekhyun asks, "Is that so?" A sudden realization hits. "It has been a while," Baekhyun calm. Baekhyun asks if Mina is still present in her body. A voice responds, stating that it is negative and that it is the interdimensional. The spaceship is continuing its disintegration. The interdimensional entity states that it has reconnected temporarily because it has some information. Mina's eyes glow with an eerie light as the interdimensional entity speaks through her. The entity explains that they have discovered an interesting energy vortex while observing the extinction of the mother. The entity continues, revealing that they have found that a form of time travel is possible through that energy vortex. To be exact, it is possible to send one's consciousness to the past. Baekhyun listens intently, his expression a mix of concern and understanding. The entity explains that, in other words, he can better prepare for Phase 1 knowing everything he knows now. A swirling vortex of energy pulses with an otherworldly light. The entity states that it may be possible to save more people and gain more options. The entity continues, saying that they can bring more people into Phase 1. The entity concludes that they might be able to return to their original size, too. A voice echoes, stating that consciousness can be sent to 1 year ago, to the beginning of Phase 1. Baekhyun looks up, a sense of anticipation washing over him. A system message appears before Baekhyun Kong, its words reflected in his eyes. The message repeats, posing a pivotal question. Will he attempt to conquer all the phases once again? Two options materialize before him, accept or decline. Baekhyun's expression hardens with resolve. He will.